Chapter 80. There are monsters in the world. The mad demon staff monster, Suin hides a grinning monkey head beneath his hood. A monster. The mad demon staff monster, Suin is indeed a creature of the supernatural. This world is inhabited by monsters. Yang Yi was momentarily stunned, his attacks faltering. Seizing this moment, the mad demon staff monster, Suin evaded Yang Yi's onslaught and swiftly fled. He sensed that if Yang Yi were to unleash that strike, he would either perish or be severely injured. He dared not linger any longer in this place. Yang Yi's momentary daze was brief. Although the peak 8th grade Grandmaster possesses incredible speed, the mad demon staff monster, Suin could not escape far. Without hesitation, Yang Yi swiftly drew his Xinyuan knife. The perfected first form of the heavenly blade, the opening of heaven and earth, blossomed instantaneously. The terrifying blade aura sliced through the heavy void, striking the fleeing mad demon staff monster, Suin He was engulfed by the blade's light, unable to utter a single cry as he was torn apart into several pieces. Thus, a generation's Grandmaster fell. This was the first Grandmaster from the Grandmaster ranking that he had slain. In the future, more hostile Grandmasters would undoubtedly fall to his hands, becoming the nourishment for his ascension. Yang Yi's figure flickered as he reached out to touch a piece of Suin remains. Host has come into contact with a corpse, randomly acquiring item. 1 spirit monkey demon core. Acquisition successful. Yang Yi stored the bamboo staff sword and Xinyuan knife into the knife sheath. With a flicker, he appeared before the remains of an early 8th grade Grandmaster, collecting items from the corpse. Host has come into contact with a corpse, randomly acquiring item. 50 years of martial arts cultivation. A smile appeared on Yang Yi's face. Excellent. He was one step closer to the peak of the 8th grade. With the acquisition successful, Yang Yi concealed his presence and swiftly vanished from the location. Shortly after his departure, many figures shot in from the direction of Guangling City. Among them were the expansive robed master of Qingshuan Temple, Zhao Taishuan, and the aloof Bloodblade King, Qinao Shuang, who wielded a blood-red curved blade. Thunderbolt Sword King, Gong Sunhaoren, and Lady of the Five Poisons, among others. During this time, at least half of the 8th grade Grandmasters from all corners of the world had rushed towards Yang Yi. Upon arrival, several individuals closed their eyes slightly, sensing the situation at the scene. The Mad Demon Realm. The one who fought earlier was the Mad Demon Staff Monster, Suin The Wind Listening Sword Intent. The Rain Transformation Sword Intent. Zhou Yi has appeared. That skeleton should belong to the early 8th grade Grandmaster of the demonic sect beside the Mad Demon Staff Monster. A single strike to kill. Zhou Yi initiated the attack. He was hunting the Mad Demon Staff Monster, Suin This is Suin Mad Demon Staff. These are pieces of Suin dismembered corpse. The Mad Demon Staff Monster has been slain. Zhao Taishuan, Qinao Shuang, and several other experts remained silent. Their judgments were similar to those of the others. The crowd examined the area, finding nothing of value, and then dispersed. However, upon returning, these individuals unanimously issued a command, ordering their subordinates to exercise caution to avoid being hunted down by the Dual Sword Master, Zhou Yi. The Dual Sword Master Zhou Yi had killed an early 8th grade Grandmaster with a single strike. The Mad Demon Staff Monster, Suin listed on the Grandmaster ranking, had also been dismembered by Zhou Yi. The news spread, causing an uproar and instilling fear in many. Many sects that had relied on their 8th grade Grandmasters to dominate the waters now sought to pack their belongings and flee under the cover of night. Since the Mad Demon Staff Monster, Suin had been dismembered, it was evident that Zhou Yi was no mere figure of empty reputation. Their own 8th grade Grandmasters seemed inadequate. Naturally, while some fled, others remained, believing they merely wished to partake in the spoils. With numerous powerful forces and Grandmasters at the forefront, Zhou Yi, no matter how strong, could not possibly withstand them all. Wealth comes from taking risks. Yang Yi was oblivious to their thoughts as he took a detour back to Guangling City. After securing his knife sheath, he immediately activated his disguise technique, altering his appearance and aura as he made his way to the immortal abode. This time, Yang Yi disguised himself as a robust young man with dark skin, maintaining his cultivation at around the 6th grade as he entered the immortal abode. Next, he needed to elevate his cultivation to at least the peak of the 8th grade before the arrival of the significant figures from the Tianji Pavilion. He was about to embark on a grand slaughter of disciples from various powerful factions. The immortal abode was the best source of information regarding the residences of disciples from these factions. Although the immortal abode was vast, it could not accommodate all disciples. Only high-ranking members of various sects could reside there. Killing within the city, the experts residing in the immortal abode were not his primary targets. He found an inconspicuous corner upon entering the immortal abode, summoned a servant, ordered some food and drink, and began to indulge himself, occasionally displaying a sorrowful expression. The patrons at the neighboring tables glanced at Yi, shook their heads, and ceased their interest. Just a person wounded by love, drowning his sorrows in drink, hardly worthy of attention. This was, of course, Yi's facade, intended to prevent his behavior from appearing too conspicuous and to allow him to linger longer in the immortal abode, gathering more information. As Yi dined and drank, he kept his ears open to everything discussed in the hall. His sudden appearance to hunt the mad demon staff monster sparked significant discussion. Many topics revolved around his strength and identity. However, these matters were of little concern to Yi. Yi remained in the immortal abode for quite some time before obtaining the information he sought. He heard of 5 residences belonging to disciples for various sects. The Jianghe gang, with 36 disciples residing at the Qingfeng Inn in the southern part of the city. The Jujing gang, with 20 disciples at the Hongshan Inn in the southern part of the city. The Feiping gang, with 50 disciples at the Yuelai Inn in the western part of the city. The Qingshan Sword sect, with 28 disciples at the Guading Inn in the eastern part of the city. The Tianhua sect, with 48 disciples at the Jushin Inn in the northern part of the city. Additionally, Yi gleaned from their discussions that various sects had issued orders for their disciples to be cautious of his attacks and hunts. With this knowledge, a faint smile curved Yi's lips. His hunting was not something that could be avoided simply by uttering a warning. Unless they could relocate all those disciples to the immortal abode, it would be futile. Since they came with the intent to hunt him, they must be prepared to be hunted themselves. Let all of this transform into the cornerstone for my ascent to a higher realm. Yi silently vowed. He set down his chopsticks and wine cup, his face flushed as he staggered out of the immortal's abode. The opportunity to hunt the disciples of various sects was a singular one. He needed to scout the area and prepare thoroughly. All disciples of the major sects whose locations he was aware of fell within the scope of his hunt. Only with a sufficient number could he ensure the acquisition of ample martial arts cultivation to elevate himself to the pinnacle of the 8th rank. Chapter 81. Pinnacle of the 8th rank. Upon exiting the immortal's abode, Yi veered into an unfrequented alley. His body quivered slightly, dispersing the lingering scent of alcohol that clung to him. Subsequently, he activated his disguise technique to alter his appearance and proceeded towards the inns he had gleaned information about. At the Southern Breeze Inn, 36 disciples of the River and Lake Gang were in residence. However, as it was still early in the evening, fewer than 10 remained within the inn. Yi conducted a thorough assessment of the premises, ensuring that no residual presence of an 8th rank Grandmaster lingered, before departing with satisfaction. He thoroughly investigated the Red Dust Inn, the Joyful Arrival Inn, the Homecoming Inn, and the Gathering of Heroes Inn. The situations at the Red Dust Inn, Joyful Arrival Inn, and Homecoming Inn were quite similar to that of the Southern Breeze Inn. None contained traces of an 8th rank Grandmaster, indicating no significant issues. However, the Gathering of Heroes Inn posed a considerable dilemma, as it housed 2 8th rank Grandmasters, necessitating its removal from his list of targets. While he was capable of eliminating 8th rank Grandmasters, such an act would undoubtedly attract considerable attention, potentially leading to troublesome repercussions in the city. Thus, he reluctantly abandoned the Gathering of Heroes Inn. Fortunately, among the other inns, aside from his primary targets, there were additional sects present that could provide the necessary numbers of disciples from the Heavenly Fire sect. In retrospect, it was not a complete loss. Having ascertained the conditions of several inns, he returned to his courtyard. It was unwise to act in broad daylight. He would have to wait until nightfall for a more discreet approach. The prominent figures from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion would not arrive for several days, affording him ample time. Once back in his courtyard, he settled into a meditative state, utilizing the time to cultivate rather than remaining idle. With a blink, night fell. After altering his appearance and strapping on his sword sheath, he exited his room and stepped into the courtyard, observing the delicate snowflakes drifting from the sky. Accompanied by a gentle, chilling breeze, a faint smile graced Yi's lips. It was snowing, the wind was rising, an opportune moment for retribution. In a flash, Yi departed the courtyard, heading towards the Southern Breeze Inn. At this juncture, the disciples of the River and Lake Gang had gathered within the inn. Alongside them were several other sects, numbering over a dozen disciples. Although night had descended, these disciples, each possessing substantial cultivation, brimmed with energy, congregated in the main hall. exchanging cups and recounting amusing tales from the martial world, wholly unaware that a harbinger of death was approaching their direction. As Yang Yi traversed the wintry night, he arrived at the Southern Breeze Inn, taking his time before striking. Instead, he circled the inn, confirming that no 8th-rank grandmasters were present. Only then did he step into the Southern Breeze Inn. Creak. Yang Yi pushed open the inn's heavy door. A gust of cold wind mingled with snowflakes rushing into the establishment. The revelers within, indulging in merriment, instinctively turned to the entrance, eager to discern which audacious soul dared to intrude upon their jovial gathering. As Yang Yi pushed open the door, he showed no intention of closing it, allowing the howling wind and swirling snow to invade the inn. The revelers, indulging in drink and merriment, were immediately incensed. One disciple of the Jianghe gang rose and approached Yang Yi, vociferously rebuking him for disturbing their enjoyment at such an hour, threatening him with a broken leg if he did not leave at once. In response, Yang Yi smiled faintly, forming a sword gesture with his hand, and gently beckoned toward the inn. The tempest outside was drawn by his aura, rushing furiously into the inn. At that moment, Yang Yi's mastery of the listening wind and rain sword intent seamlessly melded with the wind and snow. Every gust within the inn, every flake of snow, now bore an ominous sword intent. The icy winds swept across the necks of the patrons, severing them without a trace of resistance. Despite many among them possessing 5th, 6th, and even 7th-tier mastery, they could not muster a defense and fell before Yang Yi's onslaught, including disciples resting in their rooms. After vanquishing the Jianghe gang and several other sect members, Yang Yi swiftly began to loot the bodies. When he stepped out of the inn, only the innkeeper and a servant remained alive, having been rendered unconscious by Yang Yi's overwhelming force. With a clear wind and dealt with, he hurried towards the Red Dust Inn. Moments later, the disciples of the Great Whale Gang residing there were exterminated, along with members of another sect within the inn. The Flying Phoenix Gang at the Yulai Inn and the Green Mountain Sword Sect at the Gui Ting Inn were not spared from this fate either. Following the massacre, Yang Yi immediately concealed his presence and departed the inn, heading towards the outskirts of the city. The events of the night would soon be discovered, and he needed to find a secluded spot to process his gains from the evening. He was determined to break through to the pinnacle of the 8th tier tonight. With so many powerful individuals within the city, he needed to seek a remote location outside the city walls for his breakthrough. Yang Yi traversed the city walls towards a desolate mountain in the northwest. The mountain was merely about 150 miles from Guangling City, and with his current cultivation, he reached it swiftly. He found a flat rock on the mountain and sat cross-legged, delving into his system to review the spoils of the day. He had slain no fewer than 160 individuals, all sect disciples, yielding considerable rewards. Host has come into contact with a corpse, randomly acquired item, 20 years of lifespan. Host has come into contact with a corpse, randomly acquired item, 30 years of martial arts cultivation. Host has come into contact with a corpse, randomly acquired item, 20 years of martial arts cultivation. Host has come into contact with a corpse, randomly acquired item, 30 years of lifespan. Host has come into contact with a corpse, randomly acquired item, hidden weapon, rainfall pear blossom needle. Host has come into contact with a corpse, randomly acquired item, 15 years of martial arts cultivation. Upon the host's contact with the corpse, a random assortment of items was procured. The martial arts technique, the Great Wave Surge. Additionally, the host acquired 50 years of martial cultivation. This time, Yang Yi garnered 50 years of lifespan, thus totaling 400 years. His martial cultivation amassed 115 years, combined with the previously obtained 50 years, resulting in a remarkable 165 years, solidly anchoring him at the pinnacle of the 8th tier. Beyond these, numerous lower-tier martial techniques were also acquired. Although these rudimentary techniques hold little value for him, their abundance serves to enrich his foundational strength. There even exists the possibility of these techniques merging and evolving with his current practice. After reviewing the fruits of his collection, Yang Yi silently intoned the word extract, drawing forth all gains related to martial cultivation, lifespan, techniques, and martial skills. A tremendous surge of cultivation energy flooded into his being, setting all his techniques into motion. With the addition of several new techniques, the signs of integration among his various practices became increasingly pronounced. It would not be long before a unique martial art exclusive to him would come into existence. After circulating his techniques through several cycles, Yang Yi's cultivation experienced a direct breakthrough to the pinnacle of the 8th tier. Chapter 82. the arrival of a notable figure from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. With his cultivation now at the pinnacle of the 8th tier, he felt a newfound confidence in all his endeavors. Given his current foundation, he felt capable of confronting even a cadre of 8th tier grandmasters from the master ranking. Furthermore, should a 9th tier true immortal appear, provided they were not in the late stages of the 9th tier, he would possess the audacity to engage. After dedicating some time to consolidating his cultivation, He set forth towards Guangling City. With his newfound confidence, he could afford to be bolder, no longer needing to exercise the caution he once did. He was eager to witness the formidable prowess of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Recently, the pavilion had been quite ostentatious, not only publicly announcing rankings that thrust him into the limelight, but also calculating his whereabouts, inciting various factions to hunt him down. Now, they had even dispatched notable figures to ascertain his precise location. Fired up by the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion's relentless pursuit, He seized the opportunity to learn more about it, laying the groundwork for future retribution. Meanwhile, Guangling City was already in a state of upheaval. The massacre at Four Inns, housing disciples from the River Gang, the Giant Whale Gang, the Green Mountain Sword Sect, and the Flying Phoenix Gang, had been discovered, resulting in over 160 casualties. The scene was a gruesome tableau, with blood splattered on the walls, flesh strewn across the ground, and an overwhelming stench of death permeating the air. After an 8th tier Grandmaster examined the site, his expression grave. He slowly declared, "The wind listening and rain transforming sword intent indicates that this atrocity was perpetrated by Zhou Yi. He must be aware of the imminent arrival of notable figures from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion and is retaliating with fervor. It appears that henceforth, disciples from the major sects must not be separated from their elders, lest we provide Zhou Yi with any opportunities." At that moment, the higher-ups of the River Gang, the Giant Whale Gang, the Green Mountain Sword Sect, and the Flying Phoenix Gang all wore expressions of stark dismay. They could hardly have anticipated the sheer ferocity of Zhou Yi. In a city brimming with formidable experts, the audacity to act was astonishing. And when they did act, it was with such ruthless precision that over 160 lives were claimed in a single night. At that moment, the upper echelons of the Jianghe Gang, the Whale Gang, the Qingshan Sword Sect, and the Faping Gang were filled with regret. They had hoped to capitalize on the might of these powerful factions to ensnare Zhou Yi and thereby strengthen their own sections. Yet now, their elite disciples had been utterly annihilated, resulting in an insurmountable loss. Their animosity towards Yi was palpable, yet they found themselves at a loss for means of retaliation. In the span of a mere night and day, the names God of Death and Demon had spread throughout Guangling City, instilling fear in the hearts of countless disciples and apprentices from various factions. Yi's actions had prompted several sects to hastily withdraw from Guangling City, unwilling to wade further into these murky waters. After all, the potential gains were uncertain. While the notoriety of Zhou Yi as a harbinger of death was cemented by the sacrifice of 160 disciples from various sects, a formidable deterrent. Upon returning to Guangling City, Yi became aware of his newfound titles. With a mere smile, he chose to disregard them. Whether as a god of death or a demon, he remained true to his own principles. Just as one reaps what one sows. Had they not sought to hunt him down, they would not have suffered such losses. It was simply the law of cause and effect. Individuals must bear the consequences of their own greed. Blame lies solely with themselves. In the following 2 days, Guangling City appeared outwardly calm. Yet behind the scenes, 8th tier grandmasters were covertly scouring various locations in the city, intent on locating Yi and preventing any sudden assaults on their disciples. Unbeknownst to them, Yi was ensconced in the courtyard he had rented, diligently adjusting his state of mind while awaiting the arrival of a significant figure from the Tianji Pavilion. Time swiftly passed to the early hours of the 3rd day. According to the information he had gleaned at the immortal abode, the esteemed individual from the Tianji Pavilion was expected to arrive at noon. Rising early, Yi groomed himself, wrapping his bamboo staff and Xianyuan blade in cloth before slinging them over his shoulder, and then he set off towards the immortal abode. The atmosphere at the immortal abode was abuzz with excitement. Although the figure from the Tianji Pavilion had yet to arrive, a multitude of disciples from various sects residing in the city had congregated there, creating a veritable blockade. By the time Yi reached the immortal abode, it was nearly impossible to enter. Rather than force his way through, he opted to settle at a nearby tavern, ordering a lavish spread of food and drink. Savoring each bite, He remained uncertain whether the esteemed individual from the Tianji Pavilion could truly discern his location. If they could pinpoint him accurately, a fierce confrontation would be inevitable. Thus, he relished his meal, preparing for whatever lay ahead. As noon approached, he began to recognize familiar faces in the direction of the immortal abode. Shun Aoyun, the Cloud Sword King of the Shun family. Shun Aoqing, the 8th rank Grandmaster of the Shun clan. Gong Sun Haoran, the Thunderbolt Sword King, and Kai Wuyan, the Lady of 5 Poisons, among others, were all figures that he had encountered. Additionally, there were numerous individuals he had not met in person but had seen depicted on the rankings, such as Zhao Taiyuan, the master of the Qingxian sect, and Gu Qingxiu, the Sword King of the Ninth Valley, who was ranked 4th on the master list. Other formidable figures included Qin Aoshan, the Heartless Blade King, and Liu Yaoshi, the evil Buddha of the Worship God sect, ranked 13th, as well as the Corpse Demon Ancestor of the Corpse Refining sect, ranked 5th. It seemed these masters had gathered upon hearing that the Heavenly Machine Pavilion intended to calculate his whereabouts. He cast a glance at these individuals. Only Zhao Taiyuan and Gu Qingxiu were able to exert a slight pressure on him, though it was merely a trifling burden. If he unleashed his full strength, unless they possessed some extraordinary hidden means, defeating them would pose no challenge. As the various factions congregated, a white horse-drawn carriage suddenly approached from the distant street. The horse stood an impressive 9 feet tall, its pure white coat devoid of any blemish, radiating an ethereal glow. The carriage appeared to be sculpted from white jade, adorned with golden threads depicting various fierce and exotic beasts, with 2 white jade lanterns suspended at the front, inscribed with the characters Heavenly Machine, exuding an extraordinary opulence. The charioteer was surprisingly an 8th rank late-stage grandmaster, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. To employ an 8th rank late-stage grandmaster as a mere charioteer demonstrated the Heavenly Machine Pavilion's immense grandeur, prompting speculation about the notable figure seated within the carriage who merited such a display. Too noticed the carriage, and upon its sight, his expression grew solemn. The depth of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion's foundation was likely far greater than he had anticipated. An 8th rank late-stage grandmaster was a rarity throughout the Eastern Li, a figure of high standing in any faction. The fact that such a master served merely as a charioteer suggested an alarming level of influence, unless there were specific reasons for this. However, Yang Yi's grave demeanor was not solely due to the sight of an 8th rank late-stage grandmaster in the role of a charioteer. Instead, it stemmed from an extraordinarily formidable aura emanating from within the white jade carriage. This presence surpassed even that of Zhao Taiyuan, the top-ranked master on the master list. He suddenly entertained the thought that the occupant might be a 9th rank true immortal. Chapter 83. Taking action, the white jade carriage advanced slowly, drawing the attention of all martial artists present. They felt an inexplicable force radiating from it, causing the street in front of the immortal residence to fall into an eerie silence. As the carriage neared the densely packed crowd, they instinctively parted to create a path, allowing it to pass gracefully. It came to a gentle halt at the entrance of the immortal residence. At this moment, the proprietor and attendants of the immortal residence were already awaiting at the entrance. All eyes from the martial world were fixated upon the jade-white carriage, eager to discern the identity of its esteemed occupant. As the carriage came to a halt before the immortal residence, the proprietor promptly approached, bowing and greeting with utmost respect. Subsequently, an 8th grade late-stage grandmaster leaped down from the carriage and, with a respectful gesture, announced, "Master, we have arrived at the immortal residence in Guangling City." Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, a youthful figure with rosy lips and pearly teeth gradually lifted the jade curtain of the carriage and stepped out. A mere boy, the distinguished figure from the Tiangong Pavilion, who had been summoned at great expense by various factions, turned out to be a youth. He appeared to be scarcely older than 18. Could he be relied upon? Could he truly ascertain the whereabouts of the infamous killer, Zhou Yi? The many martial artists present exchanged glances, their expressions rife with skepticism. Only the 8th grade grandmasters regarded the young man with grave countenances, sensing the formidable power concealed within him. He was certainly no ordinary youth. His cultivation was unfathomable, and perhaps he truly possessed the ability to locate the killer Zhou Yi. The young man was welcomed into the immortal residence by the proprietor. Observing this, the throng of martial artists wished to rush in as well. However, the 8th grade late-stage grandmaster who had driven the carriage positioned himself at the entrance and spoke in a booming voice that resonated like thunder. the master does not favor commotion. Only those of 8th grade may enter the immortal residence, while the rest must wait outside. Upon hearing this, a flicker of indignation crossed the faces of the martial artists. Was this not a sign of their contempt? Yet, considering the formidable background of the young man from the Tiangong Pavilion and the mysterious aura that accompanied the carriage's arrival, their anger dissipated and they obediently awaited outside. Yang Yi, situated in a nearby tavern, naturally overheard the words of the carriage driver. Wiping the grease from his lips, he settled his tab and strapped on his sword sheath, making his way toward the immortal residence. With 8th grade entry permitted, he would merely need to reveal his early 8th grade cultivation. Upon arriving at the entrance, the doorman scrutinized Yang Yi, confirming his status as an 8th grade grandmaster before allowing him entry. Once inside, Yang Yi noted that the layout of the immortal residence had undergone significant transformation. The venue was arranged akin to a press conference from a past life, with a large sandalwood table at the forefront and rows of chairs arranged below. Under the guidance of the proprietor, numerous 8th grade grandmasters took their seats in succession, with the front row almost entirely occupied by pinnacle grandmasters from the master rankings. Arriving last and displaying only his early 8th grade cultivation, Yang Yi was naturally relegated to a seat at the back. Once all were seated, the young man positioned at the sandalwood table raised his gaze to survey the assembly. He then slowly began to speak. I am aware of the purpose of your visit. Therefore, let us proceed directly to the matter at hand. Ao Yunjian Wang, how have you fared in collecting the items once used by Zhou Yi? Rising to his feet, Ao Yunjian Wang presented an object to the young man, an item extracted from Zhou Yi's residence in Linen City, undoubtedly imbued with Zhou Yi's essence. Yang, he turned his gaze in response to the words spoken. To his astonishment, the object being offered by Shun Ao Yun was none other than the bamboo mat he had utilized during his time in Linen City. Could it truly be possible to ascertain his exact location merely from a bamboo mat? The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion possesses such capabilities? Yang Yi felt a twinge of confusion. He had never heard of such methods before. If it were indeed feasible to track someone using items they had previously employed, he would need to exercise far greater caution in the future. The young man accepted the bamboo mat from Shun Ao Yun with a nod, affirming that as long as Zhou Yi's essence remained upon it, it would suffice. Speaking thus, the young man produced a compass and began to weave intricate hand seals. It seemed as though some essence was being drawn from the bamboo mat, transforming into a slender needle that settled upon the compass. Simultaneously, Yang Yi sensed a subtle connection forming with the compass, albeit not distinctly clear. He surmised that perhaps the shift in his aura had rendered the compass incapable of directly pinpointing him. Nonetheless, he recognized that it would not be arduous for them to locate him using that compass. Cautiously, he braced himself. The young man continued to perform the intricate hand seals, and once the needle stabilized to point in a particular direction, he glanced at the compass. Upon doing so, he exclaimed, Zhou Yi is among us. Zhou Yi is right here. His declaration astonished everyone present, prompting them to become vigilant and scan their surroundings in a desperate effort to uncover Zhou Yi's whereabouts. Yang Yi felt a sense of helplessness. Having learned of the young man's abilities, he had intended to slip away quietly to seek a means to counter this technique. Little did he expect the young man to assert so definitively that he was present. With that, slipping away unnoticed became impossible. So, a battle it shall be before his departure. Yang Yi summoned his energy, shattering the fabric covering his sword case, reaching inside to draw forth his bamboo staff sword and Xian Yuan Dao. In an instant, he lunged toward the young man with fervor. The first move of the heavenly blade, heaven and earth unveiled, was unleashed. The young man exhibited formidable strength. In Yang, he assessed him to be at least of the 9th rank. Thus, he unleashed his lethal technique, the first move of the heavenly blade. An overwhelming surge of sword energy, akin to a force intent on annihilation, erupted from Yang Yi's Xian Yuan Dao, bearing down upon the young man. At that moment, the onlookers were instinctively drawn to the Xian Yuan Dao in Yang Yi's grasp. Instantly, their minds seemed to be ensnared within an enchanting realm, their thoughts usurped, rendering them incapable of launching any attack against Yang Yi. This mesmerizing effect was the result of the MO stone at play. As Yang Yi's cultivation advanced, he continuously nurtured it with blood, enhancing its effect over time. The young man was also influenced by the peculiar effects of the Xinyuan blade. However, he was no ordinary foe and effortlessly broke free. Faced with the overwhelming pressure of the blade's aura, the young man's heart tightened. Should he be struck by this blow, Even as a ninth-grade adept, he would undoubtedly suffer injury. Given his current state, sustaining an injury would spell trouble. Without hesitation, he summoned the compass to counter Yang Yi's strike. Crack! The blade struck the compass, producing a series of sharp sounds as it began to shatter. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the young man swiftly summoned a turtle shell to fortify his defense alongside the compass. Boom! The compass was cleaved into pieces, and the turtle shell bore a deep gash. This sight caused the young man a pang of anguish. The compass and shell were not mere trinkets, but artifacts he had painstakingly refined over nearly a century, now reduced to ruin. Chapter 84. Battling a ninth-grade adept and retreating unscathed. Though the young man had managed to block Yang Yi's first strike of the heavenly blade with the compass and turtle shell, the roof of the immortal abode above had already been obliterated by the blade's aura. This was utterly excessive, shattering his compass and turtle shell, and demolishing the eaves of the immortal abode was nothing short of a provocation against their Tianji pavilion, a blatant affront. Flames of fury flickered in the young man's eyes as a terrifying force erupted from within him. A powerful aura instantly confined everything within a radius of several hundred meters around the immortal abode. His youthful rejuvenation state was merely a precaution against injury, not a sign of his inability to unleash his power or engage in battle. He felt the suffocating pressure of the young man's aura. Despite being at the peak of the 8th grade, he found himself ensnared by this oppressive force. Was this the true essence of a 9th grade adept? Truly fearsome? The 8th grade pinnacle appeared as a mere child before an adult in the presence of a 9th grade master. With cold light flashing in his eyes, the young man glared at the ensnared Yang Yi, seething with anger. Zhou, you have impressed me. You are the first in the entire Qian domain to force my hand. You shall pay dearly. You have destroyed my treasured artifacts and tarnished my reputation. Your sins warrant 1,000 deaths. Gritting his teeth, the young man advanced toward Yang Yi. As he moved, a suit of armor forged from his aura began to coalesce around him. Simultaneously, a long spear formed from condensed energy appeared in his grasp. With a fierce expression, he lunged at Yang Yi's heart with the spear. Yang Yi's pupils constricted, and a surge of power coursed through him. He had to break free from this aura's confinement. Otherwise, today would be his final resting place. In this life-and-death moment, Yang Yi dared not hesitate and immediately unleashed all his strength. Ignite the Yuan technique. At that moment, his lifespan burned intensely. As the essence of life was consumed in vast quantities, Yang Yi's aura began to surge dramatically. When he collected lifespan, he felt little connection to it. However, in this moment of burning his own lifespan, he could distinctly sense its fleeting passage, even vaguely perceiving the years slipping away. 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, and finally 100 years. After expending approximately 150 years of his lifespan, Yang Yi felt his body relax. The formidable energy that had shackled him was finally cast off, no longer able to restrain him. A layer of crimson radiance enveloped Yang Yi, a characteristic manifestation resulting from the extensive use of the lifespan burning technique. The young man present observed this spectacle with a flicker of surprise in his eyes. As an important figure in the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, he was certainly aware of the lifespan burning technique, a skill crafted by an extraordinarily gifted individual. However, this technique was rather impractical for martial practitioners, who, upon reaching the 9th grade true immortal realm, would not exceed 300 years of lifespan. Where would they find the surplus years to burn? Consequently, although the lifespan burning technique was widely known within the martial world, few truly practiced it. Despite the astonishment in his gaze, the young man did not hesitate. His energy spear lunged swiftly toward Yang Yi's chest. At that moment, Yang Yi acutely sensed the peril of life and death. Without a moment's delay, he raised his Xianyuan blade high, channeling all his energy into it to execute his strongest strike thus far. The second form of Heavenly Blade, titled Duality of Creation and Destruction. In an instant, a white and a black beam of light erupted from the Xianyuan blade, converging to form a colossal Taiji symbol that surged toward the young man. Upon unleashing this strike, Yang Yi prepared to retreat. He understood that this blow would not be sufficient to defeat the young man, whose cultivation was far superior. Additionally, having exerted himself to this extent, he felt a wave of exhaustion. It was best to withdraw. At this moment, numerous 8th grade grandmasters present, having escaped the illusion cast by the Xianyuan blade, witnessed the clash between Yang Yi and the young man. They dared not intervene. What folly! If even a ninth-grade true immortal could not restrain Zhou, what could they possibly do? Offer their heads. Nevertheless, there were those who stepped forward to obstruct him. The late-stage, 8th-grade carriage driver, stationed at the entrance, saw the destruction of the immortal abode and immediately darted inside. He happened upon the confrontation between Yang Yi and the young man. Noticing Yang Yi's intention to flee, the carriage driver swung his whip, attempting to halt Yang Yi's escape. However, he was merely a late-stage 8th-grade practitioner. Faced with Yang Yi, who no longer burned his lifespan, he was woefully inadequate, especially considering Yang Yi's current state. Although Yang Yi felt somewhat fatigued after executing the second form of the Heavenly Blade, dealing with a late-stage 8th-grade opponent was still within his grasp. With his left hand wielding the bamboo staff sword, he employed the Xintian sword technique to manifest the wind and rain sword domain, ensnaring the late-stage 8th-grade carriage driver within it. The scene was suddenly filled with the anguished cries of the late-stage 8th-rank groom. Yang Yi, without sparing him a glance, swiftly departed, leaving the groom's fate to the duration of his endurance. Within the sword domain of wind and rain, each wisp of wind was akin to a razor, and every drop of blood shed by the groom would transform into a rain of swords piercing through his body. Unless he could endure until the young man appeared to rescue him, or until the sword domain dissipated, he was destined to perish within it. Upon exiting the abode of the immortals, Yang Yi flew directly towards the outskirts of the city. As he passed the small courtyard he had rented, he swiftly entered, using his formidable energy to obliterate everything within before soaring away. Having resided there for an extended period, many items in the courtyard had become imbued with his essence. With the means of the heavenly mechanism pavilion, it would be impossible to conceal the courtyard. Thus, he resolved to destroy it before his departure, lest the pavilion trace him through any objects left behind. Listening to the dialogue between the young man of the heavenly mechanism pavilion and Shen Aoyun, it was evident that the application of such esoteric techniques was not without its limitations. Otherwise, they could have simply brought any item from the courtyards of Linen City without the need to carry the cumbersome bamboo mat. It was merely because the mat had been in contact with him for the longest time, retaining his essence more profoundly than other items. As for the losses incurred by the owner of the courtyard, he could only compensate later. Yang Yi's strike had failed to slay the young man of the heavenly mechanism pavilion. Even a mid-stage, 9th-rank cultivator possessed a myriad of techniques, and even he could not deliver a fatal blow. After Yang Yi's departure, the young man emerged slowly from the ruins of the immortal's abode. Having exhausted his means to counter that deadly strike, he traced the scars forming on his arm, his heart filled with a seething hatred for Yang Yi, and he cursed towards the heavens. Zoe, how dare you harm me? You shall pay dearly. I swear from this day forth, there shall be no refuge for you in the entire Qian domain. The heavenly mechanism pavilion will not rest until we meet again. After venting his fury, the young man turned to the assembled 8th-rank grandmasters of various factions, his eyes flashing with dissatisfaction, and berated them further. Useless. A bunch of worthless fools. Not even daring to intervene against a weakened Zhou Yi. You are the very definition of ineptitude. The others dared not speak, bowing their heads in silence. After all, this was a 9th-rank cultivator. If he were not allowed to vent his frustration, the consequences could be dire. Chapter 85. Rest and Recuperation. After delivering his tirade, the young man of the heavenly mechanism pavilion swiftly slipped into the nearby white jade carriage. A voice then emerged, declaring, "The heavenly compass has been destroyed. For now, we cannot track Zhou Yi. You may do as you please." As soon as his words fell, the white horse harnessed to the carriage began to move of its own accord, pulling the carriage towards the outskirts of the city. Many martial artists from the rivers and lakes wished to plead for his stay, but dared not approach. They were not foolish and could clearly sense that something was amiss with the young man. After this battle, everyone harbored profound apprehension towards Yang Yi. Many factions no longer dared to entertain the thought of hunting him down. Hunt? What a farcical notion. Zhou Yi had first slain a peak 8th-grade grandmaster and now injured a 9th-grade true immortal, retreating unscathed. Such feats were beyond the capabilities of factions, lacking a 9th-grade true immortal to anchor them. They should be grateful if he did not come seeking them out. At this juncture, only a handful of top-tier factions still clung to their unyielding aspirations of pursuit. Shen Aoyun, the Sword King, tightly grasped the famed sword Luyan, his knuckles turning pale. If any faction felt most aggrieved, it would undoubtedly be the Shun family. Their direct descendant, Shun Qidao, had perished at the hands of Zhou Yi. Shun Aoyun cast a glance at the receding white jade carriage, then turned to the ruins of the immortal abode, his gaze vacant as he murmured, "How is this possible? How could Zhou Yi be so formidable?" He was merely, suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, a flicker of fervor ignited in his vacant eyes. Zhou Yi must possess an extraordinary opportunity. Otherwise, it was unfathomable how he could progress so swiftly. That opportunity must belong to the Shun family. The ruthless Blade King, Qin Aoxiang, the evil Buddha, Lu Yaoshi, the corpse demon ancestor, the Thunder Sword King, Gongsun Haoran, and the Lady of Five Poisons, Kai Wuyan, all heard Shun Aoyun's murmurs. And a glimmer of excitement also flickered in their eyes. The combat prowess displayed by Zhou Yi was utterly terrifying, standing firm against a 9th-grade true immortal with the body of a peak 8th grade. They were unwilling to let slip the opportunity Zhou Yi possessed. Among the many 8th-grade grandmasters present, only Zhao Taiyuan, the master of Qing Xian, and Gu Qingqiu from the Blade King Valley showed a hint of disdain upon hearing this. Although they had also come to Guangling City for Zhou Yi, their true intentions were not to hunt him down. They had merely been residing in the immortal abode, unable to locate Zhou Yi. The world believed they were there for the hunt. However, now that Zhou Yi had departed, they saw no reason to linger any longer. The two turned to leave. Meanwhile, within the white jade carriage, the youthful gentleman from the celestial mechanism pavilion bore a visage of anguish. His once rosy cheeks had turned ashen, and wrinkles began to etch themselves at the corners of his eyes. His long, lustrous black hair was now speckled with hints of crimson and white. As he gazed at his increasingly wrinkled hands, his eyes turned icy. "Zhou Yi, you are formidable. I, Shun Jinxing, have shepherded the Qian domain for centuries, and today I nearly fell to your diminutive 8th grade peak prowess. You have caused me to expend a life-prolonging blood elixir. Once I restore my peak strength and uncover the secret of the heavenly blade, I shall transform you into a life-prolonging blood elixir without fail." At this moment, Yang Yi remained oblivious that his very flesh and blood had already attracted the attention of Chun Jinxing from the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. At this moment, Yang Yi had exited Guangling City and was en route to Yang Prefecture, which borders Qingwu State to the north. The Demon Sect and the Divine Sword Sect were the dominant powers in Yang Prefecture. Yang Yi intended to find a place to recuperate for a few days before heading to the Demon Sect, as his innate demonic skills would allow him to infiltrate the sect with ease. This time, he planned to unearth the secrets of the Demon Sect and expose its ancestral foundations. Once his cultivation reached a sufficient level, he would eradicate the sect entirely. Disguised, Yang Yi finally arrived at the city of Yunjin in Yang Prefecture after several days. He rented a courtyard in Yunjin City as a temporary refuge. To blend in with the Demon Sect, he realized that his bamboo staff sword and Xianyuan blade could not accompany him. He regrettably decided to leave these weapons behind, wishing the system storage could accommodate more items. With a slight sigh, he acknowledged that he could not be overly critical, as the system was already remarkably powerful. Without the system's assistance, he would have been reduced to mere dust by now. Sometimes, one must learn to be content. During his days of recuperation in Yunjin City, the news of the battle at the immortal residence in Guangling City had spread across the lands, throughout the 13 nations of the Qian domain. Any influential faction with access to information had received news about that confrontation. The tale of the encounter at Guangling's immortal residence quickly rippled through the martial world, creating an uproar. The name Zhou Yi was indelibly etched in the minds of every martial artist aware of the event. Although the rankings on the Easternly Master list had not yet changed, Yang Yi had already become the unofficial king of that list. In the imperial palace of the capital, Emperor Ji Chung of Easternly summoned the heartless Blade King, Qin Aoxiang. "Is it true that Zhou Yi possesses such formidable prowess, capable of contending with that old man from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion?" asked the emperor. Aoxiang nodded. "Your Majesty, I have witnessed it with my own eyes. Zhou Yi must possess extraordinary opportunities. I implore you to devise a plan swiftly." The emperor, maintaining a calm demeanor, showed no signs of agitation. He stroked his beard thoughtfully and replied, "Aoxiang, you may leave. I have my own strategies to consider." After the departure of the cold-hearted Sword King, Qin Aoxiang, the Eastern Emperor stepped out of the Grand Hall, gazing up at the celestial expanse, murmuring to himself, "Zhou Yi, inheritor of the Xiantian legacy, possesses an enigmatic sword technique, his power transcending the heavens. At the pinnacle of the 8th rank, he could rival a mid-tier 9th rank sage. truly formidable. Alas, you remain unaware of the caliber of your adversary. The Tianji Pavilion and the Zhijin Tower operate from the shadows, wielding immense power that even I regard with trepidation. It is a pity that your extraordinary legacy shall not fall into our hands. The Eastern Emperor, Ji Cheng, shook his head with a sigh, as if the offense taken by Yang Yi against the Tianji Pavilion had rendered him a mere specter. Chapter 86. Inquiring into the demonic sect's news. In the Valley of Sword Kings, the Valley Master, Gu Qinghe, slowly perused the message relayed by Gu Qingxiu. Elder brother, my foolish brother has verified that the sword technique in Zhou Yi's possession is indeed the heavenly sword. Zhou Yi's strength is formidable, not weaker than that of an initial 9th rank, making him an ally rather than an enemy. After reading the note, Gu Qinghe pondered for a moment before approaching his writing desk, taking up a brush. Dear Qingxiu, hasten to locate Zhou Yi and ensure he does not fall into the hands of the Tianji Pavilion or the Zhijin Tower. Should an opportunity arise, invite Zhou Yi to the valley for a discussion. If he is willing to impart the first and second forms of the heavenly sword, we shall gladly exchange the third form, 3 lights stabilizing the cauldron, and the fourth form, 4 symbols breaking the void in return. After completing the note, Gu Qinghe gazed at the still wet ink on the paper, a sense of melancholy tugging at his heart. The heavenly sword was indeed the supreme art of their lineage. However, over 13 centuries ago, the Starry River Sword sect was annihilated, scattering its disciples across the realm, thus rendering the heavenly sword technique lost to time. Although they possessed the 3rd and 4th forms, the heavenly sword was a progressive art. Without the 1st and 2nd forms, they could not fathom its profound mysteries. It would be better to exchange the seemingly useless 3rd and 4th forms for the 1st and 2nd forms. Though this method of exchange left him feeling quite reluctant. Who could deny Zhou Yi's overwhelming strength, comparable to that of a 9th rank sage? In the capital, the Shun family, the Divine Sword sect, the Demonic sect, the Faithful God sect, and the Corpse Refining sect convened a special meeting focused on Yang Yi. As for the details, they remain undisclosed to outsiders for now. However, it was soon observed that the leaders of the Faithful God sect, Shi Rulai, the Shun family's elder ancestor Shang Guantao, the Divine Sword sect's elder ancestor Gongsun Wan, and the Demonic sect's elder ancestor Han Suishan were seen in the vicinity of Guangling Prefecture. The presence of such 9th rank sages, who seldom tread among mortals, was unmistakably purposeful. Yet, Yang Yi had already departed Guangling Prefecture and left Qingwu Prefecture, making it impossible for them to trace his whereabouts there. Other factions were devising various methods to uncover Yang Yi's location. Meanwhile, Zhao Taixian, the master of Qingxian Temple, and Gu Qingxiu were engaged in a profound exchange of ideas. Given Zhou Yi's prowess, should he choose not to reveal himself, even 9th rank sages would find it challenging to locate him. Thus, neither was overly anxious. After their discourse, Zhao Taixian, inspired by sudden insight, extended an invitation to Gu Qingxiu. Brother Gu, since we find ourselves with some leisure, why not accompany me to the Qingxian Temple to continue our discourse on the Tao? Upon hearing this, Gu Qingxiu displayed a hint of hesitation. The news concerning Zhou Yi was of paramount importance to them at the Knife King Valley, and departing now seemed rather inappropriate. Before he could voice his refusal, Zhao Taixian, the master of Qingxian Temple, jovially interjected, though my humble Qingxian Temple may be modest, it possesses some unique capabilities. While I cannot ascertain Zhou Yi's whereabouts, I can discern that your fortune, Brother Gu, does not lie within this Guangling Prefecture. Hearing Zhao Taixian's words, Gu Qingxiu felt a sense of certainty arise within him. Although Qingxian Temple lacked a 9th grade true master and its population numbered merely 13, among them were 6 8th grade grandmasters, including Zhao Taixian, the foremost among the masters ranking. The foundation of Qingxian Temple was indeed formidable. Even powers commanded by 9th grade true masters dared not provoke it lightly, making its peculiar methods unsurprising. Perhaps, as Zhao Taixian suggested, his opportunity to encounter Zhou Yi did not reside within Guangling Prefecture. With this thought in mind, Gu Qingxiu smiled amiably and replied, in that case, I shall trouble the temple master. Zhao Taixian gazed towards the north with a warm smile. Perhaps we shall be the first to behold him. The two exchanged knowing smiles and set off together towards the northern region of Yang Prefecture. Qingxian Temple was situated atop an unnamed mountain in Yang Prefecture, within Yunjin City. After Yang Yi completed his preparations, he began to sense the presence of disciples from the demon sect within the city. Practitioners of the demon sect emitted an aura distinctly different from the ordinary. Although they typically concealed their presence, Yang Yi, possessing demonic abilities himself, could see through any attempts at obfuscation. As for whether there were demon sect disciples in Yunjin City, that was a certainty. The demon sect's main stronghold resided within Yunq Prefecture. As the principal city of Yunq Prefecture, how could Yunjin City possibly lack a foothold for the demon sect? Few factions in Eastern Li were aware of the demon sect's stronghold location. Currently, Yang Yi sought to swiftly acquire information regarding the stronghold. His options were limited to either purchasing intelligence from Weaving Silk Tower or capturing and interrogating demon sect disciples. The thought of acquiring information from Weaving Silk Tower was immediately dismissed by Yang Yi, as it was closely allied with the Tianji Pavilion. Buying intelligence from Weaving Silk Tower could easily compromise his location. Furthermore, after his encounter with the young man from Tianji Pavilion, Yang Yi had grown wary of Weaving Silk Tower. Who knew whether there might be hidden masters stationed there? Now, he was left with no choice but to capture demon sect disciples for interrogation. It must be said that the demon sect was exceedingly well hidden. After wandering through Yunjin City for 3 days, Yang Yi finally detected the aura of a demon sect disciple within the Yihong courtyard. Looking at the courtyard, a smile broke across his face. At last, he had found them. It had truly not been an easy endeavor. If he had unleashed his spiritual senses to their fullest in the city and conducted a thorough search, he would have undoubtedly located the whereabouts of the disciples of the demonic sect. However, he preferred to maintain a low profile to avoid alerting any formidable experts and thereby revealing his own position. Upon learning that disciples of the demonic sect were concealed within the Yihong courtyard, Yang Yi did not hesitate. He swiftly entered the establishment. It was still daytime, and the Yihong courtyard had yet to commence its operations. The atmosphere inside was remarkably tranquil as the young women rested in their chambers. Yang Yi sought to avoid disturbing more individuals and quietly follow the trace of the demonic sect as disciples, concealing his figure as he approached their location. Before long, he arrived at the threshold of a room. Upon reaching the door, he was taken aback. The aura emanating from within felt oddly familiar, certainly one he had encountered before. After a brief moment of reflection, he recognized the source of this presence. It belonged to the Lady of the Underworld. Having had prior dealings with her, Yang Yi distinctly remembered her aura. Realizing it was indeed the Lady of the Underworld, he pondered for a moment before gradually retreating. She was not an appropriate target. During a previous casual conversation with Li Yanluo, Yang Yi had garnered some insights about the Lady of the Underworld. The demonic sect held her in high regard, and she was an individual of resolute will. He had no confidence in extracting information regarding the sect's stronghold from her through torture. Furthermore, her high status within the sect meant that her disappearance could easily raise alarms and prompt vigilance among the sect members. It would be far more prudent to target an ordinary disciple of the demonic sect. He decided to allow the Lady of the Underworld some more time. Once he returned from his exploration of the sect's headquarters or awaited the return of his 2 senior sisters, he could deal with her then. As long as he kept an eye on the Lady of the Underworld, locating other disciples of the demonic sect would not prove difficult. In the following days, Yang Yi dedicated his days to cultivation and, finding himself at leisure in the evenings, ventured to the Yihong courtyard to indulge in wine and music. Upon arriving, he only ordered drinks and dishes, refraining from summoning any of the courtesans, instead choosing a quiet corner in the hall to observe the performances. Even when a courtesan approached him, he dismissed her without hesitation. The dancers on the stage moved gracefully, yet Yang Yi remained unmoved, his heart as still as a placid lake. His focus was not on the dancers in the main hall, but rather on the courtesan playing the guqin on the second floor, her face veiled by delicate silk. This courtesan, renowned for her talent, had recently joined the Yihong courtyard and was celebrated as one of the 4 beauties of Yunjin Mansion, known as the Celestial Musician. Yang Yi gazed up from the hall at the courtesan playing the guqin, a slight smile gracing his lips. The Celestial Musician? It was unmistakably the elder of the demonic sect, the Lady of the Underworld. Who would have imagined that such a distinguished figure, a 7th-rank minor master, would stoop to disguise herself as a courtesan in a flower house? Mistress Yinming has taken refuge in the Yihong building of Yunjin City, which suggests that the demonic sect may be concocting some scheme against the city. However, these matters do not concern Yang Yi. For the past few days, he has been closely observing Mistress Yinming, hoping to uncover several members of the demonic sect through her, thus sparing himself the trouble of searching aimlessly. In the preceding days, he had not detected any connections between the demonic disciples and Mistress Yinming. yet today has proven fruitful. Yang Yi sat in a corner of the main hall, his peripheral vision inadvertently catching sight of two elegantly dressed, middle-aged men at the center of the hall. They emanated an aura of demonic prowess, though they concealed it well. They could not deceive Yang Yi, who possessed similar abilities. These two individuals were not his intended targets, but rather figures of a 6th-tier cultivation level, likely of the steward class. Such individuals possess considerable knowledge, yet the demonic sect maintains strict control, rendering the likelihood of extracting information from them quite low. Nevertheless, by following these two, he was certain to discover the sect's stronghold and capture a lackey. The two middle-aged men had paid a handsome sum to be audience to the renowned musician, Qin Juemingyin. Yang Yi patiently awaited their descent from the upper floors of the Yihong building until its closing time. At last, he witnessed the two men emerge. He silently trailed them as they navigated through the winding streets of the city, eventually veering into a secluded alleyway. Yang Yi's heart leapt with excitement. They were close. Sure enough, after a brief moment, he observed the two pause beside an inconspicuous courtyard, their gaze cautiously scanning their surroundings before they deftly leaped into the yard. This courtyard was indeed sufficiently hidden. No wonder he had failed to sense it earlier. Standing outside the courtyard, Yang Yi gradually released his spirit, penetrating into the yard. To his dismay, he found that the two men's presence had vanished. A frown creased Yang Yi's brow. Could they have detected him? No. It was impossible for two 6th-tier individuals to discover him. As his thoughts raced, he surmised that this little courtyard concealed deeper secrets. But whether it contained a hidden passage or a secret chamber remained unknown. With a slight sigh, Yang Yi had originally intended to capture a disciple of the demonic sect without causing a commotion, interrogating them for pertinent information. However, it seemed that the disciples were more cautious than he anticipated. It was time to take action. If it was indeed a hidden passage, lingering too long would cause him to lose track of them, unless he was willing to wait for several more days. Yang Yi contemplated briefly, extracting the dark-hued wind-catcher attire, along with the wind-chaser blade and the wind-listening token he had previously gathered. After donning the ensemble, he grasped the wind-chaser blade and gracefully leapt into the courtyard. The time since the two men had vanished was still short. Even if there was a hidden passage within the yard, they could not have fled far. Upon entering, Yang Yi opened his senses to survey the entire courtyard. Ultimately, he detected the lingering essence of the two men near the well's mouth. Was the hidden chamber, or perhaps the passage, located at the bottom of the well? Without hesitation, he swiftly positioned himself at the well's edge and leapt into its depths. Indeed, this water well held secrets. In the depths of a well, Yang Yi stood firmly on the water's surface, gazing at the entrance of a cave, towering before him. A gentle smile graced his lips as he strode confidently inside. Navigating through the narrow passage, Yang Yi entered a vast chamber, estimated to span 1,000 to 2,000 square meters. Within this underground domain, the cult had carved out numerous chambers. It was astonishing that the cult could establish such an expansive subterranean space beneath the city of Yunjin, which explained their remarkable concealment. Here, Yang Yi could distinctly sense the presence of the cult's disciples, numbering at least 30, all congregated in a single room. They had likely gathered following some directive received from the Lady of Shadows. With his blade in hand, Yang Yi approached the room, and at the entrance, he swung his sword, shattering the door with a resounding crash, revealing the multitude of cultists within. Trouble. The court's hounds have arrived, flee. Panic erupted among the disciples as they scrambled to escape. Although only a single wind catcher was visible, none could ascertain whether others were encircling them. Nevertheless, being part of a nefarious cult, some members possessed a ferocious disposition. A few disciples immediately summoned their dark powers, enveloping themselves in a shroud of black mist, charging towards Yang Yi with their blades drawn. "Curse the court's hounds! Perish!" they shouted, rushing at him. In response, Yang Yi skillfully wielded his wind catcher blade, unleashing a surge of energy. In an instant, several sharp arcs of light sliced through the air, cleaving the attackers in twain. Energy of the spirit. He is a 7th-tier minor master. The cry rang out amidst the chaos. "Flee! Our plans have been uncovered by the court," shouted the two middle-aged men who had just returned from the Yihong building. They were the first to leap into flight, while Yang Yi continued his relentless assault among the throng. His intention was not to eliminate all the cultists, but rather to incite confusion, allowing him to capture a few individuals and disguise himself as one of them, rendering identification impossible. Ultimately, Yang Yi dispatched more than a dozen, deliberately letting another dozen escape. After rifling through the bodies for valuables, he emerged from the hidden chamber, dragging 2 captives into the night. These 2 cult disciples were to be interrogated overnight, with the aim of extracting valuable information. He led them out of Yunjin City, seeking a secluded forest outside the city. Establishing a barrier with his energy to isolate a portion of the woods, he prepared it as a site for interrogation. He then commenced a rigorous and relentless questioning of the captives. However, they proved to be remarkably resilient, and despite his tormenting them for half the night, he could not elicit the location of the cult's headquarters or its tomb. Finally, in a fit of anger, he resorted to dismembering one of them, which ultimately shattered the psychological defenses of the other. He successfully extracted critical information regarding the cult's headquarters, the tomb's location, and essential precautions for navigating the cult's inner workings. At the same time, he learned from the captive's lips that the Grand Master of the demonic sect was not present at the headquarters, having ventured to Guangling Prefecture. Upon receiving this news, he felt a surge of joy within him. With the Grand Master absent, there was no longer any need for him to tread so cautiously. Chapter 88: Infiltration. Of course, the veracity of this information still required confirmation. However, given that the man's spirit had been shattered, the likelihood of the news being accurate was exceedingly high. He flicked his fingers, and a surge of vital energy shot forth, instantly killing the man. Following his usual practice, he proceeded to search the corpse. After completing his search, he did not depart, but instead sat cross-legged to examine the spoils he had gathered that day. This secluded forest, shrouded in darkness, posed no risk of discovery. Host interacts with the corpse, randomly acquiring the following items. Lifespan extension of 20 years. Host interacts with the corpse, randomly acquiring the following items. Martial arts cultivation of 5 years. Host interacts with the corpse, randomly acquiring the following items. Martial technique heart corruption spell. Host interacts with the corpse, randomly acquiring the following items. Elixir soul devouring pill. The haul this time was rather mediocre, after rummaging through a dozen or so bodies. Only these 4 items proved to be of any significance. The lifespan extension was decent, as he had previously burned through approximately 150 years of lifespan. Now, he had replenished around 270 years, sufficient to contend with a 9th grade master. 5 years of martial arts cultivation was insufficient for a breakthrough to the 9th grade, so he opted to refrain from extraction for the time being. The heart corruption spell was merely a low-tier demonic technique with little utility for him. The soul-devouring pill, however, was a special elixir of the demonic sect, intended for controlling disciples. This item carried terrifying side effects. If ingested without an antidote, it would induce excruciating pain every 7 days, akin to being devoured by thousands of ants, a torment that even a 7th grade master could not alleviate. He furrowed his brow as he contemplated the details of the soul-devouring pill displayed by the system. It seemed of little use to him. His adversaries were all at least of the 8th grade. What purpose could such a thing serve? Nevertheless, after some deliberation, he decided against discarding it. He would hold on to it for now. After all, it could potentially inflict harm on 7th grade opponents. He designated the extraction of 20 years of lifespan and the heart corruption spell. Once the lifespan and the heart corruption spell had been fused, he discarded the other useless items he had collected. He had no desire for superfluous items to linger in his system space, affecting his mood. Having completed these tasks, he lightly stepped forward, channeling vital energy in the ground, creating a deep pit to slightly bury the 2 corpses before soaring towards Yunjin City. When he returned to Yunjin City, the first rays of dawn were slowly ascending on the horizon. He returned to the small courtyard he rented, changing out of his dark fish dragon attire and carefully stowing away the Shuanfeng blade and the wind whisper token. Then, donning a set of ordinary garments, he employed the art of disguise to assume the appearance of the individual he had apprehended the previous night, making his way to the Ma family tavern located in the western part of Yunjin City. This tavern was designated as an urgent refuge by the person from last night. Others who had escaped would likely gather there as well. Upon entering the tavern, he proceeded directly towards the proprietor. He cast a cautious glance around the vicinity, aware that the proprietor had already been informed of last night's events. Observing Yi's careful demeanor, the proprietor remained indifferent, murmuring softly, "The Black Lotus has yet to bloom. Who shall open the road to the underworld?" He promptly responded in a hushed tone, "The heart's lamp has extinguished." The bones erect a high platform. This was a secret code established by the cult fully divulged by the individual from the prior evening. Acknowledging Yang Yi's correct response, the proprietor finally lifted his gaze and said, "Esteemed guest, please follow me." With that, he guided Yang Yi towards the backyard. In the backyard, the proprietor led Yang Yi to a room and proceeded to search beneath the bed. With a click, a hidden passage appeared in one corner of the room. At this moment, the proprietor instructed, "Please enter. Deacon Liu and Deacon Ma have been waiting for quite some time." Deacons Liu and Ma were the two middle-aged men Yang Yi had tracked the previous night. Without hesitation, Yang Yi entered the passage. The individual from last night had relayed the characteristics of all present, allowing him to blend in without fear of exposure, as familiarity among the cult members was minimal. Within the cult, which consisted of desperate individuals, the schemes and calculations exceeded those found outside, prompting mutual wariness. Thus his integration posed little issue. Through the passage, he arrived in an underground chamber, where 8 or 9 individuals were already assembled, including the 2 middle-aged deacons he had followed the night before. As soon as Yang Yi entered the chamber, a cult member approached him with inquiries. "What town were you last night? What took you so long to arrive?" Yang Yi understood the underlying concern, fear of his capture, and the potential exposure of their location. In response, he merely coldly snorted, maintaining his silence. Observing his reticence, the cult member turned to the 2 deacons. One of the deacons then spoke. "Wen Tao, you have arrived late. As per customary protocol, you must provide an account." Yang Yi seized the moment to respond. "Deacon Ma, last night I escaped alongside Zhao Song. Zhao Song lagged behind and was killed. I seized the opportunity to flee and only dared to come here this morning." As he spoke, he revealed his arm, showcasing the absence of any signs of torture. The group, upon seeing this, entirely lowered their guard. Given the cult's methods of coercion, it was exceedingly difficult for ordinary torture to breach their psychological defenses. The earlier inquiries were merely precautionary measures. Shortly after Yang Yi's arrival, 3 more individuals hurried in from other locations, and, as per routine, they were also interrogated. Upon the arrival of the 3 individuals, the usually reticent steward, Liu, finally broke his silence. "The peculiar appearance of the wind catcher last night suggests that our operation may have been compromised. I have reported the situation to Elder Yiming, who will arrive shortly." As Steward Liu spoke, Madame Yiming entered the secret chamber. Both stewards Ma and Liu immediately bowed in deference. "We pay our respects to Elder Yiming." Yang Yi, along with the others, followed suit, bowing and exclaiming, "We pay our respects to Elder Yiming." Madame Yiming, her demeanor as frigid as frost, strode in, casting a cold glance over the assembly. "I am already aware of last night's events. You are all to return to headquarters today." "Elder Yiming, what of the plan?" someone inquired. "The matter of the plan is now beyond your concern. Return to headquarters for an inspection. The wind catcher would not target you without cause." A wave of trepidation washed over the crowd at her words. The scrutiny from a sect was not a trifling matter. It could very well be fatal. An instinctive desire to flee bubbled within them. Madame Yiming seemed to perceive their thoughts and scoffed. "Suppress your petty thoughts. Once you enter the holy sect, you are bound for life. Fancy escaping? First, consider whether you can endure the torment of the 10,000 ants' devouring heart." A shiver ran through the assembly at her words, as they recalled the unbearable agony of that torment, which seemed a fate worse than death. Chapter 89. Arrival at the Demon Sect Headquarters. After Madame Yiming's reprimand, Stewards Ma and Liu led the dejected group out through the eastern gate of Yunjin City, heading towards the Misty Mountains in the northeast. The Misty Mountains stretched for thousands of miles, shrouded in miasma and fog, which lent them their name. The headquarters of the Demon Sect lay hidden within these mountains. Without a knowledgeable guide, locating the sect's headquarters amidst the vast fog would be an insurmountable challenge. Had it not been for this, Yang Yi would have ventured there alone after learning the sect's location the previous night, without needing to rendezvous with Stewards Ma and Liu. Disguised among the crowd, he followed them back to the Demon Sect, but he had no intention of submitting to their scrutiny. It was absurd. He knew his own innocence, and there was no reason to undergo examination. Moreover, the Demon Sect was notorious for its ruthlessness. It could not merely be a simple inquiry. The likelihood was high that these individuals would meet their demise upon return. Judging by the expressions on their faces, they were aware of the fate that awaited them. Yet, the sect's oppressive control instilled fear, preventing any thoughts of escape. Yang Yi merely wished to accompany them to the headquarters of the Demon Sect. Once there, the resting place of the sect's ancestors would be easily located. After 5 days of travel since leaving Yunjin City, they finally reached the Misty Mountains. Even before setting foot within, Yang Yi could sense the terror that lurked within. Outside the mountains, the entire forest lay enveloped in thick fog, and the vast expanse of woodland was eerily silent, devoid of even the faintest sound of insects or birds. In the forest, a verdant canopy envelopes the surroundings. Yet an eerie stillness permeates the air, akin to a colossal beast poised to devour. Yang Yi quietly extends his consciousness to sense the mist. However, as his spirit penetrates the fog, it vanishes without a trace, akin to a clay ox sinking into the sea. This mist possesses an enchanting effect on the mind. No wonder the demonic sect has thrived for so long. This mist-laden mountain serves as a natural barrier, with a misty mountain obstructing their path. Eradicating the demonic sect is indeed a formidable challenge. Before entering the misty mountain, the stewards Ma and Lu summoned everyone, producing a small porcelain vial to distribute a pill to each individual. The group seemed accustomed to this routine, accepting the pills and consuming them without hesitation. This must be the antidote to the miasma of the fog. Yang Yi, having dabbled in medicine, though not exceptionally skilled, could discern the toxicity of the pill with a mere whiff. Indeed, it was a harmless little pill, which he promptly swallowed. Upon seeing that everyone had ingested the pills, stewards Ma and Lu led the group into the depths of the misty mountain. Within the mountain, the trees towered magnificently. It was common to encounter trees several dozen meters high, with some exceeding 100 meters, casting an ominous shadow across the landscape. A thick layer of decaying leaves and mud lay beneath, compelling the group to utilize their agility to navigate. Without such abilities, they would likely find themselves ensnared in the mire. It is indeed a challenge for the demonic sect to have chosen such a ghastly locale. As they ventured deeper into the misty mountain, stewards Ma and Lu led the group through winding paths, occasionally leaping to the treetops to ascertain their direction. Seizing the opportunity while they identified their bearings, Yang Yi discreetly memorized their route of entry. Failing to do so would render him susceptible to becoming lost. The misty mountain was truly terrifying. They had traversed its depths for 5 or 6 days, suffering considerable losses. Initially a group of 14, they had already lost 4 individuals who succumbed to the miasma, leaving the remaining members in a state of extreme weakness. Only stewards Ma and Lu, both of the 6th rank and possessing formidable strength, remained unscathed. The pill provided by the stewards was merely one for each person. When those who could not endure sought additional pills, they were informed that Madame Yiming had not granted any surplus upon their return. Yang Yi understood. Madame Yiming had dispatched this group back to headquarters with no intention of ensuring their survival. As long as a few could return to bear the burden of responsibility, it sufficed. The fate of the fallen seemed to matter little to her. This harshness of the demonic sect was evident. Knowing they were likely doomed, the group dared not rebel, obediently heeding Madame Yiming's orders to return, which struck Yang Yi as quite absurd. However, this aligned perfectly with his intentions. As they neared the headquarters of the demonic sect, it would provide him an opportune moment to feign death and extricate himself from the group, thereby alleviating him of considerable trouble. Following the footsteps of Steward Ma, Steward Lu continued their journey for another day, during which 2 more peak 4th-rank disciples of the demonic sect succumbed. At this moment, Yang Yi feigned a state of exhaustion. Upon witnessing the collapse of yet another 2 individuals, Steward Ma and Steward Lu exchanged concerned glances, with Steward Ma remarking, "Hold on a little longer, we are almost there." Their apparent concern was merely a facade, as these individuals served as scapegoats for their own misdeeds. The more of them that remained, the better it was for the 2 stewards who, while facing punishment, were not necessarily facing death, as they had their own backing. Bringing back a few more individuals would alleviate their burdens. Hearing that they were nearing their destination, Yang Yi felt a surge of joy. Finally, they had arrived, and he could cease his charade. After walking a little further, he deliberately collapsed, noticing yet another individual unable to continue. Steward Ma and Steward Lu muttered curses under their breath, deemed them worthless, and moved on. The fallen were no longer worth rescuing, as they lacked the antidote. The one provided by Lady Yiming was only sufficient for a single person. After distancing themselves, Yang Yi slowly raised his head and stealthily followed. If Steward Ma and Steward Lu were unharmed, there was no reason he should be in peril. Everything was merely a ruse to detach from the group and evade scrutiny. After trailing behind Steward Ma and Steward Lu for a little less than half an hour, Yang Yi observed the mist ahead beginning to dissipate. He understood that they had truly arrived. At this point, there was no longer a need to accompany the stewards. as he could find the location of the demonic sect on his own and infiltrate it. As he ventured forward, within a mere 20 miles, he encountered a vast valley devoid of any mist. Guarding the valley were disciples of the demonic sect, but Yang Yi simply circumvented them. His goal was not the headquarters of the sect, but rather the tomb of its ancestral figure. According to the information provided by a disciple, the resting place of the sect's ancestor lay in a small hollow beyond the valley. He merely needed to navigate around the valley without concern for alerting any formidable figures within the sect. The small hollow behind the valley was also shrouded in mist, typically unguarded, which further elevated Yang Yi's spirits. The prospect of excavating a grave without the worry of interruption was exhilarating. Upon reaching the hollow, Yang Yi did not hasten to dig, but instead began to inspect the spoils from the deceased disciples he had encountered on the way. He had not overlooked any of the 6 fallen disciples, thoroughly searching their bodies. Chapter 90. Digging graves and searching corpses. Upon contact with the corpses, the host randomly collected the following items: 30 years of lifespan. Upon contact with the corpses, the host randomly collected the following items: 50 taels of silver. The returns from the 6 corpses yielded minimal rewards. Aside from the 30 years of lifespan and 50 taels of silver, everything else is mere worthless debris. After extracting the 30 years of lifespan, Yang Yi rose and gazed around with a sigh. I hope this devil cult cemetery does not disappoint me. At that moment, in a secret chamber within the valley of the devil cult headquarters, a middle-aged man cloaked in black robes felt an unsettling flutter in his eyes. This sensation filled him with unease, as if some ominous event were on the verge of occurring. The man, neglecting his closed-door cultivation, hurriedly emerged to summon the elders and inquire about recent happenings, seeking to eliminate potential threats. At his level of cultivation, sudden whims do not arise without reason. Something significant must be afoot, and it is surely related to their devil cult. However, the cloaked man could never have anticipated that the impending crisis would be at their cemetery. It is no wonder he instinctively overlooked it. After all, the cemetery lies within the misty mountains, a place where ordinary individuals cannot even hope to enter. How could there be any threat to their cemetery? In a small hollow behind the devil cult's valley, Yang Yi surveyed the dozens of tombs around him, his excitement growing. Unlike other sects, those interred within the cemetery are certainly not of ordinary stature. They are the upper echelons of the devil cult. The likelihood of unearthing valuable treasures from the corpses here is significantly higher than elsewhere. Perhaps after this venture, he would no longer fear anyone in the Eastern Li. Yang Yi rubbed his hands together, pondering which tomb to begin with. His gaze swept around before settling on the largest tomb at the very center of the hollow, its steel towering above the rest. Being surrounded by numerous tombs, it must be exceptionally formidable. In a flash, Yang Yi appeared before the central tomb, bypassing the steel and heading directly toward the tomb entrance. The tombs here were constructed in the shape of small houses from blue stones. The seams between the stones appeared to be reinforced with bronze, making them exceedingly sturdy. Yet, no matter how solid the blue stones were, they could not withstand Yang Yi, a peak 8th grade grandmaster. He slowly raised his right hand toward the tomb door, releasing a surge of energy that shattered the formidable blue stone door into fragments. A wave of foul air rushed forth from the tomb chamber, which Yang Yi deftly evaded. Once the noxious air dissipated, he approached to inspect the interior of the tomb chamber. Perhaps the devil cult deemed this location exceptionally secure, for there were no traps or mechanisms within. The tomb chamber was not large, roughly 60 square meters, allowing for a clear view at a glance. There was no coffin within, only a bed upon which lay a corpse, its complexion rosy, as though merely in slumber. Were it not for Yang Yi's inability to sense any life force emanating from the body, he might have mistaken it for a living person. The tomb chamber held no burial items either. However, given the devil cult's philosophy of making full use of resources, this was not surprising. That a complete corpse remained for burial was already quite remarkable. Yang Yi approached the bedside, gazing at the corpse that appeared almost lifelike, and an idea flickered through his mind. This was indeed exquisite material for corpse refinement. He wondered if the other bodies were similarly well preserved. If all were in such condition, it would be a veritable treasure trove for the corpse refinement sect. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he tapped his head in thought. Wait a moment. I possess some knowledge of corpse refinement techniques myself. Although I merely acquired the corpse control techniques from a disciple of a lowly rank in the refining sect, it should suffice for the preliminary rituals on this body. Later, I could visit the corpse refinement sect again to obtain more advanced and complete techniques. These corpses would become formidable allies for me. Moreover, when Sister Li and Sister Xiao aimed to re-establish the Xintian sword sect, I could provide them with a solid foundation. With this thought, He made a swift decision. Once he finished his task with the corpses, he would refine those that were well preserved. As for whether the methods of the corpse refinement sect were deemed wicked, he cared little. Techniques are but tools. When employed for righteousness, they serve a noble cause. And when misused, they become malevolent. Besides, he never claimed to be a paragon of virtue. In a world where humans prey upon one another, the virtuous seldom survive. One need only observe how the righteous sects, like the Divine Sword sect, are flirting with the demonic cults. Wherein lies the clear distinction between good and evil in this world? Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he quickly resumed his task of examining the corpses. Upon completion, He did not linger to assess his findings, but hastened towards the next tomb. After all, this was the heartland of the demonic cult. While there were no guards and seldom any visitors, one could never know when someone might come out of curiosity. It was best to swiftly gather what he could and secure it. With that, Yang Yi's figure flickered as he broke through one tomb after another, collecting his prizes. After a short span of half an hour, he had breached nearly 80 tombs, thoroughly examining each corpse within. Among these 80 corpses of the demonic cult's ancestors, 12 were remarkably well preserved, appearing almost alive. Their former realms must have been quite high. If utilized for corpse refinement, they would undoubtedly be top-tier materials. The remaining corpses were mostly in a state of decay, likely having been collected and buried here after fierce battles. He gathered the 12 well-preserved corpses together, employing a gentle force to lift them, and with a few deft movements, he vanished from sight. Initially, he had contemplated causing some trouble for the demonic cult after his looting, but it now seemed more prudent to refine these bodies first. Though their corpses were well preserved, once removed from their original environment, no one could predict how long they would remain so. Dragging the 12 ancestral corpses of the demonic cult, he soared into the air and sped off in a determined direction. Until he reached the misty expanse of Misty Mountain, he finally discovered a solitary peak to take refuge. Rather than immediately examining the spoils of his recent corpse retrieval, he first employed the technique of refining and controlling corpses to commence the ritualistic refinement of the 12 corpses. Each of these bodies represented perfect material for refinement. It would be a grievous loss if they were to spoil due to prolonged delay. As Yang Yi's vital energy coursed through the 12 corpses, the energy continuously infused into them, gradually rejuvenating their once withered meridians. A potent aura began to rise from their forms. Hastily, Yang Yi erected a barrier of vital energy to isolate their presence. This initial step of nurturing the corpses consumed 3 full hours. Next, he needed to gather a variety of special materials for the subsequent stage of the refinement process: black dog blood, black cat blood, black donkey blood, a 9-year-old rooster, vermilion powder, and yellow paper. An extensive list indeed. Fortunately, with the preliminary nurturing of the 12 corpses now complete, there was no immediate concern of them deteriorating within the next 10 to 15 days. With this assurance, he turned his attention to the spoils of his recent endeavor, eager to convert these gains into strength, thus alleviating any worries for future endeavors. Upon contacting the corpses, the host randomly acquired the following items: 50 years of lifespan, 80 years of martial arts cultivation, the domain 10 directions of slaughter, a fragment of memory, the technique Blood Sea Pagoda, the movement Art Blood Dragon Escape, 3 stalks of the precious herb Golden Blood Xian Shun, and a piece of divine mineral known as Golden Shintoa. The bounty from this corpse retrieval was indeed substantial. He meticulously organized the gains in his mind. Firstly, the lifespan acquired amounted to a modest total of 100 years, bringing his total to 400 years. The enhancement in martial arts cultivation was considerably more impressive, totaling over 690 years. Combined with his previous achievements, he was now nearing 700 years in martial prowess, ensuring a forthcoming breakthrough to the 9th stage of the true man. Apart from the commonly obtained lifespan and martial cultivation, this time he had also unlocked previously unseen treasures. The domain 10 directions of slaughter belonged to a peak 8th grade master of the demonic path, imbued with terrifying murderous intent and peril at every step. Should he merge this with the sword domain of listening to wind and rain, his capabilities would undoubtedly ascend to greater heights. A segment of the memory system reveals a moment from the founder of the demon sect. marking the first time he comprehends that this peculiar corpse system can indeed harvest memories. This implies that, should he gather a sufficient number of ancient corpses, a myriad of ancient secrets could be unveiled. However, Yang Yi remains hesitant to extract this particular memory. He approaches the concept of memory fusion with utmost caution. What allows a person to discern their own identity? Is it consciousness, or is it memory? This is beyond Yang Yi's understanding. Even the technological society of his past life, numerous esteemed scientists were unable to unravel this mystery. If he were to amalgamate an excessive number of memories, resulting in a chaotic jumble, would he still be himself? The fusion of memories must be approached with the greatest care. Disregarding the memory, Yang Yi continued to explore further. The technique Blood Sea Floating Pagoda is an advanced Earth-tier demonic art, significantly more potent than the previous Demon King's celestial tour, though its execution envelopes the practitioner in a sinister aura. Blood Dragon Escape is also an advanced Earth-tier evasion technique. If one's vital energy is sufficiently abundant, it can unleash speeds comparable to celestial tier movement. The treasure, Golden Blood Ginseng, is a rare and precious natural resource. Though modest in size, its effects are formidable, with the refinement of a single specimen equating to decades of martial arts cultivation. However, a person may only refine one throughout their lifetime. Attempting to refine a second would not only be futile, but could also produce dreadful toxins within the body. Indeed, Golden Blood Ginseng is remarkable, albeit with stringent limitations. It would be prudent to present one each to Senior Sister Li and Senior Sister Xiao. They would likely ascend to the rank of 8th grade Grandmaster swiftly after refining it. The precious material, divine gold from the sacred mine, is equally impressive, an exquisite resource for weapon forging. Yang Yi currently has no intentions of utilizing it for forging, but rather considers absorbing its golden energy to refine his own physique. He wonders about the efficacy of the mystic iron body forging technique in this endeavor. Being merely a mystic tier technique, he must find an appropriate time to test it. Should the absorption prove inefficient, he will need to seek a more formidable body refining art. In addition to the aforementioned techniques, a plethora of lower-tier martial arts and skills further enriches Yang Yi's foundation. After reviewing his acquisitions, he moves on to the extraction and enhancement phase. With eyes gently closed, he silently intones the command to extract. His lifespan, martial prowess, techniques, skills, and domains are all extracted in a single surge. An overwhelming torrent of energy instantaneously melds into his being. All the acquired techniques commence operation simultaneously, and at that moment his aura begins to ascend progressively. 8th grade peak, early 9th grade, mid-9th grade. Yet, as he approaches the brink of a breakthrough into late 9th grade, Yang Yi senses a lack of residual strength. It appears that his current martial cultivation is insufficient to support his advancement to late 9th grade. Feeling that he is tantalizingly close, Yang Yi experiences a sense of dissatisfaction. Upon the immediate extraction of the Golden Blood Ginseng, he consumed it directly and began the process of refinement. As the essence of the ginseng entered his system, a surge of energy erupted forth, propelling his cultivation to breach the barrier and ascend to the late stage of the 9th grade. With this breakthrough, Yang Yi exhaled softly. The transition from the pinnacle of the 8th grade to the 9th grade had nearly consumed 150 years of his martial cultivation. Each minor realm within the 9th grade would demand approximately 300 years, culminating in a total of 750 years. Had it not been for the Golden Blood Ginseng, he would likely have found himself stagnating in the mid-9th grade. Having ascended to the late 9th grade, Yang Yi remained seated, continuing to operate his cultivation techniques at an accelerated pace. He had acquired a considerable number of yellow and Xian grade techniques during this endeavor, and combined with his previous acquisitions, his foundational resources were now ample. The moment had arrived for the myriad pathways of techniques within him to coalesce into unity. Yang Yi consciously controlled the trajectories of each technique, using the formidable Xiantian Yikiju as the foundation, absorbing the pathways of Blood Sea Pagoda, Demon King's Celestial Tour, Raging Sea's Fury, Greenwood Technique, and Tranquil Water Technique, among others. He established a highly efficient and explosively powerful new trajectory. From that moment onward, he had fused all his gathered qi refining techniques into a singular new method, which he named the Baichuan Gi Ju, embodying the philosophy of the sea embracing all rivers. The exact grade of the Baichuan Gi Ju remained uncertain, as he had yet to encounter techniques of the intermediate celestial tier or above. However, It was assured that as he continued to assimilate more techniques in the future, the power of his Baichuan Ju would only grow stronger. With a new technique solidified, the remaining techniques he practiced were the Baichuan Ju, the corpse refinement and control technique, and the Xian iron body forging technique. The Xian iron body forging technique was a body refining method that could not yet be fused. The corpse refinement and control technique was vastly different from conventional qi refining methods, requiring external materials for the practice of corpse refinement, thus also not yet eligible for fusion. Following the fusion of techniques, Yang Yi remained unsatisfied and began to mentally rehearse various martial arts techniques involving fists, feet, and palms. His swords and blades were formidable, yet he lacked a noteworthy martial technique for hand-to-hand combat. Seizing the opportunity, he sought to consolidate and develop a new technique in this domain. During this period, he had gathered numerous low-grade martial arts techniques, sufficient to support the creation of a new hand-to-hand combat skill. Dozens of fist, palm, and leg techniques cascaded through his mind, continuously combining, refining, and integrating the essence of sword and blade techniques. After 2 days and nights of relentless practice, culminating in hundreds of repetitions, he finally forged a new martial technique, the Jinwu Fist Cannon. The Jinwu Fist Cannon comprises 18 styles, with 6 each for fists, palms, and legs, all oriented towards aggressive offense, prioritizing attack over defense. The rank should be classified as low to mid-tier, representing a martial technique he has partially created himself. Although it may not compare to the refined swordsmanship or blade techniques, it suffices for the time being. As he acquires more martial skills, fist techniques, palm techniques, and leg techniques, his proficiency will undoubtedly improve. This is contingent upon his accumulation of relevant martial arts. Otherwise, 2 days would not suffice to forge such a technique. After obtaining the true martial fist cannon, Yang Yi initially contemplated integrating a movement technique. However, with Fuyo Yu at his disposal, he found it adequate for now. Moreover, his repertoire of movement techniques remains insufficient, compelling him to set that idea aside for the moment. Yang Yi gradually rose, carefully storing the 2 extracted gold-blooded ginseng roots securely on his person. He then loosened his muscles and bones, immersing himself in the profound understanding of the 9th grade realm. The sensation of being a 9th grade true person was indeed distinct from that of an 8th grade grandmaster. It felt as though a layer of shackles had been removed from his body. While he could resonate with the world during his time as an 8th grade grandmaster, his comprehension of the cosmos was shrouded in ignorance, akin to seeing through a veil, obscured and unclear. Upon reaching the 9th grade true person level, that veil seemed to have been lifted. With a mere thought, he could stir the very forces of nature with his every movement. Although the methods employed were not vastly different from those of his 8th grade grandmaster days, the potency was incomparable, and the domain's power was far more formidable. Standing atop the mountain, Yang Yi gazed into the distance, feeling a surge of ambition welling up within him. He was now a 9th grade true person, and moreover, at the late stage of this rank, in the Eastly region, or indeed throughout the entire Qian domain, there were few who could instill fear in him. Even if he could not prevail in battle, self-preservation was no longer a concern. This marked the most secure moment since his arrival in this realm. From now on, he would no longer fear standing in the sunlight. While he would still opt for a discreet approach in the future, having confidence made all the difference. After a prolonged gaze, Yang Yi slowly withdrew his sight and turned towards the 12 corpses of the demonic sect ancestors nearby. It was time to seek out materials for their ritualistic refinement. They possessed considerable strength in life. Even if he could only manifest half of their former prowess, it would still serve as an imposing foundation to suppress an entire faction. Yang Yi waved his hand to establish a barrier of vital energy upon the mountaintop before soaring off in a specific direction. Collecting the materials for corpse refinement would not be an easy task. He needed to locate a human settlement first. Amidst the mountains, Yang Yi was uncertain which direction would lead him to the nearest human habitation, but heading in one direction was surely not a mistake. With his cultivation at the 9th grade true person level, his speed was incomparable to that of his 8th grade days. In less than an hour, he traversed the mountains and arrived at a moderately sized town. Yang Yi descended outside the town and strolled in. The black dog blood and black cat blood required for the refinement process were relatively easy to find. After circling the town twice, he spotted households that raised black dogs and black cats. With a modest expenditure of silver, he procured 3 black dogs and 6 black cats. The matter of procuring the black donkey proved to be quite troublesome, as it seemed the inhabitants of this town had little inclination towards donkey husbandry. Ultimately, after parting with a few coins for information, I discovered that a nearby village housed a large black donkey. The more pressing issue lay with a 9-year-old rooster, vermilion, in yellow paper. While the town boasted numerous roosters, none were of the pure young breed, aged 9 years. In this year, it was likely beyond the means of an ordinary family to rear such a rooster. Vermilion and yellow paper could indeed be found in the local apothecary, yet upon inspection, I deemed the vermilion insufficient in purity to meet my standards, and the yellow paper unsuitable for talisman crafting. However, my wanderings through the town were not entirely in vain. In a tavern, I employed a generous tip to extract information from a jovial waiter regarding the 9-year-old rooster, vermilion, and talisman paper. The waiter, with a grin, tucked my gratuity into his pocket and gestured in a specific direction, saying, "Esteemed guest, if you proceed straight for 30 miles, you will encounter a small mountain. Upon that mountain lies a Taoist temple, where the priests are of considerable renown, and within that temple they keep a flock of 9-year-old pure young roosters." Upon receiving this news, I promptly entrusted my recently acquired black cat and black dog to the tavern for safekeeping, and set forth in the direction indicated by the waiter. At this moment, 30 miles to the north of the town, within an unnamed mountain, 2 individuals were engaged in a game beneath a tree. These 2 were none other than Zhao Taixien, the master of Qing Xian Temple, and Gu Qingxiu, the Blade King. Although Gu Qingxiu was presently playing against Zhao Taixien, he seemed somewhat distracted. Zhao Taixien, noticing Gu Qingxiu's wandering thoughts, bore no resentment. Instead, he gently set down his piece and smiled. "Brother Gu, are you still preoccupied with that individual?" Gu Qingxiu, without reservation, placed his piece down and expressed his vexation. Indeed, the sage's insight is remarkable. "Alas, my elder brother has tasked me with tracking his whereabouts, and I genuinely fear he may fall into the hands of others." Just as Zhao Taixien was about to offer words of comfort, the cheerful calls of magpies echoed from the tree above. Inspired, Zhao Taixien swiftly began to calculate. Moments later, he ceased his calculations and fixed his gaze intently upon Gu Qingxiu's face, causing the latter to feel an unsettling chill, as if Zhao Taixien harbored some sinister inclination. "Master Zhao, I am not you." The intensity of Zhao Taixian's gaze was so formidable that it left Gu Qingxiu, a man of considerable stature ranked 4th among masters, trembling slightly in his speech. Particularly, the thought of spending the past few nights in deep discussions with Zhao Taixian, sharing a bed, heightened Gu Qingxiu's internal trepidation. Yet, before Gu Qingxiu could finish his sentence, he was met with Zhao Taixien as hearty laughter. "Brother Gu, just now a moment of inspiration struck me. I calculated that this humble temple shall soon welcome a distinguished guest. Moreover, from your countenance, it appears that good fortune is on the horizon for you. Perhaps a fortuitous opportunity is at hand. I wonder if this esteemed guest arrives due to my humble self, or because of you, Brother Gu." Upon hearing these words, Gu Qingxiu abruptly rose, causing the chess pieces to scatter across the floor. However, he paid no heed to the mess, quickly grasping Zhao Taixuan's arm and inquiring, "Master, is this true? Is it truly that person?" Zhao Taixuan gently stroked his beard and nodded. "It is highly probable, although I cannot directly ascertain the identity of that individual. I can infer from other calculations." Gu Qingxiu was overwhelmed with joy upon hearing this. He had not anticipated that following Zhao Taixuan to Qingxian Temple would prove to be such a fortuitous decision. While others were left with no clues amidst the chaos of the martial world, he had merely to wait a few days for that person to arrive on their own accord. Chapter 93. Come, grant me a defeat. Gu Qingxiu remained exhilarated for quite some time before gradually calming down. He waved his hand to gather the fallen chess pieces and reset the board, turning to Zhao Taixuan and suggesting, "Master, shall we engage in another game?" Zhao Taixuan, stroking his beard, chuckled, "Brother Gu, do you truly still have a heart for a game today?" The 2 shared a hearty laugh, but their minds were preoccupied with awaiting the arrival of their esteemed guest, leaving no room for further games. Yang Yi sped through the small town, soon catching sight of a mountain. When he stood before the temple and beheld its name, a flicker of surprise crossed his heart. Qingxian Temple, the very place of Zhao Taixuan, the number 1 on the Master S list. There could be no mistake. This was indeed the temple of Zhao Taixuan. He could already sense the formidable auras of many masters within the temple. A glimmer of danger flashed in Yang Yi's eyes. Was Zhao Taixuan, who had appeared in Guangling Prefecture, there to hunt him? Although Zhao Taixian had never directly attacked him, his presence in Guangling Prefecture was undeniable. Was Zhao Taixian merely a spectator, or did he have ulterior motives? That remained uncertain. Yet, Yang Yi was never one to shy away from interpreting others' intentions with utmost suspicion. Thus far, aside from Li Yinluo and the sister Xiao Qinyu, he trusted no one. Of course, he had no intention of annihilating Qingxian Temple just yet. Though he was cold-hearted, he was no monster. Moreover, his purpose for visiting the temple had yet to be fulfilled. At that moment within the temple, Zhao Taixian and Gu Qingxiu also sensed Yang Yi's presence. Although this aura differed from what they had perceived in Guangling Prefecture, its overwhelming strength brooked no doubt. The two exchanged a glance, and in an instant, they appeared at the temple's entrance. Upon seeing Yang Yi, Zhao Taixian and Gu Qingxiu displayed a hint of surprise. Had they miscalculated? Zhao Taixian instinctively began to perform calculations again. In a mere moment, his expression shifted from astonishment to a smile as he cupped his hands in greeting. Our esteemed guest has arrived. I, a humble Taoist, extend my welcome. Please, enter and converse with us. Gu Qingxiu followed suit, offering a respectful nod. Zhao Taishuan's previous calculations had not escaped Yang Yi's notice. He had no desire to engage in trivial disputes with Zhao Taixian and the others, so he directly inquired, "Do you know who I am?" Zhao Taixian did not conceal the truth. He stroked his beard and nodded. "My humble abilities may amuse you, Brother Zhou, but please." At this point, Yang Yi did not hesitate and followed Zhao Taixian and Gu Qingxiu into the Taoist temple. With great skill comes great courage. And now he stood at the pinnacle of the 9th rank. The Qingxian temple no longer instilled fear in him. However, Zhao Taishuan's mention of humble abilities piqued his interest. Once inside the temple, the three sat facing each other, and Yang Yi spoke first, directing his gaze toward them. Master Zhao Taixian, the foremost on the master ranking, and Gu Qingxiu of the Knife King Valley, ranked 4th. Are you planning to hunt me down, just as you did in Guangling City? Upon hearing this, Zhao Taixian and Gu Qingxiu immediately shook their heads vigorously. Zhao Taixian hurriedly clarified, "Brother Zhou, do not misunderstand. I have no intention of hunting you." He continued, "My presence in Guangling was merely coincidental, a chance to join the festivities." Gu Qingxiu quickly added, "Brother Zhou, we of the Knife King Valley have no such intentions either. However, my visit to Guangling was indeed for your sake." Yang Yi turned his gaze towards Gu Qingxiu, his voice low and deliberate. "Oh, for what purpose did you venture to Guangling on my behalf?" Gu Qingxiu glanced at Zhao Taixian beside him and replied, "Brother Zhou, I will elaborate on this matter shortly. You must have urgent business at Qingxian Temple. Why not address your concerns first?" Yang Yi noticed the glance Gu Qingxiu cast at Zhao Taixian, suggesting he preferred not to discuss it in front of him. Yang Yi did not press further. He understood that knowledge would eventually come. For now, his own matters took precedence. He turned to Zhao Taixian and spoke plainly. "I have heard that your temple houses a 9-year-old pure young rooster. Might I inquire if it is available for parting with? Additionally, I seek some quality vermilion and blank yellow talismans." Zhao Taixian stroked his beard and smiled at Yang Yi's request. "The 9-year-old pure young rooster is not a rare commodity in my temple, and I can certainly provide you with vermilion and talisman paper. However, I have a request. I wonder if Brother Zhou could fulfill it." Yang Yi's expression remained unchanged as he replied, "Please, Taoist, speak freely. Whether I agree or not will depend on the nature of your request. I ask that you engage in a full-scale battle with me," Zhao Taixian stated. "I have been trapped at the peak of the 8th rank for 15 years and desperately need a worthy opponent to help me glimpse the threshold of the 9th rank." Yang Yi glanced at Gu Qingxiu beside him and queried, "Why must it be me? Is not Brother Gu of the Knife King Valley a suitable challenger?" Before Zhao Taixian could respond, Gu Qingxiu spoke with a hint of bitterness. "Brother Zhou, you overestimate me. The Taoist strength is extraordinary. I am hardly a match for him. Do not speak of me. Even the 3rd-ranked master of the master ranking, that individual from the Mountain Sword Pavilion, along with the 5th-ranked corpse demon, would likely be no match for the Taoist. Before you, Brother Zhou, perhaps only the 2nd-ranked master from the royal family could contend with the Taoist." Yang Yi was somewhat astonished to hear this. Zhao Taixian was indeed formidable. The combined strength of the 3rd, 4th, and 5th ranks could not rival him. The prestige of Zhao Taixian, the top master on the ranking, is quite remarkable. Why then does he not seek the royal figure as assistance? Yang Yi pondered. Zhao Taixian's lips twitched at the question, yet he did not conceal the truth, stating candidly, "I fear for my life and do not dare to enter the royal city." Though I possess confidence in being invincible beneath the ninth grade, I truly cannot contend with the ninth grade masters of the royal city. Many are those who covet my life. Were it not for my considerable skills, I might have perished countless times by now. Do you believe that I am capable? Zhao Taixian's expression bore a hint of melancholy. Of course. Why would you not be? Brother Zhou, you have fought against ninth grade masters and emerged unscathed. How could you not be capable? With but a single battle, you could ascend to the top of the master ranking. How could it not be possible? He paused before adding wistfully, Brother Zhou, you are not still unaware that the title of the #1 master has changed hands, are you? Upon hearing this, Yang Yi felt somewhat embarrassed, for he was indeed unaware. Before he could respond, Zhao Taixian continued, in truth, the moment I laid eyes on you in Guangling City, I experienced a revelation. My opportunity to transcend to the ninth grade lies within you, Brother Zhou. I have dominated the 8th grade for far too long, and my mindset has grown complacent. Only you possess the chance to defeat me within the same realm, allowing me to correct my mindset and glimpse the ninth grade. Brother Zhou, come, grant me a defeat. Chapter 94. The Battle with Zhao Taixian. Yang, he shook his head at such an unusual request. It was indeed the first time he had encountered someone eager for a beating. However, since Zhao Taixian was openly inviting him, how could he refrain from obliging? Yang Yi slowly rose, gazing at Zhao Taixian, and replied in a calm tone, Then I shall grant you a defeat. Where shall we duel? Zhao Taixian erupted into hearty laughter. Excellent. Thank you, Brother Zhou, for your willingness. Follow me. With that, Zhao Taixian soared into the air, darting towards a specific direction, with Yang Yi swiftly following suit. Gu Qingxiu, witnessing the scene, hastily took to the skies to keep pace. The confrontation between the two great masters, Zhao Taixian and Zhou Yi, was an event he could not afford to miss. Zhao Taixian selected a location for their duel not far from the Qingxian Daoist temple, right above the tranquil surface of the Shaojing Lake. Zhao Taixian arrived first, landing steadily on the lake's surface, which remained undisturbed, with not a single ripple rising beneath his feet. Following him, Yang Yi descended like a great rock upon the lake, causing the entire surface to sag under the immense pressure he exerted. As Yang Yi stood upon the surface of the lake, it instantaneously regained its tranquility, and no droplets of water touched his feet. Both individuals possessed exceptional prowess, traversing the water as if it were solid ground. What remarkable agility! Zhao Taixian could not help but exclaim. Likewise, Daoist, you are not lacking in skill. Gu Qingxiu did not join the two on the lake. Instead, he settled on the shore, observing their impending clash. Both were paragons of their era, and a fierce competition was surely to unfold. The first-ranked master of the previous generation, facing off against the first-ranked master of the present. Such an encounter was truly tantalizing. The Daoist was likely no match for Zhou Yi. The latter was exceptionally formidable, having escaped unscathed even under the hands of the 9th grade practitioners at the Tianji Pavilion. However, if Zhou Yi refrained from employing secret techniques, the Daoist should not easily succumb to defeat. With anticipation etched on his face, Gu Qingxiu gazed at the lake, awaiting the spectacular battle. On the lake's surface, Yang Yi and Zhao Taixian stood facing each other. Yang Yi slowly spoke, Daoist, how shall we compete? Pray, establish some guidelines. Zhao Taixian shook his head and replied, There are no guidelines. I merely seek a worthy defeat against someone of the same tier. I hope Brother Zhou will exert his utmost effort in our duel and grant me this defeat. Yang Yi silently scoffed at the notion of giving his all. After all, he was currently at the late stage of the 9th grade, capable of obliterating both Zhao Taixian and this small lake with a single strike. Shaking his head, he resolved to engage Zhao Taixian at the peak of the 8th grade. Very well, Daoist, feel free to attack. Allow me to experience your esteemed techniques. Upon hearing this, Zhao Taixian recognized Yang Yi's readiness. With a swift motion of his sleeve, his Daoist robe billowed dramatically, producing a thunderous sound. Be cautious. Water Dragon's roar constrict. With that, Zhao Taixian raised his right hand, and the placid mirror-like lake began to tremble, the water boiling furiously. In an instant, 9 water dragons coalesced, surging towards Yang Yi with lethal intent. Each of these water dragons contained formidable conceptual power, evidently infused with the essence of Zhao Taixian's understanding. In response, Yang Yi remained composed, although Zhao Taixian's move was grandiose. It posed little threat to him. The lake was akin to his domain. Water could transform into droplets, indistinguishable from rain. As the 9 water dragons advanced menacingly, Yang Yi raised his sword hand slightly, causing the lake water to erupt into a myriad of droplets suspended before him. Go! Yang Yi directed his sword at the water dragons, and the countless suspended droplets transformed into transparent, razor-sharp swords, launching towards the dragons. A thunderous clash ensued as the water droplets, now lethal blades, collided with the water dragons, producing a deafening roar. A terrifying shock wave emanated from the impact, compressing the lake's surface by 3 feet. While Zhao Taixian's water dragons were indeed formidable, Yang Yi's rain of blades proved even more overwhelming. The water dragons and the onslaught of water blades engaged in a fierce standoff for a moment before beginning to retreat in defeat. The sheer number of water blade swords was overwhelming, and the large bulk of the water dragons was a disadvantage. The initial clash was somewhat lacking. Yet Zhao Taixian remained undeterred. The earlier battle appeared fierce and grand, but both he and Yang Yi were merely testing the waters, refraining from fully unleashing their domains. Brother Zhou, your prowess is truly formidable, and I am genuinely impressed. There is no need for further probing. Shall we settle this with a single decisive strike? Yang Yi nodded lightly in agreement. Very well, let us determine the victor with one blow. Zhao Taixian was eager to experience the taste of defeat, and thus willingly obliged, as he too found prolonged combat, while suppressing his cultivation, rather tedious. Upon Yang Yi's acquiescence, Zhao Taixian's expression shifted to one of solemnity. He reached out towards the lake, summoning the water to coalesce into a transparent longsword that he grasped firmly. Brother Zhou, I excel in swordsmanship, and now I shall channel my lifetime of cultivation into this blade. I humbly ask for your guidance. As he spoke, Zhao Taixian executed a peculiar footwork, causing the transparent longsword to quiver as he pointed it towards the heavens. Suddenly, the once clear sky above the lake darkened as ominous clouds began to swirl, shrouding half of the lake in shadow, creating a bizarre spectacle of light and dark. The black clouds intertwined with white ones, forming a colossal taiji diagram suspended in the firmament. Brother Zhou, what I have comprehended is akin to water's supreme virtue, embodying the realms of yin and yang. This sword is underpinned by a formation established upon these 3 profound concepts. Do exercise caution. Yang Yi gazed up at the overwhelming presence of the taiji sword formation, feeling the latent, terrifying sharpness within it. Despite the distance separating them, he could sense the hairs on his body standing on end. In his heart, he exclaimed, "What a remarkable individual! No wonder Zhao Taixian is so powerful." It is clear why he is content with his state of mind, and why Gu Qingxiu remarked that even the combined forces of the 3rd, 4th, and 5th ranks on the master list cannot rival Zhao Taixian. This man possesses the supreme virtue of water along with the complete realms of yin and yang. These 3 concepts complement each other, making him undeniably strong. As if that were not enough, he is also proficient in formations, integrating these 3 profound realms into a sword formation, thereby amplifying its power exponentially. Zhao Taixian's strength borders on the extraordinary, and it would not be surprising if even those newly entering the 9th grade could contend with him. At this moment, Yang Yi found himself convinced. Back in Guangling Prefecture, Zhao Taixian had no intentions of hunting him down. With Zhao Taixian's abilities, had he sought to impede Yang Yi back then, escape from Guangling City would have been anything but effortless. Of course, death was never truly a concern, but the toll on his lifespan would have exceeded 150 years. Yang Yi shook his head slightly. Back when he was at the peak of the 8th grade, he would have needed to rely on the heavenly blade to stand a chance against Zhao Taixian. The significance of Zhao Taixian being ranked first on the master list is indeed profound. However, now that Yang Yi is suppressing his own cultivation at the peak of the 8th grade, he is certainly not inferior to Zhao Taixian. He picked up the realm of the 10 directions of slaughter and possesses the essence of 3 complete circles. Now, his cultivation has undergone a metamorphosis, achieving a true realm at the late stage of the 9th rank. Even if he suppresses his power at the pinnacle of the 8th rank, he is still more than 10 times stronger than before. He can easily handle Zhao Taixian's challenge. Chapter 95. Defeating Zhao Taixian. Yang Yi reached out his hand and grasped the air. Instantly, a mist gathered on the surface of the lake, forming a transparent tang horizontal blade in his grasp. With a firm gaze, Yang Yi channeled the boundless intent of slaughter from the 10 directions of slaughter into the blade. He then swung the sword fiercely towards the taiji diagram suspended in the sky. Since Zhao Tai Xian sought a defeat, he would grant him a swift and decisive one. The first move of the heavenly blade initiated the opening of the heavens. Slash. A colossal and formidable blade of light shimmered from the edge of Yang Yi's sword, aiming to shatter the Taiji diagram above. The Taiji diagram, too, radiated an infinite killing intent, transforming into countless starry beams. Each beam harbored astonishing sharpness, intertwining to form a tempest of sword intent on dismantling Yang Yi's blade of light. The clash between the blade of light and the sword intent tempest erupted with a resounding boom. The waters of the Little Mirror Lake roiled violently, generating immense waves. Ultimately, the collision of the blade and the sword intent revealed Yang Yi's superior technique in the heavenly blade, slicing through the tempest and shattering the Taiji diagram, thereby dismantling Zhao Tai Xian's Taiji sword formation. Yang Yi did not pursue further, but stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at Zhao Tai Xian. At this juncture, the contest of strength had reached its conclusion. Zhao Tai Xian's expression initially flickered with bitterness upon having his strongest move shattered, but soon he found solace, realizing that this was precisely what he sought. Zhao Tai Xian clasped his hands towards Yang Yi and exclaimed heartily, "Thank you, Brother Zhou, for your assistance." On the shore of the Little Mirror Lake, Gu Qingqiu, witnessing the end of the battle, appeared beside them. He first glanced at Zhao Tai Xian and slowly uttered 2 words, "Demon." Then, turning his gaze to Yang Yi, his eyes sparkled with fervor, "Super demon." Although the two had exchanged only 2 moves, he was profoundly impressed. The first move was manageable for him, but the second left him utterly astounded. It was beyond his reach. Gu Qingqiu's mind raced. If he could successfully exchange the first and second moves of the heavenly blade from Zhou Yi, his combat prowess would undoubtedly ascend to a new level. Although he could not triumph over the 2 before him, surpassing those ranked above him should pose no issue. Resolutely, Gu Qingqiu resolved to acquire the heavenly blade. If necessary, he would settle for just the first move. Though exchanging the third and fourth moves for the first would be a disadvantage, without the first move, the latter 2 would be as worthless as scrap paper in their hands. At that moment, as Gu Qingqiu contemplated acquiring the heavenly blade, Zhao Tai Xian addressed Yang Yi, saying, "Brother Zhou, might we proceed to the Taoist temple for further discussion? After returning, I shall immediately have the items that Brother Zhou requires arranged. Your assistance is greatly appreciated, esteemed Taoist." The 3 of them set off together back to Qingxian Temple. Upon their return, Zhao Taiyuan promptly instructed his people to prepare the 9-year-old rooster and the vermilion powder, along with the talisman paper. While waiting, the 3 engaged in casual conversation within the temple. Zhao Taiyuan observed Yang Yi, seemingly hesitant to speak. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Yang Yi with a serious expression and said, "Brother Zhou, I can see that your cultivation is nearing completion. You must be close to attaining the 9th rank. Am I correct? There is something I wish to convey, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate. Taoist, please feel free to speak. If Brother Zhou wishes to break through to become a 9th rank true immortal, he must exercise caution regarding the Tianji Pavilion and the Zijin's building. It would be wise not to reveal your cultivation level." "Oh, and why is that?" Yang Yi inquired, genuinely curious. Zhao Taiyuan did not respond directly, but instead glanced at Gu Qingqiu and said, "This matter is better articulated by Brother Gu, who possesses a more profound understanding than I." Grateful, Gu Qingqiu cast a thankful look at Zhao Taiyuan, recognizing this as an opportunity to deepen his rapport with Yang Yi. Without hesitation, he took the floor and began to explain. "Brother Zhou, are you aware that there are only 15 9th rank true immortals in all of Dongli? A 9th rank true immortal can live for up to 300 years, and there are numerous peak 8th rank practitioners in this world. Logically, even if the number of those capable of breaking through to the 9th rank is scarce, there should be more than just 15 over 3 centuries." Before Yang Yi could respond, Gu Qingqiu continued, "This scarcity is due to the influence of the Tianji Pavilion and the Zijin's building. Both are not indigenous forces of the Qian domain, but rather outsiders. Since the Tianji Pavilion and the Zijin's building emerged in the Qian domain over 1,300 years ago, many of its top practitioners have mysteriously vanished. Subsequently, these 2 forces have clandestinely seized control over the Qian domain, fracturing it into 13 nations and rigorously regulating the number of experts within each nation, inciting internal conflicts. They prohibit the existence of anyone above the 9th rank. The Xinghe Dao sect, which boasted 9th rank practitioners over 1,300 years ago, and the Xiantian sword sect, which had extraordinary talent surpassing the 9th rank 300 years ago. Both met their demise due to this. Listening to Gu Qingqiu's explanation, Yang Yi finally grasped the situation concerning the Tianji Pavilion and the Zijin's building. A sense of apprehension filled him regarding these entities, and the joy of potentially breaking through to the 9th rank was considerably dampened. The fate of the Xinghedao sect and the Xiantian sword sect served as a stark reminder that his current strength was indeed inadequate. Yang Yi felt somewhat disheartened, as he had initially believed that achieving the 9th rank would grant him unfettered freedom across the vast world. He had not anticipated that even among the strong, there were stronger forces at play. The revolution is not yet complete. He must strive even harder. He clasped his hands in gratitude to the two, saying, "Thank you both for your warnings. I shall remain vigilant." The truth of their words remained uncertain to Yang Yi, yet based on his own judgment. He felt they were likely close to the mark. During their conversation, a Taoist from Qingxian Temple had prepared the items Yang Yi required. He brought forth before Yang Yi 3 majestic 9-year-old pure Yang roosters, a large stack of yellow talismans, several exquisite bottles of top-quality cinnabar powder, and thoughtfully included a fine wolf hair brush. With the items in hand, Yang Yi had no desire to linger and promptly stood to take his leave. At that moment, Gu Qingqiu rose and called out to Yang Yi, "Brother Zhou, hold on. I have one more matter to request." Yang Yi cast a puzzled glance at Gu Qingqiu. "What is it, Brother Gu? I must clarify that I shall not acquiesce to any difficult requests." Zhao Taixian, stroking his beard, took his leave, allowing time and space for Gu Qingqiu. "Brother Zhou, please allow me to finish my words before you make a decision." Yang Yi nodded gently. As long as it was not an attempt at moral coercion, he was willing to listen. Seeing Yang Yi nod, Gu Qingqiu let out a sigh of relief. "Brother Zhou, in Guangling City, the sword technique you employed earlier was the Heavenly Blade, was it not?" Yang Yi's expression tightened, a hint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Gu Qingqiu sensed the shift in Yang Yi's aura and hastily quickened his speech. "To be candid, our Blade King Valley is the remnant lineage of the Star River Blade sect from 13 centuries ago. The Heavenly Blade is an unparalleled sword technique brought back by one of our ancestors from the Qin domain. Our ancestor returned with 4 forms of the Heavenly Blade, but after the fall of the Star River Blade sect, the first and second forms were lost. Without the first and second forms, no one in Blade King Valley can truly invoke the essence of the third and fourth forms, rendering the cultivation of the Heavenly Blade impossible. Now, we wish to exchange the third and fourth forms for the first and second forms in your possession. What say you?" Upon hearing Gu Qingqiu's words, the murderous aura emanating from Yang Yi dissipated entirely. The subsequent techniques of the Heavenly Blade piqued his interest greatly. No one understood the might of the Heavenly Blade better than he did. He had been contemplating how to obtain clues regarding the Heavenly Blade when, unexpectedly, Gu Qingqiu presented the opportunity directly. The terms proposed by Gu Qingqiu were not excessively unreasonable. The potency of the third and fourth forms undoubtedly surpassed that of the first and second forms. By all accounts, he was not at a loss. However, sometimes matters cannot be assessed merely by balance sheets. Without the first and second forms, the third and fourth forms of Blade King Valley were as good as worthless. Even acquiring just the first form would be a significant gain for Blade King Valley. Yang Yi pondered briefly before stating, "I will exchange the first form for the third and fourth forms. Furthermore, I demand the original containing the true essence, not a mere copy. In return, I shall impart the first form without reservation, ensuring that at least 2 individuals from Blade King Valley master it." Upon hearing this, Gu Qingqiu felt a twinge of reluctance. Exchanging the first form for the third and fourth forms was a considerable loss for them. Gu Qingqiu sought to negotiate further. "Brother Zhou, this..." Before Gu Qingqiu could continue, Yang Yi interjected, "The first form is my bottom line. I am not yet well acquainted with the Valley of the Blade King, nor do I possess any significant rapport, making it impossible for me to part with both the first and second forms at this moment. Perhaps in the future, but certainly not now." Upon hearing Yang Yi's words, Gu Qingqiu considered the matter and could only acquiesce. However, Gu Qingqiu proposed a new condition. "Brother Zhou, I agree to your terms, but I have one more request. Let us form an alliance. The Valley of the Blade King descends from the Star River Blade sect, while the Xiantian bloodline is a legacy of the Xiantian sword sect. Both factions faced annihilation due to the machinations of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion and the Weaving Brocade Tower, providing a basis for our alliance." After pondering for a moment, Yang Yi consented. Forming an alliance with the Valley of the Blade King would also yield numerous advantages for him. Firstly, the Valley could serve as a formidable ally for Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu, the sisters. Secondly, it would grant him greater insights into the realms beyond the 9th grade. Thirdly, the Valley might possess clues regarding the subsequent techniques of the Heavenly Blade. In summary, allying with the Valley of the Blade King appeared to be a prudent choice. Should the Valley demonstrate commendable performance in the future, the second form might not be withheld indefinitely. Witnessing Yang Yi's agreement to the alliance, a smile graced Gu Qingqiu's face. Although he had not secured the second form of the Heavenly Blade, the alliance with the Xiantian bloodline was still a commendable outcome. While the full extent of the Xiantian bloodline's power remained uncertain, even the presence of Zhou Yi alone would not constitute a loss for the Valley of the Blade King. Since that is settled, let us proceed accordingly. Gu Qingqiu reached into his robe and produced a piece of parchment, tossing it to Yang Yi. Brother Zhou, this parchment outlines the route to the Valley of the Blade King. You may visit when time permits, and we can exchange ideas then. The Heavenly Blade Manual is of great importance, and I did not bring it with me. Yang Yi nodded in agreement, recognizing the practicality of this arrangement, as he currently lacked the time to visit the valley. Very well, it is settled then. Within a month at the shortest, or half a year at the longest, I shall pay my respects to the Valley of the Blade King. Ah, and Brother Zhou, do exercise caution while traversing the Jianghu. The individual you injured in Guangling City was a significant figure within the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, which has now resurfaced and is actively seeking your whereabouts. Yang Yi cupped his hands in gratitude. Thank you for the warning, Brother Gu. Until we meet again. With that, he departed, accompanied by the 9-year-old pure Yang rooster, Zhu Sha, in yellow talisman paper. After Yang Yi's departure, Zhao Taixian materialized beside Gu Qingqiu. Gazing at Yang Yi's receding figure, he suddenly exclaimed, a peerless prodigy, not exceeding 30 years of age, yet his cultivation already stands at the pinnacle of this era. Furthermore, he possesses extraordinary fortune. Perhaps he can shatter the 2 great mountains that have loomed over the Qian domain for 13 centuries. Gu Qingqiu nodded in agreement. Indeed, we too must prepare ourselves. We must contribute our share in moving mountains. Yang Yi, of course, remained oblivious to the conversation between Zhao Taixian and Gu Qingqiu that transpired after his departure. At this moment, he was hastening towards the small town. Upon arriving, Yang Yi retrieved the black cat and black dog he had entrusted to the inn, and promptly set off towards the village that housed the black donkey. Once in the village, he spent a little silver and successfully purchased the black donkey. Without delay, Yang Yi sped towards the mountain where the corpse of the ancient leader of the demonic sect lay. He needed to expedite his actions. He was already somewhat impatient to acquire the 3rd and 4th forms of the Heavenly Blade. Yang Yi exerted himself and soon returned to the mountain peak. After placing all his belongings down, he took a moment to meditate and recover his spirit before commencing his next steps. First, he gathered several massive stones from the mountain. One was smoothed down with vital energy to serve as a table for drawing talismans, while another was hollowed out to be used as a vessel for holding blood. After completing these initial tasks, Yang Yi proceeded to draw blood from a 9-year-old pure Yang rooster in preparation for inscribing talismans. He took 2 pure Yang roosters and collected 2 large bowls of blood, mixing it with vermilion to create ink, then picked up a wolf hair brush to begin his artistic endeavor. His corpse refinement and control technique originated from a minor disciple of the corpse refinement sect. His grasp of the corpse-suppressing talisman was rather rudimentary. It took him the better part of the day to clumsily produce over 30 qualified corpse-suppressing talismans. Having completed the talismans, Yang immediately affixed them to the foreheads of the 12 corpses. The next step was to draw blood from the remaining 9-year-old pure Yang rooster, black dog, black cat, and black donkey in succession, pouring the blood into the vessel, and then dumping the remaining vermilion powder into it all at once. This resulted in a bucket of crimson blood ink. Once the blood ink was prepared, Yang Yi swiftly stripped the corpses of their garments. With the wolf hair brush dipped in ink, he began to paint the corpse-controlling and nurturing talismans upon the bodies. While inscribing these talismans, Yang Yi also employed his corpse refinement and control technique to stimulate the corpse's vitality, allowing them to absorb the blood ink entirely. As the blood ink entered their bodies, the 12 corpses began to exhibit signs of vitality, even emitting guttural sounds from their throats. Were it not for the restraining talismans, they might have risen to wreak havoc. This step was the most intricate of the entire process, taking a full 2 days to complete. With the corpse controlling and nurturing talismans finalized, The refinement of the corpses was in its preliminary stages. The next phase was to establish a bond with them. Yang Yi's gazi sharpened, and a streak of sword light materialized, slicing through his palm. He then channeled his blood into the foreheads of the 12 refined corpses. Before long, he could distinctly sense the connection he had forged with them. At this point, the 12 refined corpses had ceased their agitation and stood quietly to the side. Yang Yi opened his mind to perceive the 12 refined corpses. Their power had somewhat recovered. However, they could currently only exert less than 1% of their strength from when they were alive. This was not unexpected for Yang Yi. After all, these corpses were merely in the initial stages of refinement and had yet to be nourished by blood energy and yin energy, which was entirely normal. Next, he contemplated how to procure some blood and yin energy to nourish and refine the corpses. Chapter 97. The First Refinement of Corpses. Blood and yin energy are indeed troublesome entities. Human blood is naturally the most desirable. However, this requires a substantial quantity of human blood to cultivate these 12 corpses. Several hundred corpses would likely be insufficient. Yet, the thought of slaughtering hundreds of civilians posed a moral dilemma for him. Although he prided himself on not being a virtuous man, he was not devoid of compassion like a heartless fiend. He could be ruthless towards his enemies. But the adversaries he faced were not easily dealt with, and once he took action, concealing himself would become increasingly difficult. With the emergence of the heavenly mechanism pavilion, it was reasonable to assume that the weaving pavilion was also operating in the shadows. After revealing his presence, evasion would prove to be an arduous task. After much contemplation, Yang Yi turned his attention towards animals. Surely, the blood of ferocious beasts would be as effective as human blood, and he could resort to using the blood of large predatory animals. With this thought in mind, Yang Yi swiftly plunged into the forest, his figure darting across various mountain peaks in search of large predatory creatures. Fortunately, this area was deep in the mountains, and numerous large predators still roamed. Over the course of 2 days, Yang Yi traversed dozens of nearby mountain peaks, hunting down 10 tigers, 20 bears, 30 crocodiles, 30 wild boars, and 200 wolves. Thanks to his formidable strength, transporting these animals back to the mountaintop was not a daunting task. Upon returning, Yang Yi began the process of exsanguination. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of streams of vital energy surged through the bodies of these animals, creating massive wounds in their chests, for which blood gushed forth. Yang Yi formed hand seals, activating the corpse nourishment seal and the corpse control seal, compelling the dozen or so refined corpses to absorb the blood of these fierce beasts. As the blood flowed into the corpses, a miasma of blood energy began to swirl around them, and their vitality steadily increased. He even sensed a burgeoning aura of ferocity beginning to take shape around them. At this point, he no longer needed to exert control. The 12 corpses could autonomously absorb the blood energy. Yang Yi then dragged a large tiger to the side, preparing to eviscerate it for roasting. Upon reaching the 9th tier, although his body could autonomously absorb the ambient energy of the universe to replenish itself, it was not yet sufficient for sustenance, and he still needed to consume food. The large tiger was soon prepared and placed on a makeshift wooden grill. Before long, it began to sizzle and exude oil, filling the air with a delectable aroma. Yang Yi, enticed by the scent, could hardly contain himself, and as soon as it was done, he eagerly tore off a piece of tiger meat to savor. This was not his first experience with tiger meat. In truth, the flavor was rather unremarkable. Despite having foraged for herbs and spices in the forest to marinate and grill it, the meat still retained an unmistakable, lingering gaminess that was difficult to eliminate. Nevertheless, the energy contained within the tiger meat is more abundant than that of other ingredients, providing both sustenance and vitality, thus qualifying it as a delicacy. Therefore, despite its unpalatable taste, Yang Yi consumed it. He had encountered far worse fare. The mere gaminess of tiger meat was hardly a concern. Upon finishing, Yang Yi felt an overwhelming sense of rejuvenation. Meanwhile, in the misty mountains within the valley of the demon sect, the sect leader Han Jingshan was in a state of agitation in the Grand Hall. In recent days, he had summoned the elders to gather intelligence from the martial world and scrutinized all recent activities, yet nothing seemed to pose a threat to his peace of mind. However, his discomfort had intensified inexplicably over the past few days, rendering him unable to eat or sleep well, much less engage in meditation. Something was undeniably amiss. Though he had yet to identify the source, this sudden unrest surely had its roots. As Han Jingshan sat in the Grand Hall, his thoughts adrift, a sudden notion struck him. Perhaps he should pay homage to his ancestors. The thought startled him, and his expression changed drastically. Such impulsive feelings must have a cause. They had unwittingly neglected the ancestral tombs in recent days. It was likely that something had gone awry at the Han family cemetery. With this realization, a dark aura enveloped Han Jingshan, and he transformed into a streak of black light, hurtling towards the hollow behind the valley. Upon reaching the clearing above, he beheld shattered tomb doors scattered across the ground, the remains of his ancestors discarded carelessly, and the cemetery in utter disarray. A chill ran through him, rendering him unable to control his body as he collapsed to his knees before the desecrated graves. The tomb of his ancestors had been violated. The graves of the esteemed masters of his sect had been ravaged. How audacious for someone to venture into the misty mountains to commit such a heinous act. Han Jingshan felt an urge to cry out in rage, yet the weight of reason held him back. The gravity of the situation demanded secrecy. He stifled his fury deep within, recognizing that this matter must be concealed, lest his position as sect leader be jeopardized. Despite being a peak 8th-tier Grandmaster, revered on the master rankings, he was still under the shadow of a 9th-tier ancestor. Moreover, if this incident were to leak into the martial world, his sect would become a source of ridicule, unable to even safeguard their own ancestral tombs. How could he face the world as its leader? And how could his sect claim to be a great power? In that moment, Han Jingshan made a decisive choice. He would discreetly seek individuals to restore the tomb doors. Once repaired, who would know whether or not there were remains inside? As for the individuals who had defiled the Han family cemetery, he would have to pursue them in secret, although he harbored an intense hatred for them. Exposing this incident was out of the question. On an unnamed mountain peak, 12 corpses had drained the lifeblood of hundreds of animals within less than half a day. After draining the blood, the 12 corpses exuded a terrifying aura of malevolence. Should such a presence manifest in the outside world, it could surely paralyze an ordinary person with sheer dread. Yang Yi took it upon himself to suppress this ominous energy within their bodies. He dressed them carefully, enveloping them entirely in clothing, and then set forth towards the town where he had previously gathered materials. The next step involved leading them to the desolate graveyard to absorb the Yin energy. Only after absorbing this energy could their ritualistic refinement be deemed complete. Finding such a graveyard was not a daunting task, as nearly every county is accompanied by one. Through a brief inquiry in the town, Yang Yi ascertained the location of the graveyard and promptly guided them there. Upon arrival, he excavated several deep pits within the graveyard and laid the corpses to rest, allowing them to quietly absorb the Yin energy. This process required some time, which provided Yang Yi the perfect opportunity to seek out trouble with the corpse refinement sect. Ideally, he hoped to uncover the complete corpse refinement control technique or even a more advanced method from the disciples of the sect. The technique he currently possessed was rather rudimentary. Were it not for his formidable strength, he might not have been able to subdue the 12 corpses. Chapter 98. Return to Guangling City. The corpses he had refined thus far depended solely on their master for movement, which was exceedingly inconvenient. Thus, he needed to devise a plan against the corpse refinement sect. In pursuing advanced techniques, he could simultaneously glean some lifespan and martial prowess. The location of the corpse refinement sect was elusive, and presently, he could not afford to purchase intelligence from the Weaving Pavilion. Who knows if they would recognize him after his disguise? Following his identification by Zhao Taixian at the Qing Xian Temple, Yang Yi realized that transformations were not infallibly secure. However, while the headquarters of the corpse refinement sect remained unknown to him, the movements of their numerous disciples in the field were not difficult to track down. A few days prior, during casual conversations with Zhao Taixian and Gu Qingxiu at the Qing Xian Temple, he had gleaned some information regarding the activities of several major sections. Guangling City. In Guangling City, he was certain he could locate the disciples of the corpse refinement sect. Had he not yet broken through to the 9th rank, he would never have considered returning to such a perilous place. Now, however, as a late-stage 9th rank practitioner, he felt sufficiently confident to confront most situations. As long as he proceeded with caution, he would not be discovered by either the Tianji Pavilion or the Weaving Pavilion. Aside from these two forces, the only other power that could instill a measure of apprehension in him was the royal family. Having interred the 12 corpses, Yang Yi altered his appearance and set out towards Yunjin City. In his journey to Guangling City, he needed to bring along the bamboo staff sword and the Xianyuan blade. The purpose of bringing these weapons was not for combat. Rather, the bamboo staff sword and the Xianyuan blade had not been properly nurtured for some time and required care. Upon returning to Yunjin City, Yang Yi acquired the bamboo staff sword and promptly journeyed south to Guangling City. At that moment, Guangling City resembled the epicenter of a tempest. Countless disciples from various sects scoured the city to no avail. The righteous and the nefarious engaged in skirmishes every 3 days and more significant confrontations every 5 days, disturbing the populace to the point of despair. Were it not for the looming presence of the Tianji Pavilion, the weaving brocade tower, and several powerful royal entities, they might have wreaked havoc upon Guangling City. Within the weaving brocade tower in Guangling City, 4 formidable experts convened to deliberate on how to ensnare Yang Yi. Among them was Chun Jingxing, a prominent figure from the Tianji Pavilion who had previously clashed with Yang Yi at the Immortal Abode. At this juncture, Chun Jingxing's injuries had nearly healed, though the scars of decay remained. He occasionally reached to scratch at the afflicted area. Among the 4, Chun Jingxing held the highest rank, prompting the others to turn to him for guidance. "Brother Chun," they inquired, "of us 4, you are the most adept at divination. Can you discern the whereabouts of Zhou Yi?" Upon hearing their question, Chun Jingxing's expression darkened slightly. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "I cannot ascertain his location. Ever since I recovered and emerged from seclusion, it has become exceedingly difficult to track him. He may have undergone a significant breakthrough in his cultivation, or perhaps someone is concealing him. However, even if we cannot find him, we can wait here for him to unwittingly walk into our trap." The other 3 exchanged glances. Perplexed. Walk into our trap? Given Zhou Yi's temperament, it is unlikely he would act so foolishly. A cold smirk appeared on Chun Jingxing's face. Huh. Does he think that by sending his 2 female companions to Shieling under assumed names, he can evade the keen eyes of the Tianji Pavilion? That is a gross underestimation of our capabilities. I have dispatched individuals to capture those 2. It will not be long before they are brought to Guangling City. I refuse to believe that Zhou Yi will remain hidden when that time comes. Now that my strength has somewhat returned, I shall ensure he meets a gruesome fate." As he spoke, Chun Jingxing could not help but scratch at his wound once more, pondering the peculiar material of Zhou Yi's weapon, which had caused him such persistent discomfort. Despite having expelled the blade's aura and its strange energy, the irritation still lingered, intensely vexing him. Upon hearing Chun Jingxing's assertions, the others nodded in agreement. Since the Tianji Pavilion was spearheading this endeavor, it was only fitting that they defer to Chun Jingxing's judgment. "What shall we do about those sect members?" one inquired. Chun Jingxing shook his head slightly, stating, "There is no need to intervene. Let them fight amongst themselves. This will serve to weaken the overall strength of their respective sects and, simultaneously, motivate them to cultivate diligently, potentially yielding more 8th-tier practitioners for us and additional materials for longevity blood elixirs. As long as no 8th-tier experts reach their peak and perish, we can allow them to clash freely." Upon hearing this, the others exchanged knowing smiles, as this plan aligned perfectly with their own intentions. Yang Yi arrived at the outskirts of Guangling City, but did not enter directly. His scabbard had already been exposed within the city, necessitating some form of concealment. He extracted his bamboo staff sword and Xian Yuan blade from the scabbard, wrapping them securely in burlap before slinging them across his back. Finally, he altered his aura to reveal a 6th-tier cultivation level before stepping into the city. This level, neither too high nor too low, allowed him to blend in without drawing undue attention, thereby minimizing the likelihood of trouble. Upon entering, Yang Yi casually sought refuge in a secluded inn. The more prominent inns in the city were nearly filled to capacity with disciples from various sections. Only this remote establishment had a room available for him. Even in this obscure inn, there were still several sect disciples staying within. After checking in, Yang Yi refrained from any unnecessary actions. His objective was the corpse refining sect, and he would not engage in any reckless behavior until he had located traces of its disciples. The corpse refining sect was the most despised faction in the world. Without exception, its disciples would not, as others did, boldly seek accommodation upon entering the city. Finding them would require considerable effort. Yang Yi was not in a hurry to act. Instead, he called for the attendant to bring him a meal. Listening intently to the conversations of martial artists within the inn, it was prudent to familiarize himself with the situation in the city before proceeding. Gathered together, the martial artists were fond of discussing the latest rumors and intriguing tales from the world of Jianghu. Topics range from the current state of various sects to the emergence of new prodigies. From their discourse, Yang Yi gleaned valuable insights. Both righteous and sinister factions were converging around Guangling City. Their intent centered on hunting him down to seize the legacy he possessed. His previously displayed prowess had been formidable. He had withstood the assault of a mid-9th tier master while at the pinnacle of the 8th tier, managing to retreat unscathed and even injuring a mid-9th tier master from the Tiangong Pavilion. Such a dazzling performance had undoubtedly stirred the covetousness of several 9th tier masters from various sects, who were now waiting in the city for concrete news of his whereabouts. Upon discerning the situation within the city, Yang Yi could not help but frown. With several 9th tier masters present, he would need to exercise even greater caution in his actions. The 9th tier masters discussed by the patrons of the inn were merely those from the principal sects. It was possible that the Tiangong Pavilion and the Weaving Pavilion also had 9th tier masters operating within the city. Chapter 99: Assault on the Corpse Refining Sect. Having acquired the information he sought, Yang Yi left the inn and began to meander through the city. No matter how adept the disciples of the Corpse Refining Sect were at hiding, they could not escape his perception. As long as they passed near him, he would undoubtedly sense the chilling aura emanating from them. Rather than venturing into bustling areas, he focused his attention on the secluded corners of the city. The more remote the location, the greater the likelihood of disciples from the Corpse Refining Sect lying in wait. Yang Yi devoted an entire day traversing from the northern to the eastern part of the city, then from the east to the south, and finally from the south to the west, where he ultimately sensed a familiar, chilling aura emanating from a dilapidated residence. He had found it. Within the residence, only 2 living souls remained, yet this discovery filled Yang Yi with joy. With these 2 already located, how far could the other members of the Corpse Refining Sect be? In an instant, Yang Yi appeared in the courtyard of the residence. The disciples concealed within were formidable, possessing a 6th-tier cultivation, likely serving as the sect stewards. The confined space of the residence rendered it impossible for Yang Yi to go unnoticed upon his arrival, especially since he had not made any effort to conceal his presence. Upon seeing him, the 2 disciples of the Corpse Refining Sect exchanged glances, their expressions darkening as they demanded in hushed tones, "Who are you?" Yang Yi remained silent, merely extending his hand to erect a barrier of vital energy that isolated the residence from the outside world. Given its secluded nature, it would be exceedingly difficult for any skilled individual to discern the presence of such a barrier without deliberate investigation. Within the confines of this barrier, no sound would escape, irrespective of his actions. A barrier of vital energy. You're no mere 6th tier. You must be at least a 7th tier minor master. Who exactly are you? Do you realize we are stewards of the Corpse Refining Sect? The 2 disciples attempted to instill fear in Yang Yi by invoking the sect's name, but he had come precisely for them and was not to be intimidated. The Corpse Refining Sect? You are precisely who I seek. Upon hearing these words, the disciples' hearts plummeted. This situation was dire. They had infiltrated Guangling City to gather intelligence, but without their fellow practitioners, how could they withstand the onslaught of a 7th-tier master? Without further ado, Yang Yi dismissed any pleasantries, swiftly dispatching them with a wave of his hand, severing their limbs with his vital energy. Ignoring their anguished cries, he levitated them into the room, commencing his interrogation. Moments later, Yang Yi emerged from the chamber, dispelling the barrier and departing the scene. The 2 stewards of the Corpse Refining Sect had met their end, yet he had not acquired anything of substantial value from them. The coveted techniques for controlling corpses remained elusive. He had, however, retrieved a corpse-restraining talisman and a few burial bags. While the talisman retained some utility, the burial bags were utterly useless. Nonetheless, Yang Yi felt no significant disappointment, for he had gleaned vital information regarding the whereabouts of other disciples of the Corpse Refining Sect. From the 2, he learned that aside from themselves, only their 9th-tier ancestor resided in the city, though they were unaware of his exact location. The main body of the sect was not within Guangling City, but rather concealed in a cemetery outside the city limits. There were at least 30 to 40 individuals present, accompanied by several undead, amounting to over 100 in combat prowess. Yang Yi felt a surge of joy. Even if he could not acquire the techniques for controlling the undead, he would still be able to garner some martial arts cultivation. He had already come to understand the strength of the main force of the Corpse Refining Sect. Leading them was a peak 8th grade Grandmaster, ranked 17th on the master list. From his prior examination of the rankings, Yang Yi recognized this individual as Han Mingzi, known as the Living Corpse. This was a person who had transformed himself into a vessel for refining corpses, a truly formidable figure. While most of the other members of the Corpse Refining Sect relied on their undead, This living corpse Han Mingzi had ascended the master list through sheer personal strength. His ranking even surpassed that of the late Mad Demon Staff Master, Sun Wengong. Unlike others who commanded numerous undead, his sole companion was his own self. Learning of such a character leading the corpse refining sect, Yang Yi felt not alarm but delight. The methods employed by Han Mingzi to control the undead would undoubtedly differ from theirs, and if he could acquire them, it would be a tremendous gain. As for Han Mingzi's formidable strength, how could an 8th grade peak grandmaster from the Eastern Li surpass Zhao Taixian, the master of Qingxian? With his current capabilities, subduing an 8th grade peak grandmaster would be remarkably effortless. Departing from the residential area, Yang Yi hastened towards the cemetery outside the city. The distance to the cemetery was not too great, merely 20 to 30 miles from Guangling City. In no time, he reached the outskirts of the cemetery. With a considerable number of people present, Yang Yi concealed his figure to avoid alarming anyone and causing unnecessary trouble. Even as he entered the cemetery, he went unnoticed. Once inside, Yang Yi perched atop a tall, flourishing tree, surveying the entire cemetery. It did not take long for him to pinpoint the locations of the disciples of the corpse refining sect. They were relatively concentrated, meditating to control the undead and absorb the cemetery's energy. Among this group, the majority were 5th grade, with 25 individuals, 12 at the 6th grade, and 5 at the 7th grade. Only 2 were 8th grade grandmasters, one of whom was the living corpse Han Mingzi himself. At that moment, Han Mingzi was also meditating, directly absorbing the energy into his body for refinement. Having discerned the distribution of the corpse refining sect's members, Yang Yi swooped down from the tree like a hawk towards Han Mingzi. The living corpse was the first to detect the impending attack, abruptly opening his eyes and attempting to rise. However, he was too slow. Before he could stand, Yang Yi had already appeared behind him, placing a hand on his shoulder and forcefully suppressing him. Han Mingzi opened his mouth, revealing fangs as he howled, his body writhing in an attempt to break free from Yang Yi's grip. Yet, with Yang Yi employing his 9th grade cultivation, escape was not a simple matter for him. Ignoring Han Mingzi's struggles, Yang Yi waved his right hand, unleashing a torrent of formidable energy from within, establishing a grand barrier that ensnared all members of the corpse refining sect within its confines. At this moment, another 8th rank grandmaster from the corpse refining sect, along with others, had finally reacted and sought to manipulate the corpses to strike at Yang Yi. However, Yang Yi paid them no heed. With a mere wave of his right hand, an endless torrent of transparent sword energy erupted forth, descending upon them like a tempest. Below the 9th rank, none could rival Yang Yi, no matter how numerous they were. They could not bridge the vast chasm that separated them. The meticulously refined corpses of the disciples from the corpse refining sect were swiftly annihilated by Yang Yi's sword energy, along with all their disciples, leaving behind only the living corpse Han Mingzi and the 8th rank grandmaster. And let us not forget the 2 8th rank corpses painstakingly refined by that grandmaster. Yang Yi had intentionally spared them, for he desired their intact bodies to further his own corpse refining. Naturally, he could not allow them to meet the same fragmented fate as the others. Chapter 100, The Bounty and Departure. Having dealt with the disciples of the corpse refining sect, Yang Yi turned his gaze toward the living corpse Han Mingzi and the 8th rank grandmaster. At this moment, the grandmaster stood in a daze, having forgotten to control the corpses. Han Mingzi, too, ceased his struggles and cries, their eyes filled with terror. Only the 2 uncontrolled corpses charged fearlessly toward Yang Yi. With a gentle stamp of his foot, a barrier of vital energy surged from beneath the feet of the 2 corpses, enveloping them. No matter how they attempted to break free, they were unable to escape its confines. The living corpse Han Mingzi and the 8th rank grandmaster were ashen-faced upon witnessing this. A 9th rank true master. Who are you? Such a figure does not appear on the pinnacle of the true master rankings. The heavenly secret pavilion? The brocade tower? The 2 voiced their confusion. Desperate to grasp the truth, even in death, Yang Yi possessed no desire for discourse. With a subtle tremor of his hand, vital energy surged into Han Mingzi's body. In an instant, Han Mingzi's head drooped, his vitality extinguished. How tragic for a formidable figure ranked 17th among masters to perish so silently. With Han Mingzi dispatched, Yang Yi turned his attention to the 8th rank grandmaster. Witnessing the death of Han Mingzi filled the grandmaster with dread, and he attempted to flee. Yet, The area was shrouded in a barrier of vital energy set by Yang Yi, rendering escape impossible. Even before he could reach the boundary, Yang Yi appeared behind him, seizing his head with a firm grip. "Spare me," the Grandmaster begged. Ignoring his pleas, Yang Yi exhaled gently, releasing the vital energy. The Grandmaster's body trembled. His hands dropped limply, devoid of life. With the entirety of the corpse refining sect dealt with, it was time for the spoils of the dead. As the host made contact with the corpses, random items were acquired, 28 years of lifespan. As the host touched another corpse, random items were acquired, 20 years of martial cultivation. Upon the host's contact with the corpses, an assortment of items was randomly acquired. Feng Shui secret techniques and the Yin viewing eye. The host's engagement with the corpses yielded 5 corpse suppression talismans. Additionally, 2 corpse control talismans were retrieved. The host also discovered a magical artifact, the corpse suppression seal, and another artifact, the spirit binding bell. Furthermore, a martial technique. The corpse fiend palm was obtained, along with 2 methods, the Yin fiend corpse refining technique and the essentials of corpse control and refinement. This expedition into the realm of the deceased left Yang Yi quite satisfied with the bountiful harvest. Although his martial prowess and longevity were not significantly enhanced, his primary objective was nonetheless achieved. The Feng Shui secret techniques and the Yin viewing eye primarily serve the purpose of locating places where Yin energy converges. Some extremely Yin locations are deeply concealed, and without certain skills, they are challenging to uncover. This particular secret technique was devised by the ancestral founders of the corpse refining sect for the purpose of locating such sites for corpse cultivation. The corpse suppression seal and the spirit binding bell are considered specialized weapons. The former is specifically beneficial for corpse refining. However, its material is inferior to that of the previous seal obtained from Mujinzi, yet remains serviceable. The spirit binding bell possesses the ability to induce group dizziness even among the living. The higher one's realm and spiritual strength, the lesser the effect of dizziness, rendering it inconsequential to him. What pleased Yang Yi the most were the essentials of corpse control and refinement and the Yin fiend corpse refining technique. These were indeed the initial motivations behind his pursuit of disciples from the corpse refining sect. Yang Yi's essentials of corpse control and refinement was acquired from Wang Ding at the charity graveyard. As a mere first-grade practitioner, Wang Ding had barely grasped the technique, rendering his understanding akin to that of a fragmented tome. In contrast, Yang Yi now obtained this technique from a 6th-grade practitioner, whose mastery of its intricacies far surpassed that of Wang Ding. Of course, the essentials of corpse control and refinement did not evoke the utmost surprise, as it was merely a profound-level technique. It was the Yin fiend corpse refining technique that truly satisfied Yang Yi. This method was obtained from the living corpse Han Mingzi, who had synthesized various corpse refining methodologies within the sect to establish it. It served as the primary technique through which he transformed himself into a living corpse, attaining an advanced Earth-level rank. The Yin fiend corpse refining technique can refine both the living into corpses and corpses into refined entities. When a corpse is refined, it can manifest up to 80% of its pre-mortem strength, while the refining of the living can unleash their full combat potential. Moreover, it allows for the preservation of rationality and even the transcendence of previous limitations, reaching higher realms, though the conditions for refining the living are exceedingly stringent. However, for Yang Yi, he harbored no ambition to pursue the refinement of the living. His sole desire was to successfully refine the 12 corpses from the demonic sect, enabling them to unleash their utmost potential. Certainly, we must include Han Mingzi, the 8th-grade Grandmaster, along with the 2 corpses of 8th-grade refined corpses, which will also be transformed into Yang Yi's creations. Yang Yi did not hasten to extract the spoils he had just collected. First, he retrieved the shroud bags from earlier, placing the 4 corpses, including Han Mingzi, inside them before dispelling the barrier and taking flight from the location. Departing from the graveyard, Yang Yi chose not to return to Guangling City, but instead headed north directly towards the mass grave where the 12 refined corpses lay buried. The previous ritual to refine the corpses had employed the corpse control technique, which, despite having formed, would struggle to unleash a fraction of their former strength. He needed to return and reperform the process using the Insha corpse refinement technique, striving to ensure they could exhibit at least 70 to 80% of their pre-death power upon successful refinement. Not long after Yang Yi's departure, within Guangling City, a tall, emaciated elder with a pallid complexion, accompanied by 2 attendants clad entirely in black, shot out from the city, heading toward the graveyard. This individual was none other than Han Su, a ninth-grade master of the corpse refinement sect. The two figures trailing behind him were not mere attendants, but rather his refined corpses. Upon arriving at the graveyard, Han Su surveyed the scene of his disciples strewn across the ground, and a flicker of anger crossed his pale visage. The disciples of the corpse refinement sect in Guangling City, aside from Han Mingzi, were largely amongst the fallen. With a countenance steeped in gloom, Han Su muttered, "Who dares to oppose my corpse refinement sect?" Just as he was consumed by indignation, one of his refined corpses rasped in a hoarse voice from behind him, "Master, y senza familia auda. It belongs to the one who killed my former master." Residual traces of the master linger on him. This refined corpse was one of the three originally belonging to Muzhenzi. After shedding the constraints of Muzhenzi, it had absorbed a significant amount of expert blood energy during its time in Linen City, resulting in a peculiar transformation and a semblance of sentience. It had managed to escape Linen City amid the siege by the Shun family's forces, ultimately being encountered and subdued by the corpse refinement sect S peak 8th grade expert. The corpse demon ancestor, due to its unique sentience. It was subsequently presented to Han Su, becoming a special creation in his possession. Chapter 101. Journey to the Sword King Valley. Can you track this individual by their aura? The refined corpse inquired in its gravelly tone. Replying to the master, "No, I cannot. The aura outside the graveyard is exceedingly faint, nearly imperceptible and impossible to trace." Han Su slowly closed his eyes, expanding his senses to perceive everything around him. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. Ninth grade. The assailant of Han Mingzi is an unfamiliar ninth grade master. Han Su sought to trace the aura, but as the refined corpse had mentioned, once outside the graveyard, the aura diminished significantly, rendering it untraceable. Han Su had no choice but to concede defeat. "Very well, I shall seek an opportunity to inquire at the Weaving Pavilion." An unfamiliar ninth grade entering Dongli should not evade the eyes of the Weaving Pavilion, for it is the eye of the heavenly mechanism. Two flowers bloom, each on its own branch. Upon returning to the chaotic burial ground designated for corpse refining, Yang immediately proceeded to excavate the 12 corpses that had been interred to absorb the malevolent energy from the earth. He sought materials to reforge them using the Insha corpse refining technique, while also intending to refine the 4 corpses of Han Mingzi and others. The initial requirement for the Insha corpse refining technique is a place of extreme Yin. Yang initially believed such locations would be difficult to find. However, utilizing his feng shui secrets and the Yin observation eye, he discovered that the chaotic burial ground he inhabited was, in fact, a naturally formed place of extreme Yin. Decades of accumulated malevolent energy had suffused the entire burial ground, making it perfectly suited for his ritual. After nearly a month of effort, Yang successfully completed the refinement of all these corpses. He now commanded a total of 16 corpses, among which 2 had been 9th-tier practitioners in life. Through the Insha corpse refining technique, they could potentially wield about 50% of their former strength, which was quite impressive given the brief time he had spent refining them. Although they could not rival the living 9th-tier masters, they could easily contend with the masters listed on the leaderboard. With continued nurturing, their strength would likely increase until it reached 70 to 80% of their former capabilities. The living corpse Han Mingzi, along with the 2 8th-tier grandmasters, had experienced minimal decline in strength, as they were merely refined once more in Yang Yi's hands. The remaining 11 corpses could also exert 50% of their pre-mortem strength, all firmly positioned at 8th-tier power. The force under Yang Yi's control was nearly comparable to many factions on the power rankings. Among the formidable forces in the Eastern Li, perhaps only the imperial family could surpass him in visible strength. However, this assessment pertains solely to overt power. He did not assume that, aside from the Tianji Pavilion, the Weaving Tower, and the royal family, his command of power rendered him invincible. At least 2 other factions warranted his caution. The first was the corpse refining sect, which had persisted in the martial world for centuries. Who could fathom the depth of their accumulated strength? Despite enduring numerous assaults from the imperial family and various factions, their hidden power must certainly be formidable. Had he not employed the techniques of the corpse refining sect, he would not have considered this aspect. The other was the god-worshipping sect, shrouded in mystery, rivaling the corpse refining sect in enigmatic allure. Their incense and divine powers were remarkably potent, representing a significant force in their own right. With the corpses now refined, Yang Yi began to contemplate the path ahead. First and foremost, A visit to the Blade King Valley was inevitable. Mastering the third and fourth forms of the celestial blade was essential. In the depths of the Tianji Pavilion and the Weaving Tower, their prowess remains unfathomable. With the mastery of the third and fourth forms of the heavenly blade, Yang Yi fails more asuret. Additionally, it is imperative to gather insights regarding the realms beyond the ninth tier. To transcend the ninth tier, it seems that one might require special methods rather than mere arduous cultivation and the accumulation of skills. If it were that simple, the vast expanse of Dongli would not be devoid of even a single practitioner above the ninth tier. Yang Yi's judgment stems from his own perceptions. Having attained the late ninth tier, he has begun to sense something vaguely. The path from a ninth tier to the realms beyond lacks a clear direction. And even with abundant martial arts accumulation, a breakthrough may remain elusive. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Yi resolved his next course of action. He would first venture to the Valley of the Blade King, which lies at the intersection of Dongli and Xiling in the region of Xiaoming. Upon acquiring information regarding the Heavenly Blade and the realms beyond the ninth tier, he would return with his two senior sisters to Dongli. After such a long time, it was indeed time to settle some matters. The Demon Sect, the Divine Sword Sect, and the Shun family, all must be accounted for. He needed these individuals to serve as nourishment for his growth. Once he had settled these factions, the Tianji Pavilion and the Weaving Tower would no longer pose a significant challenge for him. With this resolution, Yang Yi set forth towards the location of the Valley of the Blade King, accompanied by his 3 strongest refined corpses. The remaining 13 refined corpses were reburied in the mass grave to absorb the ambient Yin energy, awaiting his return for activation. Meanwhile, in a secluded mountain within Xiling, Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu sat back to back, their expressions pale. Their garments bore numerous slashes from blades and swords, with droplets of blood seeping through. Although they appeared quite disheveled, faint smiles emerged on their wan faces. How wonderful it is to be alive! They had recently endured a fierce battle. Half a day prior, they had faced an ambush led by several unknown 8th-tier grandmasters. Utilizing all their skills, they managed to slay 2 of the 8th-tier grandmasters and escape with their lives. After regaining their composure, they turned their gazes towards Dongli. Xiao Qinyu suddenly lamented, "I wonder how our junior brother is faring. Since we parted ways, we have scarcely heard any news about him. Indeed, if it weren't for the heavenly blade our junior brother imparted to us, we might not have escaped death this time." Li Yanlu concurred. Yes, we owe our survival to our junior brother's heavenly blade, otherwise we. As she spoke, Li Yanluo seemed to recall something and turned to Xiao Qinyu, inquiring, "Sister, be sure to keep the red essence fruit safe. It is a rare treasure of heaven and earth, with our junior brother's talents. Consuming it could help him advance further." Xiao Qinyu, upon hearing this, touched the small pouch at her waist and replied, "Sister, do not worry. I carry it with me at all times. Sister, we have all transcended to the 8th rank. When shall we return to Dongli to seek our junior brother?" Upon hearing this, Li Yanlu fell into a moment of contemplation. "Let us await news from our junior brother. When the time is right, he will seek us out. The adversaries of our junior brother possess formidable strength, as you are well aware. Even the 9th rank was compelled to intervene in Guangling City. Although we have achieved the 8th rank, we may still become a burden to him. Until our junior brother reaches out to us, we must refrain from returning to Dongli." After a brief pause, Li Yanlu continued, "We must adopt a more discreet approach from here on. I suspect that today's group is related to Dongli. Let's heal and cultivate while we await news." Xiao Qinyu remained silent, merely nodding gently in the direction of Dongli. Chapter 102, Acquiring the Secret Manual. From Yang Prefecture, where Yang Yi currently resides, one must traverse through Xianing Prefecture to reach Xiaoming Prefecture. The valley housing the Sword King Valley is nestled within the deepest mountains of the northwestern part of Xiaoming Prefecture. This journey requires crossing 2 prefectures. Fortunately, Yang Yi's profound cultivation allows him to traverse this distance without expending over a month's time. Yang Yi, accompanied by 3 refined corpses, soared swiftly, and after a span of 10 days, they arrived at the outer mountains of the Sword King Valley. Yang Yi left the 3 refined corpses at the periphery of the valley and transformed his visage to that which he bore at Qingxian Temple as he approached the entrance of the Sword King Valley. As he reached the mouth of the valley, 3 sword-wielding figures clad in white appeared before him. The trio placed their right hands upon the hilts of their swords, their gazes keenly scrutinizing Yang Yi. "Who might you be, and what brings you to our Sword King Valley?" Upon witnessing this, Yang Yi replied, "Where is Gu Qingxiu? I have come in accordance with our previous agreement. The three white-clad swordsmen immediately lowered their guard upon hearing his words. One stepped forth and clasped his fists in salute, stating, "We apologize for our earlier rudeness in the presence of esteemed Senior Zhou Yi, the dual master of sword and blade. Please do not take offense." Yang Yi nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "Indeed, it is I." The swordsman then declared, "Our second valley master has given instructions. Please follow me into the valley." With that, he gestured for Yang Yi to enter the Sword King Valley. The other two remained behind, with one stationed to guard the entrance while the other hurried into the valley, presumably to notify the higher-ups of the Sword King Valley. Yang Yi observed this in silence, sensing no hostility from these disciples. Moreover, even if the Sword King Valley harbored ill intentions, he possessed the confidence to breach it effortlessly. His current cultivation was no trifling matter, and he had left behind 3 formidable refined corpses as a backup. The white-clad swordsman escorted Yang Yi slowly, occasionally sharing insights about the scenic beauty of the Sword King Valley. Upon reaching the core area of the valley, Yang Yi spotted Gu Qingxiu approaching him alongside a slender middle-aged man. Yang Yi recognized the likeness of the slender middle-aged figure from a portrait he had seen. The esteemed leader of the Blade King Valley, Gu Qinghe, ranks third among the most exceptional figures in the realm. Although Gu Qinghe appears slender, he is, in fact, a formidable presence at the pinnacle of the 9th rank. At this moment, his aura is entirely restrained. Were one unaware of his identity or to neglect thorough investigation, it would be nearly impossible to discern that he belongs to the echelon of the extraordinary. Of course, even if one were inclined to investigate, few within the Eastern Lijianghu could unveil his true nature. Yang Yi is, fortuitously, among those capable of such discernment. He can distinctly sense the overwhelming power concealed within Gu Qinghe's lean physique. Upon encountering Yang Yi, both Gu Qinghe and his brother, Gu Qingxiu, quickened their pace. Soon arriving before him, the leading swordsman clad in white bows respectfully to both Gu Qinghe and Gu Qingxiu before taking his leave. Gu Qingxiu, with a warm smile, greets Yang Yi, saying, "Brother Zhou, we are honored by your visit to our Blade King Valley. Your presence truly enhances our humble abode." Following this, he introduces his elder brother, Brother Zhou. "This is my elder brother, Gu Qinghe, the esteemed leader of our valley." He then turns to Gu Qinghe and introduces Yang Yi. "Elder brother, this is the renowned Zhou Yi, celebrated for his dual mastery of sword and blade." A smile graces Gu Qinghe's slender countenance as he nods appreciatively. After exchanging pleasantries with Yang Yi, he gestures for him to enter, saying, "This is not the place for conversation. Please come inside. Our valley may be modest, but I hope you will not find it lacking." Yang Yi responds with a courteous bow. The tranquility here is indeed ideal for focused cultivation. How could it be deemed modest? The Blade King Valley resembles a large village rather than a formal sect. There are no ornate temple structures, only clusters of quaint brick houses. These dwellings are interspersed, evoking the charm of a Jiangnan water town, bestowing a sense of closeness to nature. It is hard to believe that one is situated in the western frontier while within the valley. The three move forward, sharing laughter as they head toward the largest of the brick houses. Although it is referred to as the largest, it is only slightly more distinguishable than the surrounding buildings. At the entrance of this house stands a colossal stone blade, erected prominently, with the inscription Valley Master's Courtyard etched upon its base. Gu Qinghe and Gu Qingxiu usher Yang Yi into the house, where they settle into the reception hall. Once seated, Yang Yi cuts to the chase, addressing Gu Qingxiu. "Brother Gu, do you still acknowledge what was discussed at the Qingxian Temple?" Before Gu Qingxiu can respond, Gu Qinghe's expression turns serious as he asserts, "Of course we acknowledge it. Our Blade King Valley stands by its word. We would never renege on our promises. It is simply a matter of exchanging the 3rd and 4th forms of the Heavenly Blade for the cultivation method of the 1st form, as well as forming an alliance with the Xiantian legacy. We have made our decision resolutely and shall not waver." Yang Yi nods slightly in response. Thus it is. The Valley of the Sword King harbors no ill intentions, thereby alleviating considerable troubles. Of course, Yang Yi is not one to entirely lower his guard based solely on a single statement. He promptly spoke, "Master Gu, I must first acquire the original texts of the 3rd and 4th forms of the Heavenly Blade, which embody the essence of swordsmanship, before I can impart to you the 1st form of the Heavenly Blade." Upon hearing this, Gu Qinghe did not refuse and responded, "Please wait a moment. I shall retrieve them for you." Gu Qinghe rose and exited the reception hall. In a short while, he returned with 2 small tomes, placing them before Yang Yi. A sense of joy welled within Yang Yi upon seeing these volumes. They resembled the manuals of the first and second forms of the heavenly blade he had encountered previously. Yet these were in a much more complete condition. Though the pages had yellowed, they remained largely intact. Indeed, even if they were somewhat damaged, it mattered little. Having practiced the first two forms of the heavenly blade, Yang Yi understood that the true value lay not merely in the recorded techniques, but in the profound essence concealed within the texts. Without awakening this essence, merely adhering to the written instructions would render one incapable of mastering the heavenly blade. Yang Yi extended his hand to receive the tomes, casually flipping through them to inspect their contents. The two manuals indeed contained the original texts imbued with true meaning. The Valley of the Sword King had not engaged in any deceitful antics. This realization brought Yang Yi a sense of satisfaction, as it appeared that Gu Qinghe and Gu Qingxiu were men of their word. After confirming the authenticity of the manuals, Yang Yi addressed Gu Qinghe and Gu Qingxiu. I shall accept these texts. I kindly request that the Valley Master arrange for me a place to meditate upon these two manuals of the Heavenly Blade. Tomorrow, I will impart to you the first form. Chapter 103. Contemplating the third form of the Heavenly Blade. Upon hearing Yang Yi's intention to contemplate before imparting, Gu Qingxiu wished to voice a thought, but was halted by Gu Qinghe. Trusting those who employ one need not question. Since Zhou Yi had already arrived at the Valley of the Sword King, there was no fear of him breaking his word. In Gu Qinghe's view, Zhou Yi was merely at the pinnacle of the 8th rank. Should any issues arise, he could not escape the valley, so it was wiser to extend the utmost trust, fostering a more pleasant collaboration. Following Yang Yi's request, Gu Qinghe promptly arranged a small courtyard for his cultivation and contemplation. Upon entering the courtyard, Yang Yi eagerly settled cross-legged upon the bed and opened the manual for the third form of the Heavenly Blade. The third form, titled 3 Lights Steadying the Cauldron, was, unlike the first two forms, a formation of blades. A chill ran through Yang Yi. The Heavenly Blade was far beyond mere high-tier martial arts. In fact, while the first form could stand alone as a high-tier technique, when combined with the other forms, it undoubtedly transcended high-tier martial arts. Initially, he discovered the first volume of the Heavenly Blade Manual, adorned with the inscription of the highest tier, celestial rank. It is highly probable that the predecessors of the Shadow Fragment Blade sect speculated and appended this notation. Indeed, it is conceivable that even those ancestors doubted the authenticity of the Heavenly Blade Manual. Otherwise, it would not have been so fragmented. The profound essence encapsulated in the first form of the Heavenly Blade pertains to a singular, domineering truth. The second form encompasses both the yin and yang truths. Yet their interdependence was well within Yang Yi's expectations. However, the third form is exceedingly extravagant. It embodies 3 distinct truths: the scorching brilliance of the sun, the chilling shadow of the moon, and the profound depth of the stars, converging to form a formidable blade array, while also integrating the 3 truths of the first and second forms. Its power is nothing short of terrifying. As Yang Yi perused the contents of the manual, his mind momentarily blanked, plunging into reverie. Upon regaining his senses, he found his spirit transported to a mysterious realm. Within this enigmatic space, a towering figure with flowing hair stood poised in the void, surrounded by numerous formidable presences. This seemed to be a genuine echo from the annals of history. The visages of those surrounding the majestic figure were obscured, yet their formidable auras exuded an undeniable authority, instilling fear in all who beheld them. Yang Yi contemplated this scene, a thought flashing through his mind. All these individuals were unparalleled powerhouses, each surpassing the 9th tier. Any one of them could dominate the contemporary world. In this mysterious expanse, Yang Yi observed the group unleashing a cacophony of dread-inducing martial techniques, all converging upon the imposing figure. Unfazed by the onslaught of such formidable foes, the towering man held his blade before him with unwavering composure. Radiance began to emanate from his being, gradually coalescing into 2 ethereal figures, identical to him. Each of these luminous manifestations wielded a blade forged from the same radiant essence, positioned in a triangular formation alongside the majestic figure. These 2 spectral beings each accumulated terrifying power through their respective blades. The imposing man exuded a truth-seeking aura as profound as the cosmos itself. One of the radiant figures emanated the chilling truth of the moon, while the other radiated the searing truth of the sun. These 3 formidable truths coalesced around the towering figure, forming a colossal triangular array. This was the third form of the heavenly blade, the unparalleled blade array of the three lights. Kill. Yang Yi, in a daze, heard the word escape the lips of the towering man. Together, he and the two luminous figures swung their blades in unison, cleaving towards the multitude of attacking masters. As the blade was unleashed, the very heavens and earth seemed to still, and then the mysterious space shattered. Yang Yi's consciousness returned to his corporeal form. Yet, even upon returning, he remained immersed in the power of that singular strike from the towering man. It was overwhelmingly potent. This manifestation seemed not to have even integrated the truths of the first and second forms. Should one integrate the profound essence of the first and second forms, it is likely that their might could ascend several tiers. Although he did not witness the towering figure slaying the assailants, that single stroke would have undoubtedly sealed their fate. Yang Yi gazed at the heavenly blade third form manual, which dissipated into ashes from his fingertips, his heart swelling with excitement. He had already gleaned a fragment of the three true intents wielded by the magnificent man. Given some time, he was certain he could replicate the extraordinary blade formation, the three lights settling the realm that the towering figure had executed. Mastering this stroke would precipitate a significant surge in his prowess. However, he remained uncertain about how long it would take to execute the heavenly blade third form, as it was far more intricate than the first and second forms. He feared that comprehending the three true intents would require considerable time and effort. Yang Yi picked up the heavenly blade fourth form, hesitated for a moment, and chose not to unfold it. The progressive and unparalleled blade technique of the heavenly blade could not be practiced until he had mastered the third form. Now was not the opportune moment to continue contemplating the fourth form. Should he inadvertently provoke the true intent without being able to grasp it, it would lead to complications. It would be prudent to wait until he had fully mastered the third form before delving into the fourth. Having made his decision, Yang Yi carefully stored the heavenly blade fourth form manual. After nurturing his bamboo staff sword and the Xian Yuan blade, he lay down to rest and recover his spirit, as the mental exertion from contemplating the third form had been considerable. The following day, shortly after Yang Yi awoke, a swordsman from the Blade King Valley delivered sustenance to him. After satiating his hunger, Yang Yi equipped his sword and blade and made his way to the Valley Master's courtyard. As per their agreement, today was the day he would impart the first form of the heavenly blade to them. Upon his arrival, Gu Qinghe and Gu Qingxiu were already awaiting him in the Valley Master's courtyard. Upon seeing them, Yang Yi cut to the chase and stated, "Master of the Valley, Brother Gu, as agreed, I shall impart the first form of the heavenly blade to you today. Where would be the most convenient location for this instruction?" To this, Gu Qinghe and Gu Qingxiu had already prepared. Gu Qinghe replied with a smile, "There is a lake within the valley with a broad and level shore, perfectly suited for practice. Would you kindly accompany us to the lakeside for the instruction?" Yang Yi clasped his hands in acknowledgement, saying as the guest, "I shall defer to the host. Your arrangements are most welcome." Subsequently, Gu Qinghe and Gu Qingxiu led Yang Yi to the lakeside. Soon, the trio arrived at the shore, which indeed was as Gu Qinghe had described, spacious and flat, a splendid venue for sword practice. Along the lakeside, the Blade King Valley had erected a pavilion, where tired practitioners could rest and enjoy tea and conversation, a truly splendid locale. Upon reaching the lakeside, Yang Yi drew his Xian Yuan blade and addressed the two. "I shall demonstrate the first form of the heavenly blade for you. You may then contemplate the techniques within, after which I will elucidate the subtle intricacies to assist you in grasping its true intent." Gu Qinghe and Gu Qingxiu nodded gently, indicating their compliance with Yang Yi's arrangements. In Chapter 104, titled Above the Ninth Rank, Yang Yi first refrained from utilizing his martial arts and demonstrated the first form of Heavenly Blade twice. The first form of Heavenly Blade is not particularly intricate in terms of movements and variations. After observing it twice, Gu Qinghe and Gu Qingxiu comprehended all the techniques and transitions and began practicing with their blades. Noticing that both had grasped the nuances of the movements, Yang Yi sheathed his sword and approached them, elaborating on the subtleties of the first form of Heavenly Blade, imparting its true essence to them. Both Gu Qinghe and Gu Qingxiu were adept swordsmen, and under Yang Yi's meticulous guidance, they swiftly grasped a fragment of the true meaning of the first form. Thus, Yang Yi's instruction came to a close, leaving the remaining insights for the two to ponder and explore. After practicing several times, Gu Qinghe and Gu Qingxiu stood with their swords sheathed, unable to suppress the joy radiating from their faces. After yearning for the heavenly blade for so many years, they finally managed to learn a form. Gu Qinghe warmly invited Yang Yi to return to the Valley Master's courtyard. Yang Yi accepted graciously, as he had a few matters to entrust to the Sword King Valley. Upon returning to the courtyard, Gu Qingxiu first summoned someone to arrange a banquet in honor of Yang Yi. The three then gathered in the reception hall for casual conversation. During their chat, Yang Yi brought up his request for the Sword King Valley to send someone to the West Ridge to assist in locating Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu. Gu Qinghe and Gu Qingxiu readily agreed. Yang Yi then provided them with the aliases of Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu in the West Ridge, as well as their respective contact information and code words. He felt assured that the Sword King Valley would send someone to seek out the sisters, trusting that Gu Qinghe and Gu Qingxiu would not harm them. After receiving the information from Yang Yi, Gu Qingxiu promptly left the Valley Master's courtyard to make the necessary arrangements. Meanwhile, Yang Yi continued his conversation with Gu Qinghe. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Yi inquired about the realm above the 9th rank and the subsequent forms of Heavenly Blade. The Sword King Valley is a remnant of the Star River Sword sect, established over 13 centuries ago, and its teachings have been preserved relatively intact, suggesting that they possess some understanding of the realm above the 9th rank. After all, the Star River Sword sect had once produced noteworthy figures of that caliber. Indeed, as Yang Yi had anticipated, Gu Qinghe was well-versed in matters concerning the realm above the 9th rank. Through Gu Qinghe's narration, Yang Yi learned the names of the realms above the 9th rank, as well as key information regarding the breakthroughs to that level. Gu Qinghe's knowledge encompassed 2 layers regarding the realm above the 9th rank. The first is the Ming Shun realm, which is the next level following the 9th rank. Upon reaching full realization of the 9th rank, one must cultivate a special method to nurture the internal essence pill, enabling the birth of a primordial spirit, ultimately transforming the essence pill into a divine abode to sustain the primordial spirit within oneself. Regarding the unique method of nurturing the true Dan, there exists a fragment within the Valley of the Blade King. Regrettably, it is merely a remnant, offering only reference value rather than any practical worth for cultivation. Observing Yang Yi's keen interest, Gu Qinghe generously promised to share this fragment of the nurturing method for his perusal. Additionally, Gu Qinghe provided Yang Yi with a piece of information. The Easternly royal family may possess a complete version of the true Dan nurturing method for divine spirits. Above the realm of the bright spirit lies the path-seeking realm. However, Gu Qinghe admitted his limited knowledge about the path-seeking realm, as only the name has been passed down through generations in the Valley of the Blade King. He even harbored doubts about the authenticity of this realm's designation. Nevertheless, Yang Yi was quite satisfied with the news regarding the bright spirit realm. Although the complete nurturing method was absent, Gu Qinghe's words had already sparked a new line of thought. He was confident that he would discover a path to transcend the 9th rank. If all else failed, a journey to the Easternly royal family would be in order. As for the subsequent clues regarding the Heavenly Blade, Gu Qinghe had little information to offer, only that their ancestors had acquired it from a region known as the Snow Domain. Yang Yi silently noted the name of this geographical location, contemplating that a future visit might be necessary. Amid their conversation, the banquet at the Valley of the Blade King was prepared. Gu Qingxiu, having arranged her affairs, returned to the master's courtyard. The feast was filled with merriment, and the hosts and guests enjoyed their time together. After the banquet, Gu Qinghe promptly presented Yang Yi with the fragment of the true Dan nurturing method for divine spirits. Indeed, as Gu Qinghe had indicated, the deficiencies were quite significant. The text contained only a general overview, with the crucial details pertaining to the actual nurturing completely missing. Upon finishing the fragment, Yang Yi couldn't help but sigh. No wonder the Valley of the Blade King had not produced another figure above the 9th rank in so many years. The incompleteness of this nurturing method was rather severe. He found himself curious about the Xiantian sword sect of bygone days. How did they come to acquire the true Dan nurturing method for divine spirits? At that time, the Tiangui Pavilion and the Weaving Building had already covertly controlled the Qian domain for nearly a millennium. Thus, it could be said that the ancestors of the Xiantian sword sect were truly remarkable individuals. In the days that followed, Yang Yi continued to reside in the Valley of the Blade King, engaging in cultivation while exchanging ideas with Gu Qinghe and Gu Qingxiu. He delved into the study of the heavenly blade and contemplated the nuances of the true Dan nurturing method for divine spirits, all while awaiting the return of the sisters Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu from the Eastern Li. Gu Qinghe and Gu Qingxiu had traversed the martial world for over a century, their insights and perspectives far surpassing Yang Yi's, and their understanding of martial arts greatly exceeded his own. Through discussions with them, Yang Yi reaped immense benefits, having only crossed over a few short years prior. Many of his concepts still bore the marks of his previous life. After this exchange of ideas, his comprehension of this world deepened significantly, and his martial heart advanced considerably. Although these developments did not translate into tangible increases in strength, they held immense significance for him. His power had been largely acquired through scavenging and the remnants of the past. In comparison to others, his cultivation in the realm of martial arts is considerably lacking. This poses a significant risk. The disparity between his mastery of power and his mental state may inevitably lead to dire consequences. In a lighter sense, he risks losing control over his power and damaging his mental state. In a graver scenario, he might succumb to madness and see his mental fortitude crumble. Perhaps the drawbacks have yet to fully manifest, but should he fail to advance his mental cultivation, his fate will undoubtedly be bleak. This realization dawned upon him after engaging in philosophical discussions with Gu Qinghe and Gu Qingxiu. In truth, the signs of misalignment between his mental state and his power have already begun to surface during this period. Particularly after breaking through to the latter stage of the 9th rank, he has become somewhat arrogant. Despite being aware that the 9th rank is concentrated in Guangling City, and that the Tianji Pavilion and Zijinhua are covertly observing, he still dared to return to Guangling to hunt the corpse refining sect. Reflecting on it now, his decision to return and hunt the corpse refining sect in Guangling City appears rather unwise. It seemed as though, upon reaching the latter stage of the 9th rank, he developed a sense of superiority over the world's formidable warriors. Nonetheless, it is not too late to gain this insight now. Through this recent exchange of ideas, his path in martial arts will undoubtedly become more stable. Yang Yi has secluded himself in Knife King Valley for over a month. Each day, aside from contemplating the third form of the heavenly blade, he engaged in discussions with Gu Qinghe and Gu Qingxiu. He even set aside his exploration of the true essence and cultivation techniques for nurturing the spirit. Over this period, his mental cultivation has progressed remarkably. He has also begun to grasp the three truths of the third form of the heavenly blade, and he is approaching the ability to perform it. Chapter 105, Contemplating the fourth form of the heavenly blade. Although he has yet to master the third form, Yang Yi has now qualified to ponder the fourth form. Just as he intended to extract the teachings of the fourth form, Gu Qingxiu brought him delightful news. Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu, the sisters, are on their way to Knife King Valley with the guidance of the disciples and will arrive by tomorrow morning. Upon receiving this news, Yang Yi felt a surge of joy. It has been nearly a year since their separation, and he is eager to learn how the two senior sisters have fared. After Gu Qingxiu departed, Yang Yi took a moment to calm his thoughts before resuming his study of the fourth form scripture, with Li and Xiao arriving tomorrow. He has ample time to comprehend the fourth form and grasp its essence. He slowly opened the scripture to study it. The fourth form of the heavenly blade is named four symbols breaking the void, and like the third form, it is a blade formation. The fourth form embodies four truths: the withering and flourishing of wood, the brutality of fire, the sharpness of metal, and the subtlety of ice. These four truths correspond to the four spirits of heaven: the azure dragon of the east, the vermilion bird of the south, the white tiger of the west, and the black tortoise of the north. When executed, it can manifest the four spirits of heaven, encircling enemies with an overwhelming killing intent and possessing the terrifying power to annihilate the world. I am utterly perplexed as to who the creator of the heavenly blade might be, for merely perusing its manual allows one to perceive its boundless might. This is merely the fourth form. I can hardly fathom the power of the subsequent techniques. The heavenly blade is unlike any earthly weapon. As Yang Yi continued to gaze upon it, his mind became ensnared. In a moment of reverie, he found himself drawn into a mysterious realm, where he encountered the majestic figure of the long-haired man once more. This time, however, the enigmatic space bore a stark contrast to the previous three encounters. While those had been grand spectacles, this space exuded an unexpected tranquility. It resembled a garden, basking in sunlight, with gentle streams and vibrant blossoms in full bloom. The towering figure was not adorned with flowing locks, but rather had gathered his hair with a simple wooden hairpin, exuding an air of languid elegance. At that moment, the imposing man was tending to the flowers, seemingly sensing Yang Yi's arrival. He turned his back to Yang Yi and spoke softly. "You have come. It is for the heavenly blade, is it not?" Yang Yi was taken aback and quickly scanned his surroundings, yet found no one else present. Was the grand figure indeed speaking to him? Instinctively, he wished to respond, but as he looked up, he discerned a hint of clarity. The great man was not addressing him directly. It appeared that another individual was seeking the man's teachings. In Yang, he had merely supplanted that person's perspective in this mystical space. Indeed, Yang Yi refrained from replying. The grand figure, however, turned to face him, proclaiming in a resonant voice, "You possess a pure disposition and exceptional talent. You are indeed worthy of inheriting my heavenly blade. I hope that upon mastering it, you will uphold my illustrious reputation." At this juncture, Yang Yi was entirely convinced of his earlier surmising. He realized that he had occupied a position that originally belonged to another, being well aware of his own nature. He found the description of possessing a pure disposition and exceptional talent to be wholly unbefitting. It seemed that the previous individual had uttered something, prompting the grand figure to display a look of satisfaction as he exclaimed, "Excellent." Subsequently, Yang Yi witnessed the grand man extend his index finger towards the center of his brow. Yang Yi's body stiffened, instinctively wanting to recoil. Yet before he could move, the man's finger touched his brow, and in an instant, a torrent of profound insights and true meanings regarding the fourth form of the heavenly blade surged into his consciousness. Once the transmission was complete, the space shattered instantaneously, and Yang Yi's awareness returned to his corporeal form. Even as his consciousness rejoined his body, he remained entranced by the grand man's singular touch. It was evident that the gesture was utterly ordinary, devoid of any hint of lethal intent. Yet, he found himself unable to evade it, even to the extent that he could not muster a reaction in time. A sense of helplessness welled up within Yang Yi. Just how powerful was that grand figure? Was he at the divine enlightenment stage? Or perhaps the path-seeking stage? How many formidable individuals remain in this world? Akin to towering giants? Where might they currently reside? Are they diligently honing their skills in some hidden corner of the Qian domain? Or have they ventured beyond its borders? The mere contemplation sends a chill down Yang Yi's spine. He silently admonishes himself to remain grounded at all times. Although the system is extraordinarily sharp, the inherent depth of the native inhabitants of this realm must not be underestimated. Yang Yi's yearning for strength intensifies fervently. It takes him a while to regain his composure. The enhancement of his abilities requires meticulous planning. With unwavering confidence in the system, he believes he shall never be inferior to anyone. He merely lacks time. Once his emotions settle, Yang Yi begins to close his eyes, delving into the profound intricacies and true essence of the fourth style of the heavenly blade. This contemplation consumes the majority of the day, and when he finally opens his eyes, it is already dawn of the following day. He has grasped the thread of the four truths of the fourth style. It is far more intricate than the third style, being tenfold in complexity. In the short term, he will not have the opportunity to manifest it, especially since he has yet to master even the third style of the heavenly blade. Yang Yi estimates that by the time he comprehends the fourth style thoroughly and can execute it, he would likely need to reach the 9th tier or above. Slowly rising from his bed, he sweeps away the dust transformed from the manual, freshens himself, and steps outside. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, Senior Sister Li and Senior Sister Xiao are expected to arrive today. As their junior, it is only fitting for him to extend a warm welcome. Though his prowess now far surpasses that of Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu, the two sisters have treated him with genuine kindness. The celestial techniques were shared without hesitation, devoid of any hidden agendas. When faced with Shen Aoyun, they did not abandon him for their own escape, but rather chose to confront the challenge together. Such loyalty would soften even the hardest of hearts, and Yang Yi, who is not devoid of compassion, genuinely regards Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu as his esteemed seniors. After such a prolonged separation, it is only reasonable for him, as their junior, to greet them at the entrance of the Blade King Valley. As the hour is still early and the sisters have yet to arrive, Yang Yi decides to visit the Valley Master's courtyard to share a meal with Gu Qinghe and Gu Qingxiu. The three engage in light conversation and philosophical discourse until a disciple from the Blade King Valley arrives to report that Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu are nearing the valley. Only then does Yang Yi rise to accompany Gu Qingxiu to the entrance to welcome them. Originally, he intended to greet them alone. However, as the host, Gu Qingxiu insists on joining him, leaving Yang Yi with no choice but to acquiesce. Chapter 106. The Return of Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu. Soon after, Yang Yi and Gu Qingxiu arrive at the valley entrance. As they arrived, Li Yinluo and the sister Xiao Qinyu were accompanied by two formidable masters from the Knife King Valley. Upon seeing them, Yang Yi furrowed his brow and his expression turned solemn. A menacing aura of lethal intent began to emanate from him. Gu Qingxiu, sensing this overwhelming presence, felt his body stiffen involuntarily. The aura was terrifying, reminiscent of the might possessed by his elder brother, Gu Qinghe. However, Yang Yi's aura was not directed at Gu Qingxiu, who quickly shook off its influence. Upon observing the condition of Li Yinluo and the others, Gu Qingxiu's expression darkened. Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu appeared quite haggard, their faces pale and bloodstains at the corners of their lips. The two masters from the Knife King Valley fared even worse. One bore a grievous sword wound across his chest, while the other had an arm hanging limply. It was evident that they had encountered a fierce battle on their way back to the Knife King Valley. The enemy's forces were exceptionally formidable, Li Yinluo, Xiao Shenyu, and the two from the Knife King Valley were all at the 8th grade Grandmaster level, yet they were all injured, indicating that their assailants were of remarkable strength. In a flash, Yang Yi appeared before the sisters Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu, inquiring with genuine concern, "Sister Xiao, are you all right?" The two sisters were pleasantly surprised to see him, almost rushing into his embrace, but they restrained themselves due to the presence of many onlookers. They shook their heads slightly in response, saying, "Junior brother, we are fine." However, the injuries sustained by the two seniors from the Knife King Valley are quite serious. At that moment, Gu Qingxiu also approached the two masters from the Knife King Valley, lending his support to them. He turned to Yang Yi and suggested, "Brother Zhou, let's enter the valley first. We can discuss matters further once we are inside." Yang Yi nodded in agreement, recognizing the necessity to understand the specifics of the situation and the identity of those who had ambushed them. As his thoughts shifted, the menacing aura dissipated entirely. Yang Yi then gestured lightly, releasing a stream of vital energy that assisted Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu as they followed Gu Qingxiu toward the heart of the Knife King Valley. Along the way, Yang Yi used his mental acuity to assess the sisters' conditions. While they were somewhat fatigued and had minor internal injuries, their wounds were not severe, likely due to their use of the Heavenly Blade. With a brief period of recuperation, they would soon return to their former selves. Yang Yi brought Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu back to the courtyard arranged for him in the Knife King Valley, allowing them to rest and recover. The Knife King Valley had thoughtfully prepared medicinal meals to aid in their rejuvenation. Just as Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu were about to speak to Yang Yi after regaining their strength, the voices of the Knife King Valley's warriors echoed from outside the courtyard. "Senior Zhou, our sect leader and the second leader request the three of you to visit the small courtyard of the sect leader." Upon hearing this, Yang Yi responded courteously, "Thank you for your efforts. We shall head there at once." After addressing the messenger from the Blade King Valley, Yang Yi turned to Li Yinluo and the sisters. "Xiao Qinyu, sisters, let us proceed. It is likely that the two from the Blade King Valley have completed their recuperation." Hearing this, Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu rose and followed Yang Yi towards the sect leader's small courtyard. It is worth noting that the two from the Blade King Valley were injured for her sake. They certainly deserve our gratitude. The small courtyard was not far, and soon they arrived. As Yang Yi led Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu into the reception hall, Gu Qinghe, Gu Qingxiu, and the 8th grade swordsman whose arm was recently bandaged were already awaiting them. After Yang Yi, Li Yinluo, and Xiao Qinyu took their seats, Gu Qingxiu, with a grave expression, addressed Yang Yi, "Brother Zhou, do you know who attempted to assassinate them?" Yang Yi shook his head. He had yet to inquire about the circumstances from his two senior sisters and was truly unaware of the identity of their assailants. However, he had his suspicions, though they remained unverified. Gu Qingxiu continued, "The ones who made the attempt were from the Shoshan Sword Pavilion." Upon hearing this, Yang Yi could not help but furrow his brow. This contradicted his expectations. He was familiar with the Shoshan Sword Pavilion, which ranked above the Blade King Valley in the Easternly power hierarchy, second only to the Easternly royal family. Yet, there had been no prior conflict with the Shoshan Sword Pavilion. Back in Guangling City, the Shoshan Sword Pavilion had not even made an appearance. As for whether Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu had offended the Shoshan Sword Pavilion in Xiling, it was a possibility, albeit a remote one. The Shoshan Sword Pavilion was located in the northeastern part of Easternly, thousands of miles away from Xiling, making such an encounter unlikely. Before Yang Yi could ponder further, Gu Qingxiu spoke again. The Shoshan Sword Pavilion is supported by the Tiangong Pavilion, and its foundation is not inferior to that of the royal family. At this, Yang Yi finally grasped the situation. The root of the matter lay with the Tiangong Pavilion. His initial suspicion was correct. It seemed the Tiangong Pavilion had taken notice of Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu, who were in Shiling, and through some means discovered their identities, intending to hunt them down. With this realization, Yang Yi rose and cupped his fists in salute to Gu Qinghe and Gu Qingxiu. Sect leader, Brother Gu, we have brought trouble to the Blade King Valley. Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu followed suit, bowing respectfully to Gu Qinghe and Gu Qingxiu. After the formalities, Yang Yi turned to Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu, inquiring, "Sisters, where did you encounter the assassination attempt by the Shoshan Sword Pavilion? I shall go eliminate this group." Li Yanluo replied, "They have all been slain, with no survivors left. Their bodies have been destroyed, so they should not be traceable here." Gu Qinghe spoke at an opportune moment, saying, "There is no need for concern. Since we have formed an alliance, we shall advance and retreat together. The Tianji Pavilion harbors deep-seated enmity with our Knife King Valley as well. Moreover, for the time being, neither the Tianji Pavilion nor the Shou Mountain Sword Pavilion can trace our whereabouts in the Knife King Valley. You may rest assured and continue your cultivation here for a while." However, at this juncture, Yang Yi had already begun to contemplate leaving the Knife King Valley, not out of distrust or fear of dragging the valley into turmoil, but rather to settle some scores with certain factions and to enhance his own strength. With an increase in power, he would have a greater assurance to venture into the imperial city and ascertain whether there existed a method within the city for nurturing divine spirits with true elixirs. Even a fragmented version of such techniques would serve as a valuable reference. Of course, there was no urgency to depart immediately. It would not be too late to leave once the two senior sisters had fully recuperated. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Yang Yi felt a sudden urge and turned to Gu Qinghe, inquiring, "Master, how much detailed intelligence do you possess regarding the Tianji Pavilion and the Zijin building?" Chapter 107. Inquiry about the method of nurturing divine spirits with true elixirs. Gu Qinghe pondered for a moment before responding. Although our Knife King Valley has been intentionally gathering intelligence on the Tianji Pavilion and the Zijin building over the years, our knowledge is still rather limited. After a brief pause, he continued, "From what we understand, the entire Qian domain, comprising 13 nations, is covertly controlled by the Tianji Pavilion and the Zijin building. They refer to the Qian domain as their pasture. Each of the 13 nations is overseen by a faction within their organization. We speculate that in each nation, at least one being of 9th grade or above is stationed." As he concluded, Gu Qinghe's expression turned grave as he cautioned, "Before we give birth to a 9th grade existence, it is wise to choose a path of concealment. Though the powers of the Tianji Pavilion and the Zijin building are dispersed across the 13 nations, even the strength of a single nation is not something we can currently contend with." After speaking, Gu Qinghe let out a slight sigh. He then surveyed Yang Yi, Li Yanluo, and Xiao Qinyu, saying, "You three possess extraordinary talents, having reached the 8th grade realm before the age of 30. Perhaps you have the potential to remove the millennial-old mountain overshadowing the Qian domain, but for now, you must remain hidden." In response to this, Yang Yi subtly shook his head. Gu Qinghe's assertion was not entirely accurate. Prolonged concealment would not resolve the issues at hand. The Xinghe sword sect had been obliterated for over 1,300 years. They had remained hidden for more than a millennium, achieving little progress. Even now, the Knife King Valley only ranks 3rd among the factions. When would they be capable of eradicating the Tianji Pavilion and the Zijin building? While the Knife King Valley undoubtedly possessed hidden strengths, no amount of concealment could withstand the might of the Tianji Pavilion and the Zijin building. Furthermore, Gu Qinghe seemed unaware of his own circumstances. The path of concealment adopted by the Knife King Valley was not suitable for him. Now, he merely needs to obtain the method for nurturing divine spirits through the Shurdan, and then he shall embark on a rampage against rival factions, engaging in the collection of spoils. His strength is destined to ascend rapidly, surpassing the likes of the Tianji Pavilion and the Zijin Fang. Of course, such sentiments are not suited for discussion with Gu Qinghe and the others. Yang Yi nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "Thank you for the reminder, sect leader. We shall proceed with utmost caution." Upon hearing Yang Yi's response, Gu Qinghe let out a subtle sigh of relief. "If one day your amassed strength is sufficient, do not hesitate to inform us at the Knife King Valley. We shall act in unison. The Knife King Valley has been lying in wait for many years, and we are not without preparations." Yang Yi nodded in gratitude, clasping his fists in respect. "Thank you, Sect leader. Should that day come, we will certainly notify you. After departing from the sect leader's courtyard and returning to the small residence arranged by Gu Qinghe, under the signal from Li Yanluo, Xiao Qinyu unfastened a small pouch hanging from her waist. From within, she retrieved a fruit, entirely crimson and roughly the size of an infant's fist. Offering it to Yang Yi. Junior brother, this is the rare Qi Jing we fortuitously acquired in Xiling. Consuming one can save decades of cultivation effort. Yang Yi was momentarily taken aback, realizing that both of his senior sisters had also encountered such rare treasures. The refinement of a single fruit could indeed spare him over a decade of arduous training. The efficacy of this fruit far surpassed that of his Jin Shui Xinshan. Clearly, his senior sisters possessed far greater talent than he. Their claim of saving years of cultivation effort could easily rival a century of martial arts training from systematic perspective. Initially puzzled by the rapid breakthroughs of Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu, he now understood upon seeing the Qi Jinghua. Yang Yi, not one to stand on ceremony with his senior sisters, reached out and accepted the Qi Jinghua. However, he did not immediately shatter the energy barrier enveloping the fruit to consume it. At present, he felt no pressing need for the Qi Jinghua, preferring to reserve it for critical moments. Were it not for the restriction against consuming multiple treasures of the same kind, he might have even hesitated to accept the Qi Jinghua. After securing the fruit carefully, Yang Yi retrieved a cloth bag from his robes. He untied it and produced 2 Jin Shui Xianshan, offering them to Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu. Senior sisters, I have accepted your Qi Jinghua, and coincidentally, I possess 2 Jin Shui Xianshan. I hope you will not decline. Though the effects of the Jin Shui Xianshan may not match those of the Qi Jinghua, they too are rare treasures. And he hoped they would aid his senior sisters in advancing further. Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with delight. They did not hesitate to accept the Jin Shui Xianshan, speaking in unison. Since it is prepared specifically for us by our junior brother, we shall accept it. Observing them take the Jin Shui Xianshan, Yang Yi deftly broke the energy barrier surrounding them with a flick of his finger. He then advised the 2 senior sisters, please make haste to refine the Jin Shui Xianshan over the coming days. In a few days, we shall depart from the Valley of the Blade King, and certain accounts require settlement. Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu's expressions grew grave as they nodded solemnly. Very well. We shall refine the golden blood ginseng in the coming days. This day had been long awaited. They did not inquire whether Yang Yi was confident. Their understanding of him ran deep. Given Yang Yi's cautious nature, his invitation for their return indicated that he was indeed prepared. Just as Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu were about to retreat to their chambers to refine the ginseng, Yang Yi suddenly recalled a matter and called out to them. Sisters, please hold on. I wish to inquire about something. What Yang Yi sought to learn pertained not to trifles, but to the method of nurturing spirits with solid elixirs. The Xintian sword sect had once produced beings of the 9th rank and above. Perhaps they possessed knowledge of such methods. Both Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu were direct descendants of the Xintian sword sect, and they might hold some clues. Although the sisters had previously mentioned that the Xintian legacy did not contain any inheritances above the 9th rank, the method of nurturing spirits with solid elixirs was exceedingly rare. It was also a focal point of interest for both the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion and the Weaving Tower. It was entirely possible that the ancestors of the Xintian sword sect had preserved such knowledge through subtle means. Perhaps Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu were in possession of the method of nurturing spirits with solid elixirs, or even an inheritance above the 9th rank, yet they remained unaware. The likelihood of this was not negligible. The Xintian sword sect had only fallen 3 centuries ago, thus their legacy could be considered largely intact, and the chance of secretly preserving the method of nurturing elixirs was quite plausible. Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu turned to Yang Yi and inquired, Junior brother, what is it? Speak freely. Yang Yi did not withhold information. He first conveyed to them the conditions for breaking through to the 9th rank and the method of nurturing spirits with solid elixirs. He even shared the fragments of the method he had gleaned from the Valley of the Blade King, before adding, Sister Xiao, please reflect carefully. Does our lineage possess any similar techniques? Or are there any orally transmitted phrases that you might know, but whose meanings you do not comprehend? Chapter 108. The Method of Nurturing Spirits with Solid Elixirs of the Xintian Sword Sect. Upon hearing this, Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu fell into contemplation, their minds racing through the memories of their past. They diligently searched for any techniques reminiscent of the fragmented method from the Valley of the Blade King. As thoughts swirled, an image suddenly surged forth in their minds. It was a recollection from their early childhood, when they were merely 4 or 5 years old, just beginning to delve into the martial arts. At that time, their grandfather would always have them recite a passage of scripture before he ventured out to gather materials for cleansing their marrow and opening their meridians to enhance their talents. They would not cease until they had mastered it thoroughly. Yet, they remained oblivious to the purpose of this scripture. They had also inquired of their father and mother. Yet they remained silent, gently stroking the little ones' heads and saying, "When you grow up, you will naturally understand." At that time, the children would innocently inquire, "What if we forget?" Each time they posed this question, their parents would merely smile and respond, "If you forget, then so be it. It is not of utmost importance." However, regardless of whether they remembered or not, they were cautioned never to mention it in front of outsiders. At such a tender age, their comprehension of many matters was quite limited. Due to their parents' responses, the sisters believed that this was merely their grandfather instructing them to recite scriptures. Over time, they completely forgot about it. Even if it were not for Yang Yi's words stirring their distant memories, they would have thought they had entirely forgotten that scripture. In retrospect, it seemed that those verses were indelibly etched in their minds. They had never truly forgotten. They simply did not know what that scripture was. As the two reminisced about the past, a profound scripture flowed slowly from their lips. The golden elixir is the pivot of form and spirit, the essence of the celestial realm, forged from the primordial mystic energy to establish the divine foundation, nurturing the divine fetus with unwavering intent. Drawing upon the primordial mystic energy along the governing meridians up to Kunlun, traversing through the Dantian 7 times, condensing the energy to forge the divine abode. With the realm as the furnace, the elixir's light shines outward 9 times, revealing the essence of the divine spirit. The essence of the divine spirit rests within the elixir, forming the primordial human shape. With the slightest thought, the golden elixir nurtures the initial formation of the divine fetus, guiding the divine fetus out of the divine abode, traversing through the 100 bones, observing the organs like mountains, the blood vessels like rivers, drawing upon the forces of heaven and earth to nourish the divine abode. Forming towers and palaces, the golden elixir transforms into the celestial realm. The scripture recited by Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu was fully absorbed by Yang Yi. A smile gradually blossomed on his face. He had surmised correctly. The remnants of the Xiantian lineage indeed contained methods for nurturing spirits with the golden elixir. Although it was incomplete, it was far more coherent than the fragments from Knife King Valley. Once Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu finished reciting the scripture, they awakened from their reverie. Upon regaining their composure, their expressions grew quite complex. They had never imagined that the most significant inheritance of the Xiantian sword sect was hidden within an inconspicuous aspect of their past lives, passed down through oral tradition. Had they not learned of the golden elixir's method for nurturing spirits, they might have spent their entire lives unaware that this was the most crucial legacy of the Xiantian sword sect. Of course, this was likely also related to the sudden calamity that befell their Xiantian lineage. Otherwise, their parents would have surely revealed this matter to them at an appropriate time. Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu gradually calmed their emotions and recounted this scene from their past to Yang Yi, reciting the scripture for him once more. Yang Yi Fuju said intently, committing the scripture to memory. Indeed, the method of nurturing spirits with the golden elixir passed down by the Xiantian sword sect was also flawed, likely due to errors and omissions that arose during its oral transmission. However, the demise of the Xiantian sword sect was not a distant memory. The lives of martial practitioners tend to extend beyond those of ordinary individuals, suggesting that the method of nurturing divine spirits with solid pills has not been passed down through many generations. Although this method is somewhat incomplete, its integrity remains remarkably high. With some additional time devoted to it, there is hope for its restoration. If one could acquire the method of nurturing divine spirits with solid pills from the imperial family, the process of deducing and repairing it would undoubtedly be expedited. Although Gu Qinghe mentioned that the imperial family might only possess the possibility of this method, Yang Yi firmly believed in the considerable likelihood that they indeed held such a technique. Nonetheless, matters concerning the imperial family need not be rushed. He had yet to reach the pinnacle of the 9th rank. The imperial city was fraught with peril, with the headquarters of the Tiangong Pavilion and the Weaving Pavilion situated in its vicinity, until he attained the 9th rank's zenith. He would not dare approach the imperial city even by a single step. Moreover, it was plausible that the imperial family was intermingled with the influences of the Tiangong Pavilion and the Weaving Pavilion. No, it was not merely plausible. It was certain that the imperial family harbored the power of these factions. The royal families of the 13 nations in the Qian domain were initially supported by the Tiangong Pavilion and the Weaving Pavilion. He would never believe that there was no oversight from these factions within the imperial family. A journey to the imperial city must be approached with utmost caution. After obtaining the Xintian heritage method of nurturing divine spirits with solid pills, Yang Yi parted ways with Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu. The two sisters returned to their chamber to refine the golden blood Xian Shun, while Yang Yi proceeded to the lakeside to continue his comprehension of the third and fourth forms of the Tiandao. The intricacies of the third and fourth forms were truly profound. To date, he had yet to successfully execute the third form even once. In a few days, they would depart from the Valley of the Blade King to settle accounts with certain factions. Although Yang Yi felt confident regarding their target, he sought to master the third form of the Tiandao as swiftly as possible to avoid unforeseen complications, especially since the second form had already been revealed to the world. Thus, mastering the third form at this juncture was of paramount importance. When Yang Yi arrived at the lakeside to ponder the Tiandao, Gu Qinghe and Gu Qingxiu were also there, contemplating the first form of the Tiandao. However, neither party disturbed the other. They merely exchanged nods before immersing themselves in their respective training. Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu spent an entire day in the courtyard and finally refined the golden blood Xian Shun to completion. After refining the golden blood Xian Shun, both sisters found their auras significantly enriched. Yet, neither managed to break through from the initial stage of the 8th rank to its mid-stage. Upon exiting their seclusion, they inquired with the blade practitioners in the valley and learned that Yang Yi was at the lakeside contemplating his sword techniques, prompting them to hasten towards him. Upon seeing Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu arrive at the lakeside, Yang Yi contemplated briefly and decided to impart the second form of the Tiandao to them in advance. He was not far from executing the third form. The second form of the heavenly blade can now be imparted. Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu, fully aware of the significance of the method for nurturing the spirit through the true elixir, unhesitatingly recited it for him to hear. Such kindness merits a return of gratitude. Yang Yi summoned Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu aside, meticulously conveying the essence and techniques of the second form of the heavenly blade to the two. Once they grasped a fragment of its true meaning, Yang Yi encouraged them to join Gu Qinghe and Gu Qingxiu in comprehending the first form of the heavenly blade. Chapter 109. Mastering the third form of the heavenly blade. Although Gu Qinghe and Gu Qingxiu had yet to execute the first form, their understanding of the blades way surpassed that of the sisters Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu. By practicing alongside Gu Qinghe and Gu Qingxiu, the sisters would undoubtedly deepen their comprehension of the blade's essence and enhance their mastery of the first form. For the next 7 days, the 5 of them diligently trained by the lakeside. Since imparting the second form to Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu, Yang Yi devoted himself entirely to contemplating the third form, entirely immersed in its depths, oblivious to the world around him. Meanwhile, the sisters, together with Gu Qinghe and Gu Qingxiu, engaged in mutual sparring to validate their gains, resulting in significant progress for both parties. Under the guidance of Gu Qinghe and Gu Qingxiu, Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu's understanding of the blade's path grew deeper, while the former, with the aid of the latter, successfully mastered the first form and could now execute it smoothly, fostering a harmonious atmosphere among them. 7 days later, at the center of the lake, where Yang Yi sat cross-legged, the water began to swirl and form a circular pattern. After a while, half of the lake's water gradually boiled while the other half froze. Suddenly, 2 beams of light emanated from Yang, each forming a distinct presence as they sat upon the lake's surface. His original form and the 2 beams radiated different essences of true meaning. The profundity of the stars, the intensity of the sun, and the chill of the moon simultaneously erupted, causing the circle beneath Yang Yi to expand rapidly until it enveloped the entire lake. Then, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The lake was shrouded in a terrifying aura, dividing it into 3 distinct scenes. 1/3 of the water was enveloped in golden light, as if enduring an extreme heat that caused it to boil. Another third was bathed in the blue luminescence of the moon, emanating a chilling aura that gradually froze the surface. The final third was engulfed in profound darkness, resembling an abyss of stars. with only the occasional twinkle of stars piercing the overwhelming gloom. On the surface of the lake, Gu Qinghe, Gu Qingxiu, Li Yanluo, and Xiao Qinyu found themselves momentarily frozen in astonishment. They were enveloped in an area shrouded by moonlight, where an intensely frigid aura assailed them, penetrating even their profound cultivation. In an instant, their faces were adorned with frost. "How cold!" exclaimed the weakest among them, Li Yanluo, as she and her sister, Xiao Qinyu, shivered in unison. Swiftly, they summoned their vital energy to create a barrier, shielding themselves from the biting cold. Gu Qinghe and Gu Qingxiu, not faring much better, followed suit, erecting their own barriers to fend off the chill. Once the barriers were in place, warmth began to return to them, and their gazes converged on Yang Yi. Upon realizing that this phenomenon was the result of Yang Yi's actions, Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu initially felt a flicker of concern. However, as they comprehended that Yang Yi had achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation, their faces blossomed into radiant smiles. In contrast, Gu Qinghe and Gu Qingxiu wore more complex expressions. Gu Qinghe, observing Yang Yi intently, murmured with a grave countenance, "Terrifying, truly terrifying. You have outwitted everyone in the world. At the very least, he possesses mid-ninth grade cultivation, a prodigy unseen in ages." At this moment, Gu Qinghe felt a surge of relief that they had refrained from employing forceful measures upon discovering that the heavenly blade was in Yang Yi's possession. Had they misstepped by even a fraction, facing an adversary like Yang Yi would surely have posed a significant headache for their Blade King Valley. With this thought, Gu Qinghe suddenly broke into a smile. Now, their enemies would be the ones in distress. The first Mountain Sword Pavilion, the Divine Sword Sect, the Demon Cult, and even the Heavenly Machine Pavilion and the Weaving Tower. Gu Qinghe truly saw in Yang Yi a glimmer of hope for eliminating these factions. It seemed he needed to exert more effort to solidify their alliance. To befriend such an extraordinary prodigy, he was willing to pay any price. While Gu Qinghe was secretly contemplating ways to cultivate a closer relationship with Yang Yi, Gu Qingxiu was experiencing a simpler set of emotions. Overwhelmed by awe, she was oblivious to any discrepancies in Yang Yi's cultivation level. She was merely stunned by his formidable strength. Under the watchful eyes of the four, Yang Yi slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, his gaze was profoundly deep, as if he contained the entire cosmos within his pupils. Rising with deliberate grace, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes as he murmured to himself, "At last, I have successfully mastered the third style of the Heavenly Blade. The third style is indeed formidable. Though I have only grasped it preliminarily, it surpasses the second style by tenfold. The only drawback is the overwhelming vital energy it demands. Currently, I possess the strength for but a single strike. To master the art of wielding this blade effortlessly, one must traverse a long and arduous journey. However, even with a single strike, overcoming the pinnacle of the 9th rank poses no insurmountable challenge." After experiencing the formidable power of the third form of the Heavenly Blade, Yang Yi withdrew his dual incarnations into his body, dissipating the three martial intentions. The surface of the lake instantly regained its tranquility. Were it not for the fish intermittently surfacing with their bellies exposed, the onlookers might have dismissed the recent events as mere illusion. As Yang Yi concluded his practice, Gu Qinghe, Gu Qingxiu, Li Yanluo, and Xiao Qinyu materialized before him. Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu remained silent, their smiles radiating with even greater brilliance. With such accomplishments from their junior brother, they felt a shared pride. Gu Qinghe gazed at Yang Yi with a profound expression and said, "My friend, congratulations on your remarkable enhancement in strength. May your martial fortunes prosper henceforth." Yang Yi, aware that a trace of his aura had been detected by Gu Qinghe, remained unfazed and clasped his hands in return, affirming, "May you also achieve breakthroughs in your own limitations, and may your martial fortunes flourish as well." Upon concluding their exchange, Gu Qingxiu interjected, "Elder brother, Brother Zhou, Lady Li, and Lady Xiao, why don't we return to the Valley Master's courtyard to converse further? This place has become rather unsightly, unfit for discussion." Yang Yi, noticing the disarray of the fish upon the lake's surface, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Though it dissipated swiftly, such matters are trivial. As long as I remain unembarrassed, it is others who should feel the awkwardness. The five of them chatted amiably as they made their way back to the Valley Master's courtyard. Upon their return, Gu Qingxiu immediately arranged for the lake's surface to be cleared and instructed the servants to prepare a feast to honor Yang Yi and his companions. Each of the five had gleaned valuable insights that warranted celebration. Chapter 110. Departure from the Blade King Valley. The banquet was soon prepared. During the revelry, buoyed by the wine, Yang Yi inquired of Gu Qinghe and Gu Qingxiu about the various factions in the easternly region. Gu Qinghe, eager to strengthen ties with Yang Yi, revealed all he knew about the influential sects of the martial world without reservation, particularly those related to the Sword Sect, the demonic cult, and the Shun family of the capital, providing intricate details. After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, Yang Yi politely took his leave from Gu Qinghe and Gu Qingxiu. Both understood Yang Yi had his own plans and did not insist on detaining him. Gu Qinghe then offered to mobilize some of the Blade King Valley's resources to assist Yang Yi and his companions. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Yi declined. Although his rapport with the Blade King Valley was amicable, he harbored numerous secrets that he preferred to keep concealed, particularly concerning his methods of corpse refinement. While his senior sisters, Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu, were aware and supportive, the uncertainty regarding the Blade King Valley necessitated caution. After Yang Yi's refusal, Gu Qinghe felt a twinge of disappointment. However, no emotion was revealed on his face. A rejection is simply a rejection. One merely needs to send someone to observe the world, and, at a critical moment, extend a helping hand to strengthen the bond. To insist on sending someone to follow now would only jeopardize their relationship. After the banquet, Yang Yi and the two others did not linger in Knife King Valley. They bid farewell to Gu Qinghe and Gu Qingxiu before departing towards Yunkai Prefecture. Upon reaching the outskirts of the Knife King Valley's forest, Yang Yi paused for a moment, just as Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu were about to inquire about his delay. Three figures cloaked in black robes flickered into view before them. Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu furrowed their brows, their fingertips swiftly brushing against the sheaths of their swords. The sound of clashing blades resonated in the air. The Yu Changyin, Duan Yunkai, Song Wu, and Yun Yanhui materialized in their hands. Li Yanlu, wielding Yu Changyin and Duan Yunkai, and Xiao Qinyu, with Song Wu and Yun Yanhui, gazed solemnly at the three figures. These silhouettes exuded immense strength, imposing considerable pressure upon them. Just as they were about to strike first to seize the initiative, two vigorous palms of energy suddenly coalesced from Yang Yi and rested upon their shoulders. Sister, they are our people. No need to worry. Upon hearing Yang Yi's words, even though doubts lingered in Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu's hearts regarding the origins of these individuals, their trust in Yang Yi compelled them to swiftly return their swords to their sheaths. These three figures were, in fact, the three refined corpses Yang Yi had left outside Knife King Valley. Seeing that Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu had sheathed their swords, Yang Yi, while controlling the refined corpses, spoke to them. Sisters, let us depart. I will explain on the way. Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the three of them, along with the three corpses, set off at great speed towards Yunkai Prefecture. Along the journey, Yang Yi candidly revealed the identities of the refined corpses, mentioning that he had fortuitously acquired the techniques of the refining corpse sect. He had then infiltrated their stronghold, excavated the tomb of the evil sect's ancestor, and transformed them into refined corpses. He also recounted how he had slain the master-level living corpse Han Mingzi from the refining corpse sect, among others. After sharing about the refined corpses, Yang Yi briefly touched upon his recent experiences. As he concluded his narrative, his gaze inadvertently swept over Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu's faces. Noticing that their expressions bore only surprise, with no hint of disgust or resistance, Yang Yi felt an immense sense of relief. Although he had anticipated that they would not harbor any estrangement towards him, a hint of anxiety lingered until he received confirmation. After all, these refined corpses were ultimately to be entrusted to them. If they were to react with aversion or distaste, all efforts would be in vain. Upon hearing about Yang Yi's recent experiences, Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu were nearly left speechless in shock. The means of corpse refining do not seem to evoke any sense of wrongdoing in them. Having undergone extensive training, they have long since gained clarity. Regardless of the method employed, if it proves effective, it is deemed a worthy technique. Moreover, Yang Yi has utilized the remains of the demonic sect, refining the corpses from the corpse refining sect. The demonic sect is their sworn enemy, and the thought of using the remains of its ancestors to create refined corpses fills them with satisfaction rather than disdain or resistance. Their astonishment primarily stems from the remarkable exploits Yang Yi has undertaken recently, slaying the notorious demon Stick, a figure of the master ranking. confronting the formidable characters of the Tiangong Pavilion, infiltrating the demonic sect's stronghold to unearth its tomb, and defeating the living corpse Han Mingzi from the corpse refining sect. Each of these feats is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. For common person, accomplishing even one of these would be enough to earn renown in the martial world. Yet in such a brief span, Yang Yi has achieved so much. Xiao Qinyu could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired of Yang Yi, "Junior brother, what level have you attained now? Is it the 9th rank?" Li Yanluo did not intervene in Xiao Qinyu's questioning, instead quietly listening, eagerly awaiting Yang Yi's response. She too was greatly intrigued by his progress. Without reservation, Yang Yi nodded and replied, "Yes, I have reached the 9th rank." His response was casual, completely oblivious to the bittersweet expressions that appeared on the faces of the sisters, Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu. Prior to understanding Yang Yi's level, the sisters felt they had made significant progress themselves, having advanced from the 7th to the 8th rank in such a short time, a remarkable feat in the entirety of the Qinyu martial world. However, standing before Yang Yi, their achievements felt utterly insignificant. Both sisters silently lamented the widening chasm between themselves and their junior brother. Yang Yi remained unaware of the emotional shifts in Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu, continuing to engage them in conversation as they traveled. Meanwhile, in the newly constructed immortal abode of Guangling City, Xun Jinxiang of the Tiangong Pavilion received news of the complete annihilation of the personnel sent by the Shoshan Sword sect to Xiling, as well as the disappearance of the sisters, Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu. Enraged, he wreaked havoc in the freshly renovated room. Useless. All of them are useless. They couldn't even bring back 2 mere women. After venting his frustrations, Chun Jinxiang's emotions settled, and he sat deep in thought, contemplating how to extract Yang Yi and his companions. As he pondered, he absent-mindedly scratched his arm. Moments later, he rose and muttered to himself, "No, I must find an opportunity to awaken the leader and the third." Ever since that incident, I have felt an ominous presence looming over me. Until I capture and eliminate Zhou Yi, my heart shall know no peace. Indeed, the Shoshan Sword sect must fully re-enter the fray, and the royal power must be leveraged. We must also deepen our cooperation with the Weaving Pavilion. The moment Zhou Yi makes an appearance, we must strike him down without delay. He must not be allowed to grow stronger. Yang Yi remained unaware that Chun Jinhang from the Heavenly Machine Pavilion was once again devising ways to locate him. Chapter 111. The Capture of the Lady of Shadows. The location of the Divine Sword sect, much like the Demon sect, is situated in Yang Prefecture. However, while the Demon sect resides within the Misty Mountains at the heart of Yang Prefecture, the Divine Sword sect is perched atop Divine Sword Mountain, at the northernmost edge of Yang Prefecture, bordering Kanjia Prefecture. As Yang Yi and his companions returned from Xiaoming Prefecture, they inevitably passed through Yunjin City. Upon reaching the city, Yang Yi suddenly recalled a matter of significance and decided to linger for a moment. He wondered if the Lady of Shadows still remained in the city. If she was indeed present, it would be prudent to use her as a means to proclaim his intentions. Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu, the sisters, were puzzled by Yang Yi's unexpected halt in Yunjin City, as he had previously informed them that their destination was the Divine Sword sect. Yang Yi chose not to explain himself, instead arranging for them to stay in a small courtyard he had rented prior to this. He then set off towards the E-Home building. This was not due to any desire for secrecy from the sisters. Rather, the Lady of Shadows held a deep-seated vendetta against them. It would be wise to ascertain her presence before divulging anything to them, lest they be disheartened. Perhaps due to his previous interference with the Demon Sect's plans, the Lady of Shadows was now compelled to spend additional time re-establishing her influence within the city. At that moment, she was indeed still in Yunjin City, maintaining her illustrious status as the renowned courtesan, the celestial music fairy. As Yang Yi approached the E-Home building, he sensed the familiar aura of the Lady of Shadows. It was still daylight, and the establishment had yet to open its doors for business, with all its inhabitants currently resting. Yang Yi felt no concern that the Lady of Shadows would create any disturbance. He stealthily infiltrated the E-Home building, making his way towards her chamber. Upon reaching the threshold of her room, Yang Yi swiftly set up a barrier of vital energy to envelop the space before pushing the door open. The moment he entered, the Lady of Shadows became immediately alert. After all, at this hour, few would dare to intrude upon her privacy. Her gaze fixed on the doorway as she called out in a sultry voice, "Who goes there?" Yang Yi offered no reply, his form a mere flicker as he bypassed the screen and materialized before her. The Lady of Shadows, taken aback by Yang Yi's sudden appearance, exhibited a growing expression of astonishment. As a peak 7th-tier master, she was astounded by the swiftness of this individual, whose movement was so rapid that she could scarcely register it. He had traversed the distance from the door to her side in an instant, leaving her senses unable to perceive even the slightest motion. It was as though he had been concealed at her side all along, only to reveal himself now. A profound sense of danger surged within the Lady of Shadows. This person was undeniably beyond her capacity to confront. Her eyes darted around, and a charming smile swiftly replaced her initial shock. She adjusted her attire, revealing a delicate shoulder, and coyly remarked, "Senior." Before the Lady of the Underworld could finish her words, Yang Yi, with a look of disdain, struck her unconscious. Even when faced with death, she still attempted to seduce him, displaying an utter lack of awareness. After incapacitating the Lady of the Underworld, Yang Yi effortlessly lifted her with his vital energy and stealthily returned to his rented courtyard in Yunjin City. Throughout the entire process, he did not disturb a single soul. It would take until nightfall for the Yihong building to realize that their courtesan had gone missing. Upon Yang Yi's return, Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu were taken aback to see him escorting an exceptionally beautiful woman. They did not believe that Yang Yi had brought her back out of desire for her beauty. They considered themselves well acquainted with him and knew he was not that type of person. Moreover, they held great confidence in their own appearances. If they, as sisters, could not capture Yang Yi's heart, how could another woman succeed? Thus, they speculated that there must be a significant reason behind Yang Yi's actions, although an inexplicable pang of jealousy lingered in their hearts. Once back in the courtyard, Yang Yi released his vital energy and casually dropped the Lady of the Underworld onto the ground. The entire process was fluid and devoid of any tenderness towards the beautiful woman. Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu felt their hearts tremble at Yang Yi's actions. Could it be that he truly possessed no appreciation for beauty? Unaware of the inner turmoil of Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu, Yang Yi smiled and addressed them, "Elder sister, this is a gift from your junior brother. Pray, take a look at who she is." At his prompting, Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu realized the gravity of the situation and approached the Lady of the Underworld to investigate. Struck Heafili by Yang Yi. She showed no signs of regaining consciousness. In her comatose state, she could no longer maintain her facade. The two women immediately recognized her identity. "Junior brother, she is the Lady of the Underworld." Yang Yi nodded with a smile. "Indeed, she is the Lady of the Underworld from the demon sect. I leave her fate in your hands, elder sister." Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu were touched by his gesture. "Thank you, junior brother." Upon confirming the lady's identity, a fleeting glint of hatred crossed their eyes. Xiao Qinyu, in a fit of vengeance for her deceased family, raised her hand to strike the Lady of the Underworld dead. But Li Yinluo intervened. "Sister." Xiao Qinyu was puzzled as to why her elder sister had stopped her. Li Yinluo took a moment to compose herself before speaking slowly. "Little sister, such an end would be too merciful for her and would tarnish this courtyard. Let us take her to the unmarked graveyard, as your junior brother suggested, to deal with her there." Xiao Qinyu fell silent for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "You are right, sister. To kill her outright would be too lenient. She must endure the most excruciating tortures before meeting her end. Only then can we alleviate our resentment." As Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu deliberated on how to dispose of the Lady of the Underworld, Yang Yi entered the room and retrieved the wind catcher-esque attire he had previously concealed there, subsequently obliterating it with his formidable energy. The dark-hued fish dragon robe and the wind charm emblem were shattered into fine powder, scattering into the air. The wind-cutting blade was also reduced to iron sand, which Yang Yi buried on the spot. The wind catcher-esque attire would no longer be of use, and he would not return to this small courtyard again. After completing these tasks, Yang Yi took up a pen and paper to inscribe the words "vacate the premises," placing a sum of silver upon the table as a deposit. He then approached Li Yinluo and the sister Xiao Qinyu, stating, "Sister, let us depart. We are not far from the mass grave. Once we awaken the 13 refined corpses, we shall strike directly at the Divine Sword sect. After we obliterate the Divine Sword sect, we shall turn our attention to the demon cult." Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu nodded in agreement, wholly supportive of Yang Yi's plan. They bore no trepidation regarding a confrontation with the Divine Sword sect. Their ranks were composed entirely of 8th-tier warriors, complemented by Yang Yi, a 9th-tier powerhouse. Thus, assaulting the Divine Sword sect would pose no difficulty. Even if the Divine Sword sect possessed 9th-tier fighters, They remained unperturbed, for no one understood their junior brother better than they did. Since he had resolved to confront the Divine Sword sect, he must possess absolute confidence. All they needed to do was trust him and fight alongside him. Chapter 112. The Assault on the Divine Sword Sect. Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu exchanged no further words. They brought the unconscious Lady Yiming along and matched Yang Yi's pace. The mass grave, where the refined corpses were nurtured, was not particularly close to Yunjin City. However, with their current speed, they reached it in less than a day. Upon arrival at the mass grave, Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu took Lady Yiming aside to torment her. It remained unclear what methods they employed, but soon, the chilling screams of Lady Yiming echoed throughout the graveyard. In that eerie environment, her cries resembled the wails of a vengeful spirit, sending shivers down the spine. Yang Yi felt no sympathy for her. The torment she endured was well-deserved, and no amount of suffering warranted compassion. While Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu inflicted their punishment upon Lady Yiming, Yang Yi began his work with the corpses. He formed seals with his hands, manipulating the corpse-controlling talisman. The 13 refined corpses buried beneath the mass grave were awakened by the talisman, emanating a profoundly cold aura as they gradually revived and broke through the earth. Appearing before Yang Yi observed the 13 refined corpses for a while. Having absorbed the Yin energy for such an extended period, they had undergone significant changes compared to when they were first sacrificed. Their muscles were no longer as rigid, and their strength had improved somewhat. At a glance, aside from their pallid complexion, they bore little distinction from the living. Yang Yi was quite satisfied with this outcome. By suppressing their cold aura and concealing their appearances, it was unlikely that many would discern their identities as refined corpses. Awakening the corpse, Yang Yi found himself at leisure, making his way towards Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu. Soon, the Lady of Yiming would undoubtedly meet her demise, providing an opportune moment to search her remains. At this juncture, the Lady of Yiming had already been subjected to unspeakable torment at the hands of the sisters Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu. Her limbs had been severed, her body writhing upon the ground like a worm, marred with countless knife wounds, blood pooling beneath her. Yang Yi gazed upon this scene in somber silence, struggling to fathom that it was indeed the work of Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu. Their hatred for the demonic sect must be unfathomable. With a sigh, Yang Yi approached the writhing body of the Lady of Yiming, placing a hand upon her head. Then, he unleashed his vital energy, and in an instant, her head exploded. Yang Yi had successfully completed his search of the corpse. Host contact with the corpse yielded a random acquisition, martial arts cultivation of 30 years. This bounty was rather standard. After dispatching the Lady of Yiming, Yang Yi lifted his gaze to the sisters, whose eyes glowed with a crimson hue. He spoke in a measured tone, "Senior sister, do not allow vengeance to cloud your judgment. It is well to repay enmity with enmity and grievances with grievances, but do not let this lead you into madness." Just moments earlier, Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu had exhibited signs of potential corruption, prompting Yang Yi to decisively eliminate the Lady of Yiming. Upon witnessing the headless body and hearing Yang Yi's words, the crimson in the sisters' eyes gradually faded, restoring their clarity. In unison, they bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, junior brother, for your wise counsel." With both sisters now composed, Yang Yi felt a sense of relief and said, "Sisters, let us depart directly for Divine Sword Mountain. Together, we shall shatter it and avenge the legacy of Xiantian." Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu regarded Yang Yi with eyes full of gratitude, nodding earnestly. "Very well, let us go." With that, the three of them, accompanied by 16 corpses, set forth towards the northernmost Divine Sword Mountain in Yun Prefecture. Their journey would undoubtedly unleash a torrent of bloodshed. To avoid detection by the Tianji Pavilion and Weaving Building, they refrained from entering any cities along the way, even circumventing small towns. During their travels, Yang Yi also took the opportunity to impart the art of corpse manipulation to Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu. The technique was not overly complex, and the sisters quickly grasped it. Although they lacked the cultivation methods associated with corpse manipulation, their control proved adequate. Given that the corpses possessed some innate combat instincts and were unafraid of pain or death, the sisters faced little difficulty in directing them. Once they had mastered the art of combat with the corpses, Yang Yi entrusted them entirely to the sisters' control. For him, these corpses held little strategic advantage. Rather, the ritual of refining them was intended to fortify the sisters' own foundations. 5 days later, Yang Yi and his companions arrived at the foot of the Divine Sword Mountain, specifically at the Forging Town, which is under the jurisdiction of the Divine Sword sect, established solely to serve its interests. The inhabitants of Forging Town are either disciples and friends of the Divine Sword sect or descendants of former disciples, effectively functioning as an external arm of the sect. However, Yang Yi and his companions chose not to enter the town, merely casting a distant glance. There were no significant figures from the Divine Sword sect present in Forging Town, which was not their primary target. They intended to address the higher echelons of the Divine Sword sect first. If time permitted, they would later return to settle matters with Forging Town. They were cautious not to act prematurely, as any misstep could allow a potential adversary from the sect's upper ranks to flee and hide. The trio, along with their 16 corpses, took a moment to rest in the dense forest outside the town, preparing for a nocturnal assault on the Divine Sword sect. As darkness enveloped the land, Yang Yi estimated it was around 11 or 12 at night. He rose to rouse his companions, Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu, who were meditating to regain their composure. Sister, the time has come. Once you control the corpses to attack the Divine Sword sect, we must force their experts into the open. Focus on eliminating those at the 8th pinnacle and below. Leave the 9th rank to me. Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu nodded in agreement, rising to direct the 8 corpses towards the summit of Divine Sword Mountain. As the corpses advanced, their chilling and brutal aura could not be concealed. Before they reached the peak, an elder of the Divine Sword sect, at the 8th rank, detected their approach. Who dares to invade Divine Sword Mountain at night? A middle-aged man wielding a long sword emerged from a brick house halfway up the mountain. Addressing the corpses with a stern voice, Yang Yi frowned slightly and instructed his companions, "Crush him. He is merely an early 8th rank, unworthy of our time." Under the command of Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu, the 16 corpses surged forward, swiftly obliterating the elder in a matter of moments. Having dispatched the 8th rank elder, Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu continued directing the corpses rapidly towards the summit, while Yang Yi followed at a measured pace. As they passed the remains of the slain elder, Yang Yi discreetly completed a quick search of his body, collecting whatever he could. Chapter 113, Ascending the Divine Sword Mountain. The dying voice of the 8th rank elder had already alerted many high-ranking members of the Divine Sword sect. A multitude of powerful figures quickly descended from the peak of Divine Sword Mountain, colliding head-on with the advancing 16 corpses. At the forefront was a man wielding the Thunder Sword, none other than the renowned Grandmaster of the 8th Pinnacle, Gongsun Haoren, celebrated across the land and ranked among the masters of the sect. Gongsun Haoren was also the second most formidable figure within the Divine Sword sect, surpassed only by their 9th rank ancestral master, Gongsun Wuan. Upon encountering Gongsun Haoren, Yang Yi felt no surprise. The forces led by Gongsun Haoren of the Divine Sword sect had waited long in Guangling City for his arrival. It was entirely reasonable for them to return to their sect. At this moment, Gongsun Haoren was accompanied by 5 or 6 8th-grade Grandmasters and around 10 7th-grade Minor Masters. As they approached a position near the mountain summit, Gongsun Haoren noticed the 16 rapidly ascending corpse puppets and immediately raised his hand to halt the advance of those behind him. He drew his sword across his chest and bellowed, "Who dares to trespass upon the Divine Sword Mountain? State your name." Gongsun Haoren unleashed his aura, summoning thunderous roars in the night. Yang Yi had long ceased to regard the Thunderbolt Sword King, Gongsun Haoren, with any esteem. His presence stirred no ripples within Yang Yi's heart. Instead, he calmly addressed Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu, suggesting they charge forward and compel the Divine Sword sect to reveal its hidden strengths, to draw out the 9th-grade ancestor, Gongsun Wuan. Upon hearing this, Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu immediately directed the corpse puppets toward the Divine Sword sect's ranks. Gongsun Haoren, witnessing this, wore an expression of fury as he unsheathed the Thunderbolt Sword. He commanded his subordinates, "Stubborn fools, slaughter them." With that, Gongsun Haoren was the first to charge at the 16 corpse puppets. As he moved, bolts of lightning accompanied him, echoing the sound of thunder descending upon the earth. Thunder, the embodiment of the most yang force in the world, inherently countered the corpse puppets. Even though 2 of the puppets possessed strength surpassing Gongsun Haoren's, he managed to suppress them thoroughly. While the corpse puppets did not succumb quickly, they were far from capable of defeating the Thunderbolt Sword King in a short time. As Gongsun Haoren engaged in combat, he quickly discerned the true nature of the puppets. These were indeed corpse puppets. Understanding their identity, he fought while scanning his surroundings. attempting to locate the individual controlling them. However, Yang Yi and his companions were positioned quite far from the battlefield, partially concealed, thereby eluding Gongsun Haoren's detection. Frustrated at his inability to identify the controller, Gongsun Haoren's eyes widened with rage as he bellowed, "Miserable scum of the corpse sect, show yourselves." Yang Yi paid no heed to Gongsun Haoren's outcry. He merely observed the 16 corpse puppets being thoroughly suppressed by Gongsun Haoren, his brow slightly furrowed. In his expectations, even the fourth-rank master on the leaderboard, Gu Qingxiu, would struggle against these 16 puppets. He had not anticipated the overwhelming restraint the thunder wielded by Gongsun Haoren would have over the puppets. With a soft sigh, Yang Yi acknowledged his oversight. He had neglected to consider the impact of thunder. Yet, this was not a grave matter. If the corpse puppets could not best Gongsun Haoren, he still had his own means. With a flick of his right hand, he summoned a droplet of dew from the forest at night, and, with a deft gesture, flicked it toward Gongsun Haoren. The moment the droplet departed from Yang Yi's fingertip, the weapon transformed into a translucent small sword, shooting towards Gongsun Haoren's back. Within this strike, Yang Yi infused the essence of perfect listening to the wind and the rain sword intent, wielding an incomparably terrifying power. In the blink of an eye, it traversed 10 miles, reaching Gongsun Haoren's rear. Engaged in battle with the reanimated corpses, Gongsun Haoren felt an overwhelming and dreadful sense of impending doom the moment Yang Yi unleashed his dew-laden sword. He sensed a life-threatening crisis approaching. He would die, without a doubt. This was the gravest peril he had encountered since embarking on his journey. However, in his desperation, he could not ascertain the source of this imminent danger. The situation had become dire. Any misstep could lead to his demise. What should he do? Gongsun Haoren's mind raced, and soon he resolved that, since he could not discern the danger's origin, he must promptly withdraw from his position. Yet, before he could escape, a resounding boom echoed, accompanied by a spray of blood mist. Yang Yi's dew sword had pierced through his back and emerged from his chest, creating a gaping hole. Gongsun Haoren glanced down at his chest, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. How could this be? How could it happen so swiftly? Despite being a peak 8th grade grandmaster, his vitality remained remarkably resilient. Even with a gaping wound in his chest, he did not perish instantly. However, though he was still alive, he had lost all combat capability. Severely injured and on the brink of death, Gongsun Haoren was soon overpowered and killed by a reanimated corpse controlled by Li Yanluo, which drained his essence. With Gongsun Haoren's thunderous suppression now absent, the terrifying prowess of Yang Yi's 16 reanimated corpses was fully unleashed. The remaining 5 or 6 8th grade grandmasters and over a dozen 7th grade masters from the Divine Sword sect were swiftly slaughtered. From the outbreak of battle to Gongsun Haoren's fall and the conclusion of the conflict, it transpired within mere breaths. At this moment, the senior members of the Divine Sword sect atop the mountain had yet to fully comprehend the situation. Nor could they fathom that the Thunderblade King Gongsun Haoren would be vanquished. With this faction of the Divine Sword sect annihilated, Li Yanluo and the sisters Xiao Qinyu, under Yang Yi's guidance, continued to direct the reanimated corpses toward the summit of Divine Sword Mountain. Despite having undergone 2 battles, the combat effectiveness of the reanimated corpses had scarcely diminished. Their ability to fight while absorbing blood allowed their strength to remain at a consistently high level. Li Yanluo and the sisters led the way with the 16 reanimated corpses, while Yang Yi lingered behind to gather the bodies of Gongsun Haoren and 20 others before swiftly catching up to them. The location of the recent battle was no longer far from the summit of Divine Sword Mountain. Soon, the 16 reanimated corpses controlled by Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu reached the peak, at which point many experts from the Divine Sword sect finally reacted. A surge of over 10 8th grade grandmasters and more than 20 7th grade masters surrounded Yang Yi's 16 reanimated corpses. However, despite encircling them, they dared not act recklessly and launch an immediate attack. After all, the team led by Gongsun Haoren was not lacking in strength, yet they were swiftly annihilated within moments. At this juncture, the members of the Divine Sword sect were oblivious to the fact that they had merely surrounded a group of corpse refiners. Emerging from the Divine Sword sect's ranks was a middle-aged man wielding a colossal sword. His aura was astonishingly comparable to that of the Thunder Sword King, Gongsun Haoren, perhaps even surpassing it. Behind him stood another unremarkable middle-aged man, grasping a 3-foot azure blade, whose presence was equally formidable, only slightly inferior to Gongsun Haoren. From a distance, Yang Yi discerned the true capabilities of these 2 individuals. They represented the hidden strength of the Divine Sword sect. Though not listed among the masters, their prowess was undoubtedly on par with those of the grandmasters. Their absence from the master rankings could likely be attributed to either their lack of engagement in the martial world or the tacit endorsement of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion and the Weaving Pavilion. The latter possibility seemed more plausible. Chapter 114. The appearance of the ninth-ranked true person of the Divine Sword sect. The middle-aged man wielding the colossal sword intended to speak, but Yang, he had no desire to engage in fruitless dialogue. All the higher powers of the Divine Sword sect, with the exception of a ninth-rank ancestor, Gongsun Wuan, were likely present here. There was no need for further discourse. A direct assault would suffice. As for the ninth-rank ancestor, he would reveal himself in due time. At Yang Yi's signal, Li Yanluo and the sisters Xiao Qinyu promptly commanded 16 corpse refiners to charge toward the Divine Sword sect S ranks. The two formidable figures from the Divine Sword sect were entangled by the two most powerful corpse refiners among them. The strength of these two individuals was remarkable. One wielded a giant sword with tremendous force, moving like a thunderous tempest, while the other's azure blade struck with uncanny swiftness and unpredictability. Even Yang Yi's strongest two corpse refiners struggled to contain them, which was not unexpected. Although the two strongest corpse refiners had once been ninth-ranked true persons, their transformation into corpse refiners had occurred recently, stripping them of their sentience. It was hardly surprising that they could not subdue these two formidable opponents in a short span of time. The assembly of the Divine Sword sect was indeed formidable, boasting over 10 8th-rank grandmasters and more than 27th-rank lesser masters as support. Even Yang Yi's additional 14 corpse refiners, though strong, held no significant advantage. In fact, had it not been for the presence of Han Mingzi, a corpse refiner comparable to the grandmasters on the master rankings, the 14 corpse refiners would have been swiftly overwhelmed. After observing for a brief moment, Yang Yi turned to Li Yanluo and the sister Xiao Qinyu, saying, "Sister, you may join the fray. Engage in battle freely, but avoid approaching those two strongest individuals." Li Yanluo and the sisters Xiao Qinyu nodded in agreement, drawing their blades and dashing toward the battlefield together. The strength of Li Yanluo and the sisters Xiao Qinyu was not to be underestimated. As long as they do not confront the two most formidable opponents directly, safety is not a concern. During the battle against the undead, excessive manipulation is unnecessary. The duo's abilities can be fully realized. Approaching the battlefield, Li Yanluo did not hasten to engage in the fray, but instead cautioned Xiao Qinyu, saying, "Sister, eliminate the 7th-tier foes first. Without their restraint, they will not last long." Xiao Qinyu responded coldly, "Understood." Suddenly, two 8th-tier beings joined the fray, ruthlessly targeting the 7th-tier masters of the Divine Sword sect. The previously cohesive battle formation of the Divine Sword sect was shattered in an instant. Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu, as sisters, effectively suppressed the Divine Sword sect's forces. If this situation continues to unfold, it is likely that the high-ranking combatants of the Divine Sword sect will soon face annihilation. Since allowing the sisters to take the stage, Yang Yi had been intently observing the changes on the battlefield. One of his motives for letting Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu participate was to draw out the 9th-tier ancestor of the Divine Sword sect. With the keen perception of that 9th-tier ancestor, the matter of the undead could not be concealed. If he were indeed within the Divine Sword sect, he would undoubtedly be covertly searching for the one controlling the undead. Thus, it was better to let Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu reveal themselves. Indeed, after the sisters entered the battle, Yang Yi sensed a subtle presence emerging around the battlefield, previously with his assistance in concealing their whereabouts. The 9th-tier ancestor of the Divine Sword sect could not locate Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu. Now that they had appeared, the 9th-tier ancestor also revealed himself. A slight smile curled at the corners of Yang Yi's lips. "If you continued to hide, it would indeed be challenging for me to find you. However, now, you can no longer remain concealed." Following the faint presence he sensed earlier, Yang Yi swiftly located the position of the 9th-tier ancestor of the Divine Sword sect. At that moment, this elder was concealed in a dim corner of a building not far away. Gongsun Wuan, upon closer inspection, bore the appearance of a remarkable figure. His complexion was rosy like that of an infant, and two long, white longevity brows adorned the corners of his eyes, exuding an aura of ethereal grace. Gongsun Wuan appeared to be a cautious individual, despite Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu revealing themselves. The high-ranking members of the Divine Sword sect had clearly fallen into a disadvantageous position, with many having already perished. Yet, he remained vigilant, expanding his senses to scan the surroundings. Were it not for Yang Yi's profound cultivation and the system's concealment, he might have indeed been discovered. However, at this juncture, concealment mattered little to Yang Yi. After all, the ninth-tier true master of the Divine Sword sect had already emerged. All that was required was to eliminate him, and the battle would come to a definitive conclusion. No longer hesitating, Yang Yi reached into his blade case, drew forth the Xian Yuan, and swiftly advanced towards the position of the ninth-tier ancestor of the Divine Sword sect. Yang Yi moved with astonishing speed, appearing before the venerable ninth-grade ancestor of the Divine Sword sect in the blink of an eye. With the first stroke of the heavenly blade, the world was set ablaze. Kill. Yang Yi unleashed his formidable technique, striking down fiercely towards the ninth-grade true master of the Divine Sword sect. A colossal wave of blade energy erupted, as if it sought to rend the very fabric of night. However, the ninth-grade ancestor was no feeble opponent. He was a powerful being in the late stages of the ninth grade. The moment Yang Yi made his move, he sensed the imminent threat. Yet, Yang Yi's swiftness was overwhelming, leaving him momentarily stunned. Despite his delayed reaction, his battle instincts were sharp. Just before Yang Yi's Xianyuan blade descended, he drew his personal weapon, the Heavenly Sun Sword. Gong Sun Wuan, wielding the Heavenly Sun Sword, instinctively executed the Divine Sword sect's supreme sword technique, the Heavenly Sun Sword art. In an attempt to counter Yang Yi's strike, the Heavenly Sun Sword art, a celestial tier swordsmanship, was paired with the Heavenly Sun Sword, a legendary weapon ranked 10th on the Easternly weapons list. Although Gong Sun Wuan felt somewhat rushed, he believed he could withstand Yang Yi's attack without much difficulty. Yet, he gravely underestimated the might of Yang Yi's blow. The terrifying and razor-sharp blade energy effortlessly tore through the radiant manifestation he conjured, sending him hurtling hundreds of meters away. Coughing violently, Gong Sun Wuan braced himself against the ruins, his expression grave as he regarded Yang Yi. "You are not a true ninth-grade cultivator of Easternly. Who are you? Why do you invade my Divine Sword sect?" Gong Sun Wuan's grip on his sword trembled, and a trickle of blood coursed down the hilt. Though he appeared relatively composed, panic surged within him. Had he not reacted in time to raise the Heavenly Sun Sword, and with the protection of his personal armor, he might have been cleaved in two. However, while he had narrowly escaped death, his internal organs bore the brunt of a tremendous impact, leaving him grievously injured. He had never anticipated being unable to withstand a strike from someone of his own rank. Yang Yi observed the rising Gong Sun Wuan and understood why he had survived the earlier blow. A fine sword, truly deserving of its place among the legendary weapons. Yet, he mused, can you still withstand my second strike? Upon hearing Yang Yi's words, Gong Sun Wuan's face paled in terror, and he turned to flee. But Yang Yi would not grant him the luxury of escape. Raising his hand, he unleashed another strike of the heavenly blade. The first stroke of heaven and earth, kill, towards Gong Sun Wuan. Reluctantly, Gong Sun Wuan pivoted and raised his sword once more to defend. With a sickening thud, Gong Sun Wuan was once again sent flying by Yang Yi's blade, crashing violently to the ground. This time, he could no longer contain the injuries within. A mouthful of old blood erupted forth. Even the celestial sun sword, forged from that extraordinary material, could not withstand the terrifying cleave, shattering into countless fragments. Such a legendary weapon. What significance does its rank on the weapon list hold? What importance does its unique crafting material possess? Ultimately, a divine weapon earns its name only through the might of its master. Should the master lack sufficient power, the divine weapon is merely a step above an ordinary armament. In the heat of battle, with two swift strikes, Yang Yi narrowly spared Gong Sun Wuan, who could be deemed a figure of some renown. However, Gong Sun Wuan's strength reaches its limit here. Had it not been for the intent to preserve his corpse for the purpose of refining it into a corpse to augment the prowess of Li Yanluo and Shao Qinyu, he could have easily met his demise with a single blow. In a flicker, Yang Yi appeared directly before the gravely injured Gong Sun Wuan, grasping his head firmly. Subsequently, a needle of condensed qi pierced into his mind, and Gong Sun Wuan instantly drew his last breath. After searching his corpse, Yang Yi laid him down and turned his attention to the other two battlefields. The encounter between Yang Yi and the ninth-grade ancestor of the Sword God sect, Gong Sun Wuan, was but a fleeting moment. At this juncture, the members of the Sword God sect remained oblivious to the demise of their ninth-grade ancestor, still valiantly resisting the onslaught of the refined corpses and the sisters Li Yanluo and Shao Qinyu. Having dealt with the ninth-grade ancestor, he did not linger. With a flicker of motion, he surged into the fray, targeting the middle-aged man wielding a massive sword and his unremarkable companion. The two were engaged in a fierce clash with the refined corpses, completely unaware of Yang Yi's approach. The instant Yang Yi manifested beside them, their fate was sealed. In the blink of an eye, he positioned himself behind them, and with a swift motion, he struck the back of their heads, causing both to lose their breath and plummet to the ground. Their corpses were also suitable for refining, and thus he chose to retain them. Yang Yi then shifted his gaze to the others, flicking his fingers as qi transformed into blades, shooting forth to pierce through the skulls of numerous 8th-grade grandmasters of the Sword God sect. After eliminating all the 8th-grade grandmasters present, Yang Yi called out to Li Yinluo and the sisters Xiao Qinyu. Sisters, lead the refined corpses to eradicate the remaining disciples of the Sword God sect. Ensure not a single one escapes. Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu were not merciful souls. They promptly took command of the refined corpses to hunt down the disciples of the Sword God sect. Meanwhile, Yang Yi commenced his endeavor of corpse looting. He first searched the bodies of the high-ranking members of the Sword God sect he had just slain. Then, he began to roam throughout the sect. Yang Yi meticulously collected the corpses of the disciples slain by Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu, and whenever he encountered fleeing disciples of the Sword God sect, he would effortlessly slay them and loot their remains. The Sword God sect had stood in Dongli for hundreds of years, boasting thousands of disciples, excluding those dispatched on missions or stationed at external branches. At this moment, the disciples at the sect's headquarters numbered no less than 3,000. This particular expedition to collect corpses exhilarated Yang Yi immensely. The disciples of the Divine Sword sect were all skilled in cultivation and martial arts. Yang Yi could hardly fathom the bountiful rewards that awaited him from this endeavor. The disciples of the Divine Sword sect were dispersed and numerous, while Yang Yi's group was limited in number. They fought until dawn broke on the horizon, managing to eliminate nearly all of the disciples. It was inevitable that a few would escape amidst the chaos. However, that mattered little. Even if they evaded this calamity, rival sects would not spare them either. After vanquishing the vast majority of the Divine Sword sect's disciples, Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu, the sisters, led the reanimated corpses toward the sect's library and treasury. Meanwhile, Yang Yi ventured alone to a secluded valley behind Divine Sword Mountain, which served as the sect's graveyard. The location of this cemetery had been extracted from the lips of a Divine Sword disciple the previous night. Yang Yi's purpose for coming here was unmistakable. He sought to exhume and collect corpses. The graveyard was adorned with numerous gravestones, yet upon opening the tombs, Yang Yi was met with profound disappointment. The inscriptions on the gravestones indicated they belonged to ancestors of the 8th and 9th ranks. Yet most contained no remains or burial artifacts, only garments. Among the few that did harbor remains, they were often fragmented and incomplete. In contrast, the tombs marked for the 7th rank contained intact corpses. Yang Yi found himself perplexed by this anomaly. Ultimately, he managed to collect several 8th rank remains along with all the 7th rank corpses before departing. No individuals below the 7th rank were interred here, evidently. Only those of the 7th rank were deemed worthy of burial in this hallowed ground. Upon returning to the summit of Divine Sword Mountain, Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu emerged from the library and treasury. Their numbers had not been vast during the assault on the Divine Sword sect, making it impossible to seize everything. Thus, they opted to take only the most valuable items. For instance, Li Yinluo salvaged the sect's heavenly ranked martial arts and techniques, along with all earthly ranked ones from the library, incinerating the remainder without hesitation. Xiao Qinyu retrieved a substantial stack of silver notes, over 30 pieces of rare materials and treasures, as well as some precious ores, burning the rest in a similar fashion. Their gains were indeed substantial. Aside from the martial arts and techniques, the rare materials and exquisite ores, the sheer volume of blood essence absorbed by the 16 reanimated corpses was a remarkable achievement in itself. Following this infusion of vitality, each reanimated corpse experienced a boost in strength. With the Divine Sword sect now extinguished and all that could be plundered thoroughly gathered, it was time to depart. Yang Yi, Li Yinluo, and Xiao Qinyu swiftly descended the mountain with their reanimated corpses in tow. Certainly, Gongsun Wuan and the 3 corpses he had meticulously preserved were not forgotten by Yang Yi, who commanded the undead to carry them away. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, daylight had already broken. The once tranquil sword-casting town was now in disarray. Having been informed of the events atop the mountain by surviving disciples of the Divine Sword sect who had descended the previous night, chaos ensued as countless individuals fled in panic, fearing they too would meet a similar fate. Initially, Yang Yi harbored intentions of annihilating them. However, with the dawn now brightening the sky and many having already escaped, pursuing them further seemed unwise. Any delay could potentially attract the attention of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion or the Weaving Tower, leading to dire consequences. It was more prudent to withdraw, to first assimilate their recent gains. If Sword Casting Town managed to survive the onslaught from other sects, there would be ample opportunity to return later. Chapter 116. Inventory of the Divine Sword Sect Spoils. Yang Yi and his companions departed from Divine Sword Mountain, heading towards the direction of the Misty Mountain, the stronghold of the Demon Sect. Their immediate objective was not the Demon Sect itself. Rather, they sought a place to process their recent acquisitions. Opting for the Misty Mountain direction would also facilitate their future actions against the Demon Sect. Concealing their presence, the trio moved stealthily, ultimately finding temporary refuge in a secluded mountain approximately 2,000 miles from the Misty Mountain. Within this mountainous terrain, they discovered a rudimentary cave to serve as their temporary abode. After a brief period of rest, Yang Yi instructed Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu to disguise themselves and venture out in search of materials for corpse refinement. Meanwhile, he began the preliminary ritual of refining the corpses of Gongsun Wuan and the others. Once the initial ritual was completed, Yang Yi settled cross-legged within the cave to assess their recent findings. As the host interacted with the corpses, he randomly acquired the following items. Lifespan, 50 years. Lifespan, 45 years. Martial prowess, 100 years. Martial prowess, 80 years. Martial technique, Tiansan divine sword technique. Martial technique, 13 strokes of the heavy sword. Cultivation method, Tiansan profound art. Cultivation method, 1,000 refinements body technique. Precious herb, a single Yuyue snow lotus. Precious mineral, 2 pieces of Qiyang celestial crystal. Renowned sword, thunderbolt sword. Upon reviewing his bounty, Yang Yi could hardly contain his delight. The spoils were simply astonishing. This time, the lifespan acquired amounts to over 600 years, and combined with the previous gains, totals 1,150 years. His martial cultivation spans nearly 2,000 years, and with prior achievements, it reaches 2,020 years. In terms of martial arts skills, he possesses 2 foundational techniques of the Heavenly Tier, Heavenly Sun Profound Art and Heavenly Sun Divine Sword Technique. Additionally, he has 2 advanced techniques of the Earth Tier, 13 styles of the Heavy Sword and 1,000 Tempering Body Technique. The 1,000 Tempering Body Technique is precisely the body refinement method that Yang Yi has been seeking. Furthermore, it allows the extraction of the essence of gold and stone from the treasure mine to refine oneself, far surpassing the previous mystic iron body forging technique. The Ghost Moon Snow Lotus is a treasure of heavenly quality, superior to the golden blood ginseng, roughly equivalent to a century of martial cultivation. The blazing sun crystal from the treasure mine is also commendable, as it can assist in practicing the Heavenly Sun Profound Art and extract the essence of gold and stone for the 1,000 Tempering Body Technique. The Thunder Sword, however, has little value. It is the sword of the Thunder Sword King, Gongsun Haoren. Although it is a renowned blade, its strength pales in comparison to Yang Yi's long-cultivated bamboo staff sword and the Mystic Abyss Blade. When he defeated Gongsun Haoren, Yang Yi had no intention of claiming it. To his surprise, it ended up in his possession. Given the circumstances, he decided to keep it as a backup weapon, for it is still a famous sword and significantly better than ordinary weapons. In addition to the aforementioned treasures, there are numerous low-tier sword techniques, movement techniques, and similar arts. Naturally, the majority consists of items of little use, such as clothing, shoes, and scrolls, which bear no relevance to martial arts. These items will have to await an opportune moment for disposal. After reviewing the information regarding the significant items, Yang Yi steadied his mind and prepared to begin his enhancement process. Presently, he stands at the late stage of the 9th rank, requiring approximately 300 years of martial cultivation to ascend to the pinnacle of the 9th rank. Yang Yi contemplated internally and ultimately decided to extract around 800 years of martial cultivation for the purpose of elevating his realm. 300 years would be allocated for reaching the pinnacle of the 9th rank, while the remaining 500 years would be used to test whether he could break through to the spirit manifestation realm without a complete spiritual elixir to nourish his spirit. With a plan in mind, Yang immediately set to work. He first extracted all the martial arts techniques he had acquired, and then promptly extracted around 800 years of martial cultivation. As the 800 years of martial cultivation flowed into his body, it triggered the simultaneous operation of all his techniques. During the operation of the techniques, the 100 rivers returning to one technique gradually absorbed the heavenly sun, profound art, and other chi-refining arts, leading to further enhancement. This resulted in Yang Yi's vital energy becoming more pure and domineering, infused with a latent, searing essence. Whenever he wished, he could transform the formless vital energy into blazing vital energy. Yang Yi's realm ascended from the late stage of the 9th rank directly to the pinnacle of the 9th rank. However, upon reaching this pinnacle, Yang Yi distinctly sensed the presence of a bottleneck obstructing his advancement to a higher level. Despite his relentless efforts to harness the formidable power cultivated over 5 centuries of martial arts to shatter the barrier before him, Yang Yi found himself unable to breach the insurmountable threshold. The solidity of this barrier exceeded all expectations. After 100 attempts, he finally resigned himself to the reality that, although 500 years of martial cultivation should have enabled him to pierce through the barrier and glimpse the vistas beyond the 9th rank, it remained obstinately unmoved. It seemed that only the method of nurturing the spirit with the essence of real elixirs could yield results. Having discerned this, Yang Yi dispersed the immense power amassed from his 5 centuries of martial cultivation throughout his body, nourishing his meridians. Though this was a considerable waste, it would at least provide some enhancement. He blamed the Tianji Pavilion and the weaving brocade tower. Had they not stripped away the method of nurturing the spirit with real elixirs from the Qian domain, he would have already attained the realm of the divine mind. Recognizing that his cultivation could not be advanced for the time being, Yang Yi turned his attention to extracting various martial techniques. An abundance of swordsmanship of different ranks surged into him, and he deliberately guided the amalgamation of these techniques into a cohesive evolution. Using the foundations of the Xiantian sword technique and the Tianyang divine sword technique, he intertwined the two while absorbing the essence of other sword arts, distilling the superfluous until he swiftly devised an entirely new sword technique, which he named the Xiantian divine sword technique. This new technique, born from the fusion of 2 beginner-level heavenly sword arts, several earthly sword techniques, and numerous profound and yellow-tier sword arts, surpassed the prowess of the previous Xiantian sword technique. At present, Yang Yi's physical agility, martial prowess, and bodily strength were somewhat lacking. Should he enhance these attributes, his overall strength would see a significant increase. For bodily strength, he already had a solution. The Qian Duan Lian Tiju, an advanced earthly method of body refinement, would suffice for now. As for offensive techniques, his proficiency in swordplay, blade arts, and martial skills was not an immediate concern. His most pressing issue lay in his agility. The advanced earthly technique Fuyo Yu was gradually failing to unleash his full potential. However, to date, he had accumulated too few techniques in agility, and the scarcity of high-tier methods rendered him incapable of devising an appropriate skill set. Yang Yi gradually rose, gazing toward the direction of the misty mountains, and muttered to himself, "Demonic sect, it is your turn now. I hope you do not disappoint me." Chapter 117. A stirring commotion. Yang Yi concluded his training, but Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu had yet to return. He took the initiative to find a place to sort through the useless items he had collected. Subsequently, he commanded his corpse to venture into the forest to hunt some game, which he roasted to satiate his hunger. Materials for refining corpses were not easily found. By the time Yang Yi had finished his meal, Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu still had not returned. In light of this, he decided to extract the divine gold from the previously collected treasure mine. He then activated the Qian Duan Lian Tiju, gradually drawing out the golden aura from the divine gold. Extracting the aura from the treasure mine was no simple task. Yang Yi spent the better part of the day finally extracting the essence of the divine gold from the Shunkei gold. This was largely due to his current pinnacle mastery at the 9th tier. Were he an ordinary practitioner at the 7th or 8th tier, he would likely have to draw it out thread by thread over the course of a month or two, perhaps failing to fully extract even a portion of the divine essence. Once the essence was fully extracted, the Shunkei gold instantly cracked and shattered into a myriad of fragments. However, at that moment, Yang Yi's attention was not on the remnants of the Shunkei gold. Instead, he gazed at the essence in his palm, which radiated a faint golden glow, feeling a touch of astonishment. Although he was aware of the existence of this essence, it was his first time extracting it. The essence resembled a gas, swirling in his palm and emitting a soft golden light, yet it possessed a weightiness akin to 80% of the Shunkei gold itself. Yang Yi examined the essence for quite some time before slowly swallowing it. As the essence entered his abdomen, its heaviness was immediately felt. In Yang Yi sensed a tremendous force rapidly descending within him. In an instant, he perceived his internal organs being impacted by this essence. Despite being at the pinnacle of the 9th tier, his internal organs remained relatively fragile. Thus, he found himself inadvertently harmed by the essence. Yang Yi, recognizing the gravity of the situation, swiftly activated the 1,000 Forgings body technique, distributing the essence throughout his internal organs. He then enveloped his organs with his vital energy, gradually stimulating them to absorb the essence. As the essence flowed into his organs, they trembled violently. A vivid scene flashed through Yang Yi's mind. Someone was relentlessly hammering at his internal organs while shouting, 80, 80. The sharp pain surged into his brain, causing his complexion to pale. It felt as though he were submerged in water, beads of sweat cascading down him. Even with his resolute will and tenacious character, he nearly cried out in agony. The pain was excruciating. Fortunately, every moment of enduring this torment brought with it a reward. With each bout of intense suffering, Yang Yi could feel his internal organs growing stronger. Thus, he persisted through the depths of anguish. After an hour and a half, the pain began to subside. Half an hour later, the sensation of pain vanished entirely. Yang Yi rose and expelled a breath of stagnant air, a fleeting expression of fear crossing his face. He realized he had acted rather impulsively. Without sufficient understanding of the essence, he had absorbed such a large quantity all at once, leading to his considerable suffering. Nonetheless, the benefits of this experience were substantial. Although his external defenses did not significantly improve, his internal organs underwent a remarkable enhancement. After undergoing several more rigorous trials in the future, his physical strength would undoubtedly experience a remarkable enhancement. Upon concluding his practice and rising from his meditative position, Yang Yi found himself drenched in sweat, his skin coated with a thin layer of impurities. This sensation was quite uncomfortable, prompting him to seek out a nearby stream for a refreshing bath, during which he also cleansed his garments. Once washed, he utilized his vital energy to evaporate the moisture from his clothes before donning them anew and returning to the cave to continue his meditation. Awaiting the return of Li Yanluo and the sisters Xiao Qinyu, perhaps due to the scarcity of materials for corpse refinement, Li Yanluo and the Xiao sisters did not return until the break of dawn the following day. Although their return was somewhat delayed, they managed to bring back all the necessary materials. Yang Yi then devoted some time to the ritualistic refinement of the 3 corpses, including Gongsun Wuan. He instructed Li Yanluo and the Xiao sisters to transport them to a location heavy with yin energy for nurturing. Following the completion of the corpse refinement, Yang Yi did not rush to seek trouble with the demonic cult, but instead resumed his cultivation within the cave. His primary objective was to comprehend and deduce the method of nurturing divine spirits with substantial elixirs. Without this knowledge, his advancement in realm would inevitably stagnate. While he could embark on a journey to the imperial city to request the royal methods, it remained uncertain whether such methods even existed there, as Gu Qinghe had merely suggested the possibility. Furthermore, even if the royal family possessed such knowledge, what reason would they have to share it with him? Theft was out of the question. Should he reveal himself, the Tianji Pavilion and the Weaving Building would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly. His instincts advised against venturing into the imperial city at this stage. Fortunately, the completeness of the method provided by Li Yanluo and the Xiao sisters was already quite high. Spending additional time to deduce and perfect it was not entirely hopeless. Thus, Yang Yi continued to refine the method of nurturing divine spirits within the cave. Meanwhile, Li Yanluo and the Xiao sisters absorbed and refined the rare materials scavenged from the sword sect to enhance their cultivation. During this period, Yang Yi made slight modifications to the initial version of the Baichuan Gi Ju and shared it with Li Yanluo and the Xiao sisters. The original version of the Baichuan Gi Ju was based on the Xiantian Ichi Ju and with minor adjustments. It could be regarded as an advanced cultivation technique of the latter. The sisters could cultivate without discarding their previous techniques. As the 3 of them immersed themselves in their training within the cave, their prior actions sent ripples throughout the martial world. Having left the Sword Mountain for less than a day, news of the upheaval at the Sword sect rapidly spread, causing a wave of shock among countless martial artists. This was the Sword Sect, a super sect ranked 10th in the Easternly power hierarchy, which had been annihilated overnight. All but the elders outside the sect had been slain. Such a harrowing event was indeed unprecedented. For centuries, the martial world has been devoid of news regarding the annihilation of such a formidable sect. The last instance occurred over 3 centuries ago with the demise of the Xiantian Sword Sect. Who could possibly be responsible for such a calamity? What kind of powerful figure did the Divine Sword Sect offend, leading to the near-total slaughter of its thousands of disciples? Speculation runs rampant throughout the martial community, with opinions diverging widely. Naturally, several influential sects promptly organized expeditions to the Divine Sword Mountain to uncover the truth. This incident has caused quite a stir. The Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, the Weaving Pavilion, and the Imperial family have all dispatched 9th grade masters towards the Divine Sword Sect. Other major sects, though farther away, have also sent 8th grade grandmasters to investigate. Chapter 118. Investigating the Cause. In Yunq Prefecture, at Divine Sword Mountain, many prominent sects convene, forming several major factions to probe into the reason behind the Divine Sword Sect's downfall. The Celestial Mechanism Pavilion and the Weaving Pavilion have allied as one faction. The Imperial family, the Shun family of the capital, the Shoshan Sword Pavilion, the Valley of the Blade King, and the Qingxian Temple form another. The Demonic Sect, the Divine Worship Sect, and the Five Poisons Sect unite as a third faction, while the remaining forces combine to constitute a fourth faction. The 4 factions commenced their investigation from the Forge Town at the foot of Divine Sword Mountain. Several days have elapsed since the sect's destruction, and the town has been abandoned, its inhabitants having fled. The 4 factions enter Forge Town in sequential groups. Leading the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion and the Weaving Pavilion is the formidable Chun Jinxiang, who once battled Yang Yi in the celestial realm of Guangling City. As he walks, he continuously calculates, pausing intermittently to close his eyes and expand his senses, attempting to capture any lingering traces left by the perpetrator. Similarly, within the faction comprising the Imperial family, the Shun family, the Shoshan Sword Pavilion, the Valley of the Blade King, and the Qingxian Temple, Zhao Tai Xian also calculates as he walks, while the others scan their surroundings, attuning their senses. Yet, despite their calculations and perceptions, they find nothing of note during their exploration of Forge Town. It appears that the murderer who annihilated the Divine Sword Sect has never set foot in this desolate place. After a fruitless search, the groups turn their gazes toward Divine Sword Mountain. Perhaps only at the summit will they find lingering clues. Chun Jinxiang leads the members of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion and the Weaving Pavilion up the mountain, closely followed by the remaining factions. Upon reaching the mountainside, they encounter a scene of bloodshed and scattered corpses. This is the very site where the first 8th grade Grandmaster of the Divine Sword Sect met his demise at the hands of a corpse refiner. Upon reaching this grim location, Chun Jinxiang halts, closing his eyes to sense the residual aura surrounding him. After a brief moment, he opens his eyes, a glint of sharpness flashing within them. This individual was slain by a corpse refiner. Not only Chun Jinxiang, but anyone with a modicum of discernment can detect the chilling aura emanating from the remains. The assembly is engulfed in uncertainty. Could it be that the Divine Sword Sect was annihilated by the Corpse Refining Sect? The Refinement of Corpse Sect ranks beneath the Divine Sword Sect in the Easternly power hierarchy, with the latter positioned at 10th and the former at 12th. Could the Refinement of Corpse Sect possess the capability to annihilate the Divine Sword Sect overnight? Only those who are acutely aware of the sect's profound heritage display a grave countenance. The extermination of the Divine Sword Sect by the Refinement of Corpse Sect is not beyond the realm of possibility. The rankings are established by the Heavenly Machine Pavilion and the Weaving Pavilion, intended to incite turmoil within the martial world, replete with hidden intricacies. To place absolute trust in these rankings would indeed be the folly of a fool. At this moment, a figure mingles among the crowd, his expression as wretched as if he had consumed excrement. This individual is Han Su, the esteemed ancestor of the Refinement of Corpse Sect, currently ranked 13th among the unparalleled masters. Does he not comprehend what others do not? Should the entire essence of the Refinement of Corpse Sect be unleashed, it could indeed obliterate the Divine Sword Sect. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that he has received no word of any impending actions against the Divine Sword Sect. Any such endeavor would surely not bypass him, the 9th-tier patriarch. Yet, what then accounts for the dense aura of corpse refinement permeating the atmosphere? Is it possible that there exists another clandestine faction adept in corpse refinement within the Easternly martial community? Unsuis Flumoxith. Regardless of the truth surrounding the Divine Sword sect, the burden of this calamity will undoubtedly fall upon the refinement of corpse sect. His mind races, wishing fervently to dispatch a message back to the sect, ordering the disciples to conceal themselves in seclusion. If this matter is mishandled, it could spell dire consequences for the refinement of corpse sect. Yet, with so many formidable experts present, it is evidently not the most opportune moment for communication. As for departing, that would also be unwise. Firstly, to turn and leave alone as all others ascend the mountain would draw undue attention. Should his identity as the ancestor of the refinement of corpse sect be recognized at such a juncture, it could lead to significant trouble. Furthermore, the sect has been inexplicably ensnared in this perilous predicament. Without uncovering the truth, he cannot find peace of mind. Who knows if another crisis might arise? Among the various factions present, aside from discerning the corpse refinement aura, no other revelations are gleaned. Subsequently, the assembly continues their ascent until they near the mountain's peak, where they stumble upon a battlefield. Here, they encounter the lifeless form of the renowned Thunder Sword King, Gongsun Haoran. His body, desiccated and devoid of blood vitality, has evidently been drained by corpse refinement. However, the gaping wound in his chest captures the attention of all. Chun Jinxing stoops to caress the bloodied cavity on Gongsun Haoran's corpse before rising slowly. With resolute conviction, he declares with a voice steeped in hatred, "This is a sword wound, a lethal strike infused with the essence of the listening wind sword intent and the transforming rain sword intent." Upon hearing these names, many are momentarily taken aback. The listening wind sword intent and the transforming rain sword intent carry significant weight. Are they not the consummate sword intents of the dual mastery of knives and swords by Zhou Yi? Indeed, many within the martial world have grasped these sword intents. Yet the few capable of unleashing both simultaneously to vanquish the Thunder Sword King, Gongsun Haoran, are exceedingly rare. No, to be precise, throughout the entirety of the Eastern Departure Jianghu, aside from the dual mastery of swords and blades possessed by Zhou Yi, no other individual has achieved such a feat, however. How did Zhou Yi, the master of both sword and blade, find himself entangled with the practitioners of the corpse refining sect? Even more perplexing is their alliance in annihilating the Divine Sword sect, a conundrum that left many in a state of bewilderment. Just as the crowd contemplated their ascent to the peak of Divine Sword Mountain, Zhao Taixian, mingling among them, spoke up. Something is amiss. Apart from the aura of the corpse refining sect and the sword intent of Zhou Yi, there lingers another presence, the sinister energy of the demon cult. Upon hearing Zhao Taixian's revelation, the faces of the demon cult's patriarch, Han Shuishan, and its leader, Han Jingshan, froze in shock, their minds racing with invectives directed at Zhao Taixian's lineage. The mingling of the demon cult's energy was something they could not overlook. They had distinguished its presence upon arriving. Though the aura was somewhat peculiar, they were unequivocally certain it emanated from their sect's malevolent practices. Initially, Chun Jin Hang of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion had failed to detect it, or perhaps chose not to disclose it, believing no one else would uncover the truth. Yet in the end, it was Zhao Taixian who exposed it. The enmity that brewed within Han Shuishan and Han Jingshan towards Zhao Taixian was profound, a resentment so deep that not even the waters of the three rivers could cleanse it. They yearned to dismantle Zhao Taixian piece by piece. Was he not placing their sacred sect upon the pyre? Indeed, as Zhao Taixian's words echoed through the air, the gazes of numerous formidable figures fell upon Han Shuishan and Han Jingshan. Feeling a pang of anxiety, Han Jingshan, despite being a renowned 8th rank master, found his heart racing under the scrutiny of so many 9th rank powerhouses, fearing that a single misstep could lead to his demise. Fortunately, Han Shuishan maintained his composure, stepping forward to clarify, "This is not the aura of our esteemed sect's techniques. Although it bears a resemblance, it is certainly not ours." Above all, he understood that he must not acknowledge any association with their sect. Han Shuishan was confident that the 9th rank experts present would refrain from igniting conflict with him at this juncture. Chapter 119. Preparing to strike against the demon cult. Naturally, Han Shuishan's assertions were met with skepticism by the crowd. Nevertheless, being a late-stage 9th rank master, he commanded a certain respect. No one dared to confront him directly before other 9th rank practitioners made their move. The ninth-rank masters present cast Han Shui, Shan a disdainful glance before continuing their ascent to the summit. The Heavenly Machine Pavilion and the Weaving Pavilion would not dare to act against Han Shui Shan. The downfall of the demon cult offered them little advantage and could even disrupt their plans for the eastern departure. The royal family and the Shun clan's ninth-rank masters had considered seizing the demon cult's leader. However, in their haste, they lacked the certainty required to capture a ninth-rank master. Should they attempt an arrest and fail, inciting Han Shui Shan's wrath could lead to turmoil across the entire eastern departure. The royal family and the Shun clan's ninth-grade masters could only temporarily retreat. The crowd continued their ascent toward the mountain peak. Han Sui Shan and Han Jing Shan, their minds racing, discreetly withdrew from the group and descended the mountain. The earlier events had instilled in them a sense of urgency. They needed to leave promptly to devise their plans. The others breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing the departure of the demonic sects Han Sui Shan and Han Jing Shan. Had a ninth-grade battle erupted, those present would undoubtedly have been caught in the crossfire, leading to a calamity for those beneath the ninth grade. In the throng, Gu Qingxiu nudged Zhao Taishuan's shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. Daoist, splendid work. However, you must tread carefully in the future. Qingxian Temple is also within Yang Prefecture, and it is likely that the demonic sect will not let this matter rest. Zhao Taixian smiled at Gu Qingxiu, but remained silent as he continued his ascent. Gu Qingxiu, observing the confident and composed smile on Zhao Taishuan's face, felt a fleeting thought spark in his mind and hastened to catch up with him. With a gathering of sound, he inquired, Daoist, have you transcended that threshold? Zhao Taixian did not respond verbally, but merely nodded gently. Gu Qingxiu felt a surge of joy mixed with envy. He was elated that Zhao Taixian had broken through to the ninth grade, thereby strengthening their alliance. Yet he was envious that he himself had yet to even graze the edges of the ninth grade. The representatives of the four major factions conducted a thorough investigation at the summit of Divine Sword Mountain and ultimately reached a consensus. The Divine Sword sect had been annihilated by the Corpse Refinement sect, the demonic sect, and the remnants of Xiantian. Among the crowd, the Corpse Refinement sect's Elder Han Su wore a grim expression, yearning to step forward and clarify the situation. Yet he lacked the courage to do so. Without his corpses at hand, he could not emulate Han Sui Shan's composure. After uncovering the reasons behind the fall of the Divine Sword sect, the various factions dispersed to scour the remnants for treasures. Given the vast influence of the Divine Sword sect, it was certain that many resources and treasures remained within. Even if they managed to uncover a few, their journey would not be in vain. When the numerous factions ascended the mountain, they were empty-handed, yet upon their descent, they would be laden with wealth. Once the crowd dissipated, Elder Han Su hastily made his way back to the headquarters of the Corpse Refinement sect. The days ahead for the Corpse Refinement sect would likely be challenging, necessitating early preparations. At the foot of the mountain in the sword-casting town, Shun Jingxing climbed into his jade-white carriage, and a thumb-sized white jade bee emerged from his sleeve, settling on his palm. Shun Jingxing affectionately stroked the bee's head and exclaimed with malice, Zhou Yi, your end is nigh. I had initially planned to wait for the eldest and third to arrive before seeking you out, but unexpectedly, you have chosen to reveal yourself. This time, you cannot escape. The spirit-searching bee has memorized your scent. With the heavenly blade, I shall claim your life as well. With that, Shun Jingxing urged his jade-white carriage toward the nearest grand city. He intended to mobilize his forces and prepare meticulously to capture Zhou Yi at once. In the opposite direction of the sword-forging town, Gu Qingxiu and Zhao Taiyuan walked side by side. At this moment, Gu Qingxiu appeared somewhat lost in thought. He could not comprehend how the three from the Xiantian legacy, Zhou Yi and others, could associate themselves with the Corpse Refining sect and the demon cult, even uniting to annihilate the Divine Sword sect. Zhao Taiyuan discerned Gu Qingxiu's concerns and inquired with a smile, Brother Gu, are you still pondering the connection between Brother Zhou and the Corpse Refining sect, as well as the demon cult? Upon hearing this, Gu Qingxiu replied, Daoist, are you not at all worried? With the talents of Zhou, Yi, and the others, if they were to align with the Corpse Refining sect and the demon cult for nefarious purposes, it would be no small matter. Not only could they topple the Heavenly Machine Pavilion and the Weaving Pavilion, but the entire world might plunge into despair. Gu Qingxiu's words were grave. Yet Zhao Taiyuan seemed unfazed, responding with a chuckle, Brother Gu, do not fret. As for others, this humble monk knows not. But Brother Zhou would never ally with the demon cult. The Xiantian legacy harbors a profound enmity against the demon cult, much like the Divine Sword sect. Gu Qingxiu, taken aback, queried, What then of the demonic aura emanating from the mountain? Zhao Taiyuan, with hands clasped behind his back, shook his head. This humble monk is also unaware, but is likely a ruse by Brother Zhou to mislead others. The aura of the corpse refining sect probably serves a similar purpose. I merely mentioned the demon cult to create some confusion in the situation. After speaking, Zhao Taiyuan turned to Gu Qingxiu and said, Brother Gu, there is no need for concern regarding Brother Zhou. His ability to bring down the divine sword sect indicates that his strength has surpassed expectations. As for you, still trapped at the pinnacle of the 8th tier, why not return to the Qingxian temple with me? Let us engage in profound discussions and see if we can assist you in breaking through the shackles to reach the 9th tier. With Brother Zhou's rapid growth, our time is limited and we must expedite our own enhancement. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingxiu bowed deeply to Zhao Taiyuan. If so, I shall trouble you, Taoist. The other major factions also harbored their own plans and arrangements. Ultimately, however, they could not escape the consensus of uniting to hunt down the Xintian legacy and jointly eradicate the corpse refining sect and the demon cult. After returning from Divine Sword Mountain, the various factions swiftly banded together to strike against the corpse refining sect and the demon cult. Initially, they had contemplated targeting Yang Yi and his companions, yet they could never locate them and thus had to temporarily set aside that notion, focusing instead on the corpse refining sect and the demon cult. Yang Yi and his companions had been secluded in the mountains for a month. Yang Yi had gained profound insights into the method of nurturing divine spirits with true elixirs. However, completing the derivation and repairs would require considerable time, and he still faced obstacles in advancing to the divine spirit realm above the 9th tier. Meanwhile, the sisters Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu had made tremendous progress in their cultivation over the past month. With the aid of numerous rare materials, both had reached the mid-stage of the 8th tier. Additionally, after switching to a modified version of the 100 Rivers Return to One technique, their strength had significantly advanced once more. Now, with their capabilities, as long as they did not encounter a 9th tier master or a master from the Grandmaster rankings, their self-preservation was assured. Yang Yi rose from the stone platform within the cave and slowly stepped outside, lifting his gaze towards the misty mountain. In a low voice, he murmured, the 3 newly crafted corpses have been nurtured for long enough. They are ready for use. It is time to take action against the demonic sect atop Misty Mountain. I hope the sect does not disappoint me. Chapter 120. The demonic sect leaders attempt to flee. A month had passed since the annihilation of the Divine Sword sect, and it had been 20 days since various factions descended from Divine Sword Mountain. In a grand city within Yang Prefecture, a white jade carriage glided forth, followed by a convoy of several other carriages. After 20 days, Chun Jingxing had finally assembled what he believed to be an infallible formation, preparing to hunt down Zhou Yi, whom he despised intensely. Upon exiting the city, Chun Jingxing promptly released his spirit-sensing bees and urged the white jade carriage to race after them, swiftly heading towards the Misty Mountain. During these 20 days, he had sacrificed an untold amount to maintain the essence extracted from Divine Sword Mountain. Should he fail to eradicate Zhou Yi in one fell swoop, all his efforts would have been in vain. Meanwhile, Yang Yi remained oblivious to the approaching threat, as he awakened Li Yinluo and the Xiao sisters from their seclusion, readying to strike against the demonic sect. Once they emerged from their retreat, Li Yinluo and the Xiao sisters turned to Yang Yi. Junior brother, are we indeed preparing to confront the demonic sect? Yang Yi nodded gently. Yes, the time has come. The newly crafted corpses are ready for battle. We shall storm the demonic sect. Upon hearing this, Li Yinluo and the Xiao sisters' voices rose with enthusiasm. Very well. Junior brother, wait here while I retrieve the corpses to join you in the assault on the demonic sect. For the past few days, the corpses had been nurtured in the shadowy grounds outside. They needed to return to fetch them before they could proceed. Full of anticipation, Li Yinluo and the Xiao sisters departed the cave, and within an hour, they returned with the corpses in tow. As they beheld the 19 corpses arrayed before them, excitement bubbled within them. The 16 corpses had been sufficient to obliterate the Divine Sword sect. Now, with 19 corpses at their disposal, they felt confident that defeating the demonic sect, which was slightly stronger than the Divine Sword sect, should pose no insurmountable challenge. Yang Yi, however, remained unfazed. His cultivation had advanced significantly, enhancing his strength several-fold. These corpses seemed trivial to him now. Nonetheless, they served as a formidable deterrent within Dongli, and once he departed, he could rest assured knowing they would protect his 2 senior sisters. With preparations complete, the trio and their 19 corpses set forth towards the Misty Mountain. At that moment, within the headquarters of the demonic sect on Misty Mountain, the venerable ancestor Han Suishan, sect leader Han Jingshan, and numerous elders gathered in council. Seated at the head of the assembly, Han Suishan inquired of the sect leader and the elders, "Have we ascertained the source of the residual demonic energy emanating from divine Sword Mountain? A month ago, I inquired whether anyone had appeared near the sacred Sword Mountain." The elders below shook their heads in unison. Reporting to the ancestor, "My subordinates have proven inept and have failed to uncover the reason. Please impose punishment upon us." Upon hearing this, Han Suishan felt a surge of frustration. The entire martial world was currently condemning their holy sect and the corpse-refining sect. Various sects had united to eliminate the disciples of both the holy sect and the corpse-refining sect. Presently, any disciple of the holy sect or corpse-refining sect who ventured outside risked never returning, were it not for the treacherous Misty Mountain protecting their headquarters. The major forces would have likely descended upon them. Yet, his group of elders had taken so long without any leads. Such incompetence was utterly infuriating. In a fit of rage, Han Suishan swept a teacup from the table, shattering it upon the ground. He bellowed, "Useless, a bunch of useless fools. Our holy sect stands on the brink of extinction, and you cannot even uncover this matter. What face do you have to present before our ancestors?" At the mention of ancestors, the demon sect leader, Han Jingshan, felt a sudden chill in his heart. A possibility flickered in his mind, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. The refining of corpses, the aura of demonic energy, the excavation of ancestral graves, the disappearance of the ancestor's body. Could it be that someone had refined the ancestor's corpse into a corpse servant and sent it to destroy Sacred Sword Mountain? The more he contemplated, the more anxious he became, convinced that his thoughts were indeed the truth. A shiver ran down Han Jingshan's spine. He wished to inform Han Suishan of this revelation, but was deterred by the sight of Suishan's furious countenance. He could not speak of it. Divulging this information would surely invite the wrath of ancestor Han Suishan and the many elders. Han Jingshan felt fortunate that he had previously eliminated those he had summoned to repair the grave. However, this led him to realize another matter. The demise of the Sacred Sword sect bore the hallmark of the Xiantian bloodline. If their ancestral tomb had been violated and their ancestor's body refined into a corpse servant, it must surely relate to the Xiantian bloodline. If the Xiantian bloodline could obliterate the Sacred Sword sect, would they not also turn their attention towards them? The holy sect and the Xiantian bloodline had a deep-seated enmity. Was the headquarters in Misty Mountain truly safe? Han Jingshan trembled once more. He could not remain here any longer. He must flee. Regardless of whether the Xiantian bloodline would strike at their headquarters or whether it could withstand an assault from the corpse servants, for him, the mere exposure of the truth regarding the ancestor's corpse would mean certain death. Han Jingshan made a swift decision to relinquish his position as the leader of the holy sect. He resolved to escape to a distant land, adopting a new identity and retreating from the martial world. Though relinquishing his position caused him great sorrow, it paled in comparison to the value of his life. In the current situation, he recognized it as a losing battle. The idea of surrender was utterly unacceptable. After Master Han Jingshan resolved to escape, he immediately stood up and addressed Ancestor Han Suishan. "Esteemed ancestor, the subordinates have been negligent in their duties, which reflects my own shortcomings in leadership. I implore you to temper your anger and allow me to personally investigate the summit of the divine Sword Mountain. There may be valuable clues to uncover." Upon hearing Han Jingshan's words, Han Suishan's fury diminished somewhat, and he replied, "Very well, then it falls upon you to undertake this journey. Remember to exercise utmost caution." Internally elated, Han Jingshan managed to mask his excitement as he bowed respectfully to Han Suishan before hastily exiting the Grand Hall, making his way towards the Misty Mountain. To avoid arousing suspicion and to keep his intentions discreet, he chose not to inform his wife and children of his departure. After all, as a peak 8th grade grandmaster still in his prime, he possessed the vitality to father more children. The well-being of his family seemed secondary. His survival was paramount. If he were to perish, everything would be lost. With this thought propelling him forward, Han Jingshan quickened his pace. The elders of the demonic sect, observing his rapid departure, harbored no doubts, believing him to be a devoted leader genuinely concerned for the affairs of the sect. Han Suishan nodded approvingly, recognizing that he had chosen a capable leader, one far superior to the elders below. Chapter 121. Is there danger in the Misty Mountain? In order to avert suspicion from the members of the sect, Han Jingshan soared towards the north, heading for the divine Sword Mountain. Unbeknownst to him, Yang, Yi Lianluo, and Xiao Qinyu were leading 19 crafted corpses southward from the north. The remote mountains where they had landed were not too distant from the Misty Mountain. The trio, accompanied by the numerous crafted corpses, traveled at an extraordinary pace, reaching the outskirts of the Misty Mountain in just over an hour. The mists of the Misty Mountain were toxic. However, they posed no hindrance to Yang Yi and his companions. The sisters, Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu, both in the mid-stage of the 8th grade, had no trouble repelling the mists. The 19 crafted corpses, being lifeless entities, were entirely unfazed by the fog. Upon arriving at the periphery of the Misty Mountain, the three exhibited no hesitation as they led the corpses into the mist. This was not Yang Yi's first visit to the Misty Mountain. He quickly oriented himself and set a course towards the heart of the demonic sect stronghold. After traversing less than 100 miles, Yang Yi detected a powerful presence rapidly approaching their direction. He raised his hand to halt the advance of sisters Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu. Seeing your sister, someone approaches. It appears to be a formidable expert from the demonic sect. Conceal the corpses and mask your presence. We shall wait for him to come to us, so we can capture him and ascertain the situation within the sect. Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu acknowledged his command with a nod. He immediately manipulated the corpse concealment technique to shroud his presence. Yang Yi swiftly moved and leaped into the dense foliage of a towering tree, effectively hiding himself. In this peculiar environment of Misty Mountain, perception was significantly diminished, and the three of them felt no fear of being discovered by approaching individuals. Unless their adversary possessed a cultivation level equivalent to the 9th rank, they would remain undetected. The one approaching Yang Yi and his companions was none other than Han Jingshan, the leader of the demon sect. Had Han Jingshan been aware that his desperate attempt to flee the holy sect would inadvertently lead him into the hands of Yang Yi and his companions, he would undoubtedly have chosen a different path to exit Misty Mountain. After concealing themselves for approximately a quarter of an hour, Han Jingshan arrived at their location. Upon seeing him, Yang Yi's eyes narrowed. Although he had never encountered Han Jingshan in person, the latter's likeness was already well known throughout the martial world. Ranked 7th on the master list, Han Jingshan, the demon sect leader, was indeed a significant catch that must not be allowed to escape. Yang Yi swiftly moved and appeared behind Han Jingshan. The fast-moving Han Jingshan suddenly sensed a formidable presence behind him, causing him to be alarmed. He immediately focused his energy to turn and retaliate. However, Yang Yi was not about to grant him that opportunity. With a swift motion, Yang Yi placed his right hand on Han Jingshan's shoulder, sending a tremor through his body that dispersed the gathered energy. Subsequently, Yang Yi controlled his descent, forcing the demon sect leader to kneel in the mire of decayed leaves and sludge. 9th rank, Han Jingshan struggled to raise his head to glimpse Yang Yi's visage. Despair flooded his heart as he began to piece together the identity of his assailant. He merely wished to confirm his suspicion. Yet, the weight of Yang Yi's hand was overwhelming, and the pressure was terrifying. Despite exerting all his strength, he could not manage to lift his head or turn around. Resigned, Han Jingshan lowered his gaze and, with a defeated smile, uttered the Xiantian bloodline. You arrived quite swiftly. Yang Yi was intrigued by how Han Jingshan knew of his Xiantian identity. However, before he could pose a question, Han Jingshan continued. The tomb of our ancestor. This was also your doing, was it not? Did you and the corpse refining sect conspire to refine our ancestors' remains? Yang Yi did not deny it and nodded gently. It seems you have discovered that your ancestor's tomb has been desecrated and have ventured to the divine Sword Mountain. Han Jingshan's face fell in despair as he replied. Indeed, it appears my suspicions were correct. You have come to annihilate our holy sect, just as you did the divine sword sect. Yang Yi did not refute him, but directly addressed Han Jingshan, saying, since you are aware of our intentions, it would be prudent to divulge the strength and deployment of your sect. Should you choose to cooperate, I may spare your life. Hearing this, Han Jingshan let out a low, derisive laugh. Huh, spare my life? You must be hoping to use me as a sacrifice for your corpse refining. Tu Gi, Han Yingsan. Maybe fearful of death, I am nonetheless the leader of a sect and cannot endure such profound humiliation. You may find it easy to annihilate the holy sect, yet you shall never escape the Misty Mountains. With that, Han Jingshan contemplated unleashing the internal energy for self-detonation. However, he was currently being suppressed by Yang Yi, who would not allow him to fulfill his desires. With a slight increase in force, Yang Yi dispersed his internal energy once more and gravely inquired, "What did you mean by your earlier words? What trump cards does the demon sect possess? Or what dangers lurk within the misty mountains?" Han Jingshan replied with a mocking tone, "You have slain Sun Wengong. Today, even if you extinguish the holy sect, you are destined to remain trapped within the misty mountains. You know nothing of this place." After uttering this, Han Jingshan fell silent, resolutely clenching his teeth and refusing to speak further, regardless of Yang Yi's relentless questioning. Seeing this, Yang Yi chose not to waste any more time and, with a surge of internal energy, ended Han Jingshan's life. Once he had examined the corpse, Yang Yi discarded Han Jingshan's body aside and began to ponder the implications of his words. From Han Jingshan's statements, it became evident that the misty mountains harbored significant dangers, perhaps even greater than those posed by the demon sect itself. The peril of the misty mountains likely related to the mad demon, Sun Wengong, whom he had slain. The words, mad demon, Sun Wengong, demon sect, and misty mountains swirled in Yang Yi's mind, and after a moment, a thought began to stir within him. Could there be a creature within the misty mountains deeply connected to the mad demon Sun Wengong? Was it still prudent to eradicate the demon sect? Yang Yi continued to ponder this matter. Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu, the sisters, chose not to disrupt Yang Yi's contemplation. When the demon sect leader Han Jingshan was captured, they had revealed themselves and had heard his words. They understood that the obliteration of the demon sect might entail great peril. They wished to advise Yang Yi to temporarily abandon the quest to destroy the demon sect and seek another opportunity. However, as Yang Yi was deep in thought, they decided against interrupting him and chose to wait until he concluded his reflections before offering their counsel. After approximately 15 minutes of contemplation, Yang Yi ultimately resolved to proceed with the eradication of the demon sect. This was not a hasty decision, but one born of careful consideration. The dangers of the Misty Mountains certainly existed, yet they could not possibly exceed the level of a 9th rank. If they did, it was uncertain whether the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion or the Weaving Pavilion could accommodate such a threat. Moreover, the demon sect itself would never dare to linger within the Misty Mountains. Chapter 122. Severely Wounding Han Suishan. The enigmatic presence of the Misty Mountains was evidently linked to Sun Wengong. Indeed, he had been slain by my own hand. Yet, the demon sect could not escape its responsibility for oversight. Given that the demon sect remained in the Misty Mountains, it suggested that they could at least restrain that mysterious entity to some extent. If the demon sect could exert control, it implied that the entity's strength was not excessively formidable. His current pinnacle of 9th-tier cultivation certainly equips him to confront any challenges. When Han Jingshan asserted that he could not leave Misty Mountain alive, he was oblivious to the true extent of their strength. In summary, the dangers of Misty Mountain lie well within their control. Even in the face of defeat, there would be no peril to their lives. Thus, how could the demonic sect not be vanquished? A fierce glint flickered in Yang Yi's eyes as he addressed the sisters Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu. "Sister, command the corpse to bear Han Jingshan's remains. Together, we shall eradicate the demonic sect." Upon hearing this, Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu hesitated to comply immediately, expressing their concerns instead. "Junior brother, perhaps we should reconsider. The demonic sect is right here. We can seek another opportunity to confront them in the future." Yang Yi understood their apprehensions regarding his safety and took a moment before responding. "Sisters, you know me well. I would never act impulsively. The endeavor to obliterate the demonic sect may indeed harbor risks, yet they shall not surpass our capacity to endure. Moreover, our assault on the Divine Sword sect will undoubtedly draw the attention of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion and the Weaving Pavilion. Their methods are inscrutable, and they might very well uncover our whereabouts. Therefore, we must hasten to strengthen ourselves. Sisters, I implore you to trust me." Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu paused, gazing at Yang Yi for a moment before breaking into smiles. "Junior brother, we believe in you. Let us proceed." Yang Yi nodded and, discerning the correct direction, soared towards the stronghold of the demonic sect. Li Yanluo commanded a corpse to hoist Han Jingshan's body, and together with Xiao Qinyu, they maneuvered the corpse to follow Yang Yi towards the sect's stronghold. They were now not far from the valley where the demonic sect's headquarters lay. Half an hour later, the fog before the three began to dissipate, revealing the valley that housed the demonic sect's stronghold. "We have arrived." Yang Yi suppressed his aura and instructed Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu. They mimicked Yang Yi's actions, suppressing their own auras as they approached him. "Junior brother, What is our course of action? Similar to our approach with the Divine Sword sect, we shall first command the corpse to assault the guards at the valley's entrance, compelling the upper echelons of the demonic sect to reveal themselves. We will then prioritize the elimination of their leaders before systematically dealing with the other disciples. Understood? Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu affirmed. They promptly directed the corpse towards the demonic sect's disciples stationed at the valley's entrance. The guards, possessing only 4th or 5th tier cultivation, barely had time to react before being dispatched by the corpse, their life essence drained. Once the guards were dealt with, the sisters immediately urged the corpses into the demonic sect's valley, commencing a rampant slaughter of the sect's disciples and instigating widespread destruction. Unlike their previous assault on the Divine Sword sect, this was broad daylight, and 19 corpses surged into the valley of the demonic sect, swiftly alarming the higher echelons of the sect. In a fleeting moment, the central hall of the demon sect erupted with over 40 8th grade Grand Masters and more than 50 7th grade Lesser Masters. The overall strength of the demon sect surpassed that of the Divine Sword sect significantly, due to the recent upheavals in the martial world. A majority of the demon sect's high-ranking combatants had returned to their stronghold, resulting in their current 8th grade Grand Masters almost doubling those of the Divine Sword sect. Fortunately, the demon sect was devoid of the frenzied mad demon and the esteemed Grand Masters Han Jingshan, which alleviated some of the pressure they faced. Accompanying the multitude of 8th grade Grand Masters and 7th grade Lesser Masters was the ancestral figure of the sect, Han Suishan. Upon his arrival, he sensed a familiar aura emanating from the numerous corpse puppets, an essence he had previously encountered within the Divine Sword sect. Thus, it appeared that this group intended to eradicate his holy sect after annihilating the Divine Sword sect. A flicker of indignation crossed Han Suishan's face as he bellowed, "Exert your full strength, crush them, and spare none." At his command, the numerous 8th grade Grand Masters and 7th grade Lesser Masters surged towards the corpse puppets. Meanwhile, Han Suishan remained stationary, his expression vigilant as he surveyed the surroundings. He was acutely aware that this force alone could not extinguish the Divine Sword sect. There must be hidden powers lurking in the shadows. Surrounded by over 40 8th grade Grand Masters, the pressure on the 19 corpse puppets was immense. Although several of these puppets possessed strength comparable to that of Grand Masters, facing such a multitude rendered their situation dire. After all, the 8th grade Grand Masters of the Demon Sect were formidable opponents, not to mention the support of numerous 7th grade Lesser Masters. Yang Yi glanced at Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu, urging, "Sisters, you should also join the fray. Delay them for as long as possible. I shall not take long to deal with Han Suishan." Without hesitation, Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu unsheathed their blades and charged into the demon sect's ranks, joining the corpse puppets to resist the onslaught of the 8th grade Grand Masters. They heeded Yang Yi's words, focusing on delaying rather than seeking to slay their foes. Once the sisters charged forth, Yang Yi promptly grasped the Xianyuan blade and, in a flash, appeared not far from Han Suishan. Initially, upon seeing Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu, Han Suishan intended to eliminate them immediately. However, before he could act, Yang Yi had already materialized before him. The moment he laid eyes on Yang Yi, Han Suishan felt an acute sense of alarm. Gazing at the Xianyuan blade in Yang Yi's hand, he gravely inquired, "The Black Blade, are you Zhou Yi, the one who annihilated the Divine Sword sect?" Yang Yi remained silent, deeming it unnecessary to respond to the words of a man on the brink of death. He raised the Xianyuan blade and executed the first dance of the Heavenly Blade, delivering 3 swift strikes in succession. Han Suishan's face contorted in horror as he hastily summoned his divine weapon, the Celestial Rupture Demon Wheel, in an attempt to block Yang Yi's assault. The Celestial Rupture Demon Wheel was indeed impressive, managing to withstand 2 of Yang Yi's strikes. Though there are reasons for Yang Yi not to exert himself fully, it is evident that the Lien Tian Mo is indeed formidable. Have we not witnessed the Tian Yang Divine Sword of the Divine Sword sect shatter into fragments after merely 2 strikes? The Lien Tian Mo is indeed impressive. Yet Han Suishan appears somewhat inferior, only marginally stronger than Gong Sun Wuan of the Divine Sword sect. In the face of the current Yang Yi, he possesses scant ability to resist. After receiving 2 blows from Yang Yi, Han Suishan's hands trembled incessantly, his palms fractured, blood oozing forth. When Yang Yi delivered his 3rd strike, Han Suishan could no longer withstand the onslaught. The Lien Tian Mo was sent flying, and the blade's energy struck Han Suishan across his chest, sending him hurtling backward. Lacking the protection of a breastplate, Yang Yi's blow nearly claimed his life, leaving him devoid of any capacity for resistance. This was only because Yang Yi wished to preserve his body for later purposes. Otherwise, that strike would have been fatal. Chapter 123. The Demon Clan's Sun Batian. Yang Yi sheathed his blade and stepped forward, appearing before Han Suishan, who was still struggling to rise from the ground. Upon suddenly seeing Yang Yi before him, Han Suishan's expression was filled with horror and despair. He had never anticipated such an end for himself, standing as he did at the pinnacle of the Easternly Pyramid. How could he have imagined that he would one day be slain, and worse yet, without the means to resist? It became clear that even the mighty were but ants in the presence of the truly strong. Yang Yi offered no opportunity for Han Suishan to regain his footing. He recalled the inexplicable threat articulated by the leader of the demon sect, Han Jingshan. Now, Yang Yi yearned to conclude the battle swiftly, in order to fully confront that looming danger. Without superfluous gestures, he pointed directly at Han Suishan's brow, sending him to meet his ancestors and simultaneously completing his own search for spoils. Having dealt with Han Suishan, Yang Yi turned his gaze towards Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu. At that moment, they were besieged and suffering greatly alongside several subdued corpses. Indeed, 3 slightly weaker corpses had been utterly annihilated, while the remaining ones bore numerous wounds. Fortunately, the corpses felt no pain and continued to fight valiantly. The swift demise of Han Suishan was but a fleeting moment, yet the loss of 3 corpses highlighted the superiority of the demon sect over the divine sword sect. However, this was where the demon sect's advantage would cease. The 8th grade grandmasters within the demon sect realized that Han Suishan had fallen, instantly plunging them into panic, with some even crying out in terror. "The ancestor has been slain. The ancestor is dead. Flee!" they shouted. "The enemy is too powerful. We cannot withstand them. Flee." The morale of the demon sect plummeted, and chaos ensued amidst their assault. Yet, how could Yang Yi allow them to escape? With his left hand, he reached into his sword box, withdrawing the bamboo staff sword, gripping it in his left hand while maintaining his blade in the right. His figure flickered as he charged towards the 8th grade grandmasters of the demon sect. Yang Yi's silhouette left trails of afterimages in the air, exuding an ethereal grace. A sense of exquisite beauty lingered. Yet within this stunning illusion lay hidden peril at every step. An 8th rank grandmaster in Dongli, indeed across the entire Xinyu, was considered a figure of prominence. Yet, in the presence of Yang Yi, a pinnacle 9th rank master, they appeared as inconsequential as ants, easily extinguished with a mere gesture. With each pass by an 8th rank grandmaster of the demonic sect, a vividly radiant red flower blossomed in the void. In a fleeting moment, Yang Yi eliminated all 40-odd 8th rank grandmasters of the demonic sect with ruthless efficiency. After vanquishing every 8th rank master, he turned to Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu, addressing them with purpose. "Sisters, immediately command the corpses to eradicate the remaining disciples of the demonic sect. Strive to annihilate them completely." "Understood." Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu responded in unison, their voices clear and resolute. They swiftly directed the reanimated corpses to wreak havoc among the disciples of the demonic sect within the valley. Meanwhile, Yang Yi diligently commenced his own endeavor of corpse looting. He was acutely aware of the lurking dangers still present in the misty mountains. Thus, hastening the looting of corpses became imperative, lest unforeseen circumstances render their efforts fruitless. The number of disciples from the demonic sect exceeded that of the divine sword sect by a considerable margin. Due to recent upheavals, the demonic sect had summoned a significant number of their disciples back. At this moment, the valley teemed with no fewer than 6,000 disciples. Although the majority were mid to low-tier martial artists, such a vast quantity was sufficient to compensate for any deficiencies in quality. Yang Yi commenced his looting with the 8th rank grandmasters, followed by the 7th rank minor masters, ultimately trailing behind the sisters as they continued their grim work. As the sisters commanded the reanimated corpses to slay relentlessly, Yang Yi moved swiftly in the shadows, collecting spoils. Throughout this process, he maintained a fraction of his consciousness alert to his surroundings. However, even after they had eradicated the numerous disciples of the demonic sect and completed their looting, the danger spoken of by the sect leader Han Jingshan had yet to manifest. Just as Yang Yi began to suspect that Han Jingshan's words were mere deathbed threats meant to instill fear, a violent tremor suddenly shook the valley. A formidable presence emerged from the very center of the valley. Yang Yi furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently on the central hall of the demonic sect. his expression turning grave. The tremors continued unabated, escalating in intensity. In a short while, the central hall collapsed with a resounding crash, unveiling a gaping dark maw from which a thick mist began to seep forth. Li Yin Luo and Xiao Qinyu, sensing the unusual disturbance in the valley, swiftly gathered their reanimated corpses to stand guard around Yang Yi. What shall we do, junior brother? Should we stay or flee? Stay. That entity is indeed formidable. Yet it does not exceed my capacity. For now, you two should keep your distance. Yang Yi did not boast. He could sense a formidable creature lurking within the cave's entrance. The being emanated a vast and turbulent aura, fierce and overwhelmingly powerful. Even the ancestors of the Divine Sword sect and the demon cult would stand no chance against this creature. However, it did not instill in him a sense of insurmountable dread. His prior conjectures were not in error. Just as Yang Yi had finished his discourse with Li Yin Luo and Xiao Qinyu, a thunderous roar erupted from the cave, followed by the emergence of a colossal ape. Standing 4 to 5 meters tall, wielding a thick iron rod, it landed with a thunderous crash not far from Yang Yi, stirring up clouds of dust. As the dust settled, Yang Yi beheld the true form of the ape. It was a black monkey, reminiscent of the mighty King Kong from a film of his past, especially with the thick black iron rod in its grasp, which added an air of dominance. The black ape cast a cold glance at Yang Yi, exuding an aura of disdain, as if it looked down upon the world. Nevertheless, despite the creature's formidable appearance and terrifying pressure, Yang Yi felt no fear. This black ape was at most a peak 9th tier being comparable to his own realm. Within the same tier, Yang Yi believed he could contend with anyone. No matter how strong this black ape might be, Yang Yi had confidence in his ability to vanquish it. Just as he tightened his grip on the Xianyuan, preparing to confront the massive ape, the black creature suddenly retracted its violent demeanor and addressed Yang Yi with a resonant voice. I am Sun Batian of the Demon Clan. Who are you? I perceive the blood contract of my kin upon you. Did you slay Sun Wengong? Upon hearing this, Yang Yi furrowed his brow. What was this blood contract? He had never heard of such a term. Could it be that slaying a demon would leave a mark visible only to their kind? Yang Yi opened his mind to sense his own being, but found nothing amiss, nor did he perceive any blood contract. Do not bother sensing. The blood contract is inscribed upon your soul. You are not of the Demon Clan, and unless you reach the Mind Illumination realm, you cannot perceive it. From your appearance, it seems Sun Wengong indeed met his end at your hands. Chapter 124. The Origins of Sun Batian. Yang Yi's Xianyuan quivered slightly as he replied coldly. The mad demon Rod Sun Wengong was indeed slain by my hand. What do you intend to do about it? What? Is Sun Wengong your progeny? Do you seek vengeance for him? Yang Yi slowly raised his Xianyuan, emanating a formidable aura, ready to strike down the black-furred ape before him. Yet at that moment, he heard the somewhat anxious voice of Sun Batian. My lord, you have misunderstood. I do not wish to be your enemy. Realizing his words lacked persuasive power, the black ape continued to explain. Indeed, Sun Wengong bore my bloodline, but he was birthed through the extraction of my essence by the Han family. Your Excellency, by erasing Sun Wengong, you have washed away my shame. Your slaying of the Han family has granted me my freedom, for which I am immensely grateful. How could I ever oppose you? Upon hearing these words, Yang Yi slowly sheathed the Xianyuan blade, his murderous intent dissipating in tandem. Since this creature named Sun Batian can communicate, it would be prudent to first understand the demon race and the blood contract of slaughter. The demon race is shrouded in mystery. Having traversed Dongli for such an extended period, he had never heard whispers of the demon race until now. The demon known as Sun Wengong was the first he encountered. In fact, he had only named the demon race based on the legends from his past life, and he never anticipated that it would align so perfectly. Yang Yi felt no concern for any sudden attack from the black-haired monkey, Sun Batian. Firstly, he sensed no hostility emanating from him. Secondly, even if Sun Batian harbored ulterior motives, he was confident in his ability to vanquish him. Seeing Yang Yi's murderous aura recede, Sun Batian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Though his temperament was savage, it was a consequence of prolonged captivity by the Han family. He was no fool. He sensed the mortal danger that Yang Yi posed. Why would he dare to oppose such an entity? After finally escaping, he intended to return to the demon realm in one piece to seek justice. Yang Yi fixed a piercing gaze upon Sun Batian, coldly stating, "Let us speak of the demon race and the blood contract of slaughter. Furthermore, why were you imprisoned in this misty mountain? Given your strength, those from the demon cult should not have had the means to capture you. Upon hearing this, the black-haired monkey, Sun Batian, looked up at the sky and let out a slow sigh. His form swiftly diminished, transforming into a robust giant standing 2 meters tall, with thick fur. Sun Batian planted the similarly shrunken iron rod into the ground and sat against it, staring vacantly at the heavens as he spoke in a measured tone. Well, this tale is quite lengthy. Yang Yi's gaze fell upon Sun Batian's iron rod, and a spark of intrigue ignited within his eyes. What an extraordinary divine weapon, capable of changing size at will. If only he could acquire the forging method, he would no longer need to carry a sword case everywhere. After a prolonged moment, Yang Yi finally tore his gaze away from the iron rod and returned his attention to Sun Batian. Then, let us delve into the details. We are not in a hurry, and we have ample time. In this desolate misty mountain, devoid of human presence, and with the demon cultists having been nearly exterminated, he indeed had plenty of time to listen to Sun Batian's account. Sun Batian's eyes sharpened as he turned to Yang, then began to recount the inquiries Yang Yi had made. The demon race consists of beasts that have attained sentience, primarily concentrated in the demon realm. Sun Batian's arrival in the Qian domain was entirely fortuitous. Several centuries prior, a great upheaval erupted within the demon realm. Sun Batian's tribe was embroiled in this turmoil and faced near annihilation. His mother, a being at the pinnacle of the bright divine realm, sustained grave injuries during that upheaval. Nearly perishing, on the brink of death, Sun Batian's mother activated the ancestral artifact of their clan, forcefully tearing through the void to bring Sun Batian to a mountain in the Qian domain. Upon their arrival, Sun Batian's mother succumbed to her severe injuries. Her body was interred within this mountain, which soon became shrouded in mist, giving rise to the present-day Misty Mountain. At that time, Sun Batian was still weak, possessing only the cultivation of late 8th grade. After burying his mother, he was captured by a powerful sect's 9th grade ancestor residing in the mountain, who bound him with a bloodline enslavement contract. This contract was exceedingly tyrannical, allowing any descendant of that individual to subjugate Sun Batian. Left with no choice, Sun Batian was compelled to serve this sect, embarking on campaigns at their behest. This sect is now known as the Demon Sect, and the one who enacted the bloodline enslavement contract was from the direct lineage of the sect leader, the Han family. After the ancestor of the demon sect failed to break through to the divine spirit realm and perished over a century past, Sun Batian's cultivation gradually ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th grade. Meanwhile, the Han family's bloodline diluted over time, leading to a gradual weakening of their control over Sun Batian. To prevent Sun Batian from spiraling out of control, the Han family, while the bloodline enslavement contract still exerted considerable influence, sealed him beneath the Grand Hall. Each day, they drained his essence to cultivate their demonic arts and concoct an antidote for the mist. In truth, after Yang Yi and his companions slaughtered the majority of the demon sect's disciples, the bloodline sealing formation that bound Sun Batian had weakened significantly. By that time, Sun Batian had the capability to break free from the seal. However, as the bloodline descendants of the demon sect were not yet extinguished, they still held power over him. Sun Batian chose to wait until Yang eradicated them entirely before revealing himself. As for the mad demon staff spirit, Sun Wengong, it was a result of the demon sect's attempts to create a second Sun Batian they could control. After countless experiments, they managed to catalyze a spirit monkey using Sun Batian's blood. Yang Yi nodded in understanding. Thus, Sun Wengong could indeed be considered a bloodline descendant of Sun Batian. However, the manner of his creation was a profound insult to Sun Batian, which explains why he remained indifferent to Sun Wengong's fate. Regarding the blood-killing contract, it was originally devised by a powerful entity from the ancient demon race. Anyone who slays a creature of the demon race is marked by this contract. The demon race relentlessly pursues every individual bearing this mark. Upon hearing this, Yang Yi furrowed his brow and inquired coldly, "Is there a way to resolve this blood-killing contract?" Sun Batian nodded solemnly and replied, "There is a way. You can seek the demon race to lift the blood-killing contract for you. Of course, if your cultivation reaches a level comparable to that of the being who created the contract, you may also dispel it. Beyond that, breaking through the asking Dao realm will not suffice." Yang Yi, upon hearing this, fixed his gaze intently on Sun Batian. "Can you resolve it?" At that moment, the Xian Yuan in Yang Yi's hand trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly. Yang Yi's intentions were unmistakable. He sought to have Sun Batian dissolve the blood-kill contract that bound him. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Batian nodded and responded in a resonant tone, it can be undone. I shall assist you in this, as a way to repay your favor in aiding my escape." With that, Sun Batian interlaced his fingers and swiftly formed a mysterious seal. A beam of golden light shot forth from his hands, directed towards Yang Yi. In Chapter 125, The Divine Law of Clarity, the Divine Iron of Fulfillment, Yang Yi sensed no hint of malice from Sun Batian and allowed the golden light to envelop him. Bathed in this luminescence, he finally discerned the so-called blood-kill contract upon his being. Indeed, as Sun Batian had asserted, it bore no lethal qualities. It merely served as a mark. Under the radiant glow, the blood-kill contract shattered with a resounding crack and vanished entirely. Having lifted the blood-kill contract, Sun Batian withdrew his iron staff and proclaimed, "The blood-kill contract is dissolved. We are now even. Farewell." With that, he began to retreat slowly, preparing to depart. However, Yang Yi desired more from Sun Batian and would not allow him to leave so easily. "Hold on," Yang Yi called out. "What? Is lifting a blood-kill contract sufficient to repay the debt of life? You yourself stated that slaying Sun Wukong was to absolve your shame. This blood-kill contract arose from Sun Wukong. Is it not only natural for you to dissolve it? How can this be considered a recompense?" Upon hearing Yang Yi's words, Sun Batian felt his heart leap to his throat. He tightened his grip on the iron staff, ready to defend against any aggression from Yang Yi. Sun Batian truly wished to avoid confrontation. He sensed that even in his prime, he might not have been a match for Yang Yi. Moreover, after years of imprisonment, his strength had surely waned. The fact that he had not regressed in his cultivation was already a testament to his resilience. Now, his combat prowess could hardly compare to his peak, let alone contend with Yang Yi. However, upon hearing the latter's subsequent words, Sun Batian relaxed somewhat, realizing that Yang Yi had ulterior motives. "Very well," he said in a grave tone. "If you desire something, do not hesitate to speak. As long as I possess it, I will not withhold it." A smile spread across Yang Yi's face upon hearing Sun Batian's response. "You descended from the demon realm to the Qian domain hundreds of years ago, and your mother was of the divine clarity realm. Do you possess the divine law of clarity? The Qian domain is monopolized and isolated by the heavenly mechanism pavilion and the weaving pavilion, severing the path to divine clarity. I am in dire need of the divine law. Furthermore, I wish to learn how your iron staff was forged, and how one might create weapons that possess the same size and ease as your iron staff. If you can provide the divine law and the forging method, not only will I spare your life, but I shall also leave you with 90% of the resources within this valley. So you need not scavenge for resources to restore your strength." After contemplating Yang Yi's words for a moment, Sun Batian finally spoke slowly. "I possess the divine method of enlightenment, passed down from my mother, though its origins remain shrouded in mystery. Would you dare to claim it?" Yang Yi nodded resolutely. He was determined to obtain this divine method. Its unknown origins matter not. At worst, he could attempt to merge it with other techniques for nurturing deities. He was but a step away from enlightenment. To abandon it simply because its source was unclear would be foolishness. "Yes, this divine method shall be mine." Sun Batian gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "Very well, but the divine method of the human race is not with me at present. I shall take you to retrieve it shortly." With that, Sun Batian raised the iron rod in his hand and added, "This heaven-shaking staff can change size at will, not due to the forging method, but because it incorporates a rare celestial material known as the divine iron of conformity. The inclusion of this divine iron allows the weapon to adjust its size and significantly enhances its quality." Hearing this, Yang Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he inquired, "Do you possess any more of this divine iron, or know where I might find it?" Sun Batian, observing the gleam in Yang Yi's eyes, pondered briefly before responding. "Only a few scraps remain. If you desire them, I would not mind bestowing them upon you. If you were to infuse the remaining divine iron into your blade, it could achieve a remarkable effect of reducing its size by 20-fold and enlarging it by 2-fold. Yang Yi was overjoyed at this revelation. What a treasure! What does it matter if it's just scraps? Do not underestimate the value of such remnants. With the divine iron, I could reduce the size of both my bamboo staff and Xinyuan blade, conveniently hanging them at my waist. He readily affirmed, "I certainly desire it. How could I not covet such a precious item?" Sun Batian replied in a deep voice, "If that is the case, then follow me. I shall take you to retrieve the divine method and the divine iron." Yang Yi relayed a message to his companions, Li Yanluo and Xiao Chenyu, saying, "Sisters, remain here and search for the treasures of the devil's sect while I step away for a moment." With that, Yang Yi stepped forward to follow Sun Batian. Sun Batian led Yang Yi through the valley, finally stopping before a secluded cliff face. At that moment, an expression of profound sorrow and longing flickered in Sun Batian's eyes. Yang Yi instantly understood. This was likely the place where Sun Batian had buried his mother. Sure enough, Sun Batian suddenly knelt and bowed his head repeatedly against the stone wall. After a long pause, he rose and began to explore the stone surface, ultimately removing a large section to reveal a vast cave. Sun Batian entered the cave slowly, saying, "When I first concealed my mother's remains here, I soon encountered the Han family. Subsequently, they moved their sect into this valley, and fearing they might discover my mother's body, I have not visited her once in all these years." As Yang Yi walked, he listened to Sun Batian's murmured reflections. Before long, a man and a demon arrived before a colossal stone platform. Upon this platform lay the withered remains of a humanoid figure, towering at approximately 10 meters in length. This was the body of Sun Batian's mother, a formidable super demon at the pinnacle of the bright divine realm. The sight of her remains left Yang Yi profoundly shaken. Sun Batian's mother had perished hundreds of years ago, her energy long since dissipated into the mists that enveloped the misty mountain. Yet, standing before her lifeless form, Yang Yi felt an overwhelming stir of emotions, as if she might rise at any moment and strike him down with a mere gesture. Of course, this was merely an illusion. She could not rise again. If she could, how could Sun Batian have endured so many years of suffering? Approaching the remains, Sun Batian knelt on the ground, his eyes brimming with tears. He struck his forehead against the earth several times in reverence. Meanwhile, Yang Yi seized the opportunity while Sun Batian was distracted, swiftly reaching out to touch the body of Sun Batian's mother. After all, how could one resist the opportunity to claim the treasures of a being of such caliber? Once he had completed the act of searching, Yang Yi refrained from immediately inspecting the items he had acquired. Instead, he stepped back, positioning himself behind Sun Batian to await the conclusion of his mourning. The treasures could be examined at any time. It was wise to avoid provoking Sun Batian, especially at the moment when he was about to receive the bright divine law and the auspicious divine iron. Yang Yi felt no fear towards Sun Batian. Yet the blood contract of the demon race was a sinister affair. It was best to avoid unnecessary conflict. Furthermore, he bore no animosity towards Sun Batian and saw no reason to resort to violence. Chapter 126. The Request. After completing his tribute, Sun Batian rose and approached a corner of the stone platform. He gently shifted the remains, revealing shallow stone grooves beneath. Sun Batian reached into one of the grooves and soon retrieved a jade slip and a silver-white metal piece the size of an egg. Holding the jade slip and the auspicious divine iron, he turned to Yang Yi and said in a resonant voice, "Esteemed one, the bright divine law and the auspicious divine iron are before you. I am willing to offer you these treasures, but I have a request." Yang Yi focused intently on Sun Batian, fully anticipating this moment since entering the cavern. Sun Batian could have easily denied the existence of the bright divine law and the auspicious divine iron. Yet he chose not to conceal them and brought Yang Yi before his mother's remains. Such sincerity on Sun Batian's part surely indicated a significant demand. Although Yang Yi was indeed tempted by the treasures, he was reluctant to hastily acquiesce to Sun Batian's ambiguous request, wary of potential pitfalls. His gaze sharpened as he regarded Sun Batian, responding coolly, "State your request. If it is not excessive, I shall consider your proposition. However, should you seek to impose undue hardship, even at the risk of being ensnared by the blood contract, once more, I will." Yang Yi's words trailed off, but he trusted that Sun Batian would grasp the implication behind his statement. Upon hearing this, Sun Batian spoke in a deep voice, "I comprehend your intent. Do not worry. I shall not impose upon you. My clan has been annihilated, my mother lost in the Qian domain, perishing without a trace. All due to the persecution of the bloodthirsty demon tiger clan. Soon, I shall return to the demon domain in quest of justice. Should I fail and meet my demise, I hope that one day, when you have amassed sufficient strength, you might avenge my clan and obliterate the bloodthirsty demon tigers." After a brief pause, Sun Batian continued, "If you consent, I shall present you with the Ming Shun Fa and the Ru Yi Divine Iron. Moreover, I can also bestow upon you the Dao inquiring techniques of my clan. Although the demon clan's methods may not align perfectly with the human race, they will undoubtedly guide you away from many missteps." Yang Yi pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Sun Batian's request was not excessive, as he did not demand immediate confrontation with the bloodthirsty demon tigers. There were two prerequisites for engaging them. First, Sun Batian must fail. Second, Yang Yi must possess adequate strength. Thus, what harm was there in acquiescing? Very well, I accept your request. Should you fail when I am strong enough, I shall personally venture into the demon domain to seek justice for your clan. Upon hearing this, Sun Batian was overjoyed. He reverently presented the Ming Shun Fa and the Ru Yi divine iron to Yang Yi, bowing deeply. Yang Yi graciously accepted the jade slip and the Ru Yi divine iron. Observing Yang Yi's acceptance of the jade slip and the Ru Yi divine iron, Sun Batian seemed pleased, scratching his head and smiling. He then touched his forehead, drawing forth a glowing orb and offering it to Yang Yi. Esteemed one, this is the Tao inquiring inheritance sealed within me by my mother before her demise. Remember, do not unlock the seal until you reach the pinnacle of Ming Shun. For lacking the requisite cultivation may lead to your being assimilated by the profound mysteries of the Tao. Yang Yi, with a solemn expression, reached out to take the glowing orb. The moment his fingertips brushed against it, the orb dove directly into his body. Furrowing his brow, Yang Yi quickly examined himself, concerned about any potential repercussions. Seeing this, Sun Batian reassured him, there is no need for concern. By focusing your spirit in the purple house, you can perceive the Tao inquiring inheritance and retrieve it at will. Following Sun Batian's instructions, Yang Yi indeed saw the glowing orb at the purple house in his forehead and found it entirely harmless and easily accessible. Once he confirmed that the Tao inquiring inheritance posed no threat, Yang Yi raised the Ming Shun Fa jade slip, inquiring, how do I utilize this jade slip? Place the jade slip upon your forehead, concentrate, and delve into it to read the scriptures contained within, Sun Batian explained. Having understood the method of usage, Yang Yi refrained from immediately reading the information within. Although he was aware that Sun Batian would likely not strike against him, he instinctively remained cautious, not wishing to reveal any vulnerabilities while deciphering the Ming Shun Fa scriptures. After expressing his gratitude to Sun Batian, Yang Yi prepared to exit the cave. However, Sun Batian called out to him first, asking, might I inquire if, during your slaying of Sun Wengong, you observed a faint golden orb within him? The essence in question is the demon clan's demon core. While the demon core holds little value for your human race, Yang Yi discerned that Sun Batian was subtly seeking the core for himself. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Yi resolved to present Sun Wengong's demon core to Sun Batian. For him, the core was indeed of little significance. Had it not been for its nature, he would have disposed of it long ago. Given the substantial treasures he had received from Sun Batian today, offering a single demon core seemed inconsequential. However, Yang Yi was certain he would not extract it in Sun Batian's presence. He addressed Sun Batian, requesting him to wait momentarily, as the demon core was with his companion, and he would retrieve it forthwith. After venturing a short distance from the cave, Yang Yi, finding no one around, promptly extracted the demon core. He lingered for a moment before returning to the cave. Inside, Sun Batian sat upon a stone platform, confiding in the remains of his kin. Yang Yi placed the demon core beside Sun Batian and quietly exited, deeming it best not to intrude upon such rare familial moments. Upon leaving the cave, Li Yin Luo and Xiao Qinyu, the sisters, had thoroughly scoured the treasures of the demon sect. With an abundance of artifacts, it was impossible for them to carry everything away. They selected a number of precious items to take with them, akin to their previous experience of the sword sect. 1 volume each of celestial grade techniques and martial arts. 3 volumes each of earthly grade techniques and martial arts. 15 precious herbs and minerals, alongside various rare gemstones and ores. Naturally, the demon sect possessed even more invaluable items. However, having pledged to leave 9/10 of their resources to Sun Batian, they refrained from taking more. Additionally, they chose 10 corpses of formidable experts from the demon sect, preserved in excellent condition, to be utilized in their corpse refining practices. The recent assault on the demon sect had resulted in the loss of 3 refined corpses, necessitating replenishment. With their preparations complete, Sun Batian emerged from the cave. After exchanging farewells, Yang Yi, Li Yin Luo, and Xiao Qinyu departed the valley with their spoils and the refined corpses, heading towards the outskirts of the Misty Mountains. This expedition against the demon sect had yielded exceptional rewards, including the bright divine art and the Inquisition technique. Contemplating his imminent ascension to the 9th rank, Yang Yi could hardly contain his elation. The trio was undeniably in high spirits. However, in the distance, Others were far from pleased. While Yang Yi and his companions wreaked havoc within the demon sect, Chen Jinxing from the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, accompanied by a cadre of followers, successfully tracked down the unnamed cave where the trio had previously resided. Their grand expedition, however, proved futile, leaving Chen Jinxing seething with rage. In a fit of fury, he demolished the cave before unleashing his aura to collapse it entirely. After venting his frustration, Chen Jinxing commanded the spirit-seeking bees to pursue Yang Yi's trail towards the Misty Mountains. Chapter 127. Encounter. At this juncture, Yang Yi and his companions remained oblivious to Chen Jinxing's pursuit, preoccupied with thoughts of returning to the cave to properly assimilate their recent acquisitions. In truth, they were not insistent on returning to that specific cave. However, they still needed to refine the corpses, which would undoubtedly complicate matters in the city. After much contemplation, he found that the cave was the more convenient option. It would save them the trouble of searching for a new cave if they changed mountains. Thus, a group set out from north to south, following the spirit-seeking bees, while another group, led by the corpse refiners, triumphantly headed north with their spoils. About half an hour later, Yang Yi, who had been hastening along, suddenly sensed a formidable group approaching from afar. Each member exuded a powerful aura, all at least 8th grade grandmasters, among whom were few familiar presences. With a quick mental shift, Yang Yi recognized these familiar auras. They belonged to notable figures from the Tianji Pavilion, including the esteemed Sword King of the Shun family, Aoyun, and the captivating Lady of Five Poisons, Kai Wuyan. Realizing the strength of this gathering, Yang Yi's expression grew solemn. They were undeniably formidable, numbering over 40, with 5 9th grade true masters among them. Such a force could easily sweep away all factions in Dongli, excluding the royal family. Yang Yi was certain that this group had come specifically for him. Although he was uncertain how the Tianji Pavilion had pinpointed his location, their myriad of mystical techniques made it unsurprising that they could track him down. Turning to Li Yinluo and the sisters Xiao Qinyu, he spoke with a grave tone. Sisters, formidable enemies are approaching. You must leave the corpse refiners behind and quickly retreat into the Misty Mountains, waiting for me there for 1 day. If I do not seek you out within a day, return to Xinyuan Mountain and await my return. I will come for you. Upon hearing this, both Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu trembled slightly, anxiety creeping into their hearts. The strength of the approaching foes was undoubtedly beyond their imagination, far surpassing that of the demonic sect. Otherwise, their junior brother would not have urged such an urgent retreat with such gravity. Li Yinluo, her voice quivering, inquired, "Junior brother, are the enemies truly that powerful?" Yang Yi nodded resolutely. Indeed, they are exceptionally strong. There are 5 9th grade true masters among them. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qinyu stepped forward, her voice resolute. "Junior brother, we shall not flee. I wish to remain and fight alongside you, sharing life and death." Yang Yi quickly shook his head. "Sister Xiao, there is no need for concern. Although they are numerous, they cannot overcome me. However, the 9th grade true masters are no trifling matter. In battle, I fear I may not be able to protect you." Xiao Qinyu was about to protest, but Li Yinluo pulled her aside. Fixing her gaze on Yang Yi, she said, "Junior brother, I understand your intentions and am willing to follow your wishes. Let this day be as it is, but I hope that one day, when our strength is sufficient, you will no longer refuse us the chance to stand by your side, sharing life and death." With that, without waiting for Yang Yi's response, Li Yinluo took Xiao Qinyu by the hand and headed toward the Misty Mountains. Yang Yi could not help but recognize the hidden meaning in Li Yinluo's words. Having spent so much time together, he was well aware of their feelings for him. However, his circumstances are markedly distinct. With the assistance of the system's external enhancement, no one is capable of matching his pace. Even Li Yinluo and the sisters Xiao Qinyu, equally gifted, find themselves far behind him. It is not that he looks down upon Li Yinluo and the sisters. Rather, as he accelerates in growth, the adversaries he faces become increasingly formidable. It would not be wise for Li Yinluo and the sisters to follow him. Moreover, his longevity is a predetermined fate. He wishes to avoid the anguish of witnessing the death of loved ones after countless years. It is far better to relinquish such thoughts early and devote himself entirely to the pursuit of his path. After the departure of Li Yinluo and the sisters, Yang immediately maneuvered the corpses he had refined, directing them straight toward the assembly of Tianji Pavilion. With Li Yinluo and the sisters absent, he could engage in battle without reservations. If he could annihilate this group, he would gain valuable time to develop. By the time Tianji Pavilion and Jijin Tower dispatched a more formidable lineup, he would likely have attained the realm of Ming Shun. If he could achieve this, he would no longer fear the Tianji Pavilion or Jijin Tower. Yang Yi commanded the corpses to charge, quickly drawing the attention of Chun Jingxing and others from Tianji Pavilion. Chun Jingxing, observing the trembling spirit bee in his grasp, felt a surge of excitement. The person he sought had finally appeared. He lifted the white jade curtain and stepped out of the jade carriage, his deep voice resonating throughout the caravan. Alert! Zhou Yi's group is in the vicinity. As soon as Chun Jingxing's words fell, numerous skilled warriors from the caravan flickered into view before him. At the forefront stood 4 ninth-grade true practitioners, the late-stage flying dance from Jijin Tower, Zhao Lingxiao from Shoshan Sword Pavilion, Shun Guantao from the Shun family of the capital, and Chen Jinyao from Tianji Pavilion. Including Chun Jingxing himself, who had returned to his peak 9th-grade state, they boasted a total of 5 9th-grade true practitioners. Chun Jingxing surveyed the coalition he had summoned to hunt Zhou Yi, his eyes gleaming with bloodthirsty greed, and a cruel smile played upon his lips. Zhou Yi, let us see how you meet your end this time. Back then, I was in a less than optimal state, only able to unleash middle stage 9th-grade power, allowing you to escape. This time, I will not let you slip away. The opportunities you possess belong to me, Chun Jingxing. Just as Chun Jingxing gathered his forces, Yang Yi propelled the corpses into battle. 16 8th-grade corpses surged into the Tianji Pavilion's ranks, yet they posed little threat. The lineup of Tianji Pavilion was nothing short of luxurious, easily withstanding the assault from the corpses. In fact, Zhao Lingxiao, the 9th-grade true practitioner from Shoshan Sword Pavilion, in a moment of enthusiasm, drew his sword and struck, instantly destroying 3 of Yang Yi's corpses. In truth, Yang Yi was well aware that his dozen or so corpses would have little impact on Tianji Pavilion's formation. His sole purpose in commanding the corpses was to temporarily divert the attention of Tianji Pavilion's numerous experts, creating a fleeting opportunity for a sudden strike to severely wound a 9th-grade true practitioner. Even if he could merely inflict a serious injury on a single adversary, the ensuing battle would become significantly easier for him. As anticipated, Yang Yi's corpse refining drew the attention of all present, prompting a late-stage 9th-grade master to intervene. A sly smile crept across Yang Yi's lips. With a bamboo staff sword in one hand and the Xianyuan blade in the other, he swiftly appeared near Zhao Lingxiao of the Shoshan Sword Pavilion. He then raised the Xianyuan blade high, striking 3 times in an instant. First form of the Celestial Blade, the world unfolds, slash. First form of the Celestial Blade, the world unfolds, slash. Second form of the Celestial Blade, the duality of life and death, slash. With a decisive strike, Yang Yi aimed to eliminate Zhao Lingxiao, the sword master of the Shoshan Sword Pavilion, outright. Be careful. Chun Jingxing, Lien Feiwu, and several other 9th-grade masters changed countenance upon spotting Yang Yi and hastily warned Zhao Lingxiao. Shun Guantao and Chun Jinhue flickered into motion, charging directly towards Yang Yi. Chapter 128. Inflicting heavy damage on 2 9th-grade masters. Zhao Lingxiao, the sword master of the Shoshan Sword Pavilion, ranked 4th on the Eastern Departure's Absolute Pinnacle Realms list, possessed strength comparable to that of Gu Qinghe from the Blade King Valley. As Yang Yi approached, Zhao Lingxiao immediately sensed the impending threat. Zhao Lingxiao stroked his beard, his eyes flashing like lightning. Zhou Yi, you arrive just in time. Witness how this sword master captures you. With his left hand forming a sword finger, he imbued his divine weapon, the Shoshan Lingxiao, with a surge of energy, unleashing countless sword chi that surged forth to meet Yang Yi's blade energy. The Lingxiao sword domain unleashed boundless sword chi. Boom, boom, boom. The clash of sword and blade energy erupted, sending shockwaves that hurled the surrounding 8th-grade grandmasters several meters away. Zhao Lingxiao was formidable as a late-stage 9th-grade master. His aura far surpassed that of Gongsun Wuan and Han Suishan. Zhao Lingxiao could easily suppress Gongsun Wuan, and it was no challenge to handle Han Suishan in tandem. If Yang Yi were also at the late stage of the 9th grade, he might have to employ additional tactics to subdue him. However, Yang Yi currently stood at the pinnacle of the 9th grade, his realm overshadowing Zhao Lingxiao by a small margin. Yang Yi unleashed 3 unparalleled blade energies. The first alone tore through Zhao Lingxiao's Lingxiao sword domain. The remaining 2 swiftly descended upon him. Realizing his sword domain had been rent asunder and witnessing 2 blade energies barreling towards him, Zhao Lingxiao's heart sank his earlier confidence evaporating. Damn it! How could Zhou Yi be so powerful? Zhao Lingxiao's visage twisted in fear as he hastily countered with several swift sword strikes from the Shoshan Lingxiao, attempting to fend off Yang Yi's blade energies. Shoshan Sword Art, a crane in clear skies. Shoshan Sword Art, the azure sea and the void. Block it for me. Zhao Lingxiao shouted in fury, wielding his sword with his right hand while reaching into his robe with his left to retrieve several jade tokens. Upon activation, they shot forth towards the direction of Yang Yi's blade energies, each imbued with the full force of his prime. Zhao Lingxiao hoped to utilize these jade tokens to defend against Yang Yi's two formidable sword energies. However, the sword energy of the Heavenly Blade, unleashed by Yang Yi at the pinnacle of the Ninth Realm, was beyond what he could possibly contend with in such a hasty manner. The Heavenly Blade effortlessly shattered Zhao Lingxiao's various defenses and surged directly towards him. At that moment, despair had completely engulfed Zhao Lingxiao's heart. In such a brief span, he was incapable of mounting any effective resistance. Time seemed fleeting from Yang Yi's sudden appearance and the execution of 3 strikes to the present moment, which had transpired in the blink of an eye. Just as Zhao Lingxiao found himself in this dire predicament, the esteemed ancestor from the capital's Shun family, Shun Guantao, and the 9th-ranked master of the Tianji Pavilion, Chun Jingyue, arrived on the scene. Shun Guantao, wielding twin blades, launched a direct assault on Yang Yi's back. Yang Yi had anticipated this move. Brandishing his bamboo staff, he executed the Xiantian divine sword technique, delivering a series of piercing strikes towards Shun Guantao. His sword strikes were further enhanced by the realms of wind and rain and the 10 directions of death, swiftly conjuring a hellish realm filled with the scent of blood and carnage, enveloping Shun Guantao within. In an instant, chilling screams echoed from within the combined realms as Shun Guantao, the venerable ancestor of the Shun family, found himself overwhelmed. His strength paled in comparison to the ancient demon leader Han Suishan, and he could scarcely withstand Yang Yi's assault. By the time he exhausted his abilities and escaped the encroaching realms, he was tattered and disheveled, his body marred by deep sword wounds, and his eyes reflected an overwhelming terror. Shun Guantao's heart raced, his hands trembling uncontrollably, unable to meet Yang Yi's gaze. Since achieving the 9th realm, he had never faced such a dire situation. A momentary lapse in caution could have led to his demise within that terrifying domain. Regret flooded Shun Guantao's mind. Why had he ventured into such perilous waters, incurring the wrath of such a formidable adversary? Yet, the situation had escalated to a point where reconciliation seemed impossible. Their only hope now rested on others being able to vanquish Zhou Yi. Meanwhile, Chun Jingyue refrained from directly confronting Yang Yi. Seizing the opportunity presented by Shun Guantao's attack, he swiftly sought to assist Zhao Lingxiao. Zhao Lingxiao was a valuable asset cultivated with great effort by the Tianji Pavilion, and it was imperative that he did not perish here. Though Chun Jinyue's strength was modest, situated at the mid-9th realm, his background in the Tianji Pavilion endowed him with a plethora of cunning strategies. Rather than approaching Zhao Lingxiao directly, he halted at a safe distance, prioritizing his own protection while providing aid. The terror of Yang Yi's sword energy compelled Chun Jinyue to avoid exposing himself to such peril. As he came to a stop, he waved his large sleeves, unleashing 5 beams of radiant light from his cuffs that enveloped Zhao Lingxiao. These 5 beams manifested as diminutive array flags, approximately 2 inches in size, which swiftly formed a grand formation of the mysterious serpent. The banners fluttered as a colossal black serpent materialized out of thin air, coiling protectively around Zhao Lingxiao while hissing menacingly at Yang Yi. Just as the serpent formation was established, Yang Yi unleashed his blade aura with a thunderous roar. His second strike of the Heavenly Blade was weakened, yet ultimately failed to shatter the serpent array. However, following closely was Yang Yi's even more terrifying second form of the Heavenly Blade, the 2 forms of life and death. In an instant, this technique pulverized the serpent, shattering Chun Jinyue's banners, and continued its relentless advance towards Zhao Lingxiao. Yet, thanks to the brief delay caused by the serpent formation, Zhao Lingxiao managed to find an escape, evading the full brunt of the second form's onslaught. Nonetheless, he did not emerge unscathed. The residual blade aura left his back nearly torn to shreds. Though Zhao Lingxiao still drew breath, his injuries surpassed those of Shun Guantao, rendering him incapable of further combat. In mere moments, one of the 5 ninth-grade masters had been incapacitated and another severely wounded. Chen Jingxing was struck with disbelief. Having briefly clashed with Zhou Yi, he believed himself to be most familiar with Zhou Yi's prowess. Even if Zhou Yi had made remarkable strides recently, it shouldn't have exceeded his expectations. Yet the reality delivered a crushing blow. Zhou Yi's strength exceeded all that he had anticipated. Chen Jingxing's lips trembled. So powerful, too powerful. How could he be so strong? The shock felt by Lin Feiwu, the ninth-grade master from the Weaving Pavilion, was no less than his own. This individual's talent was undoubtedly radiant even beyond the borders of the Qian domain. He must not be allowed to leave the Qian domain alive, lest it disrupt the family's plans. If the ninth-grade masters were so formidable, one could only imagine the prowess of the eighth-grade grandmasters. The latter hurriedly guided the corpse-refining warriors further away, fearful of being caught in the wake of Yang Yi's battle. Having witnessed Yang Yi's might, both Chen Jingxing and Lin Feiwu found it impossible to remain grounded. Exchanging a glance, they darted towards Yang Yi together. Chapter 129. The third form of the heavenly blade cuts the ninth grade. Let us strike together and encircle him. Chen Jingxing bellowed. Upon seeing Chen Jingxing and Lin Feiwu approach, Shen Guantao and Chen Jinhua felt their dread of Yang Yi diminish significantly. Shen Guantao tightened his grip on the dual blades of the sun and moon, once more unleashing the aura of a ninth-grade master. Chen Jinhua retrieved 2 segments of a spear from behind, swiftly combining them into a gleaming silver-long spear. Armed and resolute, the duo regarded Yang Yi with heightened vigilance, wary that he might launch a sudden attack before their allies arrived. In an instant, Chen Jingxing and Lin Feiwu reached Yang Yi's vicinity, encircling him alongside Shen Guantao and Chen Jinhua. Chen Jingxing, wielding a brilliantly colored feather fan, was the first to launch an assault against Yang Yi. With a flick of his feather fan, Chen Jinxiang conjured a blazing fireball that hurtled toward Yang Yi, intent on incinerating him. Even before it drew near, Yang Yi caught a whiff of burning hair, realizing that a strand at his temple had ignited from the unbearable heat. A shiver ran through him. The temperature of that fireball exceeded all imagination. In a moment of quick thinking, a strand of sword energy materialized, severing the flaming hair. After dispatching the burning strand, Yang Yi sought to evade Chen Jinxiang's fireball. However, at that precise moment, a melodious sound resonated through the air. Lin Feiwu had made her move, cradling a pipa and playing it with fervor. The sound of the pipa washed over Yang Yi, causing his head to grow heavy and his eyelids to flutter shut. The melody possessed a bewitching quality, ensnaring the mind. Yet, Yang Yi was no ordinary individual. Lin Feiwu's cultivation still fell short. With a sudden jolt, he broke free from the hypnotic trance. As he opened his eyes, he beheld Lin Feiwu playing the pipa, while a slender red thread shot forth from her waist. Racing toward him, a chill gripped Yang Yi's heart. He understood that this red thread was no trifling matter. Should it ensnare him, he would likely have to endure the combined assaults of his adversaries. To his left loomed the searing fireball conjured by Chen Jinxiang. Ahead lay Lin Feiwu's pipa, sound wave, and the red thread. And to his right, Shen Guantao unleashed a massive blade of light. Behind him, the fierce energy of Chen Jinhua's silver spear surged forth like a dragon. At this moment, Yang Yi found himself besieged on all fronts. In such dire circumstances, even the most esteemed ninth-grade masters on the Dongli Supreme rankings would find themselves in a precarious position. Yet, Yang Yi remained unfazed, a sardonic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Thus, he resolved to test the newly acquired third form of the heavenly blade. While he could have dispatched these foes without it, the vividly colored feather fan, the pipa, and the red thread were clearly no ordinary artifacts. It was prudent to conclude the battle swiftly to prevent further complications. With this thought in mind, Yang Yi unleashed the third form of the heavenly blade, 3 lights stabilizing the cauldron. In an instant, Yang Yi's body trembled, and 2 luminous figures emerged from him, standing in formation. Each figure wielded a battle blade forged from concentrated light. Yang Yi, alongside these 2 manifestations of light, intertwined their energies into a formidable array, conjuring a celestial phenomenon. Within a 10-mile radius, an inexplicable energy locked onto everything around. Within this span, 3 distinctly different scenes unfolded. First, golden light radiated across the ground, causing the temperature to soar dramatically, igniting the flora into flames. Second, a serene blue moonlight descended, enveloping its surroundings in a chilling embrace, swiftly forming thick glaciers. In the third instance, an overwhelming darkness enveloped 1/3 of the area, within which flickered distant starlight, silent and serene, reminiscent of a celestial purgatory. A formation of blades materialized, accompanied by an immense aura of pressure. Shun Jingxing's fireball was assimilated by the golden-hued region. Lian Feiwu's Pipa sound waves were thwarted by the icy barrier of the moonlit expanse, while the crimson thread became ensnared in the glacier's frost. The assaults of Shun Guantao and Shun Jinshao were utterly extinguished in the profound darkness of the starry realm. Yang merely activated the blade formation. The combined onslaught of 4 ninth-grade masters vanished without a trace, showcasing the unparalleled might of the third stance of the heavenly blade. The 3 lights ascended. Shun Jingxing, seasoned in worldly affairs, immediately recognized Yang Yi's deployment of the extraordinary blade formation and promptly issued a warning. Be cautious. This is the legendary blade formation. Unleash your full strength, and do not hold back. To conceal one's south prowess is to court death. At these words, Lian Feiwu, Chun Jinshao, and Shun Guantao felt a chill run down their spines. Zhou Yi was undoubtedly the most formidable adversary they had ever encountered. The trio dared not exhibit the slightest carelessness. They swiftly prepared to unleash their most powerful techniques to strike at Yang Yi once more. Unbeknownst to them, as they readied their ultimate moves for a combined assault, 2 jade talismans slipped from Chun Jingxing's sleeve, which he clutched tightly in his hand. These talismans, a void-breaking talisman and a Godspeed talisman, were his life-saving treasures. Sensing an unprecedented level of peril, he resolved to be prepared. With the talismans in hand, Chun Jingxing felt a semblance of calm. He waved his feather fan, conjuring a tempest of wind and thunder directed at Yang Yi. As the 4 ninth-grade masters charged forward, Yang Yi remained as unyielding as still water in an ancient well. He swung his blade in all directions, and the 2 luminous figures mirrored his movements. In an instant, silence enveloped a 10-mile radius. 3 arcs of blade light surged forth, intertwining to produce 3 distinct phenomena. The chaotic energy erupted uncontrollably, akin to a primordial tumult from beyond the heavens. The blade aura surged forth, obliterating all visible foes within the 10-mile vicinity. Lian Feiwu of the Weaving Brocade Tower, the Shun family's elder, Shun Guantao, and Shun Jinshao from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion were the first to be affected, their forms reduced to mere fragments by the relentless onslaught of blade winds. Shun Jingxing, witnessing this harrowing scene with terror in his heart, dared not hesitate. He promptly activated the 2 jade talismans in his grasp. Upon invoking the void-breaking talisman, a surge of raw power erupted, tearing open a passage through the area sealed by Yang Yi's blade formation. In a flash, Chun Jingxing transformed into a streak of light, fleeing through the newly created opening. Damn you, Zhou Yi! I shall ensure your demise. Chun Jingxing's speed was so swift that even Yang Yi could not comprehend it in time, only hearing the venomous vow he left behind. Yang Yi sheathed his blade, retracting the 2 luminous avatars, and gazed towards the direction from which Chun Jingxing had fled. The methods employed by the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion were indeed formidable, capable of rending apart my blade formation. It seems I must exercise greater caution in future dealings with them. Fortunately, today he was not wielding an offensive type of divine technique. Otherwise, he would have encountered considerable trouble. After expressing his sentiments, Yang Yi felt a wave of weakness wash over him. He promptly descended to the ground and sat cross-legged to recuperate for a while. At that moment, within a 10-mile radius, Yang Yi was the sole living being. The numerous 8th-grade grandmasters brought by the Heavenly Machine Pavilion had all perished beneath the onslaught of the blade formation. Chapter 130, A Great Harvest. With the conclusion of this battle, only the 6 most formidable corpses remained from his corpse refinement. However, this was not a significant issue. The corpses of many 8th-grade grandmasters had been deliberately preserved by him. In the future, he could still refine a considerable number of corpses. It was merely regrettable that several 9th-grade true beings were too close to the center of the blade formation, leaving no complete corpses behind. Once he had regained his strength, Yang Yi swiftly began to search the bodies. The quality of this batch of individuals brought by the Heavenly Machine Pavilion was remarkably high, promising yet another substantial gain. After completing his search, Yang Yi selected 13 of the strongest and best-preserved corpses, intending to refine them into corpses in the future. The remainder were left for the 6 refined corpses to drain their blood energy and recover from their injuries. Subsequently, Yang Yi commanded the refined corpses to carry the spoils. and they turned toward Misty Mountain. Not long after Yang Yi set off toward Misty Mountain, he encountered Li Yinluo and the sisters Xiao Qinyu, who were returning. Behind them followed Sun Batian, a pinnacle 9th grade demon. Upon meeting, Li Yinluo and the sisters, filled with concern, circled around Yang Yi until they confirmed he was unharmed, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Junior brother, it's truly wonderful that you are unscathed. The sisters were overjoyed to the point of tears. Little did they know how much they had worried just moments ago. Yang Yi offered them a comforting smile, then turned his gaze to the side, where Sun Batian stood. Junior brother, we invited senior son here for assistance, Li Yinluo explained. Yang Yi remained silent for a moment before bowing respectfully to Sun Batian. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for your assistance. I am immensely grateful. I shall certainly remember what you have instructed me. However, I also have a word of advice for you. Vengeance should not be pursued with haste. Your enemies possess formidable strength. It is unwise to provoke them recklessly. By nature, Yang Yi would not have spoken such words to Sun Batian. At most, he would have resolved Sun Batian's matters once his own strength was sufficient. Yet, now Sun Batian had come to his aid, fully aware of the strength of his adversaries, despite having no prior acquaintance. Although Sun Batian's visit had not directly aided him, he felt compelled to acknowledge this act of kindness. Sun Batian replied in a deep voice, "There is no need for thanks. I merely wish to prevent your demise. If you were to fall, who would seek justice for my clan after my failure?" After a pause, he continued, "I shall consider your words." The caution against forming deep ties with those of shallow acquaintance remained. Yang Yi's admonition would suffice for now. As for whether Sun Batian would heed the advice, Yang Yi could not concern himself with that. Subsequently, upon Sun Batian's invitation, Yang Yi, Li Yinluo, and Xiao Qinyu decided to temporarily take refuge in the Valley of the Demon Sect. Initially, Yang Yi was reluctant to seek shelter in the Valley of the Demon Sect. However, he was in dire need of a place to recuperate and assimilate the spoils of his recent endeavors, while also contemplating a breakthrough into the realm of the Ming God. Having just slain numerous members of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, he had irreparably offended them. Given the pavilion's capabilities, it was likely he would not elude their pursuit outside. Thus, it seemed wiser to establish a temporary abode in the Valley of the Demon Sect. This would not only save him the time of searching for a refuge, but also, with the cover of the Misty Mountains, delay the pavilion's discovery of his whereabouts. Upon returning to the Valley of the Demon Sect, Yang Yi began by preliminarily refining the numerous corpses he had gathered. After instructing Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu to venture forth in search of materials for corpse refining, he sought out a secluded corner within the valley, seated himself, and commenced reviewing the spoils from his recent forays. The host made contact with the corpses, randomly acquiring items. A lifespan of 50 years. A lifespan of 120 years. Martial cultivation of 95 years. Martial cultivation of 80 years. A technique, 10,000 transformations of the demonic heart. A martial skill. Bloodthirsty demonic blade. A domain, forest of demonic abysses. Another domain, skyward sword domain. A divine weapon, void shuttle. Intelligence on the interior of the weaving pavilion. And a treasured artifact, void vessel. These two forays had yielded remarkably abundant rewards. A total lifespan of 700 years and martial cultivation of 2,200 years. Currently, he had amassed a lifespan of 1,850 years and martial cultivation of 3,400 years. Once he comprehended the principles of the Ming God law, he would ascend to great heights, achieving the realm of the Ming God. Among the domains he acquired, two stood out. Forest of demonic abysses belonged to the domain of blades, perfectly complementing the primary tier blade technique, bloodthirsty demonic blade, to unleash its utmost potential. Skyward sword domain fell under the sword domain, harmonizing seamlessly with his listening to the wind and transforming rain sword domain, allowing for their complete fusion to enhance the domain's power. In truth, all domains are capable of fusion, though the compatibility varies among domains of different attributes, affecting the difficulty of their amalgamation. Presently, time was of the essence, compelling him to prioritize the fusion of listening to the wind and transforming rain sword domain with skyward sword domain. Of course, 10 Directions Killing Domain and Forest of Demonic Abysses were also highly compatible, but he could only attend to one task at a time. That would have to wait. Void Shuttle was acquired from the remains of Sun Batian's mother, possessing the formidable ability to tear through the void. The Void Weaver is a true artifact, incomparable to the divine weapons listed on the Eastern Departure Weapon ranking. The weapons on the Eastern Departure Weapon ranking when placed outside the Qian domain, are at best mere spiritual instruments. The weapon hierarchy outside the Qian domain: spiritual instruments, precious artifacts, divine artifacts, Dao weapons. The precious artifact Void Vessel possesses the dual characteristics of flight and incredible speed, sufficient to traverse the chaotic sea of thunder. The internal intelligence records of the Weaving Pavilion document the locations and strengths of the 13 headquarters of the Weaving Pavilion across the 13 nations of the Qian domain. In addition to the aforementioned items, there exists a plethora of other goods, such as low-level martial techniques, cultivation methods, gemstone ores, rare treasures, as well as gold, silver, and jewels. In summary, these two forays into the corpses have proven to be quite lucrative. If Yang Yi can fully assimilate these gains, he is confident that he will have no rivals in the Qian domain. After reviewing all the spoils, Yang Yi did not hastily extract anything. Instead, he first took out the jade slip given by Sun Batian, intending to study the Mingxin method. Following Sun Batian's instructions, Yang Yi pressed the jade slip to his forehead and focused his spirit to delve into its contents. Soon, he began to read the scriptures contained within. Yang Yi concentrated on the scriptures several times until he had memorized them completely before removing the jade slip. After finishing the scriptures, Yang Yi's expression was somewhat complex. The so-called Mingxin method was, in essence, merely a heavenly tier cultivation method. However, this Mingxin method included additional content regarding the nurturing of spirits with substantial elixirs. In contrast to the heavenly tier methods of the Qian domain, this distinction became evident only upon comparison. The heavenly tier methods of the Qian domain have been stripped of the relevant content regarding the nurturing of spirits, resulting in no one being able to transcend to the level of Mingxin, and consequently diminishing the potency of the heavenly tier methods significantly. Chapter 131: Extraction and the Transformation of Substantial Elixirs. Were it not for Yang Yi's extensive exposure to various heavenly tier methods and the contrasting incomplete methods that had omitted the nurturing of spirits, he might not have discerned this point. The Mingxin method provided by Sun Batian is an intermediate heavenly tier cultivation method, named Tai Spirit Cultivation Technique. Directly practicing Tai Spirit Cultivation Technique would undoubtedly be unfeasible. Setting aside the potential conflicts with his existing methods, the time required for cultivation would be excessively long, making it unsuitable for him. Furthermore, Tai Spirit Cultivation Technique is not as fitting for him as Baichuan Guiju. The latter is not inferior to the former. It simply lacks the crucial method for nurturing spirits with substantial elixirs. Once the method for nurturing spirits with substantial elixirs is completed, Baichuan Guiju will undoubtedly surpass Tai Spirit Cultivation Technique. In the following days, Yang Yi remained seated in this secluded corner, contemplating the Tai Spirit Cultivation Technique and analyzing the connection between the substantial elixir nurturing phase and various realms of cultivation. The perceived weakness of the heavenly tier methods in the Qian domain stems from: it is not merely a matter of detaching the scriptures pertaining to the essence of the true elixir. Rather, every realm associated with the essence of the true elixir has been severed. This significantly diminishes the strength of practitioners at the heavenly level within the Qian domain, simultaneously severing the path of enlightenment for the 9-tiered spirits of the Qian domain. To restore the essence of the true elixir stage of the Bai Chuan Gui Yiju, one must comprehend the correlation between the essence of the true elixir stage of the Tai Yi Xiu Shinju and the various realms. Yang Yi sat in contemplation for a full 7 days. Analyzing the Tai Yi Xiu Shinju is a formidable challenge. Were it not for Yang Yi's extensive collection of various tier techniques and his vast reservoir of knowledge, it is likely that any other individual from the Qian domain would be unable to complete the analysis of the connections between the realms and the essence of the true elixir stage within such a short span. Upon completing the analysis of the Tai Yi Xiu Shinju, Yang Yi discovered that the method of nurturing the spirit derived from the Xiantian lineage was nearly 90% complete. The missing fragment pertained to the connections among the various realms. Understanding this, Yang Yi utilized the scriptures of spirit nurturing passed down from the Xiantian lineage as a foundation and began to deduce a suitable essence of the true elixir method for the Bai Chuan Gui Yiju, which is fundamentally based on the Xiantian Ichi Ju from the Xiantian sword sect. This foundational approach undoubtedly eased the difficulty of Yang Yi's deductions. He meticulously referenced the Tai, Ishio, Shunju to refine the connections between the realms and the essence of the true elixir stage of the Bai Chuangui Iju. This arduous process required another 7 days of intense study and deduction, leaving Yang Yi feeling considerably fatigued. However, while his body grew weary, his spirit soared with unprecedented exhilaration, as he had successfully completed the refinement of the Bai Chuangui Iju, although he had yet to ascend to the realm of enlightenment. The mere completion of the essence of the true elixir method had enhanced his strength by 50% compared to before. Yang Yi did not hastily seek to elevate his martial prowess to the state of enlightenment. The realm of enlightenment differs from others, requiring the nurturing of the spirit and the establishment of a spiritual abode. He needed to restore his physical condition to its peak state before proceeding. Upon exiting his retreat, Yang Yi indulged in a hearty meal from the supplies of the demonic sect and then fell into a deep slumber. Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu, the sisters, had long since procured the materials for corpse refining and returned to the valley of the demonic sect even before Yang Yi emerged from his seclusion. Upon learning of Yang Yi's retreat, the sisters refrained from disturbing him. Now, as Yang Yi exited and succumbed to sleep, they vigilantly stood guard at the door of his chamber, safeguarding him. 3 days later, Yang Yi emerged from his room, brimming with vitality. The moment Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu, who had been waiting at the door, laid eyes on him, they brightened. They approached Yang Yi in unison, exclaiming, "Junior brother, you are awake." Before Yang Yi could respond, Li Yanluo continued, "Junior brother, judging by your expression, have you succeeded?" Yang Yi smiled and nodded. "Sisterly, I have succeeded. Soon, I shall attain the realm of Ming Shun." Upon hearing this, Li Yanlu felt a mix of happiness for Yang Yi and a tinge of melancholy. The gap between her and her junior brother had widened to such an extent that she doubted her ability to catch up. Before Li Yanlu could reveal her sorrowful thoughts, Xiao Qinyu unexpectedly returned, carrying a large pot of stew. "Sister, junior brother, I haven't eaten in several days. Please, have some." After resting for a few days, Yang Yi did not feel particularly hungry, but since Xiao Qinyu had prepared a meal, he decided to partake. Although Xiao Qinyu's culinary skills left much to be desired, the pot was filled with many rare medicinal herbs, heavenly treasures, and potent ingredients such as tiger, bear, and deer, brimming with energy. The three of them enjoyed the meal heartily. After dining, Yang Yi felt invigorated and ready to elevate his martial prowess to the realm of Ming Shun. He reminded Li Yanlu and Xiao Qinyu to keep their distance before swiftly heading towards the demon sect cemetery. The impending commotion would be rather significant. Hence, it was prudent not to perform it within the confines of the demon sect valley. Upon arriving at the cemetery, Yang Yi sat cross-legged and began to circulate the completed version of the 100 Rivers Return to one technique twice. He then proceeded to extract all his lifespan and approximately 1,400 years of martial cultivation. As a substantial amount of martial energy flowed into his body, Yang Yi felt a powerful surge. However, the 100 Rivers Return to one technique soon activated automatically. 1 cycle, 2 cycles, 3 cycles, and then 13 cycles passed. After the 13th cycle, a tremendous force of energy surged into Yang Yi's true elixir. Suddenly, a searing pain, as if piercing his very soul, struck him, nearly overwhelming his mind. Yet, Yang Yi had mentally prepared for this moment and gritted his teeth to endure. He understood that his true elixir was undergoing a transformation. Inside him, the true elixir was cracking, then fracturing and reorganizing. This process of cracking and reorganization repeated 9 times. At last, Yang Yi sensed a familiar yet elusive aura within the true elixir. Joy surged within him. The divine embryo had formed. He was one step closer to the realm of Ming Shun. As the divine embryo materialized, Yang Yi's true elixir suddenly burst forth, hovering at his brow, radiating brilliant golden light. The light emanating from the elixir activated his listening wind and rain sword domain, as well as the 10 directions killing domain. Under the illumination of the golden light from the true elixir, the realms gradually absorbed into the elixir, transforming into intricate inscriptions etched upon its surface. Observing this, Yang Yi concentrated his thoughts and extracted the Sun Luo demon domain and Ling Xiao sword domain. Since it was eager to absorb, he decided to let it take in as much as it desired. In the realm of Sun Luo, as the Ling Xiao sword domain was extracted, it was activated by the Real Dan, revealing itself and subsequently being absorbed, transforming into inscriptions upon the real Dan. Chapter 132, The Thunder Tribulation. Originally, Yang Yi had contemplated taking the time to merge domains. Little did he anticipate such an unexpected delight in ascending to the divine spirit realm. There is no need for him to actively deduce how to merge the domains. During the nurturing of his divine essence to reach the divine spirit realm, the Real Dan autonomously absorbed the domain, completing the fusion. Under the illumination of the golden light emanating from the Real Dan, Yang Yi's body underwent a metamorphosis. At that moment, Yang Yi distinctly felt his life ascending to a higher echelon. To fortify his physique post-transformation, Yang Yi divided a portion of his consciousness to extract the gemstone ores he had recently acquired. He operated the 1,000 refinements body technique to maximally extract the essence of the metals and stones to refine himself. This process persisted for 3 days. After 3 days, Yang Yi completed his life-level ascension. His entire being became pure and translucent, his bones gleaming like white jade, radiating a spectrum of colorful, glass-like brilliance. Behind him, a 4-color divine halo gradually coalesced, emanating resplendent light, rendering Yang Yi akin to a true, celestial deity descending to the mortal realm. Inside the Real Dan, monumental changes were also unfolding. Within the Real Dan, the divine embryo transformed into a complete divine essence. The divine essence bore a resemblance to a miniature Yang Yi, yet with an added air of nobility and detachment. The divine essence sat cross-legged at the center of the Real Dan. At a certain moment, the divine essence abruptly opened its eyes, surveying the surroundings of the Real Dan. Afterwards, it rose and waved its sleeve, unleashing an inexplicable force that expanded the originally confined space of the Real Dan as if it were creating a new world. This newly formed space extended outward, 1 mile, 2 miles, 5 miles, 10 miles, 20 miles, 50 miles, until it ultimately reached 100 miles, at which point the expansion ceased. Observing the vast emptiness of the real Dan space, the divine essence furrowed its brow, seemingly dissatisfied. The divine essence continued to wave its hand, and within the space of the Real Dan, a small courtyard emerged from the ground, adorned with a plaque that read Divine Abode of Yang Yi. Yet, a mere courtyard was not sufficient. The divine essence persistently waved its hand, and inexplicable forces continued to manifest. Mountains rose from the ground, rivers and lakes were born, and flora and fauna appeared in abundance. In a mere moment, the space of the Real Dan resembled a world almost akin to reality, albeit on a smaller scale, encompassing merely a 100-mile radius. The instant the world within the Real Dan took shape, the outer Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of golden light swirling within them. Subsequently, Yang Yi's aura surged dramatically, elevating him to another level, achieving the divine spirit realm. A suffocating pressure slowly emanated from his being. Then, swiftly spreading in all directions, this terrifying aura exerted its oppressive force for 100 miles. In the valley of the Devil's Sect, Sun Batian, Li Yin Luo, and Xiao Qinyu were suddenly overwhelmed by the fearsome pressure that had appeared without warning. Sun Batian, in the cave, was brought to his knees by the force, relying on the residual aura of his mother's remains for protection. Struggling to lift his head, he gazed towards the direction of the tomb, murmuring, "What extraordinary talent! Such a terrifying pressure. The divine space must extend far beyond 10 miles. Having attained the divine mind technique in less than a month, he has already broken through to the divine mind realm. Perhaps I have not chosen the wrong person." Meanwhile, the sisters Li Yin Luo and Xiao Qinyu were pinned to the ground by the sudden emergence of the pressure, unable even to move a finger. Yet their eyes sparkled with excitement. They were all too familiar with this aura. It belonged to their junior brother, Yang Yi. They knew that he must have successfully broken through to the divine mind realm. In this moment, they felt genuine joy for Yang Yi. The oppressive force, as abruptly as it had appeared, vanished just as suddenly, dissipating in mere moments. Once the pressure lifted, Sun Batian, Li Yin Luo, and Xiao Qinyu scrambled to their feet, disregarding their disheveled appearances, and hurried towards the tomb. In the Devil's Sect cemetery, after Yang Yi broke through to the divine mind realm, he immediately restrained his aura and turned to gaze at the sky above. At that moment, a dark thundercloud was gathering overhead, pulsating with a chilling energy that even the formidable Yang Yi felt uneasy about. Just as he prepared to disperse the thundercloud, he heard Sun Baishan's anxious voice from afar. "Be careful. This is the divine mind thunder calamity descending from the heavens, a test as well as a boon. Approach with caution, enduring the tribulation." Strive to absorb as much thunderous energy as possible to refine your divine body and enrich your divine space. The more complete your divine space, the smoother your future path will be. After shouting these words with great effort, Sun Batian stopped in his tracks, blocking Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu, who were eager to rush forward. For a rare moment, Sun Batian felt a surge of anxiety for Yang Yi. His extraordinary talent instilled hope for revenge, and he wished for nothing to go awry at this critical juncture. Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu heard Sun Batian's words. At this moment, they dared not breathe, their anxiety palpable as they fixed their worried gazes on Yang Yi's direction, fearing that their presence might disrupt his tribulation. Yang Yi, upon hearing Sun Batian's warning, quickly dismissed the idea of dispersing the thundercloud and stood his ground, allowing the calamity to form. Although the thunderstorm was fearsome and stirred his apprehension, it ultimately did not exceed his limits. Thus, he decided to heed Sun Batian's advice, and what harm could it bring? Half an hour later, the thunder calamity took shape in the sky. The fog within 100 miles had entirely dissipated. Yang Yi lifted his gaze towards the vast expanse of the heavens, where thunderous serpents rolled amidst the oppressive dark clouds of tribulation. Instead of feeling any trepidation, a flicker of exhilaration surged within him, as if sensing his intentions. The ominous clouds churned violently, unleashing a colossal bolt of lightning that struck towards him. Aware that this bolt posed no real threat, Yang Yi made no attempt to defend himself. Instead, he spread his arms wide to embrace the thunderous onslaught. The thunder struck him with unerring accuracy, and he instantly felt a tingling sensation coursing through his being as his crystalline form absorbed the raw power of the lightning. Blue serpents of electricity danced within him, invigorating his very cells. With each surge of thunderous energy he absorbed, he could distinctly feel his physical form growing stronger. Realizing his body was in a continuous state of enhancement, he grew intrigued by the tempest overhead, daring to step into the void, yearning to immerse himself in the clouds and revel in the baptism of thunder. As he drew closer to the storm, several more bolts of lightning descended with ferocious intensity, their might surpassing that of the first strike. Yet, Yang Yi remained unfazed, gritting his teeth and enduring the onslaught. Ultimately, he charged directly into the heart of the storm, braving its terrifying pressure. In that instant, as he breached the tempest, the clouds seemed to respond to his defiance, swirling and expanding to envelop him entirely. Thunder rumbled, and the atmosphere became charged with a more violent energy, transforming the entire demonic temple into a scene reminiscent of apocalyptic devastation. Within the tempest, a pool of lightning formed, ensnaring Yang Yi within its grasp, as an unending torrent of thunderbolts rained down upon him. Even with his formidable strength and indomitable will, Yang Yi could not suppress the groans of agony that escaped his lips. The pain was excruciating, akin to enduring the most horrific tortures, as he felt his very essence being ground down. This was a torment that penetrated to the marrow of his bones and the depths of his soul, and even he, strong as he was, teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. Unable to contain himself any longer, he let out cries of distress, yet he persevered, relinquishing his defenses to absorb the lightning and allowing his body to endure the purifying trial. Simultaneously, the solid elixir hovering at his brow began to devour the power of the tempest. Yang Yi persisted within the storm for a full day before the clouds finally began to dissipate. When the tumultuous storm cleared, he remained alone in the sky, seated in meditation. A gentle golden light radiated from him, while tendrils of lightning coiled around him like ribbons. Above his brow, a violet gold elixir hovered, accompanied by a magnificent four-color divine ring. As the elixir settled into his brow, the thunder and divine ring seamlessly integrated into Yang Yi's being. Yang Yi's eyes gradually opened, and his body returned to its normal state, transitioning from a pure, glass-like clarity back to its usual hue. His previously intact garments and flowing hair now slowly disintegrated into fine ash. In truth, his hair and clothing had long since succumbed to the terrifying power of the thunder and were destroyed. They had merely been preserved in their original form by the mysterious energy emanating from him. Now, as he retracted that enigmatic force, it was only natural that his attire and hair could not withstand the change. In the high altitude, Yang Yi felt a refreshing breeze and realized that his garments and hair were dispersing. He hastily summoned his mysterious energy to conjure a layer of clothing around himself. As the fabric took shape, it turned out to be indistinguishable from what he had worn previously. Finally, Yang Yi brushed his hand over his bald head, and in an instant, a full head of hair sprouted forth. Rising slowly in the sky, he gazed towards Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu, reassuringly calling out, "Sister, do not worry, I am fine. I will need to enter seclusion for a few more days, and will seek you out once I emerge." With that, Yang Yi descended onto the ruins of the demon sect's cemetery, his gaze fixed on the system space. He still had 2,000 years' worth of martial arts cultivation waiting to be extracted. Previously, he had extracted 1,400 years of martial arts cultivation, 400 of which were used to shatter the constraints from the 9th rank to the Mingxun realm, while 1,000 years were allocated to elevate his cultivation to the first tier of the Mingxun realm. Each tier of the Mingxun realm necessitated 1,000 years of martial arts cultivation for advancement. Thus, these 2,000 years would be sufficient to elevate his cultivation to the 3rd tier of the Mingxun realm. Additionally, to avoid affecting his ascension to the Mingxun realm, he had yet to extract the martial arts techniques and skills he had acquired, which he can now extract all at once. As Yang Yi silently contemplated the extraction, the 2,000 years of martial arts cultivation merged into his body. 3 divine rings slowly materialized behind his head, expanding his divine domain to a radius of 300 miles, resulting in a dramatic increase in strength. He had achieved the 3rd tier of the Mingxun realm. With his cultivation elevated, he swiftly assimilated numerous martial arts techniques and skills. All techniques were distilled into the Baichuan Gi Ju, while the skills were systematically integrated into swordplay, knife techniques, fist and foot techniques, and body techniques. Following the fusion of various martial skills, the Xuantianshin sword technique maintained its grade, but became significantly more intricate. The initial tier heavenly grade knife technique, Shishua magic blade, also remained unchanged in grade. However, after incorporating elements from other knife techniques, its demonic aura transformed, gaining a touch of profound Taoist essence. After merging with Zhenwu fist cannon, its grade experienced a substantial enhancement, achieving the initial tier of the heavenly grade. In terms of body techniques, the advanced earth grade Fuyo Yu was elevated through fusion to the initial tier of the heavenly grade, which Yang Yi aptly named the Xiaoyao Yu. Thus, Yang Yi's strength was comprehensively amplified, leaving no weaknesses in his swordplay, knife techniques, fist and foot techniques, body techniques, or physical prowess. Thanks to his profound cultivation and formidable strength, as well as a solid foundation, it would have been quite challenging to organize and integrate all the martial arts techniques within a mere day. With his power elevated to the 3rd ring of the divine realm, Yang Yi experienced immense satisfaction in his heart and mind. Additionally, there was another matter that brought him joy. His divine abode now had the capacity to store external objects. This was akin to possessing an expansive spatial storage device, alleviating any concerns regarding the wastage of spoils. He would no longer need to wander about burdened by his sword sheath. Instead, he could simply store it within his divine abode, ensuring both secrecy and safety. Of course, the auspicious divine iron still needed to be integrated into his bamboo staff sword and Xianyuan blade, as it would enhance the quality of his weapons. Furthermore, he wished to reforge the bamboo staff sword. Initially, he had crafted it into the form of a bamboo staff for the sake of discretion. However, as his cultivation advanced, particularly with the emergence of the divine abode, the need for the sword to be concealed within the bamboo form seemed unnecessary. It ought to be reforged into a shape more befitting his combat style. Nevertheless, there was no urgency in forging. He had more pressing matters to attend to. Yang Yi extracted the intelligence scroll regarding the weaving pavilion, intending to comprehend its strength first. The power of the weaving pavilion was crucial to his forthcoming plans. Slowly, he unfurled the scroll and began to read. After a brief perusal, he finally grasped the extent of the weaving pavilion might. Each of the 13 nations in the Qian domain housed the headquarters of the weaving pavilion, with each headquarters interconnected yet operating independently. Each national headquarters was guarded by at least one being of the divine realm. The headquarters of the weaving pavilion in eastern Li was situated not far from the capital, within the Zijin mountain, and was overseen by a being of the 2nd ring of the divine realm. After reviewing the intelligence, Yang Yi remained silent for a considerable time. He had only known the weaving pavilion to be powerful, but he had not realized it was this formidable. With at least one being of the divine realm in each nation, there were at least 13 beings across the 13 nations. What a terrifying force that was! If the weaving pavilion was this strong, what of the heavenly machine pavilion, which held an equal standing? Surely, the heavenly machine pavilion also boasted at least 13 beings of the divine realm. By this calculation, he would have to confront dozens of beings of the divine realm. At this moment, Yang Yi felt an immense pressure weighing upon him. The beings of the Weaving Pavilion and Heavenly Machine Pavilion had long since withdrawn from the mundane world. Despite the considerable commotion he had caused, they had yet to make an appearance. Yang Yi understood that the beings of the Weaving Pavilion and Heavenly Machine Pavilion must have their own issues. Yet, even so, he dared not underestimate them. Chapter 134. The Headquarters of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. In truth, Yang Yi's conjecture was not incorrect. Both the Heavenly Machine Pavilion and the Weaving Pavilion were external forces dispatched to this remote corner of the Qian domain to oversee affairs. Those sent here were either limited in talent or beset by physical ailments, their potential exhausted. The majority of these individuals could only reach the pinnacle of the 9th grade. Certainly, nothing is absolute. Each time they harvest the lifespan blood pills and essence blood pills from the martial artists, aside from the necessary offerings, they retain a small portion for personal use. The majority of them rely solely on lifespan blood pills to prolong their lives. However, a very small fraction manage to break free from their constraints and reach the enlightened spirit realm through the essence blood pills. Nevertheless, achieving this breakthrough is no simple feat. Most of them only succeed in their old age, forcibly overcoming the barriers with the aid of essence blood pills and centuries of accumulation. Those who break through in this manner often find it challenging to confront the tribulations of thunder, as forcing their way through can lead to severe physical complications. Although their lifespan significantly extends after transcending into the enlightened spirit realm, their combat prowess diminishes due to bodily issues, ultimately halting their cultivation at the 3rd ring of the enlightened spirit stage. Thus, the enlightened spirits of the Weaving Pavilion and the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion either engage in seclusion to restore their physiques or strive to advance to the 3rd ring of the enlightened spirit realm as soon as possible. In summary, for various reasons, the enlightened spirits of these two factions refrain from engaging with the mundane world unless absolutely necessary. At this moment, Yang Yi remains blissfully unaware of these matters. He harbors a profound apprehension towards the Weaving Pavilion and the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, both of which possess dozens of enlightened spirits. Gazing at the intelligence scroll, he contemplated for a moment before ultimately deciding to first avoid the Weaving Pavilion and the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion and instead deal with the First Mountain Sword Sect. The First Mountain Sword Sect ranks 2nd on the Easternly Power List and boasts formidable strength and numerous disciples. If he can resolve the issue with the First Mountain Sword Sect, his own power will undoubtedly advance further, allowing him to face the impending assaults from the Weaving Pavilion and the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion with greater composure. Should he successfully eradicate the Weaving Pavilion and the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion from the 13 nations of Qian Domain, he would be confident in confronting any reinforcements that may arrive. Not only the First Mountain Sword Sect, but also the Shun family of the capital, the 5 Poison Sect of Qingwu Prefecture, the Corpse Refining Sect, and the God Worship Sect all lie within Yang Yi's sights. These factions are far from benevolent, and they share a history of grievances with Yang Yi. He would show no mercy in confrontation. This time, he did not intend to take along Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu. The destruction of the Divine Sword Sect and the Demon Sect had already avenged their grievances regarding the annihilation of the Xiantian bloodline, making their inclusion unnecessary. Additionally, their cultivation levels were somewhat lacking, and bringing them along would pose certain inconveniences. It would be better for them to remain here to continue their training, striving to achieve the 9th rank and re-establish the Xiantian Sword Sect as soon as possible. With a plan in mind, Yang Yi swiftly returned from the ruins of the Demon Sect graveyard to the valley. At this moment, Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu were engaged in their cultivation, so he chose not to disturb them. Instead, he retrieved the corpse refining materials prepared by the sisters and completed the ritual refining of all the corpses he had previously begun to prepare. With his significantly enhanced cultivation, he found the process of refining corpses to be a familiar endeavor. In merely half a day's time, the 13 corpses had been successfully refined, and all that remained was to place them in an area of profound yin for nurturing. However, this task would be entrusted to the sisters, Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu. Once they awakened, after completing the ritual, Yang Yi gathered all necessary items while Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu had yet to rouse from their meditation. Resigned to the situation, Yang Yi left a note for the sisters before seeking out Sun Batian, requesting him to look after Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu. Once Sun Batian agreed, Yang Yi felt unburdened and set forth towards the northeastern border of Dongli. Yang Yi harbored no concerns regarding Sun Batian's intentions towards Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu. This was not due to an inherent trust in Sun Batian, but rather the understanding that, as long as Sun Batian retained his sanity, he would not dare to act against them. As Yang Yi journeyed towards the Shou Mountain Sword Pavilion in Kanjia Prefecture of the northeastern border, an elderly man, frail and clad in ragged attire, approached the juncture of Jingzhou and Kanjia Prefecture, leaning heavily upon a bamboo staff. This venerable figure was none other than Chen Jingxing, who had attempted to ambush Yang Yi with a group of assailants a fortnight prior, only to escape using a void-breaking talisman and a divine movement talisman. Unfortunately for Chen Jingxing, his luck had soured. Fearing that Yang Yi's blade formation was impenetrable, he had augmented the usage of the talismans, inadvertently transporting himself into the chaotic sea of thunder that separates the Qian domain from other realms. Already injured from the blade formation's onslaught, being cast into such a perilous situation exacerbated his wounds. Ultimately, he expended his life force and vitality to narrowly escape from the chaotic sea. However, upon emerging, he was left in his current decrepit state, teetering on the brink of collapse. Were it not for his hatred towards Yang Yi fueling his resolve, he might not have endured the journey back to the Ding Tian Mountain. As soon as he returned to the base of the Tianji Peak, he could no longer support himself and fell to the ground. Fortunately, patrols from the Tianji Pavilion were already present. The moment Chen Jingxing collapsed, a disciple of the pavilion rushed to his side. Upon recognizing his identity, the disciple was immediately struck with alarm, swiftly lifting him and soaring towards Tianji Peak while urgently calling out, "The second pavilion master is in trouble. Quickly summon the medicinal practitioners for life essence and vitality pills. Also, immediately notify the grand pavilion master and the third pavilion master to come." The capabilities of the Tianji Pavilion proved to be quite formidable. Despite Chen Jingxing being on the verge of death, the combined effects of the life essence and vitality pills quickly revitalized him, and gradually, strands of black began to reappear among his once completely white hair. The once withered expression was nourished, regaining a semblance of its former brilliance. However, Chen Jingxing's injuries were too severe. Even a miraculous life blood pill and essence blood pill could not restore him to his previous vigorous state. Upon awakening, his attending physician sighed in relief and hurriedly rushed out of the room, calling out loudly, "The great master, the third master, the second master has awakened. The second master has awakened." Moments later, an elegant young man and a youthful lad rushed into the room. Approaching Chen Jingxing's bedside, they were immediately struck with anguish upon witnessing his current condition. The three brothers, born of the same mother, shared a deep bond. Having been the Qinyu realm for so long, they had yet to encounter anyone daring enough to harm their brother. How could they not be enraged upon seeing Chen Jingxing in such a state? Chapter 135. The Emergence of the Divine Spirit. Eldest brother, third brother, I. Chen Jingxing, upon seeing the elegant young man and the youthful lad, was instantly overwhelmed with tears. He trembled as he reached out, yearning to grasp their hands. The elegant young man and the youthful lad took his hands and said coldly, "Second brother, we are here. Who has done this to you? Tell us." Chen Jingxing stammered. It was Xuantian's legacy, Zhou Yi. Eldest brother, third brother, you must be cautious. Zhou Yi is very sinister. Subsequently, Chen Jingxing relayed all the information regarding Yang Yi to Chen Jingxing and Chen Jingxing Hong. After listening, the two responded coldly, "Second brother, rest assured, as long as he remains at the 9th rank, regardless of his overwhelming power, he cannot escape our grasp. The disparity between the divine spirit realm and the 9th rank is far greater than you can imagine. In such a remote place as Qianyu, it is impossible for a 9th rank prodigy to defy the divine spirit. Zhou Yi is doomed. Second brother, focus on recuperating. We shall capture Zhou Yi for you. If he truly possesses such monstrous talents as you claim, perhaps refining him into an essence blood pill will grant you the opportunity to break free from the shackles of the divine spirit and achieve divinity yourself. Once we deal with Zhou Yi, the day of offerings will soon arrive, and we shall reap our rewards." How infuriating that Zhou Yi has destroyed so many of our life blood pills and essence blood pills. After ensuring that Chen Jingxing was well cared for, Chen Jingxing and Chen Jingxing Hong departed the room to retrieve some treasures from the treasury. They then soared into the sky, heading towards the location where Chen Jingxing and Zhou Yi had clashed a fortnight prior. They needed to trace Zhou Yi's scent to pursue him. At the headquarters of the Weaving Pavilion on Purple Gold Mountain, the loss of a late 9th rank cultivator, Lian Fei Wu, had incited great fury. The Weaving Pavilion was acutely aware that Lin Feiwu had been invited by Chun Jingxing to confront Zhou Yi. Upon learning of Chun Jingxing's return, they promptly dispatched a peak 9th rank expert to the Heavenly Machine Pavilion to confront the situation. Although Lin Feiwu may not possess exceptional talent, she holds a significant status within her family. Her recent downfall is instigated by the Tianji Pavilion, which must now provide an explanation. Chun Jinxiang, aware of Lin Feiwu's identity, dared not conceal anything when confronted by the Weaving Pavilion, divulging every detail of the situation. Upon learning that Lin Feiwu was slain by Zhou Yi, and that Zhou Yi still lives, the Weaving Pavilion's members swiftly returned to their headquarters. Soon, a figure soared from the depths of Zijin Mountain, hastening towards the misty mountains of Yang Prefecture. At this moment, Yang Yi remained oblivious to Chun Jinxiang's return. 3 formidable figures from the Ming-Shun realm emerged, all with their sights set on him. The journey from the misty mountains of Yang Prefecture to the Shouyang Mountain of Kanjia Prefecture is a considerable distance. Even with Yang Yi's current prowess in the Ming-Shun realm, it took him 7 days to arrive. Shouyang Mountain is renowned as the foremost peak of Dongli Northeast. Towering to great heights, one of its summits resembles a colossal sword driven into the earth. The sword's edge, spine, and guard are distinctly discernible. A true marvel of nature's craftsmanship, the sword's hilt remains perpetually capped with unmelted snow. And the main base of the Shouyang Sword Pavilion is located within the hall of this sword mountain's hilt. Standing at the mountain's base, Yang Yi gazed up at the Shouyang Sword Peak and then ascended without hesitation. Indeed, Shouyang Mountain is majestic and breathtaking. However, this has no bearing on his intent to annihilate the Shouyang Sword Pavilion. The pavilion has allied with the wrong people and committed grave offenses, deserving of utter destruction. Upon Yang Yi's arrival at Shouyang Mountain, he was being pursued by 3 exceptionally powerful figures, Chun Jinru and Chun Jinhong from the Tianji Pavilion, along with Lin Hongxiu of the Weaving Pavilion. They were not far from Shouyang Mountain, expected to arrive within an hour and a half. The reason Chun Jinru, Chun Jinhong, and Lin Hongxiu were so expediently heading in this direction is due to the celestial artifact, the Tianji Baoyi, which they possessed to calculate their location. They had obtained a remnant of Yang Yi's condensed blade energy from the battlefield, described by Chun Jinxiang, and used the Tianji Baoyi to directly lock onto Yang Yi's position. Hastening towards him, en route, they encountered Lin Hongxiu from the Weaving Pavilion, joining forces to advance. Their rapid pace, trailing Yang Yi by only a few hours, was attributed to Yang Yi not exerting his full speed, while Chun Jinru, Chun Jinhong, and Lin Hongxiu, driven by vengeance, utilized their celestial artifacts to travel at maximum speed. Tous surpassing Yang Yi. Yang Yi remained unaware of this, as he stepped into the void, ascending towards the summit of Shouyang Sword Mountain. His aura and oppressive might intensified with each stride. A terrifying pressure emanated from him, causing the very mountain to tremble in response. And the millennia-old snow at the peak shattered and cascaded downwards. Who dares to wreak havoc at my Shoshan Sword Pavilion? Such a commotion has already alerted the masters atop the Shoshan Sword Pavilion. A stern voice erupted from the Shoshan Sword Mountain, accompanied by an unparalleled aura that surged forth. This was Zhaoling Zhao, the second 9-rank true man of Shoshan Sword Pavilion at the initial stage of the 9th rank. It was precisely because of Zhaoling Zhao that the Shoshan Sword Pavilion could suppress the Blade King Valley, ranking 2nd in the Easternly power hierarchy, despite being slightly weaker than Zhao Lingxiao of the Swordhead. However, to others, Zhaoling Zhao at the initial stage of the 9th rank was a figure of significance. Yet, to Yang Yi, he was no different from an ant. In Yang Yi's eyes, there was no distinction between him and those of the 8th or 7th ranks. With merely a slight release of his overwhelming aura, he rendered the ascending Zhao Lingxiao prostrate and immobile. If even Zhao Lingxiao at the initial stage of the 9th rank was so helpless, one could only imagine the fate of the other disciples of the Shoshan Sword Pavilion. The 3,000 sword cultivators of the Shoshan Sword Pavilion, those below the 7th rank, were directly crushed by the pressure. Those at the 7th rank were on the brink of death, while the 8th rank had but a breath left. However, their demise was imminent. Only Zhao Lingxiao remained capable of turning his eyes, fixated on the source of the overwhelming pressure. At this moment, before Yang Yi had even reached the summit, almost all life within the Shoshan Sword Pavilion had been extinguished. This exemplifies the terrifying dominion of higher-tiered beings over those of lower tiers. When Yang Yi finally set foot on the peak of Shouyang Sword Mountain, The only living entity remaining was Zhao Ling Zhao, a survivor left intentionally by Yang Yi. As Yang Yi's feet touched the ground before Zhao Ling Zhao, his cold and indifferent gaze swept over him. Do not regard me with such vengeful eyes. The downfall of the Shoshan Sword Pavilion is a consequence of its own actions. It is not the fault of others. Perhaps among the thousands of disciples of the Shoshan Sword Pavilion, there are innocent souls, but I cannot discern each one. Thus, I must eliminate them to prevent future troubles. Chapter 136. The Annihilation of Shoshan Sword Pavilion. With that, Yang Yi bent down and touched Zhao Ling Zhao's brow with a finger, sending him on his way. Simultaneously, a peculiar energy surged from Yang Yi, entering Zhao Ling Zhao's body. Moments later, Yang Yi had completely accessed Zhao Ling Zhao's memories. This ability, acquired upon Yang Yi's ascension to the realm of divine clarity, was not particularly profound. It was merely the possession of the divine original spirit. With Zhao Ling Zhao's memories thoroughly read, there were no secrets of the Shoshan Sword Pavilion left from Yang Yi. He had already learned the locations of the library and the treasury. However, Yang Yi did not immediately head to the library or the treasury. To him, these places did not constitute true treasures. The remains of the many disciples of the Shoshan Sword Pavilion were his genuine objective. As he surveyed the bodies of the numerous disciples around him, a thought suddenly struck Yang Yi. Having ascended to the realm of divine clarity and birthed the divine original spirit, he contemplated a question. The so-called essence of the divine spirit is the current abode of his soul, which in principle can be regarded as an extension of his very being. Thus, would this spiritual essence, when wielded, be capable of substituting for the tactile act of scavenging corpses? If it proves to be a viable substitute, the process of scavenging would become significantly more convenient, eliminating the need for direct contact with each individual. The method of meticulously touching each corpse is rather cumbersome and can easily attract unwanted attention at times. With this thought in mind, Yang Yi resolved to experiment. With narrowed eyes, he summoned forth the power of his golden core, unleashing a formidable wave of spiritual force. This immense spiritual energy radiated from him, enveloping the entire Shoyang Sword Mountain in an instant. The system announced, the host has made contact with the corpses, randomly acquiring items. A smile crept across Yang Yi's lips. It worked. His hypothesis was indeed correct. Scavenging would henceforth be more convenient and discreet. The ability to scavenge with merely a thought was exceedingly advantageous. In a mere moment, the remains of thousands of disciples from the Shoyang Sword Pavilion were completely collected by Yang Yi. Subsequently, he retracted his spiritual force, and with a wave of his hand, 5 corpses soared towards him. Upon their arrival, Yang Yi opened his spatial domain, collecting these 5 corpses along with the body of Zhao Ling Zhao beneath his feet. These 6 corpses belonged to the most formidable individuals of the Shoyang Sword Pavilion. Except for Zhao Ling Zhao, all were at the pinnacle of the 8th rank, making them ideal for the art of corpse refinement. After securing the bodies, Yang Yi swiftly made his way to the library of the Shoyang Sword Pavilion. At the entrance, a seemingly inconspicuous old man reclined in a chair, exuding an air of wisdom, though he had now succumbed to death. This elder was likely the guardian of the library. Stepping over the old man's remains, Yang Yi forcefully opened the grand doors of the library and entered. The Shoyang Sword Pavilion consists of 4 levels, each housing various tiers of martial arts techniques and skills. However, Yang Yi was indifferent to the tiers at this moment. With a mere gesture, he collected an abundance of tomes into his spatial domain. Unlike before, he now possessed the means to completely empty the library and treasury of the Shoyang Sword Pavilion. In mere moments, the library, along with its books and shelves, was entirely vacated, leaving behind nothing but an empty shell. After finishing his task in the library, Yang Yi swiftly proceeded to the treasury. The Shoyang Sword Pavilion possesses 2 treasuries, one filled with worldly riches, including gold, silver, jewels, and rare antiquities, and the other housing martial-related items, encompassing precious minerals, heavenly materials, elixirs, and valuable herbs. Yang Yi left no stone unturned, collecting everything within both treasuries. Beyond these 2, the Shoyang Sword Pavilion also harbors a sword repository, containing over 15,000 assorted swords. In the Sword Pavilion of Shou Mountain, the swords housed therein held no allure for Yang Yi. However, they would prove beneficial to Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu in their future endeavor to re-establish the Xuantiang sword sect. With the presence of the divine abode, taking the swords was a trivial task. Thus, Yang Yi made a trip to the sword pavilion and gathered all the exquisite blades. Subsequently, he also visited the residences of the highest echelons of the Shou Mountain Sword Pavilion, driven by a principle of utmost efficiency. During the annihilation of the god-slaying sword sect and the demon cult, the primary challenge had been a lack of personnel, which limited their ability to transport the myriad treasures, forcing them to select only the most valuable items. However, that was no longer a concern. Not only could he empty the Shou Mountain Sword Pavilion, but he could also clear out several other treasure vaults without difficulty. Having thoroughly plundered the Shou Mountain Sword Pavilion, Yang Yi felt elated. The current wealth of the Shou Mountain Sword Pavilion was more than sufficient to support the revival of the Zhantiang sword sect. At present, the only thing lacking in the re-established Zhantiang sword sect was manpower. Additionally, Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu's cultivation levels were still somewhat insufficient. Nevertheless, Yang Yi had formulated some ideas on how to enhance their capabilities, though the time for action had not yet arrived. Once the threats posed by the Tianji Pavilion and the Weaving Pavilion were neutralized, allowing Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu to acquire the means for self-defense, it would then be time for him to depart from the Qian domain and venture into broader realms. As Yang Yi prepared to leave the Shou Mountain, he suddenly sensed three formidable auras approaching from the south. Divine Spirit Realm. Yang Yi's brow furrowed in contemplation, deducing the origin of these powers. They arrived with remarkable swiftness. In the Eastern Li territory, apart from himself, the only other divine spirits were from the Tianji Pavilion and the Weaving Pavilion. While it was possible that the royal family possessed divine spirits, the likelihood was slim, especially not three of them. It was evident that these three divine spirit auras belonged to the Tianji Pavilion and the Weaving Pavilion. Perceiving the rapidly approaching auras of the three divine spirits, Yang Yi had no intention of leaving Shou Mountain immediately. Instead, he sought to test the capabilities of the divine spirits from the Tianji Pavilion and the Weaving Pavilion. To Yang Yi, the auras emanating from these divine spirits were not particularly strong. One could even say they were somewhat feeble. Two were at the second tier of the divine spirit realm, and one at the first tier. Even if they joined forces, Yang Yi was confident in his ability to ensure his own safety. This was the perfect opportunity to probe the depths of the Tianji Pavilion and the Weaving Pavilion's divine spirits. To avoid alarming them, Yang Yi deliberately suppressed his own aura, only revealing a presence at the pinnacle of the 9th grade. He waited atop Shou Mountain for less than half a quarter of an hour before he spotted three streaks of radiant light shooting towards him. Halting in the skies above Shou Mountain, the divine spirits Chun Jinru and Chun Jinhong from the Tianji Pavilion, along with Lian Hongxiu from the Weaving Pavilion, had arrived. In the heavens above, the three, Chun Jinru, Chun Jinhong, and Lian Hongxiu, gazed down from their divine halos, looking upon Shou Mountain from their lofty vantage. The mountain was littered with thousands of corpses, seemingly unworthy of their further attention. Their gazes were all fixated upon the sole living being on Shouyang Sword Mountain, Yang Yi. Chun Jinru regarded Yang Yi with an air of lofty disdain, his words laced with icy contempt. So you're Zhou Yi. You have dared to provoke our Tianji Pavilion multiple times. Have you pondered how you shall meet your demise? Chapter 137, Battle in the Divine Spirit Realm. Upon hearing this, Yang Yi flashed a grin, his wrist twisting as the Xian Yuan knife materialized in his grasp. How shall I die? Naturally, by vanquishing all of you. Yang Yi had yet to battle a divine spirit, and was uncertain of the capabilities of others in this realm. As for whether he could slay the three divine spirits from Tianji Pavilion and Zijiansheng, he himself held no certainty. Nevertheless, this presented a prime opportunity to test the mettle of the divine spirits from Tianji Pavilion and Zijiansheng. Arrogant, a mere pinnacle of the 9th rank dares to proclaim, he can slay us. Chun Jinhong's fury ignited at Yang Yi's words, and he rebuked. Watch as I extract your soul and make you witness your own body transform into a blood pill. As he spoke, the radiance of his divine halo intensified, the oppressive aura of the divine spirit realm emanating from him, intent on directly subduing Yang Yi. Under the pressure of Chun Jinhong's divine spirit realm, any other 9th rank martial artist would have long been crushed to the ground, unable to move. However, who was Yang Yi? His pinnacle 9th rank cultivation was merely a facade. In truth, his strength surpassed that of Chun Jinhong, as he was a true 3-ring divine spirit. Relying solely on the pressure of the divine spirit realm to subdue him was nothing but a fool's dream. You wish to extract my soul and refine my body into a pill? A slight smirk graced Yang Yi's lips, his eyes icy with intent. It seemed he grasped why Tianji Pavilion and Zijincheng referred to the Qian domain as a pasture. With the Xian Yuan knife in hand, Yang Yi's figure flickered, transforming into a rainbow as he surged towards Chen Jinhong. Be careful, third brother. He is a divine spirit, not merely a 9th rank. Chen Jinru, alarmed and furious, conjured a crimson copper mirror, the heavenly fire mirror. Brandishing the treasured heavenly fire mirror, Chen Jinru directed it towards Yang Yi. A beam of scarlet flame erupted from the mirror, enveloping Yang Yi in its fierce embrace. Yang Yi's expression sharpened as he swung the knife to meet the crimson blaze. Bloodthirsty demon blade, 1,000 stars in chaos, slash. 1,000 knife lights erupted from the Xian Yuan knife, slicing through the void and tearing apart the scarlet flames unleashed by the heavenly fire mirror. Boom! An incredibly powerful shockwave resonated, causing numerous structures atop Shouyang Sword Mountain to collapse instantaneously. The shattered sparks rained down upon the mountain, igniting a cataclysmic inferno in an instant. These sparks burned indiscriminately, even snow and ice igniting immediately. In the blink of an eye, Shouyang Sword Mountain had transformed into a sea of flames. Originally, Yang Yi had intended to eliminate the weakest among them, Chen Jinhong, first, and then see if he could deal with the others collectively. However, the interruption by Chen Jinru wielding the bronze mirror made that assault evidently futile. With the attack thwarted, Yang Yi unleashed the aura of his own divine spirit realm. 2 radiant rings of 4 colors ascended from the back of Yang Yi's head, casting him in an ethereal light, reminiscent of a celestial being descending upon the world. The sight of these 2 divine rings, these 4-colored halos, caused Chen Jinru, Chen Jinhong, and Lian Hongxiu to turn pale with alarm. This individual is a second ring divine being. The initial divine ring is a fusion of 4 distinct domains, and we are no match for him. We must unite. With grave expressions, Chen Jinhong and Lian Hongxiu nodded in agreement to Chen Jinru's proposal for collaboration. At that moment, they had no time to investigate Yang Yi's origins or how he had ascended from the pinnacle of the 9th rank to the realm of a second ring divine being in such a brief span. Their sole focus was the pressing urgency of confronting an extraordinary adversary. Although among them were 2 second-ring divine beings, they did not dare to underestimate Yang Yi in the slightest. No one in the entire Qian domain understood better than they the significance of the initial 4-color divine ring. Beyond the Qian domain, the first divine ring is known as the initial divine ring, which is the state of the vast majority of newly ascended divine beings. The initial divine ring is a single-colored ring, and upon advancing to the second ring divine being realm, one can incorporate a domain into the second ring, transforming it into a 2-colored divine ring. Each subsequent breakthrough allows for the integration of an additional domain, facilitating the metamorphosis of the divine rings. The initial divine ring, however, is the precursor to the multi-colored divine rings, where each breakthrough permits the integration of a corresponding number of domains, revealing boundless potential. For instance, a 2-colored initial divine ring allows for the integration of 2 domains with each breakthrough. In the case of someone like Yang Yi, who possesses a 4-colored initial divine ring, should he develop further, it would not be inconceivable for him to challenge the paths of the divine beings with unparalleled might. There are few divine beings beyond the Qian domain who possess an initial divine ring of 2 colors, and those with an initial 3-color divine ring are exceedingly rare. The trio of Chen Jinru, Chen Jinhong, and Lian Hongxiu could hardly contain their astonishment upon witnessing Yang Yi's 4-colored initial divine ring. They dared not be careless. With a swift motion, they summoned their treasured artifacts and prepared to unite against Yang Yi. Chen Jinru held 2 divine rings aloft. Wielding the treasured Tianhua mirror in one hand and was Li Hua fan in the other, his demeanor grave. Lian Hongxiu similarly bore 2 divine rings. Gripping the rusted heart needle in one hand and the piercing heart shuttle in the other, her crimson attire billowing. Chen Jinhong, with 1 divine ring hovering above him, held the thunder shield in his left hand and the mountain-cutting blade in his right, his expression vigilant. The combined auras of the 3 divine beings from the Tianji Pavilion and the Zhijin Tower subtly encircled Yang Yi. Yet, in the face of these formidable adversaries wielding powerful artifacts, Yang Yi displayed not a trace of fear. With a deft motion, he inverted his left hand, grasping the bamboo staff sword firmly. Though the bamboo staff sword and the Xuanyuan blade were not treasured artifacts, Yang Yi's strength eclipsed that of the three divine beings. He harbored no concern whatsoever. With a battle cry, Yang Yi unleashed both sword and blade, launching the first assault against Chen Jinru and his companions. The bamboo staff sword struck forth like a serpent's tongue, aimed at Chen Jinru's visage, executing the Xuantian divine sword technique with a flowing shadow piercing through. Simultaneously, the Xuanyuan blade was employed in the bloodthirsty demon blade technique, relentlessly cleaving towards Lian Hongxiu and Chen Jinhong. The bloodthirsty demon blade, chaos of 1,000 stars. The bloodthirsty demon blade, bloodthirsty pagoda, kill. As Yang Yi unleashed his sword techniques, an overwhelming force erupted. However, his opponent was no weakling. With a flourish of the five-colored fire fan, Chen Jinru summoned a blazing banner that intercepted Yang Yi's sword strikes. Subsequently, the heavenly fire mirror in Chen Jinru's possession emitted a fiery beam directed straight at Yang Yi's visage. On another front, Lian Hongxiu unleashed the heart-piercing needle from her left hand, weaving it through the void to craft a transparent net that ensnared Yang Yi's myriad of blade energies. Simultaneously, with her right hand, she manipulated a red thread to launch the heart-piercing needle toward Yang Yi's heart. Chen Jinhong, undeterred, braced himself with the thunder shield to withstand the onslaught of Yang Yi's bloodthirsty pagoda's blade aura. He then swung the mountain-cleaving blade, sending forth a 100-foot blade light toward Yang Yi. In the face of simultaneous attacks from three mighty figures, Yang Yi remained utterly unfazed. He pivoted, cleaving through the firelight emitted by Chen Jinru's heavenly fire mirror. With a deft step, he evaded Lian Hongxiu's heart-piercing needle and the blade light from Chen Jinhong. Finally, he executed a swift thrust of his sword against Chen Jinhong's thunder shield, sending him staggering back several dozen meters. With Chen Jinhong momentarily repelled, Yang Yi's right hand gripped the Xinyuan blade, invigorated and relentless. He leaped into the air, pursuing Chen Jinhong with a ferocious slash. Kill! Above his head, a divine halo shimmered with golden light, and with a thunderous roar, he unleashed a cataclysmic force. The first style of the heavenly blade, the genesis of heaven and earth. The second style of the heavenly blade, the duality of creation and destruction. Chapter 138, Defeating the Divine Spirit. Two devastating blade energies cleaved through the air, striking Chen Jinhong's thunder shield. Hold it! In the face of life-threatening peril, Chen Jinhong bellowed, channeling the thunder shield to conjure a massive thundernet, attempting to withstand Yang Yi's two terrifying strokes of the heavenly blade. Indeed, the thunder shield proved itself to be a formidable artifact, managing to absorb the brunt of Yang Yi's two strikes. Ultimately, the thundernet was shattered, leaving only a scar on the shield surface. While Yang Yi had diverted some of his focus to guard against Chen Jinru and Lian Hongxiu, preventing him from exerting his full strength. This still attested to the prowess of the thunder shield. This spurred Yang Yi's fervor to enhance the quality of the bamboo staff sword and the Xinyuan blade. Though the thunder shield was powerful, the chasm between Chen Jinhong and Yang Yi remained vast. Despite weathering Yang Yi's two blows with the thunder shield, the overwhelming force sent Chen Jinhong flying, injuring his internal organs and resulting in a compound fracture of his left forearm. Blood continuously spilled from Chen Jinhong's mouth as disbelief filled his eyes, fixated on the figure of Yang Yi, who seemed both divine and demonic. How could this be? He, a peak 9th grade cultivator, had crossed paths with Zhou Yi multiple times without a scratch. Why could he, a dignified figure of the divine spirit realm, not withstand two strikes from Zhou Yi? Who exactly was this Zhou Yi, this prodigious entity? Chen Jinhong could not help but suspect whether Zhou Yi was an outsider from the realm of Qian, specifically come to hunt them down. He suspected that Zhou Yi had initially concealed his strength to engage with the second brother, Chen Jingxing. Sparing Chen Jingxing was merely a tactic to lure them out. Otherwise, it was impossible to explain Zhou Yi's involvement in the affairs of the second ring divine beings. Inflicting harm to 10 fingers is less effective than severing one. After repelling Chen Jinhong, Yang Yi, armed with a sword in one hand and a knife in the other, relentlessly charged towards Chen Jinhong once more. Among the three esteemed divine beings of the Tianji Pavilion and the Weaving Pavilion, Chen Jinhong was the weakest and thus the easiest to eliminate. If not him, then who? The realm of divine beings was activated to prevent Chen Jinru and Lian Hongxiu from interfering while he dealt with his target. Yang Yi directly unleashed the realm of divine beings. Although termed a realm, it was more appropriately referred to as a divine domain at this moment. Yang Yi's divine domain was a fusion of the sword domain of listening to wind and rain, the 10 directions of slaughter, the Lingxiao sword domain, and the Sunluo abyss, resulting in an overwhelmingly formidable force. Even with Chun Jinru and Lien Hongxiu wielding treasured artifacts, Yang Yi was confident that he could isolate them for at least half a day, and that half a day would be sufficient for him to thoroughly eliminate Chen Jinhong. This first ring divine being. In an instant, 2 divine rings unfurled behind Yang Yi, enveloping himself and Chen Jinhong, severing their connection to the outside world. At this moment, the two were separated from the external realm by an entire universe. Third brother, Chun Jinru exclaimed in fury, hastily wielding the 5 elements fire fan and the heavenly fire mirror, relentlessly bombarding Yang Yi's divine domain. Observing this, Lien Hongxiu also unleashed the heart-piercing shuttle and the rusted needle, continuously attacking Yang Yi's domain. The duo aimed to shatter Yang Yi's divine domain with their powerful assaults to rescue Chen Jinhong from within. It was evident that they understood Yang Yi's intention to eliminate Chen Jinhong first. Unfortunately, the disparity in strength between them and Yang Yi was too vast. Despite the relentless and fierce bombardment, Yang Yi's divine domain merely trembled slightly. This was the advantage of Yang Yi's domain fusion, which absorbed the power of thunder tribulations to enhance the divine space. The more powerful the divine space became, the stronger his unleashed domain would be. Yang Yi paid no heed to Chun Jinru and Lien Hongxiu's frenzied strikes, his gaze sharply fixed upon Chen Jinhong. Welcome to my world. This shall be your burial ground. Chun Jinhong's face turned ashen. This was undoubtedly the most challenging ordeal he had ever faced in his life. He recognized the unprecedented crisis he was in, fully aware of the gap in strength between himself and Yang Yi. Alone, he had no chance of overcoming this peril. His only hope for survival lay in delaying time, enduring until Chun Jinru and Lien Hongxiu could breach the divine domain and rescue him. A bitter feeling enveloped Chun Jinhong. Enduring was far from easy. His left hand was rendered useless, and the thunder shield had become ineffective. The turmoil within his organs had yet to subside, plunging him into despair. Little did Chun Jinhong expect. He merely sought to vent his frustrations on the second, yet ended up sacrificing himself. Chun Jinhong's eyes fluttered shut momentarily as he exhaled deeply, only to reopen them once more. In those newly opened eyes, fear and astonishment had dissipated, leaving only a fervent thirst for blood and a wild madness. Chun Jinhong stowed away the thunder shield into the divine space, rising to his feet while gripping the treasured mountain-cutting blade, pointing it resolutely at Yang Yi, exuding an unwavering determination. If one does not embrace madness, one cannot survive. Zhou Yi, if you wish to kill me, then come forth. I shall make you realize that a bright sage is not so easily vanquished. The divine halo behind Chun Jinhong instantly spread out, yearning to unfurl. The 1,000-mountain divine domain, grant me passage. Chun Jinhong dared to attempt to unfurl his divine domain within Yang Yi's own, intending to confront him. Yang Yi could only find this somewhat laughable. You wish to expand your domain within mine? Utterly naive. Suppress. Yang Yi uttered the word suppress, unleashing a terrifying force that directly crushed Chun Jinhong's divine halo, shattering it and forcing it back into his being. This is my realm. What I do not permit cannot be accomplished. Following this, Yang Yi unleashed both blade and sword, launching a ferocious assault upon Chun Jinhong. The Xiantian divine sword technique, clouds roll and clear winds arise. The Xiantian divine sword technique, shadows sweep across 1,000 peaks. The bloodthirsty demon blade, a chaotic flurry of stars. The bloodthirsty demon blade, cleaving through legions. Within Yang Yi's divine domain, sword and blade light danced like a tempest, wildly soaring and crashing towards Chun Jinhong. Yet, Chun Jinhong was no ordinary individual. Even in the face of life and death, he possessed the courage to fight back. With only the mountain-cutting blade, he spun a defensive barrier around himself, while his eyes darted toward Yang, seemingly searching for an opportune moment to strike. However, this was ultimately a mere fantasy. The disparity in strength between him and Yang Yi was insurmountable. Merely defending himself had exhausted all his resources. How could he possibly muster the strength to attack? Already wounded, Chun Jinhong found that even a brief moment of defense exacerbated his injuries, revealing vulnerabilities. The instant he exposed a weakness, numerous sword lights pierced through, revealing even greater flaws. Soon after, he was struck by several blade lights, severely wounding him and causing him to collapse to the ground, unable to rise. He looked down for his elevated position at the barely breathing Chun Jinhong, his expression devoid of emotion. Is this all the Mingshan realm of the Tianji Pavilion is capable of? It appears my previous concerns were unfounded. Following the recent skirmish, He finally confirmed that the Tianji Pavilion and Ji Jinlu had reached the limits of their capabilities. The treasure artifacts in their possession could be seen as dimensional strikes against the martial practitioners of Dongli. Yet this is where it ends. They seem to lack significant means to contend with the Bright Sage realm, both within Chun Jinhong's divine domain and outside of it. With Chen Jinru and Lian Hongxiu as well, the Tianji Pavilion and Ji Jinlu appear to be limited to merely throwing their weight around in the Qian domain. Chapter 139. The Slaying of Chen Jinhong and Chen Jinru. He took a step forward, appearing beside Chen Jinhong. He reached out and firmly grasped Chen Jinhong's head, lifting him effortlessly. Since you possess no other means, your demise is inevitable, he declared. Outside Yi's divine realm, Chen Jinru, witnessing his brother being seized, was suddenly engulfed by panic. He summoned all his strength to assault Yi's domain while shouting loudly, "Zhou, cease. How dare you threaten my younger brother? I vow that we shall not rest until one of us is dead." He cast a cold glance at the raucous Chen Jinru, dismissing his threats with derision. Not rest until death. Have we not already been embroiled in such a conflict? The absurdity of the threat only served to amuse him. Ignoring Chen Jinru's bluster, He directed his spiritual energy into Chen Jinhong's mind, delving into his memories. In mere moments, the secrets of the Qinni Tiangong were laid bare before him. Just as He intended to further investigate Chen Jinhong's core secrets, a terrifying surge of power erupted from within Chen Jinhong, annihilating Yi's spiritual force. A deafening voice echoed in Yi's ears. Who dares to pry into the secrets of the Chun family in the wild domain? They shall be punished. With his spiritual energy extinguished, he let out a suppressed groan, realizing he had suffered a setback. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his power, striking Chen Jinhong down. With Chen Jinhong's death, the dreadful force that clung to him dissipated as well. He felt a sense of relief. That voice had undoubtedly belonged to a formidable entity behind the Tiangong, presumably a member of the Chun family from the wild domain. It was astonishing that the Chun family had established barriers against probing into the depths of a living memory. Such a precaution had eluded Yi's contemplation. This encounter served as a cautionary tale, reminding him to exercise discretion when attempting to read others' memories. Although the Chun family could not descend through Chen Jinhong as a medium, other factions might very well possess such capabilities. It was also possible that the Chun family could achieve this. Perhaps He had acted too swiftly, eliminating Chen Jinhong before they could maintain their connection. After collecting the corpse, He stored Chen Jinhong's body within his divine estate. Chen Jinhong was a first-tier bright, divine realm practitioner. His physical prowess alone could dominate all ninth-tier true cultivators in the Qinni. Should he refine Chen Jinhong's body into a corpse for his own purposes, it would serve as a formidable foundation for the Xintian sword sect, instilling dread far and wide. Though he could not uncover the core secrets buried deep within Chen Jinhong's memories, he felt a sense of fulfillment. He had gleaned all that he needed to know. Turning his gaze back to Chen Jinru, who continued to assault his divine realm, Yi's eyes brimmed with disdain. The Tiangong and the Weaving Pavilion truly regarded the beings of the Qindi as mere livestock, harvesting them periodically to concoct various blood elixirs. Many 8th-tier grandmasters and 9th-tier true beings have never had the opportunity to die of natural causes, as they were captured and refined into blood pills. The empty tombs of the Shou Mountain Sword Pavilion are precisely due to this reason. Yi, having witnessed in Zhao Lingzhao's memories that the tombs of the Shou Mountain Sword Pavilion were merely ceremonial graves, did not seek out the tombs for corpses or treasures. He does not consider himself a good person. His heart is ruthless and merciless, extinguishing entire families without hesitation, leaving a trail of carnage in his wake. Yet, he maintains some semblance of a moral boundary, directing his lethal force solely against his enemies. This stands in stark contrast to the practices of the Tianji Pavilion and the Weaving Pavilion, who treat the beings of the Qian domain as mere livestock. Indeed, as Gu Qinghe and Zhao Taiyuan have stated, the Tianji Pavilion and the Weaving Pavilion are a great calamity for the Qian domain. Initially, He was indifferent to the misfortunes wrought by the Tianji Pavilion and the weaving pavilion upon the Qin domain. Being an outsider and a lowly individual in his own right, he held no emotional ties to the Qin domain. However, the Tianji pavilion and the weaving pavilion made a grave mistake in targeting him. Thus, despite his lack of emotional attachment to the Qin domain, he was compelled to eradicate the Tianji pavilion and the weaving pavilion. At that moment, outside his divine realm, only Chun Jinru continued to bombard it relentlessly. Upon seeing that their combined efforts could not breach his divine realm, Lien Hongxiu realized that even together, they were no match for Yang Yi. After Qin Jinhong was subdued, she quietly withdrew. Yang Yi paid little heed to Lien Hongxiu's departure through the intelligence from the weaving pavilion and Chun Jinhong's memories. He had already noted the weaving pavilion's location, and she could not escape. Yang Yi's gaze fixed upon Chun Jinru. Without Lien Hongxiu's assistance, Qin Jinru would find it no easier to contend with Yang Yi than Qin Jinhong had. Yang Yi retracted his divine realm and flew towards Qin Jinru. Qin Jinru lost her sanity the moment Qin Jinhong perished. Upon witnessing Yang Yi retract his divine realm, she charged at him with bloodshot eyes. Gritting her teeth and seething with hatred as she spat, "Zhou Yi, you deserve to die. For every life taken, a life must be repaid. Come and claim yours." Yang Yi had no desire for further conversation with Qin Jinru. He revealed his full strength, 3 divine rings manifesting behind his head. His earlier concealment of power was merely to test the Tianji pavilion and the weaving pavilion, to ascertain whether they possessed any special means of concealment. Now that the test had concluded, there was no longer a need for subterfuge. Qin Jinru would now face the full might of Yang Yi. The 3-ring bright divine realm was overwhelmingly superior to Qin Jinru's 2-ring bright divine realm. The intense pressure emanating from Yang Yi rendered Qin Jinru immobile, rooted to the spot. 3-ring bright divine. You are a 3-ring bright divine. A flicker of clarity returned to Qin Jinru's eyes as she realized the terrifying figure she had been battling. With a bitter smile, she exclaimed, "Ah, so that is it. You are indeed a 3-ring bright divine. My dear brother, your death was not in vain, and neither was the death of our comrades." At this moment, Qin Jinru had already realized that Yang Yi would undoubtedly not let him escape. Faced with the initial divine ring of the 4-color divine ring at the 3rd ring Ming divine realm, he saw no glimmer of hope. In his final moments, Qin Jinru regained a semblance of his former elegance. "My esteemed opponent, you have triumphed. My brother, and I do not die in vain. However, before my end, may I inquire about your origins? What force do you hail from? You cannot possibly be born of the Qian domain's mysterious Tianyu bloodline. Shallow waters cannot nurture a dragon. The Qian domain cannot produce a Ming divine, let alone a 3rd ring Ming divine." Upon hearing this, Yang Yi merely shook his head. "You would not wish to know, and I am under no obligation to enlighten you. If you truly seek the truth, perhaps you should ask Yama yourself in the afterlife." With that, Yang Yi's figure flickered and appeared beside Qin Jinru, striking his chest with a single palm. Yang Yi's overwhelming energy surged through him, causing Qin Jinru to cough up a mouthful of blood as his divine ring shattered, his aura gradually dissipating. In his dying moments, Qin Jinru fixed his gaze upon Yang Yi. "Zhou Yi, I shall await you below. The strength of the Chun family in the wasteland is beyond your imagination. My brother and I are but humble shepherds, yet the Chun family will not let this go." Before he could finish, Qin Jinru breathed his last. After rummaging through the corpse, Yang Yi collected Qin Jinru's body. "The Chun family of the wasteland. Huh, you know nothing about me." Chapter 140, Self-Sacrifice of Cultivation. Having slain Qin Jinru, Yang Yi initially intended to pursue and eliminate Lien Hongxiu. However, Lien Hongxiu had employed some means to conceal her presence, rendering even Yang Yi unable to detect her. The pursuit of Lien Hongxiu had to be postponed for the time being. It was now time to sift through the spoils of his recent endeavors. The Shouyang Sword Mountain was littered with corpses, which was rather disconcerting. Thus, Yang Yi resolved to find a different location to examine the rewards of his recent scavenging. Standing atop Shouyang Sword Mountain and surveying the surroundings, he soon spotted a densely wooded hill not far away. In an instant, Yang Yi's figure shimmered, and he darted towards it. Upon reaching the summit of the little hill, Yang Yi found a flat stone and sat cross-legged, immersing his mind into the system space. Host has engaged with the corpse, randomly acquired items. Lifespan increased by 35 years. Host has engaged with the corpse. Randomly acquired items. Martial arts cultivation increased by 30 years. Host has engaged with the corpse, randomly acquired items. Technique, show mountain tranquility technique. Host has engaged with the corpse. Randomly acquired items. Martial skill, show mountain sword technique. Host has engaged with the corpse. Randomly acquired items. Treasure heavenly fire mirror. Host has engaged with the corpse. Randomly acquired items. Divine domain, thousand mountain divine domain. Host has engaged with the corpse. Randomly acquired items. Domain ocean covering sword domain. Host has engaged with the corpse. Randomly acquired items. Domain snow and ice sword domain. Host has engaged with the corpse. Randomly acquired items. Domain sky splitting sword domain. Host has engaged with the corpse. Randomly acquired items. Treasure mine of 10 pieces of Shoyang purple copper. Upon encountering a corpse, the host randomly collected an item, the rare and precious Shoyang copper essence. In the battle at Shoshan Sword Pavilion, Yang Yi reaped considerable rewards. He gained 500 years of lifespan and 1,200 years of martial arts cultivation. The Shoshan Pingtian Ju and Shoshan Sword Art are both classified as elementary techniques of the heavenly tier. Shoyang purple copper, extracted from the ore veins of Shoyang Mountain, is regarded as an exceptionally valuable treasure. However, the 10 pieces he obtained did not greatly stir his heart, for he already possessed over 1,000 pieces of Shoyang purple copper in his divine space. What truly surprised Yang Yi was the Shoyang copper essence, a genuine earthly wonder imbued with profound mineral energy. If utilized properly, it could significantly enhance physical strength, even benefiting his body, which had already undergone transformation after ascending to the Mingshun realm. Regrettably, the quantity was scarce, amounting to merely around 180 drops. Yet, the most delightful discoveries for Yang Yi were the Qianshan Divine Domain, Fuhai Sword Domain, Bingshuo Sword Domain, and Laikong Sword Domain. Having accessed Chen Jinhong's memories, he had gleaned much knowledge about the Mingshun realm. Thus, he realized that although he had ascended to the third ring of the Mingshun realm, he had not fully explored the potential of the second ring. His initial divine ring was a 4-colored one, and he could still integrate 4 additional domains to transform the second divine ring into an 8-colored one. Unfortunately, he was unaware of this at the time, which led him to hastily extract martial arts cultivation, elevating his realm to the third ring of Mingshun. Fortunately, it was not too late to rectify his path. Though he had taken some detours, he could still amend them. The 4 domains, Qianshan Divine Domain, Fuhai Sword Domain, Bingshuo Sword Domain, and Laikong Sword Domain, arrived at just the right moment. Aside from these numerous gains, he had also acquired various other treasures, though they held little significance for him and shall remain unmentioned for now. After reviewing all his acquisitions, a thought crossed Yang Yi's mind, and 3 immense divine rings materialized behind him. He cast a glance at the divine rings and resolutely shattered the third one. As the third divine ring disintegrated, Yang Yi let out a muffled groan, a trace of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. His aura instantly diminished, descending from the third ring of Mingshun to the second. In that moment, Yang Yi willingly severed his own cultivation. Ignorance might have been bliss, but now that he was aware, he would not allow any blemish on his journey. He was determined to perfect every step within the Mingshun realm, willing to sacrifice his own cultivation if necessary. After all, he was merely wasting 1,000 years of martial arts cultivation, a price he could afford. However, self-inflicting harm left Yang Yi significantly injured. For the next 7 days, he did not leave this mountain peak even for a moment. Each day was spent absorbing various precious herbs to recover from his injuries. He was fortunate that the Shoyang Sword Pavilion had a sufficient stock of medicinal treasures. Otherwise, he would have had to expend considerable effort to heal. After recovering from his injuries, Yang Yi immediately extracted the domains of Thousand Mountains Divine Realm, Oversea Sword Realm, Ice and Snow Sword Realm, and Cracking Sky Sword Realm. As these 4 realms merged with his being, he felt a significant augmentation in his aura. Among these realms, the Thousand Mountains Divine Realm, being a divine realm itself, posed the greatest challenge for integration with the divine ring. However, should he succeed in this endeavor, his power would be greatly enhanced. The process of merging the realms into the divine ring was not particularly complex. It essentially involved the absorption of the realm inscriptions within the space of the true elixir divine abode. With a thought, the 4 realms that had just integrated into him re-emerged, swirling around his side. Subsequently, the true elixir, imbued with the essence of the divine abode, floated out from his brow. Upon the emergence of the true elixir, The divine spirit residing within the divine abode slowly opened its indifferent eyes, rising gracefully and stepping out into the realm of the true elixir. The divine spirit surveyed the four realms that surrounded Yang Yi before extending its hand to draw all four realms into the divine abode. Inside the true elixir, above the divine abode, the divine spirit made a sweeping gesture, causing the celestial dome to split into two layers. It then brought the four realms together, kneading them in its hands. The Thousand Mountains divine realm trembled incessantly, displaying signs of impending fracturing. Observing this, the divine spirit emanated a spectrum of four colors to suppress the Thousand Mountains divine realm. As the kneading continued, the divine spirit's aura visibly waned, indicating the considerable difficulty of merging these four realms. After approximately 7 or 8 hours, the divine spirit finally ceased its efforts, casting the now needed realms, shaped like small orbs, into the second layer of the celestial dome. As soon as the realms entered this layer, they unfurled like a scroll, quickly filling the second layer of space. Thus, Yang Yi's divine abode was divided into two celestial heavens. At that moment, a dense array of inscriptions appeared on the outer layer of the true elixir. With the successful fusion of the realms, the divine spirit waved its hand, and Yang Yi's divine abode instantly ascended from the first to the second celestial heaven. Having accomplished this, the divine spirit, weary from the exertion, transformed into a streak of light and retreated to the divine abode to rest. In the external world, at the moment of successful realm fusion, the true elixir re-entered Yang Yi's brow. The second divine ring behind his head manifested 8 distinct colors. It was a triumph. Yang Yi opened his eyes, attuning to his newfound self. He discovered that although he still resided within the second ring bright divine realm, his overall strength rivaled, if not surpassed, that of his previous third ring bright divine realm before his self-dismemberment. A smile spread across his face. The sacrifice of his former cultivation had been worthwhile. Chapter 141. The Transformation of Misty Mountains. The pinnacle of the second ring bright divine realm had been reached. Reflecting on his journey, Yang Yi extracted all the longevity, martial prowess, techniques, and skills he had gathered, absorbing them into his being. In but a fleeting moment, Yang Yi's cultivation returned to the third ring bright divine realm. Casting a glance at the 3 divine rings behind him, particularly the vibrant hues emanating from the second and third rings, Yang Yi felt a profound sense of satisfaction. It is worth noting that each subsequent divine ring inherits the foundational abilities and colors of its predecessor. At present, the third divine ring had yet to merge into the domain. Once it did, it would manifest a dazzling array of 12 colors, greatly enhancing his strength. Yet, upon scrutinizing the rings once more, Yang Yi furrowed his brow. While his divine rings were indeed formidable, the ostentation of the initial 4 colors, along with the 8 colors of the second and third rings, seemed rather excessive. Such visibility could inadvertently expose his true capabilities. With a mere thought, Yang Yi reigned in his aura, allowing the colors of the rings above his head to gradually fade. Ultimately, the initial divine ring retained but a single hue, while the second and third rings settled on 2 colors each, leaving Yang Yi with a satisfied smile. This was the epitome of perfection. Moving forward, he would maintain this balance, neither too understated nor excessively flamboyant. Having completed this transformation, Yang Yi directed his gaze toward the direction of the headquarters of the Zijin Mountain Weaving Pavilion. The next order of business was to deal with Lian Hongxiu. Aside from Chun Jinru and Chun Jinhong, the only other person aware of his 4-colored initial divine ring was Lian Hongxiu. He needed to devise a plan to eliminate her. Despite the passage of time, it was likely that Lian Hongxiu had already spread word of his abilities. However, any dissemination would be confined to the realm of Qianyu, as Chun Jinhong's memories indicated that communication between Qianyu and other domains was restricted by the chaotic Thunder Sea. Finding Lian Hongxiu, interrogating her, and eliminating all those in the know would suffice. With this resolve, Yang Yi's figure flickered as he transformed into a streak of light, heading toward Zijin Mountain. He had gleaned much about the strength of the Tianji Pavilion and Weaving Pavilion from the Intelligent Scrolls and Chun Jinhong's memories. Within the confines of Qianyu, he faced no rivals. As long as he was not contending with the combined might of the Tianji Pavilion and Weaving Pavilion from the 13 nations of Qianyu, he felt no fear. Time rewinds to 10 days prior, the 4th day after Yang Yi departed from Misty Mountain. A terrifying upheaval occurred within Misty Mountain. At that moment, The sisters Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu had just awakened from their seclusion. After reading the letter left by Yang Yi, they intended to extract the corpse he had refined from Misty Mountain to seek out a place of utmost ease for nurturing. However, at that instant, the entire valley of the demonic sect within Misty Mountain began to tremble. A dark, loathsome mist gradually enveloped the valley, accompanied by a palpable, oppressive force. This dreadful pressure sent shivers down the spines of Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu. It felt akin to the pressure of a divine realm. No, it was significantly weaker than that of the divine realm, yet undeniably more formidable than the peak of the 9th rank. Most alarmingly, the sisters discerned an aura of extreme malevolence within this oppressive force. This was no place to linger. The two sisters exchanged a glance, and without hesitation, prepared to command the corpse away. However, before they could take action, the oppressive force within the valley suddenly surged, pinning them in place and rendering them immobile. After all, Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu were only at the mid-level of the 8th rank. Despite being ahead of their peers and unrivaled in the Qian domain, they were powerless against the unknown entity that transcended the 9th rank. As the unknown pressure bore down upon them, despair began to settle in their hearts. The intensity of the pressure continued to rise. Unless an unforeseen event occurred, they would succumb to this oppressive force. Reluctant to meet their end, they found themselves helpless against the vast disparity in power. Just as Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu were on the brink of demise, a thunderous roar echoed through the valley. Suddenly, a black ape, towering at 4 to 5 meters, descended from the heavens, wielding a colossal staff, landing beside the sisters and stirring up clouds of dust. The transformed Sun Batian had arrived. His presence alleviated much of the burden from Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu, granting them a moment to breathe. They rose, their expressions grave as they regarded Sun Batian. Li Yinluo then inquired, "Senior son, what has transpired?" Without turning his head, Sun Batian fixated on a distant point, responding vaguely. "Li girl, Xiao girl, we have a grave situation. That old wretch from the Han family failed his breakthrough into the Ming realm. He did not perish, but instead transformed into a demon. I will hold him off. You must leave immediately. When you encounter your junior brother in the future, ensure he remembers his promise to me." Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu exchanged a deep glance with Sun Batian. "Understood. We shall not forget your request, senior." With that, they urged the corpse to hasten beyond the valley. The sisters were acutely aware of their own limitations. Remaining in this perilous situation would not only hinder Sun Batian, but also become a liability. Their swift departure might allow Sun Batian to confront the enemy without reservations, possibly making the battle easier. As they directed the corpse away, they strategically left one behind at intervals to serve as a decoy. However, before they could fully exit the valley, a cacophony of maniacal laughter erupted from the dark mist. "Leaving? No one is permitted to depart today." As the voice rang out, the dark mist parted abruptly, revealing a gaunt figure clad in a blood-red robe, slowly materializing before Sun Batian. With a flourish of his robe, the emaciated figure unleashed a tremendous suction, sending Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu hurtling backward. Fortunately, as they passed by Sun Batian, he reached out, intercepting that terrifying force. Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu were fortunate enough to avoid being drawn to the emaciated figure, although Sun Batian intervened to save them. His gaze remained fixated on the gaunt presence before him. The intensity of his stare and the trembling of the heaven-shaking staff in his grip revealed the overwhelming dread that this spectral figure instilled in him. As the shadowy figure approached with relentless inevitability, Sun Batian could no longer contain his fury, roaring, "Han Shulao Mo, how audacious of you to still be alive." The emaciated figure, with its crimson eyes locked onto Sun Batian, replied with a menacing tone, "You, little monkey, are the architect of my downfall. Were it not for your misguided teachings of the divine method, I would not have descended into this wretched state. Do you dare to conspire with outsiders to annihilate my bloodline? Do you believe that my demise grants you the freedom to act without consequence? Today, I shall render you to ashes." Chapter 142, Half-Step Divine Realm, Ancestor of the Demon Sect. This Han Shulao Mo is none other than the ancient ancestor of the demon sect from several centuries past, the very one who had coerced Sun Batian in assigning a blood servitude contract. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the 9th tier and facing the limits of his own advancement, coupled with the constraints of his dwindling lifespan, Han Shulao Mo sought to exploit Sun Batian, a being from the Qian domain, to extract the secrets of the divine method. At that time, Sun Batian harbored deep resentment regarding his enslavement and, leveraging the disparity of information, presented Han Shulao Mo with a version of the divine method associated with the demon race. Remarkable, Han Shulao, possessing exceptional talent, managed to forge a path to the divine realm by amalgamating the demon's teachings with his own dark arts. However, due to the gaps in knowledge and understanding, he failed to perceive the perils embedded within this path. Consequently, when he attempted to break through to the divine realm, catastrophe struck. His flesh and blood ruptured and transformed into demonic essence, and he was unable to survive the divine calamity. At that moment, Sun Batian believed Han Shulao Mo had perished utterly. Little did he know, Han Shulao Mo, with remarkable cunning, managed to cling to life after his failure, albeit gravely wounded and plunged into a deep slumber. Although the unexpected events during his ascent to the divine realm had marred his achievement, the elevation of his life force allowed him to endure for many years. The reason for Han Shulao Mo's sudden awakening lay in a massacre of numerous disciples of the demon sect at the hands of Yang Yi, Lian Luo, and Xiao Qinyu within the valley. Thousands of disciples fell, and while most of their vitality was absorbed by the corpse-refining techniques, a small fraction was consumed by Han Shulao Mo, who had been dormant for centuries. Thus, he awakened. The amount of vitality he absorbed was ultimately limited, and the restoration of his consciousness and bodily functions took considerable time, which allowed him to evade Yang Yi. In truth, when the demon sect's leader, Han Jingshan, remarked that Yang Yi and his companions were oblivious to the Mist's Mountain, he referred not only to the potentially unhinged Sun Batian, but also to the slumbering Han Shulao Mo, who had undergone a transformative descent into darkness over the centuries. It was merely the oversight of Yang Yi and his companions that allowed the situation to unfold as it did. The true threat of Misty Mountain lay in the half-step Mingshun realm elder, Han Shu, who had been transformed by demonic powers. Lian Luo gazed upon the blood-red-robed Han Shu, exuding an overwhelming aura of demonic energy, and softly addressed Sun Batian. Senior son, since we cannot escape, let's engage him in battle. You shall confront him directly, while my sister and I will command the corpses to assist you. We possess 6 corpses capable of demonstrating at least peak 8th to early 9th tier strength. Surely, they can provide some distraction. Sun Batian nodded solemnly, replying, given the circumstances, there is no alternative. The bloodline contract binding me has been severed, and this Han Shu is not yet a true Mingshun. We can fight. Upon hearing their words, Han Shu erupted into a maniacal laughter. Huh. A few mere ants dare to conspire against the deity. How utterly laughable. After his laughter subsided, his gaze turned sharp as a blade, sweeping over Lian Luo, Xiao Qinyu, and Sun Batian. You pitiful insects know nothing of the might of the divine. Enough. The power of the divine requires no elaboration. Out of generosity, I shall allow you to witness it firsthand. After witnessing, you will obediently offer your vitality to me. Han Shu's demeanor appeared increasingly unhinged, his visage twisted and occasionally breaking into maniacal laughter. Xiao Qinyu furrowed her brow and coldly retorted, a deity, you, a creature neither human nor ghost, dare to arrogantly claim such a title? We may not have encountered a true god, but one stands behind us. Senior son, sister, regardless of the outcome today, he shall not escape the reckoning of our junior brother. Let's strike. With a roar, Sun Batian swung his staff, the tremor staff, with might. It expanded in the wind, instantly transforming into a massive trunk, several meters thick and dozens of meters long, rushing towards Han Shu. Possessing the bloodlines of 2 peak Mingshun, the pressure emanating from Han Shu held little weight for Sun Batian. Furthermore, after consuming Sun Wongong's demon core and leveraging much of the resources from the demonic sect over the past few days, he had already regained his peak condition. This was why he had the confidence to support Lian Luo and Xiao Qinyu in their retreat. While he might not be able to defeat Han Shu, with the tremor staff in hand and bolstered by the formidable heritage of the demon race, he was assured of his survival. Regrettably, he had failed to ensure the safe passage of Lian Luo and Xiao Qinyu earlier. Otherwise, he could have secured a favor from a prodigious Mingshun. With matters as they stood, Sun Batian focused solely on attacking Han Shu. As Sun Batian made his move, Lian Luo and Xiao Qinyu were not idle. The sisters summoned all the corpses back, employing the controlling incantation to direct 4 ordinary 8th-tier corpses toward Han Shu. Sun Batian's assault was fierce and unyielding. the tremor staff carrying immense force as it barreled towards Han Shu. If an ordinary pinnacle practitioner of the 9th rank were to face Sun Baishan's attack, they would either perish or be grievously wounded. However, Han Shu Lao, the old demon, is no ordinary foe. He is a survivor of the tribulations of the mind manifestation realm. Although he failed to transcend the tribulation, his body has been sanctified through the baptism of lightning, resulting in a transformation that far exceeds that of an ordinary 9th rank pinnacle. In response to Sun Baishan's onslaught, Han Shu Lao clenched his right fist and forcefully struck the rapidly descending heaven-shaking staff. A resounding boom echoed through the air. Han Shu Lao's body merely trembled twice before he successfully blocked the massive staff. With the sheer force of his punch, he compelled the weighty heaven-shaking staff to halt its advance. Lifting his head with pride, the power of the divine is beyond your comprehension. Before Han Shu Lao could finish his statement, Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu, accompanied by their 4 crafted corpses, arrived on the scene. Seizing the opportunity, while Han Shu Lao was momentarily distracted, the 4 corpses surged toward him. Han Shu Lao, noticing their presence, regarded the 4 crafted corpses with disdain, intent on finishing his previous thought. At that moment, the sisters commanded their 4 corpses to execute a close-range self-detonation against Han Shu Lao. A series of violent explosions erupted, creating a massive crater in the ground and sending clouds of dust into the air. Moments later, as the dust settled, Han Shu Lao's figure reappeared before the eyes of Li Yinluo, Xiao Qinyu, and Sun Batian. He stood erect, seemingly unaffected by the self-detonation of the 4 corpses. However, the sisters keenly observed a trickle of blood at the corner of Han Shu Lao's mouth. Chapter 143. 2 individuals and a demon battle, a half-step into the mind manifestation realm. In truth, even without Li Yinluo's warning, Sun Batian discerned that something was amiss with Han Shu Lao. Logically, a formidable being at the half-step mind manifestation realm should not be injured by the self-detonation of mere 8th rank corpses. This could only indicate one thing. Han Shu Lao was not in his right state. He might still wield power that surpasses the pinnacle of the 9th rank. Yet he ultimately lacked an invincible demeanor. Sun Batian remained silent, wielding the heaven-shaking staff with ferocity against Han Shu Lao. The demonic ape's chaos staff shattered mountains. The demonic ape's chaos staff tilted the heavens. Kill. Sun Batian did not dare to hold back against Han Shu Lao. He unleashed his strongest martial technique to date, the mid-tier heavenly grade demonic ape's chaos staff. Demonic flames ignited upon Sun Baishan's colossal form, extending along his arm to the treasured heaven-shaking staff. Each strike he unleashed was infused with tremendous power, hurtling toward Han Shu Lao. A strange smile emerged on Han Shu Lao's face. Good, little monkey. It seems you have forgotten the humble days when you were beneath my command. How dare you lay a hand on me? Allow me to remind you of your fears. The demonic martial arts are of no use against me. Oh no, against this demon. With a flick of his blood-red robe, the dark mist in the valley coalesced around the ancient demon Han Shu. As the dark energy gathered, a terrifying transformation overtook him. Han Shu's figure grew to approximately 4 meters, and the color of his blood-red robe deepened, resembling dry blood. Most fearsome of all were the changes to his head and back. A pair of blood-red horns emerged from the sides of his head, while gruesome bone spurs sprouted from his back, and his fingers extended into razor-sharp claws. In that moment, Han Shu appeared exceedingly terrifying, having lost most of his human characteristics, instilling dread in all who beheld him. The transformation was instantaneous. Once complete, Han Shu's aura surged even higher. Observing Sun Baishan's onslaught, Han Shu effortlessly deflected it with a mere wave of his arms. Blocking Sun Baishan's strike, Han Shu taunted, "Ha! Little monkey, do you feel despair now? The demonic martial arts are futile against me. Oh no, against this demon. I'm a pure blood demon." After the transformation, Han Shu's mental state seemed even more erratic. His expression grew increasingly wild, and his words became more nonsensical, punctuated by fits of maniacal laughter. Sun Baishan's countenance darkened, reflecting his grave concern. The demonic ape's raging staff was the most formidable technique at his disposal, yet proved ineffective against Han Shu, complicating matters further. Nevertheless, Sun Batian harbored no thoughts of surrender. Having once been weak, he was forcibly bound by a bloodline enslavement contract, leaving him no choice. Now, he would rather die than submit to servitude again. With a fierce roar, he shouted "Kill!" and unleashed another lower-tier, heavenly martial technique against Han Shu. Ultimately, Sun Batian, suffering from a disadvantage in realm and being countered by the strongest techniques, soon found himself on the losing end. Meanwhile, Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu had gathered all the summoned corpses around them. Yet, neither of them recklessly commanded the corpses into battle. Instead, they patiently awaited the right moment. Having already employed the self-destruct technique, Han Shu would undoubtedly be on guard, and a rash attack would yield no results. After all, even the 6 most powerful summoned corpses still fell short against Han Shu, leaving them with no choice but to bide their time. While waiting for an opportunity, Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu were not idle. Li Yinluo kept a vigilant eye on the confrontation between Sun Batian and Han Shu. Once she confirmed that, despite being heavily suppressed, Sun Batian still possessed the strength to defend himself, she finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Xiao Qinyu, speaking in a hushed tone. "Little sister, how many Sun Lei pearls do you have left?" The Sun Lei pearl is a vital emergency item that both Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu always keep on hand. In the past, when Yang Yi was still weak, Xiao Qinyu gifted him a Sun Lei pearl for protection. The potency of a Sun Lei pearl primarily depends on the cultivation level of its creator. Upon hearing Li Yinluo's inquiry, Xiao Qinyu immediately understood her intentions. She promptly unfastened a cloth pouch from her waist and handed it to Li Yinluo. "Sister, all my Sun Lei pearls are inside. There are only 12. I haven't had the time to forge new ones lately." Li Yinluo opened the pouch and confirmed that it contained precisely 12 Sun Lei pearls, 5 of which had explosive power at the peak of the 7th rank, while 7 were at the initial stage of the 8th rank. These Sun Lei pearls had been crafted during their time in Shieling. After examining Xiao Qinyu's pearls, Li Yinluo removed a pouch from her own waist and poured out 15 Sun Lei pearls. Among these, 5 boasted explosive power at the peak of the 7th rank, and 10 at the initial stage of the 8th rank. "Little sister, keep an eye on Senior Sunday. If he finds himself in peril, do not hesitate to command the corpses to charge forward and provide cover." Having given her instructions to Xiao Qinyu, Li Yinluo swiftly proceeded to place the 27 Sun Lei pearls onto the remaining 15 corpses. The threat posed by a single corpse's self-detonation to the transformed Han Shu, the old demon, was minimal. However, what if all 15 corpses detonated simultaneously? If that were insufficient, what about adding the 27 Sun Lei pearls? Among the corpses, 6 possessed self-detonation power that could reach the 9th rank. Li Yinluo was confident that as long as Han Shu had not reached the level of a bright spirit, he would not emerge unscathed. With everything prepared, Li Yinluo focused intently on the battlefield between Sun Batian and Han Shu. They had completed all necessary preparations. Now it was merely a matter of seizing the opportune moment to deal a significant blow to Han Shu. For half an hour, Sun Batian and Han Shu exchanged blows relentlessly. As Han Shu observed the significant disparity in strength between himself and Sun Batian, his frustration grew. Despite his overwhelming power, he could not subdue Sun Batian. Gradually, Han Shu became increasingly agitated, his attacks more ferocious yet increasingly disorganized. This provided Sun Batian with a brief respite. At this stage in the battle, Sun Batian was already gasping for breath. The gap in their abilities was immense. Every clash required him to muster every ounce of his strength. The fact that he could withstand Han Shu for such an extended period, even when his most formidable techniques were countered, was a testament to Sun Batian's extraordinary prowess. Little monkey, D. Han Shu's rationality began to unravel, replaced by an insatiable bloodlust. In a final display of madness, Han Shu forsook all defense and launched an all-out assault on Sun Batian. Driven to the brink of insanity, Sun Batian fought desperately to avoid being slain by the frenzied, bloodthirsty old demon. Chapter 144. Escape from the Misty Mountains. Sun Batian and the old demon Han Shulao battled with reckless abandon. Meanwhile, the seemingly overlooked sisters Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu wore faint smiles on their faces. It appeared that the opportunity they had been waiting for was finally at hand. The sisters had long since prepared their corpse-controlling incantations, ready to unleash a staggering self-detonation of their refined corpses at any moment. As Han Shulao lost all semblance of reason, his power surged significantly. Even Sun Batian, driven to madness by the fight, could not withstand him and, with one misstep, received a devastating blow to his chest, sending him hurtling backwards, gravely injured. It was at this precise moment that Li Yinluo's gaze sharpened. The time had come. "Sister," Xiao Qinyu replied in a hushed tone. "Understood, sister." The sisters simultaneously commanded the refined corpses to charge at Han Shulao with ferocity. At that moment, the deranged Han Shulao's entire focus was fixated on Sun Batian. His sole instinct was to obliterate Sun Batian, entirely oblivious to the 15 refined corpses racing towards him from behind. No, perhaps he sensed them, but in his frenzied state, he dismissed these mere nuisances. After directing the corpses to attack, Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu did not linger for the outcome and rushed toward Sun Batian with all their might. Fortunately, the chaotic clash between Sun Batian and Han Shulao had diverted the latter's attention, sparing the sisters from his overwhelming pressure. Otherwise, under Han Shulao's oppressive aura, their ability to move would have been in grave doubt. As Han Shulao prepared to deliver the fatal blow to Sun Batian, he was abruptly interrupted by the onslaught of the 15 refined corpses. A swarm of ants perish. He raged, striking downwards at the corpses with a furious swipe. Yet, unexpectedly, the 15 refined corpses accelerated and surged towards him. A thunderous roar erupted as the corpses and 27 Sun Lei pearls detonated simultaneously, causing the valley to tremble violently. And a colossal mushroom cloud rose from the epicenter of the explosion. The force of the blast even sent Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu flying. Though the sisters were at the mid-stage of the 8th rank, they struggled to maintain their footing against the tremendous shockwave, showcasing the explosion's overwhelming power. As they were hurled away, Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu disregarded the tumult within their bodies and scrambled to their feet, racing towards Sun Batian. They were acutely aware that despite the ferocity of the explosion, it was unlikely to obliterate Han Shulao. They had to seize the moment, while Han Shulao was momentarily dazed by the blast and hastily escaped the valley. Once they reached the mist, their chances of survival would increase significantly. Senior son, are you all right? Please shrink your form. We will take you with us. Li Yanluo urged anxiously as she approached Sun Batian. Though gravely injured, he had not yet lost consciousness. Upon hearing this, Sun Batian's form instantly shrank to that of a giant, approximately 2 meters tall. Li Yanluo swiftly seized the tremor staff, and together with Xiao Qinyu, they each supported one of Sun Batian's arms, desperately fleeing towards the valley's exit. The echoes of their escape were soon overshadowed by the furious roar of the ancient demon Han Shu, emanating from the very epicenter of the explosion. Almost immediately, a towering blood-red figure burst forth from the clouds of dust. Having undergone yet another transformation in the explosion's aftermath, Han Shu's size had increased once more, along with a significant enhancement of his power. The cost of this transformation was the complete eradication of any trace of humanity from his being. At that moment, Han Shu appeared quite disheveled, with several of the bone spurs on his back shattered and his body marred by numerous wounds. As he emerged from the haze, he let out a fierce growl, pursuing the direction in which Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu had fled. Fortunately, the sisters had acted decisively, preparing for their escape prior to the explosion. Otherwise, evading Han Shu's relentless pursuit would have been exceedingly difficult. By the time Han Shu reached the valley's edge and entered the mist, Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu had already covered a considerable distance with Sun Batian. In truth, had Han Shu retained his rationality, even the psychological effects of the mist within Misty Mountain would not have guaranteed their safety at such a short distance. However, in his current state, Han Shu was utterly deranged, his mind muddled from the explosion. The mist of Misty Mountain proved to be remarkably effective against him. Upon entering it, he was ensnared by its illusions, losing both perception and direction, becoming a terrifying entity wandering aimlessly within the fog. Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu dared not pause for even a moment. They pressed on relentlessly, not allowing themselves any respite until they had exited Misty Mountain altogether. Their minds were consumed by a singular thought: to run far away from the treacherous mists. After an indeterminate duration of flight, the sisters, exhausted and drained, finally collapsed at the foot of an unnamed mountain. Meanwhile, at the Qingxian Temple, Gu Qingxiu had been residing there for quite some time. Under the meticulous guidance of Zhao Taiyuan, Gu Qingxiu had taken a significant step towards achieving the rank of a 9th-grade true person. The timing of the final step remained contingent upon Gu Qingxiu's own fortune. On this particular day, while in seclusion at Qingxian Temple, Gu Qingxiu suddenly sensed 2 familiar auras approaching rapidly, ultimately halting at the mountain's base. After a moment of reflection, he discerned the identities of these 2 presences, the remnants of the Xiantian lineage, Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu, their previous encounters at Knife King Valley, where they exchanged insights and honed their skills together, made their auras distinctly recognizable to Gu Qingxiu. Upon realizing it was Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu, Gu Qingxiu could no longer remain composed and hastily descended the mountain. He sensed that the sisters' auras were somewhat unstable. By the time Gu Qingxiu arrived, Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu had already managed to catch their breath, gazing anxiously towards the misty mountain. They had finally escaped. The previous ordeal had been perilous, and they had nearly lost their lives within. Yet, despite their narrow escape, the sisters felt a profound melancholy. In just one battle, the foundation painstakingly prepared by their junior brother had been buried within. This despondency was fleeting, as Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu quickly gathered their spirits. With Sun Batian gravely injured, there was no time for them to wallow in sorrow. They needed to find a suitable place for his healing without delay. As they turned their gaze away from the misty mountain, preparing to carry Sun Batian away, a formidable aura suddenly descended, causing the sisters' expressions to stiffen. A ninth-grade realizer. What was happening? How can ninth-grade realizer appear in such a remote area? The sisters remained on high alert. If the newcomer harbored malicious intent, they would fight fiercely to defend themselves. Chapter 145. A stop at Qingxian Temple. Soon, a middle-aged Taoist clad in a loose, plain robe appeared beside Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu. The newcomer was none other than Zhao Taixuan, the master of Qingxian Temple. Zhao Taixuan's gaze was fixed on the unconscious Sun Batian as he spoke coldly. Who are you, and what brings you to my Qingxian Temple? Upon hearing the name of Qingxian Temple, Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu recognized that this Taoist was Zhao Taixuan, the number 1 on the Easter Departure Master ranking. They had seen his portrait before, but in the heat of the moment, they had failed to recognize him. When had Zhao Taixuan ascended to become a 9th-grade realizer? Realizing that the man before them was Zhao Taixuan, Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Although they had not met Zhao Taixuan before, they had recently heard their junior brother Yang mention him. The sisters were aware that Zhao Taixuan and their junior brother shared a certain rapport. Li Yinluo clasped her hands in a respectful gesture towards Zhao Taixuan and softly stated their identities. It is indeed our rudeness in the presence of Master Zhao. I am Li Yinluo, and this is my younger sister Xiao Qinyu. Our junior brother's name is Zhou Yi. Upon hearing this, Zhao Taixuan promptly returned the gesture. It is indeed an honor to meet immortal Li and immortal Xiao. I apologize for my lack of courtesy. If you do not mind, please allow me to invite you to the temple for a discussion. I can see that your friend is gravely injured and requires urgent treatment. Zhao Taixuan was well acquainted with the names of Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu, especially since Gu Qingxiu from Knife King Valley was currently within the temple. In recent days, he had heard their names countless times. Zhao Taixuan harbored deep gratitude towards Yang Yi, acknowledging that his breakthrough to the 9th rank was significantly attributed to Yang Yi's contributions. Consequently, he treated Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu with utmost respect. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Yinluo accepted Zhao Taixuan's invitation. Sun Batian's injuries were severe, and if not attended to promptly, they could prove life-threatening. The Qingxian Temple, under the expertise of its master Zhao Taixuan, a 9th rank practitioner, was the most suitable place for Sun Batian's recovery. Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu offered a respectful salute, expressing their readiness to disturb the master. Zhao Taixuan waved his hand, assuring them, there is no need for formalities. Brother Zhou has bestowed kindness upon me. You need not be courteous. The pressing matter at hand was to ensure the well-being of their friend. With that, Zhao Taixuan stepped forward, lifting Sun Batian and soaring towards the mountain. Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu hurriedly followed. As the trio ascended, a figure approached swiftly. It was Gu Qingxiu from the Blade King Valley. Gu Qingxiu had departed from Qingxian Temple almost simultaneously with Zhao Taixuan, albeit lagging slightly due to his lesser cultivation. Upon seeing Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu, he greeted them warmly. After exchanging pleasantries, the four proceeded towards the temple together. Gu Qingxiu felt a surge of curiosity regarding what had befallen Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu, rendering them so disheveled. However, upon observing the concern in their gazes directed at Sun Batian, he recognized that this was not the moment for inquiries. He resolved to remain silent, knowing that the truth would eventually reveal itself. Upon reaching the entrance of Qingxian Temple, Zhao Taixuan waved his hand, activating the concealed formation that shrouded the temple, allowing Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu to enter. This secret formation had been established only after Zhao Taixuan's ascension to the 9th rank, designed to shield the temple from external probing. It was precisely due to this formation that Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu had not sensed Zhao Taixian and Gu Qingxiu's presence at the foot of the mountain. Once inside the temple, Zhao Taixian immediately instructed his disciples to clear a room and prepare medicinal herbs, taking it upon himself to tend to Sun Baishan's injuries. Given the severity of Sun Baishan's wounds, swift action was imperative to avoid complications. Inside the room, Zhao Taixian and several disciples of Qing Xian Temple worked diligently to heal Sun Batian. Outside, Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu awaited anxiously. Sun Baishan's grievous injuries were a direct result of his efforts to protect the sisters. Otherwise, with his capabilities, he could have easily retreated from the clutches of the old demon Han Shu with only minor injuries at most. Thus, the sisters were deeply concerned for Sun Baishan's well-being. Gu Qingxiu had initially intended to inquire about the unfolding events, but at that moment, Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu's focus was entirely on the room. He could only suppress his curiosity and accompany them as they awaited outside, perhaps due to the gravity of Sun Baishan's condition. Zhao Taiyuan, accompanied by 3 8th-grade disciples, finally emerged from the room after a day of intense deliberation. As he stepped outside, his gait appeared somewhat unsteady, a testament to his fatigue. He settled himself at a stone table not far from the room, taking a hearty sip of tea before turning to address Li Yinluo and the sisters, Xiao Qinyu. I have fulfilled my duty. That friend is now free of troubles, requiring only a period of rest to recuperate. A wave of relief washed over Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu, for it was indeed a relief to hear that all was well. Yet, just as they began to relax, they noticed Zhao Taiyuan's piercing gaze fixed upon them. While treating that friend, I detected an exceedingly formidable and troublesome force at the site of his injury. Had it not been for my modest skills, I might have failed to save him. Ladies Li and Xiao, could you enlighten me as to who could inflict such damage upon a being of at least the 9th-grade late stage? Furthermore, who is this friend of ours? I possess some knowledge of the 9th-grade practitioners from the 13 nations of Qianyu, yet I have never encountered his likeness. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingxiu perked up, eagerly awaiting the response from Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yinluo resolved to share their experiences with Zhao Taiyuan and Gu Qingxiu. In truth, she had no intention of withholding information. She was merely pondering the best way to articulate their tale. After a brief interval, she began recounting their recent adventures, starting with the annihilation of the demon cult, an unavoidable subject when discussing the old demon Han Shu. However, during her narrative, Li Yinluo concealed Sun Baishan's true identity, presenting him instead as a legacy of the Xiantian lineage. When she detailed how Yang Yi had led them to vanquish the demon cult, both Gu Qingxiu and Zhao Taiyuan rose in disbelief, staring incredulously at the sisters. You found the demon cult's headquarters in Misty Mountain and destroyed it? You annihilated the Divine Sword sect and then immediately proceeded to obliterate the demon cult? The cult's stronghold lies deep within Misty Mountain. Had Li Yinluo not mentioned it, they would have remained unaware of the cult's demise. After a significant effort to regain their composure, they sat down once more to listen intently to Li Yinluo's account. When she reached the part about a half-step divine realm aberration hidden within Misty Mountain, their composure shattered entirely. Chapter 146. The arrival at the headquarters of the Zijin Mountain Weaving Pavilion. They sprang to their feet once more, gazing at Li Yinluo, their voices trembling with urgency. A half-step divine realm. Are you certain? How did you manage to escape? And what of Brother Zhou? Is it possible that... Li Yinluo gestured toward the room. Elder Sun is a pinnacle 9th-grade practitioner, yet the half-step divine realm entity encountered some issues, allowing us to narrowly escape. The expressions of Zhao Taiyuan and Gu Qingxiu turned grave. The emergence of an aberrant half-step divine realm being posed a dire threat to the entire world. After a moment of calculation, Zhao Taiyuan fixed a serious gaze upon Gu Qingxiu. Brother Gu, immediately send a message back to the Valley of the Blade King, requesting Brother Qinghe to come for a discussion. Also, inform the royal family. As for the Danxiao Lu family, the Qiansong Happy Forest, the Star Picking Tower, and the Heavenly Sound Valley, I shall personally convey our message to them. We must set aside our differences and devise a means to contain this aberrant half-step divine spirit, lest the world be plunged into suffering, and we too cannot escape our doom. Gu Qingxiu nodded in response. I shall dispatch the message to the valley and notify the royal family at once. Li Yinluo and the sisters Xiao Qinyu hesitated, wishing to speak. They were eager to reveal that their junior brother Yang Yi had already ascended to the divine spirit realm. With his return, The half-step divine spirit could be easily dealt with. However, considering the existence of the heavenly machine pavilion and the weaving tower, they ultimately chose to say only this: there is no need to inform the sword pavilion of Shoshan, for my junior brother has recently gone there. By the time the message arrives, the Shoshan sword pavilion will likely have already ceased to exist. Upon hearing this, Zhao Taiyuan and Gu Qingxiu exchanged astonished glances at Li Yanluo. What did she mean by saying that by the time the message arrived, the Shoshan sword pavilion would likely no longer exist? Had the Xintian bloodline grown so formidable that it could effortlessly obliterate the second-ranked Shoshan sword pavilion? Zhao Tian and Gu Qingxiu scrutinized Li Yanluo, while the sisters Xiao Qinyu observed them for quite some time, realizing that the expressions of the sisters were genuine. Given the Xintian bloodline's previous feats of annihilating the Divine Sword sect and the demon cult, they ultimately chose to trust the words of the Yanluo sisters. In light of this, let us inform everyone else, except for the Shoshan sword pavilion. With a brief apology, Gu Qingxiu and Zhao Taiyuan hurriedly departed. It was not until half an hour later that they reappeared before Li Yanluo and the sisters Xiao Qinyu. Zhao Taiyuan first entered the room to check on Sun Baishan's condition, then joined Gu Qingxiu as they sat before Li Yanluo and the sisters. Gu Qingxiu pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Li, fair warrior, and Xiao, fair warrior, I heard you mention that Brother Zhou has already taken action against the Shoshan Sword Pavilion and is confident in its destruction. Have you prepared to confront the Heavenly Machine Pavilion and the Weaving Tower head-on?" Li Yanlu Zhenli Nudda. In fact, we have already clashed with the Heavenly Machine Pavilion and the Weaving Tower, and we have slain several of their ninth-grade true persons. Xiao Qinyu added. The patriarch of the Shun family in the capital and the sword master of the Shoshan Sword Pavilion were both slain in that battle. We have indeed engaged the Heavenly Machine Pavilion and the Weaving Tower directly. Gu Qingxiu and Zhao Taiyuan were not overly surprised by this revelation. They had suspected as much when they learned that Zhou Yi was going to annihilate the Shoshan Sword Pavilion. This was merely confirmation. Zhao Taiyuan instinctively attempted to calculate, but upon realizing he could not divine Zhou Yi, he discreetly ceased his calculations and spoke softly. In light of recent developments, let us seize this opportunity to ensure that the members of the Danxia Lu family, Tianin Valley, Qiantang Happy Forest, and Jiaxing Tower are adequately prepared. Together, we shall extinguish the forces of the Tiangui Pavilion and the Weaving Pavilion. Gu Qingxiu nodded in agreement, affirming the plan. Indeed, the individuals from the Danxia Lu family, Tianin Valley, Qiantang Happy Forest, and Jiaxing Tower are trustworthy and reliable. However, it is prudent to withhold this information from the royal family for the time being, as their intentions are intricate, undoubtedly intermingled with personnel from the Tiangui Pavilion and Weaving Pavilion. In the following days, Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu remained at Qingxian Temple, recuperating from their injuries. Meanwhile, Zhao Taiyuan and Gu Qingxiu contemplated strategies to confront the mutated half-step Ming Shun lurking within Misty Mountain, alongside the Tiangui Pavilion and the Weaving Pavilion. As 10 days swiftly passed, the Danxia Lu family, being relatively close to Yang Prefecture, received envoys from Tianin Valley of Xianin Prefecture, who settled in a small town not far from Qingxian Temple. The Qiantang Happy Forest from Qiantang Prefecture, the Jiaxing Tower from Wuwan Prefecture, and the Knife King Valley from Xiaoming Prefecture were still en route and would likely take several more days to arrive. Ranked 6th in the Easternly power rankings, the Danxia Lu family typically maintained a low profile. The most renowned member of the Lu family is the illustrious Lu Qingli, who holds a top position on the beauty rankings. Tianin Valley, position 9th in the Easternly power rankings, is an all-female faction. They too are discreet in their operations, seldom venturing beyond Xianin Prefecture, resulting in their legends being rarely heard outside their domain. Upon the arrival of the Danxia Lu family in Tianin Valley near the small town close to Qingxian Mountain, they met with Zhao Taiyuan and promptly dispatched several 8th-grade grandmasters to scout Misty Mountain. Of the 4 grandmasters sent for reconnaissance, only one, due to his cautious nature, managed to escape, while the other 3 were devoured by the half-step Ming Shun monstrosity within Misty Mountain. This incident solidified the trust of the Danxia Lu family and Tianin Valley in Zhao Taiyuan. Remaining inactive in the small town, they awaited the arrival of other factions. There was no alternative. The combined forces of Qingxian Temple, Danxia Lu family, and Tianin Valley alone could not contend with a half-step Mingxian creature. The other factions were all top-tier powers within Easternly. The royal family ranked 1st, the Knife King Valley 3rd, the Weaving Pavilion 4th, and the Qiansong Happy Forest Fifth. Only by uniting with them could they hope to confront the half-step Mingshan beast. As Zhao Taiyuan and Gu Qingxiu prepared for the gathering of the major factions to confront the creature within Misty Mountain, Yang Yi had already traversed from the Shouyang Mountain in Kanjia Prefecture to the Zijin Mountain, adjacent to Wuguan Prefecture. This Zijin Mountain serves as the headquarters of the Weaving Pavilion in Eastern Li. Yang Yi's purpose for arriving was to eliminate the second-tier Mingshan practitioner, Lan Hongxiu, of the Weaving Pavilion. Descending powerfully from the heavens upon the summit of Zijin Mountain, his formidable aura stirred the numerous experts of the Weaving Pavilion. In but a fleeting moment, 12 formidable 9-grade true beings ascended with great fury, positioning themselves opposite Yang Yi. The foundation of the Weaving Brocade Pavilion is indeed profound. They, in collaboration with the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, have released the prestigious True Being Rankings, which features only 15 esteemed 9-grade true beings. Presently, within the headquarters of the Weaving Brocade Pavilion on Zijin Mountain, lie more than 10 such true beings. Such strength elucidates why the Qian domain has been suppressed by them, reaping its harvest for over a millennium. Yang Yi paid no heed to these more than 10 9-grade true beings, instead directing his gaze toward Zijin Mountain below. With a mere thought, a terrifying force of divine consciousness surged forth, enveloping every corner of Zijin Mountain. Chapter 147. The headquarters of the Weaving Brocade Pavilion on Zijin Mountain. Moments later, Yang Yi withdrew his divine consciousness. The renowned practitioner Hongxiu of the Weaving Brocade Pavilion's second ring of the Bright Spirit Realm was not present in Zijin Mountain. Yang Yi's cold gaze shifted toward the 12 newly ascended 9-grade true beings of the Weaving Brocade Pavilion. The overwhelming divine consciousness he had just unleashed had already made them acutely aware that Yang Yi was a formidable entity of the Bright Spirit Realm. At this moment, as the 12 9-grade true beings sensed the unabashed malice in Yang Yi's eyes, a chill ran down their spines. The anger they had displayed moments ago was swiftly extinguished in the face of such a superlative powerhouse. Despite the presence of Bright Spirit Realm practitioners within their own ranks, they dare not exhibit any semblance of arrogance or ire. After all, their own Bright Spirit Realm master was not at home. Should they provoke this unknown Bright Spirit before them, their fate would be sealed. Even if their own Bright Spirit Realm master sought vengeance for them in the future, what good would it serve? If they were to perish, all would indeed be in vain. One 9-grade pinnacle practitioner of the Weaving Brocade Pavilion, mustering his courage, stepped forward and addressed Yang Yi with a sycophantic smile. "Esteemed sir, may I inquire if there is anything we can assist you with? Please command us, and we shall exert every effort to fulfill your requests." Yang Yi, showing no inclination to engage in conversation, dismissed him entirely. His divine consciousness surged once more, splitting into 12 streams that penetrated the foreheads of the 12 9-grade true beings, delving into their memories. In a brief span, Yang Yi comprehended their memories thoroughly. These 12 9-grade true beings were considered high-ranking within the Eastern Li Weaving Brocade Pavilion. However, to the practitioners of the Desolate Domain, they were merely lowly servants, unaware of many matters concerning the Desolate Domain's practitioners. Yang Yi's exploration of their memories did not trigger any latent defenses of the Desolate Domain. Upon concluding his examination, Yang Yi discovered that after leaving Zijin Mountain, Hongxiu had not returned. Moreover, he gleaned another critical piece of information from their memories. Their harvest day was swiftly approaching, set to occur in merely 6 months. Once they had gathered the 8-grade and 9-grade entities and successfully forged the blood pills, powerful individuals from the Desolate Domain's practice families would traverse the chaotic Thunder Sea to claim the blood pills. In the Tianji Pavilion, the Weaving Pavilion harvests the realms of the 8th and 9th ranks, along with the concoction of blood pills, which approximately requires 6 months. This implies that within a year, formidable beings from the Wilderness Domain shall descend. This news bears a somewhat neutral weight. A year is ample time for Yang Yi to flourish. Without mentioning the Tao-seeking realm, he is at least quite hopeful of reaching the pinnacle of the spirit manifestation realm. As long as the Chun family and the Lien family from the Wilderness Domain do not directly send a Tao Seeker, he need not harbor any concerns, as his self-preservation is assured. However, time is limited for his 2 senior sisters, Lien Luo and Xiao Qinyu, to cultivate. From their memories, Yang Yi gleaned a piece of favorable news. The artifact, the Void Vessel, which enables traversal across the chaotic Thunder Sea, has been lost by the Weaving Pavilion. Prior to the arrival of the Wilderness Domain's true lineage, It would be exceedingly difficult for the weaving pavilion to establish contact with them or convey any messages. This aligns with his recollections of Chun Jinhong, where the restrictions on transmitting messages to the outer domains are quite significant. Upon learning this information, Yang Yi's urgency to eliminate Lian Hongxiu diminished. Given this circumstance, news regarding his initial divine ring having 4 colors would be even more challenging to transmit beyond the Qian domain. 1 year provides sufficient time for him to eradicate the weaving pavilion and the Tianji pavilion from the Qian domain entirely. Naturally, the Tianji pavilion would still possess methods to contact the Chun family of the wilderness domain. Nonetheless, Yang Yi harbored no concerns. He discovered through the memories of these individuals that the Tianji pavilion's means of contacting the Chun family are located in the Ding Tian mountain at the eastern departure Tianji pavilion headquarters. This mountain is indeed Yang Yi's next target. With 2 spirit manifestation realm beings from the eastern departure Tianji pavilion already deceased, obliterating the eastern departure Tianji pavilion would be a trivial task. At that juncture, the Tianji pavilion's methods of liaison with the Chun family would become ineffective. This means that the matter regarding his initial divine ring shall remain undisclosed beyond the Qian domain, unless the weaving pavilion and Tianji pavilion from the other 12 nations possess alternative means of contact with the wilderness domain. However, such a possibility is rather slim. The chaotic Thunder Sea is no ordinary place, and conventional methods struggle to traverse it. Each of these 2 factions possesses a stable means of communication with the wilderness domain, which is already a significant feat. In fact, even their so-called stable communication methods can only operate during the weakest moments of the chaotic Thunder Sea, offering merely 2 opportunities within a year. It is precisely for this reason that Yang Yi's resolve to pursue Lian Hongxiu is not as pressing. He has ample time to deal with the situation at his leisure. Lian Hongxiu cannot escape. Neither can the entirety of the 13 nations Tianji pavilion or weaving pavilion in the Qian domain. He has acquired all the necessary information, rendering the presence of the weaving pavilion's personnel redundant. With a thought, Yang Yi unleashed an overwhelming pressure of the Great Spirit Manifestation Realm, instantly obliterating all 500 disciples of the weaving pavilion on the Purple Gold Mountain. The 12 ninth-ranked true persons specifically targeted by Yang Yi met their demise in an instant. Observing the numerous lifeless bodies of the weaving pavilion disciples below, Asuplis smiled gratitude Yang Yi's leaps. The moment of harvest had arrived. The headquarters of the weaving pavilion on Purple Gold Mountain is modest in size, yet its 500 disciples are all elite practitioners, each possessing martial prowess of at least the 7th rank. It is reasonable to expect that their recent gains will not be lacking in value. Yang Yi's spiritual force radiated forth, swiftly encompassing the entirety of Purple Gold Mountain, methodically completing his search for corpses and treasures. Upon concluding this task, Yang Yi's figure flickered and appeared in the scripture repository of the weaving pavilion. There, he discovered the complete celestial-level cultivation method, Shintian Ichi-Ju, from the Shintian sword sect, along with the celestial-level technique molding blades, startling swan strike from the Blade King's Valley, and the Easternly royal family's celestial-level method, 9 dragons suppressing the world. The sight of 9 dragons suppressing the world hinted to Yang Yi that the royal family must have once given birth to a divine being, though the timing of its demise remained unknown. Perhaps Gu Qinghe possessed some knowledge of this. Otherwise, he would not have advised Yang Yi that the royal family might have methods to nurture divine spirits through real elixirs. However, such matters were inconsequential to Yang Yi now, as he had already attained the realm of a divine being, rendering these techniques of little use to him. Nevertheless, he resolved to take them with him, whether to bequeath to his senior sister or to sell to the Blade King's Valley, as doing favors for the royal family was always beneficial. Thus, he promptly stored all the cultivation methods and martial techniques from the weaving pavilion's scripture repository into his divine space. He then turned his attention towards the treasury of the weaving pavilion. There, he beheld a mountain of gold, silver, and jewels, an array of precious ores, rare medicinal herbs, and countless heavenly and earthly treasures, along with a dozen longevity blood elixirs and essence blood elixirs. Yang Yi first examined the longevity blood elixirs and essence blood elixirs with great scrutiny. After a brief moment, his brow furrowed slightly, and with a wave of his hand, he destroyed them all. These elixirs, crafted from living beings, while possessing miraculous effects, were akin to consuming human flesh. Their retention served no purpose. Although Yang Yi was known for his selfishness and ruthlessness, He could not condone the act of cannibalism. Witnessing the bloody aura emanating from the longevity blood elixirs and essence blood elixirs only deepened his disdain for the weaving pavilion and the heavenly mechanism pavilion. In the 148th chapter, titled Arrival at the Royal Palace, unexpected news, after securing all the gold, silver, jewels, precious ores, rare medicinal herbs, and heavenly and earthly treasures into his divine space, Yang Yi swiftly made his way to the medicinal garden of the weaving pavilion. Note: the local forces of the Qian domain lack advanced medicinal cultivation techniques, being capable of growing only a limited variety of herbs. Yang Yi had learned of the weaving pavilion's medicinal garden through the reading of memories. This garden was home to numerous potent herbs. While these herbs could not compare to the heavenly and earthly treasures in terms of efficacy, their sheer quantity and mild properties made them suitable for mass consumption. Ultimately, Yang Yi harvested hundreds of varieties and thousands of plants from the medicinal garden, not sparing even the immature herbs. Having thoroughly looted the purple gold mountain headquarters of the weaving pavilion, Yang Yi also took with him 12 corpses of 9th-rank true beings before departing for the headquarters of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion on Ding Tian Mountain. At the Ding Tian Mountain Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion headquarters, Chen Jingxing had made some recovery after several days of rest. However, the prolonged absence of Chen Jinru and Chen Jinhong left him in a state of unease, a foreboding sense lingering in his heart. In the Hall of Heavenly Mechanisms, Chen Jingxing shook his head, attempting to dispel the unsettling thoughts, and reassured himself. My elder brother and third brother are both at the Bright Spirit Realm, with the elder being a second ring Bright Spirit, truly invincible within the entire Qian domain. It shall be fine. A mere Zhou, he cannot pose a threat. My elder and third brothers will easily handle him. Perhaps my third brother is merely indulging in leisure and has been delayed. Though he sought solace in these thoughts, a wave of disquiet washed over him when he recalled their first encounter, where Zhou Yi was merely at the 8th grade, and upon their second meeting, had ascended to the peak of the 9th grade. The recollection of Zhou Yi's formidable presence sent shivers down his spine. He had single-handedly battled 5 9th grade masters, decisively defeating 4, with only himself surviving. The memory of Zhou Yi's final move left him trembling, for it seemed to transcend the capabilities of the Bright Spirit Realm. As Chen Jingxing anxiously awaited the return of his brothers in the Grand Hall, unbeknownst to him, a harbinger of death was en route to Mount Dingtian. As Yang Yi traversed the skies above the capital of Jingzhou, he suddenly recalled that the Shun family resided within this very city. He promptly decided to divert his course to eliminate the Shun family, thus avoiding unnecessary travel. Uncertain of their exact location, he deemed it not too difficult to locate them. For the Shun family held positions within the imperial court, and the formidable Shun Aoyun once commanded the court's Bureau of Intelligence. By merely seeking out the current emperor, he could easily ascertain the whereabouts of the Shun family and potentially uproot their entire influence. With this thought in mind, Yang Yi concealed his presence and swiftly made his way towards the imperial palace at the heart of the capital. In the hall of Fengtian within the palace, Emperor Ji Cheng of Dongli was listening to his trusted confidant, Qin Aoshuang, as she delivered a report. Kneeling on one knee, Qin Aoshuang spoke in a loud voice. Your Majesty, urgent news has arrived from Knife King Valley. Ji Cheng set aside the edict he had just reviewed and replied nonchalantly, What is it? Your Majesty. A joint message has been sent by Gu Qingxiu of Knife King Valley and Zhao Tai Xian of Qing Xian Temple, reporting that a creature at the half-step Bright Spirit Realm has appeared in the misty mountain of Yunkazu. They request Your Majesty to dispatch personnel to eliminate this creature. Upon hearing this, Emperor Ji Cheng's brush twitched before he set it down and inquired, Is this news confirmed? Qin Aoshuang nodded in response, Your Majesty. I have already dispatched the Zhu Ying Guard to verify, and it is indeed true. The Danxiao Lu family from Qing Xian Temple, along with the Tianyin Valley and Star Picking Tower, have already arrived near Misty Mountain, and reinforcement from Qianshan Kuaiwa Forest are on their way and will arrive shortly. Emperor Ji Cheng sighed deeply, rising to his feet. It is a time of many troubles. I shall personally go summon our ancestors. For matters of such magnitude, as the ruler of Dongli, I cannot remain indifferent. Just as Emperor Ji Cheng prepared to rally support, an inexplicable and formidable presence manifested within the hall. Whether it was the Emperor Ji Cheng or the heartless blade King Qin Aoshuang, both felt their bodies stiffen, rendered immobile in their positions. Compared to Qin Aoshuang, Emperor Ji Cheng of Dongli fared slightly better. At least he could still move his lips. Senior, I'm unaware of where I have offended you. I humbly request your guidance." The Emperor of Dongli struggled to articulate, his words emerging slowly. At that moment, Yang Yi became aware of his own lapse in composure. Initially, he had merely intended to inquire about the location of the Shun family, but unexpectedly, he had come upon the troubling news of an incident at Misty Mountain. Concern for his senior sisters, Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu, weighed heavily upon him, causing his aura to uncontrollably emanate. Yang Yi stifled his worries and reigned in his aura once more. Emperor Ji Cheng and the heartless blade King Qin Aoshuang, feeling as if they had been granted a reprieve, gasped for breath. After regaining their composure, they both turned their gazes toward Yang Yi. Upon seeing him, they were momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in unison, "It's you?" The inheritor of the Xiantian bloodline, the dual prodigy of swords and blades, Zhou Yi. Yang Yi did not find it surprising that they recognized him. His visage had long circulated throughout Dongli, and he had made no efforts to conceal his appearance during this visit. Ignoring their astonishment, Yang Yi fixed his gaze firmly on Qin Aoshuang. "Relate to me the events at Misty Mountain in detail, without concealing anything, or else." As he spoke, Yang Yi's eyes flicked toward Ji Cheng, the implication clear. Qin Aoshuang glanced at Ji Cheng, and upon receiving a nod of assent from him, she proceeded to recount the details. The incident at Misty Mountain involved Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu of the Xiantian bloodline, who had accompanied a ninth-grade cultivator surnamed Sunday. After hearing Qin Aoshuang's account, Yang Yi finally understood why the leader of the demonic sect, Han Jingshan, had stated that they were completely unaware of the happenings at Misty Mountain. The real threat had never been Sun Batian, but rather the ancient ancestor of the demonic sect. Fortunately, it appeared that his senior sisters, Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu, were mostly unharmed, though Sun Batian had sustained serious injuries. From Qin Aoshuang's words, Yang Yi learned that the half-step Mingshun realm creature seemed to be in turmoil, endlessly roaming within Misty Mountain, showing no signs of departing anytime soon. This revelation allowed Yang Yi to breathe a sigh of relief. With that in mind, he deemed it unnecessary to hastily return to Yonk Prefecture. He could first eliminate the Shun family and then return to the headquarters of the Tianji Pavilion in the Tianshan Mountains. Given his speed, even after vanquishing two major forces, he would still have ample time to return, perhaps even faster than the royal family. Contemplating this, Yang Yi turned to Emperor Ji Cheng and succinctly stated, "The Shun family bears a grudge against me. Tell me their whereabouts. I shall only slay the members of the Shun family, while the Windcatcher division shall deal with the rest. I trust you will not disappoint me." Without hesitation, Emperor Ji Cheng divulged the location of the Shun family. Senior, their main stronghold is located 18 miles northeast of the capital, in Xinjia town. Having offended the elder, the Shun family should accept the consequences. I shall not intervene. Chapter 149. The Annihilation of the Shun Family, the Ascendance of the Heavenly Mountains Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. After hearing the words of the Eastern Departure Emperor, Ji Cheng, Yang Yi nodded lightly and departed. Once Yang Yi had truly left, the Eastern Departure Emperor Ji Cheng and the Ruthless Blade King, Qin Aoshuang, could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The aura emanating from Yang Yi had instilled in them a sense of peril, akin to drifting leaves in a tempest, their lives hanging by a thread. Qin Aoshuang, with utmost caution, cast a glance at Ji Cheng and whispered, "Your Majesty, this individual is exceedingly unreasonable. Should we not speak with caution?" Ji Cheng interrupted, his countenance darkening. At this, Qin Aoshuang hastily fell silent. Then they heard Ji Cheng's voice, resonant and grave. "Aoshuang, your cultivation is insufficient to discern his true nature. I do not hold it against you. He is far from the rumored 8th rank. Nor is he even at the 9th. He is a true titan. I have only sensed a similar aura from the 9 ancestors. When dealing with such a personage, one must exhibit the utmost respect." Qin Aoshuang was left in a state of shock. The royal 9 ancestors. What manner of beings were they? They were the legendary embodiments of the enlightened realm, the true stabilizing force of the royal family. The 9 ancestors were figures of 3 centuries past, the most gifted individuals of the royal lineage since the establishment of Eastern Departure. It was said that the royal 9 ancestors, over 300 years ago, in pursuit of the pinnacle of martial arts, ventured alone into the sea, perishing amidst a terrifying tempest. Had he not been closely associated with the emperor and fortunate by chance, he would not have been privy to the legacy of the royal 9 ancestors. Indeed, one must harbor no disrespect towards beings of such caliber. Bowing deeply, Qin Aoxiang addressed Ji Cheng. Your Majesty, I understand. Very well from now on. Exercise caution and refrain from discussing this matter with outsiders. I shall summon our 2 ancestors to venture to Misty Mountain. Aoxiang, I entrust you with a mission. Investigate the Windcatcher Bureau thoroughly. Over the years, under the Shun family's influence, the Bureau has strayed from its fundamental duties and must be rectified. Understood. Unbeknownst to Yang Yi regarding the royal family's response, he was hastening towards the Shun family at an astonishing speed. In but a fleeting moment, he traversed 18 miles, arriving at the Shun family's town. Although referred to as a town, Shun family town was quite expansive, with a population of no less than 60 to 70,000. At its heart stood a resplendent palace, akin to a royal citadel, serving as the stronghold of the Shun family, where over 2,000 members resided. With the deaths of the ancestral figures, Shun Guantao and the Sword King Shun Aoyun, the Shun family had significantly diminished in strength. Though a few 8th-rank grandmasters remained, they were merely trivial obstacles to Yang Yi. Hovering above the Shun family, Yang Yi clenched his right fist and unleashed a devastating strike downward. The true martial fist technique, shattering mountains and rivers. A terrifying force erupted, and in an instant, the Shun family's palace was obliterated, leaving no time for its inhabitants to react before they were all vanquished. In the town of Xinjia, a tremendous upheaval shook the very foundations, and, as the townsfolk steadied themselves, they discovered that the Shun family palace had vanished, leaving behind only a colossal and deep indentation as evidence of its former presence. The crowd stood in stunned silence, their astonishment palpable. Within the palace, not a single one of the over 2,000 members of the Shun family had escaped. They had all met their demise. Yang Yi, utilizing his spiritual prowess to survey the scene, gathered the spoils before swiftly departing. He opted not to seize the Shun family's treasury, for despite the obliteration of their stronghold, it was certain that some members remained unaccounted for in the outside world. The royal family would undoubtedly handle those elusive remnants in due time. Thus, he resolved to leave the treasury as a gift for the royal family. However, a sense of urgency gnawed at Yang Yi. He longed to complete his task and return to the Qingxian Temple in Yunkai Prefecture. With unwavering determination, he directed his efforts towards the headquarters of the Tianji Pavilion at Ding Tian Mountain. In less than 2 hours, he arrived above the pavilion, where numerous formidable figures resided, 13 ninth-grade experts alongside countless 7th and 8th grade masters. Alas, without a divine presence to oversee them, they lacked the capacity to resist Yang Yi. Upon reaching the headquarters, he unleashed his spiritual senses to sweep across the entire establishment. In an instant, he pinpointed a familiar aura. With a flicker, Yang Yi materialized in the grand hall of the Tianji Pavilion before Chun Jinxing. Chun, taken aback by Yang Yi's sudden appearance, was seized by terror and began to scream in a frenzy. How is it you? How could you still be alive? What are you doing, Lao San? Yang Yi, unwilling to engage in futile dialogue with someone destined for death, sought only to delve into Chun Jinxing's memories. Previously, he had overlooked crucial information regarding the Tianji Pavilion's connection to the Chun family of the wilderness in Chun Jinxing's mind. Now, he intended to conduct a targeted search of Chen's memories. As Chun continued his tirade, Yang Yi, growing impatient, pressed a finger against his forehead, allowing his spiritual force to penetrate Chen's being. In mere moments, he acquired the information he sought. The means by which the Tianji Pavilion communicated with the Chun family involve a treasure known as the Tianji Divine Eagle. This artifact, crafted from an extraordinary material, possessed the ability to traverse the chaotic sea of lightning during periods of diminished storm intensity. Currently, the Tianji Divine Eagle resided within the treasury of the Tianji Pavilion. Having gleaned the desired knowledge, Yang Yi subtly twitched his finger, delivering a fatal strike to Chun Jinxing. Subsequently, he unleashed an overwhelming pressure of divine might, annihilating the 1,000-strong assembly at the Tianji Pavilion atop Ding Tian Mountain. As his spiritual essence swept across the mountain, he collected the spoils before reappearing in the pavilion's treasury. He broke through the grand doors, first locating the Tianji Divine Eagle, then systematically absorbing all the treasures within the pavilion's confines into his divine space. Yang Yi then proceeded to visit the library and herbal gardens of the Tianji Pavilion, thoroughly depleting its resources. Having completed all these tasks, Yang Yi hastily made his way towards Yunkai Prefecture, scarcely pausing to assess the spoils acquired from his recent forays into the realm of the deceased. In the Qingxian Temple of Yunkai Prefecture, after 10 days of recuperation, Sun Baishan's injuries had improved significantly, and he had awakened from his unconscious state. Upon regaining consciousness, Sun Batian learned that Zhao Taixian and Gu Qingxiu had summoned a multitude of skilled individuals with the intent to eliminate the formidable half-step Ming Shin creature lurking in Misty Mountain. This news immediately filled him with a sense of foreboding. Sun Batian held little faith in the capabilities of those gathered by Zhao Taixian. No one understood the terror of that half-step Ming Shin creature better than he did. Victory could not be secured through sheer numbers alone. His own combat prowess surpassed that of an average peak 9th rank, bolstered by the presence of a divine weapon, the Tremor Staff. Even so, he had nearly perished in the encounter. How could those gathered hope to succeed? Sun Batian had attempted to advise Zhao Taixian and the others, but their responses were largely uniform. Even if they were at a disadvantage, they felt compelled to confront the menace, vowing to eradicate such malevolence to prevent it from one day emerging from Misty Mountain to wreak havoc upon the world. Sun Batian longed to express that once Zhou Yi returned, the crisis would resolve itself. However, the words died on his lips. The sisters Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu had refrained from mentioning Zhou Yi for reasons of their own. Who was he to speak out of turn? Chapter 150. The half-step Ming Shun emerges from Misty Mountain. With grave injuries, Sun Batian found himself unable to partake in the impending battle. He could only hope that the royal family and the personnel from Qiantang Happy Forest would arrive later, thereby postponing the conflict and allowing him additional time to heal. Or perhaps until Zhou Yi's return. His desire to recover swiftly was not born of a yearning to engage in battle. He lacked such altruism. Rather, he was solely focused on regaining strength, so that when he encountered the half-step Ming Shun, the old demon Han Shu, he could swiftly escape with Li Yinluo and the Xiao sisters. Yet, matters in this world seldom unfold as desired. Although the various factions could momentarily suppress their urges to hunt the half-step Ming Shun creature, the creature itself was not stationary. It was a living entity capable of movement. Upon the arrival of Qiantang Happy Forest, they promptly dispatched personnel to probe into Misty Mountain situation. However, in recent days, amidst the incessant disruptions from the major factions, the old demon Han Shu had regained a measure of his wits. After slaying several skilled members of Qiantang Happy Forest, he emerged from Misty Mountain with the surviving individuals, heading toward the small towns where various factions congregated. Currently in the town, the 9th-ranked masters from Qingxian Temple, Knife King Valley, Danxia Lu family, Tianyin Valley, Star Picking Tower, and Qiantang Happy Forest had assembled, with only the royal family yet to arrive. Once the royal members arrived, they would promptly advance into Misty Mountain. To confront a half-step Ming Shun, they had mobilized an unprecedented formation. Yet, they could not guarantee that such a formation would suffice against a half-step Ming Shun, for in the realm of Qian, the Ming Shun was a legendary echelon. Even if he were merely a half-step into the realm of divinity, they dared not let their guard down. As Han Shu Lao, the old demon of the half-step divine realm, emerged from a Misty Mountain, Sun Batian, recuperating within the Qingxian Temple, was suddenly gripped by a wave of trepidation. This was an innate sense of impending crisis that Sun Batian possessed. Without a moment's hesitation, he struggled to rise from his chamber and summoned Li Yinluo and the sisters Xiao Qinyu, speaking with grave urgency. Sister Yinluo, Sister Qinyu, I am struck by a foreboding feeling. Having fought side by side through life and death, their bond had deepened to the point of calling each other siblings. This place is no longer safe. We must depart at once. Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu, still holding great trust in Sun Batian, did not hesitate to comply. They could surmise that his ominous premonition stemmed from a dire source. However, before leaving, they needed to relay this message to Zhao Taiyuan and others in the town, the belief in its veracity being beyond their control. Very well, brother Sun. Please hold on for a moment while I inform Daoist Zhao and the others at Qingxian Temple. With that, Li Yinluo hastened to find a disciple of Qingxian Temple, conveying Sun Baishan's words, before setting off northward with Xiao Qinyu and Sun Batian. Upon hearing the warning from Li Yinluo, the disciple of Qingxian Temple did not dare to delay, and quickly made his way to the town. Everyone in Qingxian Temple was aware that Sun Batian was a supreme powerhouse at the pinnacle of the 9th grade. They could not afford to take his warning lightly. The town lay merely 20 to 30 miles from Qingxian Temple, and in no time, the disciple had delivered Li Yinluo's message. Upon receiving the news, Zhao Taiyuan's brows furrowed deeply as he began to calculate feverishly. Moments later, his expression turned to one of horror. Even after divining the outcome, he struggled to accept it. To verify what he had calculated, Zhao Taiyuan suddenly flung open the window of the inn and peered intently at the passers-by in the street. Upon seeing the pallor of death etched upon their faces, Zhao Taiyuan's complexion turned ashen, devoid of any remaining hope. In an instant, he soared into the air above the town and bellowed, "People of Lingyun Town, I am Zhao Taiyuan. A calamity of unimaginable proportions is about to befall Lingyun. You must flee immediately, as far away as possible." Zhao Taiyuan's voice resonated across the entirety of Lingyun Town, tinged with an urgent sharpness. Most residents recognized Zhao Taiyuan, aware of his genuine prowess. Upon hearing his warning, the majority chose to believe him, hastily gathering their families and departing. The once peaceful town was plunged into chaos, with collisions and trampling becoming commonplace. Zhao Taiyuan felt powerless in the midst of it all. Their survival now lay in their fate. Remaining in Lingyun Town would be tantamount to courting death. At that moment, the various ninth-grade masters within Lingyun Town caught wind of Zhao Taiyuan's alarming proclamation. In an instant, he soared to Zhao Taishuan's side. The bond between Dawang Valley and Qingxian Temple was profound, prompting Gu Qinghe to inquire immediately, "Master, what has transpired?" Zhao Taishian replied urgently, "I have just received a message from the remnants of Xiantian, warning of an ominous premonition, urging us to evacuate swiftly. Upon calculating, it seems that the half-step Ming Shun realm creature from Misty Mountain has escaped and is heading this way." I observed the faces of the townsfolk. Each bore signs of impending doom. Hence I signaled for them to leave post-haste. No sooner had Zhao Taishian finished speaking than Luo Mingzhu, a ninth-tier master from Tianin Valley, clad in a flowing white robe, interjected, "Master, do you mean to say that we cannot withstand a half-step Mingxin?" Hearing this, Lu Ding, the head of the Danxiao Lu family, and Gao Yuyao, the captain of Qiansong Happy Forest, turned their gazes toward Zhao Taishian. His expression grave. Zhao Taishian scanned the assembly before shaking his head in resignation. "There is no chance. The strongest among us is merely late-stage ninth tier. The disparity is too great. Unless the royal family's foremost individual, the peak ninth tier Ji Xianling, arrives, we might rely on formations to assist Ji Xianling in vanquishing that half-step Mingxin creature. Without Ji Xianling, there is no one who can restrain it, and the formation cannot be established, leaving us devoid of hope." The brothers Gu Qinghe and Gu Qingxiu from Dawang Valley nodded in agreement with Zhao Taishuan's assessment. Unlike other factions, they had encountered Sun Batian and were fully aware of his formidable prowess, as well as the severity of his injuries. They understood that Zhao Taishuan's words were not exaggerated. Zhao Taishian offered a brief explanation before addressing the others. "Based on my calculations and the observations of the townsfolk, that half-step Mingxin creature will arrive here in approximately 1 hour. I wish to set up a formation in Lingyun Town to confine it temporarily, buying us some time, and I hope for your assistance." In unison, Gu Qinghe, Luo Mingzhu, Lu Ding, and Wu Wanbang expressed their willingness. "We are not adept in formations, Master. Please proceed as you see fit. Should you issue commands, we shall comply without hesitation." Reassured by their words, Zhao Taishian promptly replied, "Please send away all disciples below the 8th tier. They will be of no help to us now. The remaining 8th tier grandmasters must gather to follow us. For each formation node I establish, I will need one 9th tier master and several 8th tier grandmasters to channel their vital energy into it." Chapter 151, Setting the Formation. Time was of the essence. After the several 9th tier masters nodded in acknowledgement of Zhao Taishuan's instructions, they dispersed momentarily. However, they swiftly returned with their respective 8th tier grandmasters by Zhao Taishian's side. Once all were gathered, Zhao Taishian surveyed the group. At that moment, including himself, there were 6 9th tier masters and 28th tier grandmasters in attendance. With a clear understanding of their lineup, Zhao Taishian knew precisely what formation to deploy. Zhao Taishian calculated briefly and then soared toward the direction outside the small town, followed promptly by the others. During their flight, Zhao Taishian succinctly explained the formation he intended to deploy. "I plan to set up the 6 Harmonies Soul Confusion Array, focusing particularly on the character confinement." In just a few sentences, they reached the eastern part outside the town. Zhao Taishuan's gaze sharpened as he continued his calculations, quickly identifying a suitable location. Suddenly, a 3-inch azure flag slipped from his voluminous sleeve. As he recited incantations, he waved his hand, and the azure flag transformed into a streak of light, embedding itself into the ground. Upon its descent, the flag sank into the earth, and an azure pillar of light surged upwards, followed by Zhao Taishuan's resonant voice. East. Confinement position, concealment, manifest. Master Luo, you and the 4 8th grade grandmasters should channel energy into the light pillar with all your might. Luo Mingzhu from Tianyin Valley, being in the mid-stage of the 9th grade, was slightly weaker among her peers. Thus, Zhao Taixian assigned her 4 8th grade grandmasters to stabilize the formation. Luo Mingzhu responded promptly and led the 4 grandmasters to infuse energy into the azure pillar. Once they commenced their task, Zhao Taixian swiftly directed the others towards the southern position, for time was of the essence. Upon reaching the south, he retrieved a crimson flag and, applying the same method, integrated it into the ground, resulting in a crimson pillar of light ascending. He chanted, "South, departure position, sound disruption, manifest. Master Lu, you and the 3 8th grade grandmasters should channel energy into the light pillar with all your strength." Lu Ding from the Danxia Lu family responded and led the 3 grandmasters to begin infusing energy. Onward, to the next position, the west. Zhao Taixian urged the remaining group to hasten. West, DUI position, reflection, manifest. Master Wu, you and the 3 8th grade grandmasters should channel energy into the light pillar with all your might. North, can position, obscurement, manifest. Captain Gao, you and the 3 8th grade grandmasters should channel energy into the light pillar. With the 4 cardinal directions successfully addressed, only the positions of heaven and earth remained. Zhao Taixian guided Gu Qinghe and the others towards the center of the town, where a soil-colored flag was placed into the earth, resulting in a soil-colored pillar soaring into the sky. Center, earth position, chaos, manifest. Master Gu, I leave this to you. Gu Qinghe replied solemnly, very well. I shall handle this. Now, the last one rests upon you. Qingqiu, accompany the Taoist to the next position and assist him with all your strength. Yes, brother. Zhao Taixian welcomed Gu Qingqiu's presence, as even without Gu Qinghe's prompting, he would have requested her company. Among the 6 9th grade practitioners, he was the weakest, merely at the initial stage of the 9th grade. To maintain a semblance of balance in the formation, he needed to take Gu Qingqiu along, for she was the strongest 8th grade grandmaster present, and the only one capable of fulfilling this role. With the central position secured, the only task that remained was the celestial aspect. Zhao Taixian gazed upward at the vast expanse of the sky, then swiftly vanished into the void, with Gu Qingqiu and the remaining 3 esteemed 8th-tier masters hastily in pursuit. Upon reaching an altitude of 49 meters above Lingyun town, Zhao Taixian let slip a pale blue array flag from his sleeve, which he grasped firmly in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, the flag shot forth, landing precisely at the center of a yellowish light pillar. Above, in the celestial realm, the mind-bewildering barrier manifested. A cascade of pale blue light descended, merging seamlessly with the yellow pillar. Zhao Taixian then turned to Gu Qingqiu and the others, speaking in a solemn tone, "Everyone, channel all your strength into the light pillar." Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Qingqiu and the others joined Zhao Taixian, pooling their energies into the pillar. As their power surged forth, a pale blue barrier rapidly expanded, enveloping the entire town. Once their energies were fully infused, the 5 light pillars, north, south, east, west, and center, swiftly converged, and the pale blue barrier that encapsulated the town gradually dissipated. To the naked eye, there was no indication that an array had been set within the town. With the formation complete, the weary group gathered, unwilling to linger any longer, and immediately set off toward the north. In their current state, should they encounter that half-step divine being, it was likely they would be unable to flee. At this moment, they could scarcely consider the numerous ordinary townsfolk still present. The more vigilant had already fled the town, leaving behind those who either disbelieved or were consumed by greed. Whether they could escape the impending calamity now depended solely on fate. The array set by Zhao Taixian would only activate in the presence of overwhelmingly powerful forces. The ordinary townsfolk still had a chance to depart. Ultimately, whether they left or stayed was their own choice. Those who chose to remain would bear the consequences. As Zhao Taixian and his companions journeyed northward, they soon encountered Li Yin Luo, Xiao Chunyu, and Sun Batian among others. Zhao Taixian hurriedly approached the trio, expressing his gratitude. "Brother Sun, Fairy Li, Fairy Xiao, I sincerely thank you for your timely warnings. Had it not been for your foresight, we would have surely faced dire straits." The 3 waved their hands dismissively, indicating that there was no need for such concern. After exchanging pleasantries, Lian Luo inquired, Taoist, I have heard you set up an array to ensnare the half-step divine being. What is your confidence level? Zhao Taixian raised his head slightly in response, saying, to confine him for an extended period, I cannot guarantee success. However, with the combined strength of our 6 9th-tier masters and several dozen 8th-tier masters, it should be feasible to temporarily restrain him for a day or two. He is merely a mindless beast, not comparable to a true half-step divine being. As long as he has not regained his full faculties and remains unaware of the array, he will not escape my formation within 1 or 2 days. After a brief pause, Zhao Taixian continued. On the second day, it is presumed that the royal entourage will have arrived, and at that time, we shall engage in a true battle. With these words, Zhao Taixian turned to the others and declared, let us rest here for 2 days. We must recuperate swiftly, for the formation can only restrain the enemy, not vanquish them. A confrontation with that monstrous entity is inevitable, and we must gather our strength for this impending clash. The group nodded in agreement and dispersed to find suitable spots to meditate and recuperate, preparing for the decisive encounter with the half-step divine being. After all, they could not evade their fate indefinitely. Only through this battle could they attain lasting peace. Of course, this hinges on the timely arrival of the royal 9th-rank expert. Otherwise, they would have no choice but to flee. Chapter 152, Activation of the Formation, Capturing the Demon. While Zhao Taixian and the others were engaged in meditation, a profound 8th-rank master from the happy forest of Qiansong stumbled into a small town 100 miles away. At that moment, he yearned to report his findings from the Misty Mountains as swiftly as possible, oblivious to the ominous blood-red figure that lingered behind him in the void. Upon entering the town, the 8th-rank master immediately sensed that something was amiss. The town appeared unusually chaotic, with various items scattered across the streets. Once bustling with life, only a few shadows remained. Preoccupied with his urgent return to the inn, he dismissed these unsettling observations. However, upon arriving at the inn where he had settled in the happy forest of Qiansong, he came across a note left by his fellow disciples. Leave the town immediately. Do not linger. Hurry, hurry. Upon reading the note, the 8th-rank master felt a chilling wave of dread wash over him. The images of his earlier experiences in the town flashed vividly before his mind's eye. Uncertain of what had transpired, he understood that he must flee. Clutching the note tightly, he turned and dashed toward the town's exit, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Faster, faster, he urged himself, refusing to entertain any thoughts of luck. Just moments prior, there had been 6 9th-rank experts within the town. Yet now, witnessing the town's disarray, he could not disregard the warning inscribed in the note. Ultimately, however, he found himself unable to escape from Lingyun Town. Just as he was about to step beyond its borders, a faint blue barrier suddenly enveloped the sky above the town, resembling a colossal bowl inverted over the entire area. Instantly, 5 beams of light surged upward within the town, only to vanish in an instant. The environment within the town became a tumultuous whirlwind of chaos. With day and night reversed, winds howling, dust swirling, and mist engulfing the skies, the 8th-rank master from the happy forest was rendered speechless. It seemed he could no longer exit the town. He had been so close to the edge, mere steps away from freedom. Yet, despite his frantic attempts to soar through the air, he could not breach that seemingly insurmountable distance. After several desperate attempts, he found himself disoriented, unable to discern any direction. The 8th-rank Grandmaster of the Joyful Forest found himself in such a predicament because, just as he was about to leave the small town, the old demon Han Shu, who had been following him, stepped within its boundaries. Upon entering the town, the illusory soul formation, meticulously set by Zhao Taixian with the combined power of 6 revered 9th-rank realms and 28th-rank grandmasters, was activated. This formation was purely a confinement array, devoid of any lethal power, yet it excelled in its function of entrapment. The 6 effects of disorientation, auditory disturbance, visual obstruction, mirroring, chaos, and soul confusion overlapped seamlessly, causing Han Shu, who had only just regained a semblance of rationality, to become utterly lost in mere moments. Once he lost his sanity, Han Shu transformed once more into a towering 10-meter-tall aberration, roaring as he roamed the town. Within the confines of the illusory soul formation, the intense disorienting effects rendered Han Shu incapable of advancing a single step. Had he maintained his wits, he likely would have shattered the formation in no time. However, in his current state of chaos, all he felt was a frenzied desire for destruction. Everywhere he passed turned to dust, yet under the influence of the formation, he could not strike at its core. On the outskirts of the town, the 8th-rank Grandmaster of the Joyful Forest heard the old demon's roars. It became clear to him that Han Shu had indeed followed him to this Lingyun town. Everything unfolding within the town was evidently a countermeasure devised by the 9th-rank realms of the various factions. While he could not fathom how they had known that a half-step divine realm creature had emerged from the misty mountains to follow him, it appeared that further contemplation was unnecessary given the dire situation. Despairing, the 8th-rank Grandmaster of the Joyful Forest sank to the ground, realizing he was trapped here, unable to escape his fate. He bore no resentment towards the 9th-rank realms for ensnaring him. They likely harbored doubts about his survival. His fellow disciples had done their utmost by leaving messages at the inn. Unfortunately, he had merely stumbled at the last moment, unable to step out of the town. As the roars within the town grew increasingly ferocious, the Grandmaster fell silent for a moment before suddenly rising, his gaze unwavering as he fixed it upon the direction from which the roars emanated. "Very well, if death is inevitable, let it be a glorious end," he murmured. He wished to look one last time towards the Joyful Forest, but upon lifting his head, he realized he could no longer discern direction. Ultimately, he could only bow his head and softly utter, "Old Master Gao, the Menglio you raised is about to depart. Will you remember me?" Despite the lingering affection for life reflected in Menglio's eyes, he gripped his sword tightly and swiftly moved towards the source of the roars. Approximately half an hour later, a tremendous explosion erupted in the southeastern part of the town. The 8th-rank Grandmaster Menglio detonated himself in a desperate attempt to inflict some damage upon the half-step divine realm creature, thereby diminishing its combat prowess. Regrettably, the damage inflicted by his self-detonation upon the half-step divine mind realm monstrosity was negligible. On an unnamed hill, over 100 miles away, Zhao Taixian abruptly opened his eyes while meditating, his voice cold and resolute. The 6 harmonies bewilderment formation had been activated. It was undoubtedly the work of that half-step divine mind creature. The activation threshold for the formation was exceedingly high. Even a typical late-stage 9th-grade cultivator would not trigger it. Yet, it had been set off, almost confirming that the half-step divine mind being had stepped into the formation. Gu Qinghe, Lu Ding, Luo Mingzhu, and Gao Yuyao also opened their eyes upon hearing this, feeling immense relief for their timely departure from Lingyun Town. The half-step divine mind realm was beyond their collective capability to withstand. Without a peak 9th-grade powerhouse to anchor and restrain, they would merely be offering themselves as fodder. This was not due to a lack of valor or confidence, but rather a clear understanding of their own limitations. After their moment of gratitude, Gao Yuyao, steering the happy forest, turned to Zhao Taixian, her lips parting slightly. "Daoist Zhao, can the 6 harmonies bewilderment formation truly confine that half-step divine mind creature?" Zhao Taixian shook his head in response. "It can indeed confine it, but how long it can do so remains uncertain. Perhaps half a day, perhaps 1 or 2 days. We can only do our utmost and leave the rest to fate. Please, everyone, continue your meditation. I shall keep a vigilant watch on the direction of the town." With a faint sigh, Zhao Taixian added, "Alas, I hope the royal family arrives swiftly. Their pace is far too sluggish." As the golden crow sank in the west and the bright moon ascended in the sky, Lingyun Town lay in ruins beneath the chaotic destruction wrought by the old demon Han Shu. The townsfolk who failed to escape in time had been entirely consumed. When there were no more structures left for him to demolish, and no one left to slay and devour, the old demon Han Shu grew increasingly frenzied, launching indiscriminate attacks on everything around him. Chapter 153, Flight. The greatest reliance of the 6 harmonies bewilderment formation lay in its layers of confounding techniques. The defensive capabilities of the formation itself were not particularly remarkable. Under Han Shu's indiscriminate bombardment, the formation quickly began to reveal its vulnerabilities. 5 pillars of light, each a different hue, supported a massive barrier before their eyes. Although Han Shu had lost awareness, he instinctively directed his attacks toward the pillars. The power of the half-step divine mind realm was terrifying. While the pillars remained concealed, they posed no threat. However, once exposed, they could not withstand Han Shu's fierce assaults. With a series of roars, his spiked hand clenched into a fist and struck the central yellow pillar with great force. With a thunderous crash, the entire town trembled violently, as if a dragon were turning in its lair. The central yellow pillar shattered in response, and the six harmonies bewilderment formation enveloping Lingyun town collapsed with a resounding crash. As the formation crumbled, a powerful surge of energy was unleashed, reducing the entire town to rubble. In the heart of the formation, the enigmatic Han, Shulao, Mo remained unscathed amidst the violent explosion. Towering at 10 meters, adorned with bony spikes, and with eyes aflame, he emerged from the billowing smoke. Stepping out of the small town, his nostrils flared, inhaling the air with fervor. Moments later, he gazed northward, drool trickling from the corners of his mouth as he murmured unconsciously, "Blood, essence, consume them, tread upon the divine." With a powerful stomp, Han Shulao Mo shot forth like a cannonball towards the northern expanse of the town. To the north of Lingyun town lay an unnamed hill. Suddenly, the hairs on Sun Batian's body stood on end, a jarring alarm ringing in his mind. Startled from his meditation, he urgently called out to Li Yanluo and the sister Xiao Qinyu. Sisters Yanluo and Qinyu awakened quickly. Simultaneously, Zhao Taixian, roused from his own meditative state, was struck with horror upon realizing the six harmonies enchantment has been shattered. How could it have been breached so swiftly? Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Zhao Taixian hastily calculated the possibilities, his hands weaving intricate patterns. Moments later, he ceased his calculations and shouted with urgency, "Wake up! The formation has collapsed. That creature approaches us with unstoppable force. Our only chance lies in fleeing north with all our might." In an instant, Zhao Taixian had assessed numerous scenarios, and no matter whether they chose to confront the threat or flee in another direction, death was inevitable. Only by heading north could they grasp a sliver of hope. While Zhao Taixian was still issuing warnings, Sun Batian, Li Yanluo, and Xiao Qinyu had already risen, unhesitatingly making their way northward. Upon realizing the impending danger, the sisters Yanluo and Qinyu intended to alert the group immediately, but Zhao Taixian had already spoken, alleviating the need for their intervention. Their priority was to ensure their own safety. After delivering his message, Zhao Taixian swiftly mobilized, leading the members of Qing Xianguan in their flight. He had done what was needed. The rest was up to the various factions to decide. He dared not linger, for even the path north offered but a glimmer of survival. Those who hesitated would find no chance to live. Though Zhao Taixian was not the strongest among them, his methods were undoubtedly the most diverse, profound, and intricate. The others held great faith in his abilities, and upon receiving his warning, the disciples of the major factions promptly set forth in haste towards the northern direction. Faced with overwhelming power, no faction dared to suggest an ambush against the half-step divine being. The ranks of adept masters, ranging from the 7th to the 9th tier, remained silent. Their only response, a desperate sprint. Barely a quarter of an hour had passed since they departed from the unnamed hill when a 10-meter-tall crimson figure leapt from afar, crashing down upon the hill with tremendous force. This bloodthirsty silhouette was none other than the half-step divine being, Han Shulao Mo, drawn by the scent of his prey. Upon reaching the summit, the old demon Han Shu, with his crimson eyes sweeping across the peak, was suddenly engulfed by a frenzy, demolishing the very mountain itself. Though the air was thick with the remnants of an intense aura, all traces of life had vanished. The food that had been within reach had flown away. And how could the instinctual fury of Han Shu be contained? After venting his wrath, the old demon's nose twitched once more, and with a sudden leap, he soared northward. Before long, Han Shu encountered a group of lesser 7th-tier cultivators along his path. Without a hint of mercy, he seized them, devouring them with a few savage bites. At that moment, the 7th-tier cultivators of various factions were gripped by terror, their hearts filled with regret. If only they had chosen not to follow. For such a monstrous being was beyond the capabilities of mere mortals. Yet, some of the more resolute 7th-tier masters, seeing their impending capture, immediately unleashed their full chi in a self-destructive explosion. Alas, their insufficient cultivation was such that even in their demise, they could not inflict the slightest harm upon Han Shu. Others, displaying a modicum of cunning, observed Han Shu pursuing them along their escape route and swiftly changed directions, fleeing east and west. However, their cleverness proved futile in the face of Han Shu's unparalleled speed, as the half-step to the divine realm demon effortlessly caught up with them, ruthlessly slaying and consuming them. The time taken to dispatch those who changed direction was negligible for Han Shu. In no time, Han Shu continued his relentless pursuit along the path, treating the 7th-tier masters as mere snacks. For each one he surpassed, another became fodder for his insatiable hunger. with the consumption of numerous 7th-tier masters. The stench of blood surrounding Han Shu grew more pungent, his aura deepening, and his gaze gradually regained a semblance of clarity. Yet, even with a flicker of sanity restored, Han Shu showed no signs of halting his hunt. Driven mad by the allure of transcending to the divine realm, he became increasingly swift and brutal in his slaughter. Soon, the 7th-tier masters of various factions had been entirely devoured by him. Han Shu extended his long tongue to lick his crimson lips, his gaze now fixated with excitement upon the fleeing 8th-tier grandmasters ahead. Consuming them would surely lead him to the divine realm. The few 9th-tier, true masters fleeing at the forefront wore expressions of profound distress. They had never experienced such desperation since their rise to fame. Their disciples were being slaughtered, yet they dared not glance back. After some time, the irascible master of the Star-Gathering Tower, Wu Wanbang, could no longer contain himself and turned to Zhao Taixian, exclaiming, "Taoist, where lies our hope? Continuing to flee is not a solution. If we do not find a way out soon, our people will be annihilated. I would rather confront him in battle than be relentlessly hunted down." Chapter 154. Turning back to fight to the death. In the valley of Tianin, Luo Mingzhu spoke up, "Indeed, Taoist, our time is running short. If we fail to find a glimmer of hope, my disciples shall perish, and without their assistance, our chances will diminish even further." The others, Gu Qinghe, Lu Ding, and Gao Yuyao, turned their gazes toward Zhao Taixian. If another opportunity for survival eluded them, continuing their flight would be of little consequence. Death awaited them either way. It would be wiser to return and fight with all their might. Zhao Taishuan's expression was grave as he busily calculated in his mind. The precise means of survival eluded him, but he discerned that heading north might reveal a faint chance. Perhaps the royal Jixianling had arrived, and if they joined forces, they could surely quell the terrifying half-step Ming Shun creature. Yet in his heart, Zhao Taixian felt a twinge of despair. He had specifically calculated the royal family's position and deduced that they were still quite distant, needing at least another day's time to reach them. That was ample time for the half-step Ming Shun monster to obliterate them all. It appeared they had fallen into a dire predicament. Faced with such hopelessness, the group was unwilling to continue fleeing. Their spirits for battle surged. At that moment, Sun Batian, trailing behind the other 9th-grade immortals, caught up to them alongside Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu. Sun Batian, fully aware that further evasion was futile, observed the fervor for battle in the eyes of the 9th-grade immortals and declared, "Esteemed friends, I have managed to regain some strength over the past few days and can unleash a strike surpassing the peak of 9th grade. However, it is limited to a single blow. If you wish to engage in battle, I can create an opportunity for you, but I have but one request, that Yanluo and Qinyu do not perish before you." Before Zhao Taixian and the others could respond, the sisters, Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu, objected. "Brother Sun, we have fled for so long. We do not wish to run any longer. Without a chance for survival, death is inevitable. It is better to fight alongside you. Though our strength may not match yours, we possess the prowess of an average 8th-grade peak and may provide some assistance." Seeing the resolute expressions on the sisters' faces, Sun Batian ceased his arguments, sighing inwardly. "Perhaps I have spoken too soon." Upon hearing that Sun Batian could still unleash a blow beyond the 9th-grade peak, Zhao Taixian and the others felt a stir of hope. After deliberation, they resolved to return and confront the half-step Ming Shun creature. They might meet their end, but it was preferable to being hunted down individually. As the esteemed Wu Wanbang of the Star-Picking Tower once said, "It is better to die fighting." With determination, they retraced their steps, gathering some 8th-grade grandmasters along the way. Soon, the reassembled forces appeared before the old demon Han Shu. By this time, Han Shu had regained some semblance of rationality and was no longer in a hurry to unleash a massacre. Instead, he relished the thought of witnessing the despair on their faces. The old demon's form had contracted, reverting to that of a blood-clad human, his face adorned with a mocking disdain as he taunted them. "Ah, how splendidly one runs, yet how swiftly one returns. Could it be that one has grown audacious, daring to challenge this demon? Oh, how amusing, truly amusing, haha." With that, the nefarious Han Shu Lao erupted into a fit of laughter, as if recalling some particularly humorous jest. Though the onlookers were oblivious to what this half-step Ming Shun realm monster found so amusing, they could distinctly sense that something was amiss with its demeanor. Resolving not to engage further with this creature, the crowd swiftly prepared for battle. From within the throng, Sun Batian brandished his tremor staff and called out softly, "Step aside." Behold my might. Channeling every ounce of his strength, he swung the staff with unexpected ferocity, aiming a crushing blow at Han Shulao. He roared, invoking the sacred ape staff technique. Divine ape rends the heavens, strike. Upon hearing Sun Batian's command, the disciples of the various factions immediately retreated a step, clearing space for his assault. The tremor staff grew in size, swelling dozens of times as it descended with formidable force, striking the unsuspecting Han Shulao to the ground. The sheer power of Sun Batian's attack cleaved a chasm over 1,000 meters long into the earth. After delivering this blow, Sun Batian's muscles trembled violently, and he collapsed, utterly drained. That single strike was all he had to offer his utmost might at this moment. Witnessing Sun Batian's successful hit on Han Shulao, Zhao Tai Xian immediately shouted, "Everyone, unleash your full power, kill." No sooner had the words left his lips than Zhao Tai Xian was the first to act. With a swift motion, he drew his treasured sword, Shangshan Ruoshui, from its sheath upon his back, wielding it to unleash the yin-yang sword formation aimed at Han Shulao's position. The others were not far behind, nearly synchronizing their attacks with Zhao Tai Xian. Gu Qinghe and Gu Qingqiu executed the first form of Skyblade, heaven and earth unveiled, unleashing a razor-sharp blade of light that sliced through the air. Li Yanluo and the sisters Xiao Qinyu unleashed the second form, two instruments of life and death, emitting a terrifying aura of blade energy. Wu Wanbang, the master of the star-picking tower, unleashed his ultimate technique, star-picking hand, a colossal hand descending to suppress the foe. In the Valley of Heavenly Sound, Luo Mingzhu strummed a pipa, conjuring several golden-armored deities wielding sharp weapons to charge forth. Gao Yao from the Thousand Song Happy Forest spun a pair of purple-gold wheels, radiating unparalleled sharpness, slicing towards Han Shulao at high speed. The other 8th grade grandmasters also employed their formidable methods to strike. At that moment, none among the various factions dared to act deceitfully, each engaged with their most powerful attacks. In the wake of this overwhelming assault, a small mushroom cloud arose from Han Shulao's location. After the ferocious strike, every participant gasped for breath, yet their eyes remained fixed unwaveringly on the direction of Han Shulao. This onslaught represented their most potent collective effort, a chance to unleash their fury upon Han Shulao, made possible only by Sun Batian's astonishing blow. In the present moment, Sun Batian has exhausted his strength, no longer capable of delivering a second strike. Should this concentrated assault fail to achieve its intended purpose, the only fate awaiting them would be a dead end, leaving none present unscathed. At this juncture, they can only fervently hope that this collective attack succeeds in vanquishing that half-step divine beast, or at the very least, inflicts grievous harm upon it. Otherwise, they would find themselves in dire straits. As the tension among the crowd escalates, the dust has yet to settle when an enraged roar emanates from the center of the mushroom cloud. Upon hearing the ferocious sound, a shiver runs through the hearts of the onlookers. It appears that the half-step divine beast has sustained little damage. Rather, their previous assault seems to have provoked it to unprecedented fury. Despair begins to creep into the hearts of the crowd. The chasm between them and the beast is insurmountable. Despite their numbers and concentrated efforts, they have been utterly ineffective. They are left without recourse. Suddenly, Han Shulao, in a fit of rage, transforms into a 10-meter-tall monstrosity, bursting forth from the haze to confront the gathered assembly. A cruel and sinister smile spreads across Han Shulao's face as his spiked claws dart out like lightning, instantly piercing the chests of two 8th grade grandmasters, lifting them high into the air. Chapter 155, effortlessly slaying a half-step divine being. Before the stunned crowd, Han Shulao proceeds to devour the two 8th grade grandmasters, their screams mingling with the grotesque sounds of chewing. The sight of crimson blood swirling with white brain matter within his maw sends chills down the spines of all present. As the two grandmasters are consumed, Han Shulao's minor wounds begin to heal gradually. He then casts a derisive glance at the crowd, exuding overwhelming arrogance. "Ha! A rabble of ignorant mortals daring to slay a deity. How laughable! Watch as I consume you one by one. Ha ha! You shall all become nourishment for me. This is the pinnacle of your glory in this lifetime." Upon hearing his taunts, despair fills the hearts of the crowd. Even those few who still harbor a fighting spirit are quelled by the immense pressure radiating from Han Shulao, rendering them immobile. They have plunged into a state of utter hopelessness. Unless an extraordinary turn of events occurs, they are all destined to perish within the maw of this creature. It is at this moment that the terrifying disparity between them and the half-step divine being is starkly realized. The divine realm. The divine realm is indeed overwhelmingly powerful. Even a mere half-step divine being can suffocate them under its oppressive presence. Under the weight of the half-step divine being's might, the crowd finds themselves utterly defenseless, forced to watch as doom approaches. Just when despair reaches its zenith, a magnificent aura suddenly descends, pinning Han Shulao to the ground. Subsequently, a figure descends slowly, placing a foot directly upon Han Shulao. The monster is subdued. The crowd, feeling as if a great burden has been lifted, collapses to the ground, gasping for breath. After taking a deep breath, the crowd eagerly looked up, yearning to discern the identity of the formidable being who had subdued the once mighty Han Shulao. Among them, only Li Yinluo, Xiao Qinyu, and Sun Batian displayed expressions of relief and astonishment. They were intimately familiar with the aura of the newcomer. He had returned, and all threats had dissipated. The figure descending from the heavens, who had vanquished Han Shulao, and now stood upon his colossal head, was none other than the swift Yang Yi. After decisively addressing the situation at the Tianji Pavilion headquarters, Yang Yi had scarcely taken the time to examine his spoils before hastening back. Though he was unaware of how Li Yinluo and the others had fortuitously crossed his path, such details were now trivial. His timely return ensured that his two senior sisters had suffered no significant harm. Yang Yi glanced at the crowd, noticing Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu both panting heavily, and Sun Batian, who lay injured on the ground. With renewed determination, he pressed his foot down harder on Han Shulao's immense head, forcing it into the earth. Under Yang Yi's overwhelming pressure, Han Shulao's body became rigid and immobile, appearing even more pathetic than when faced by Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu earlier. Such is the fickle nature of fortune. Standing atop Han Shulao's massive head, a glint of disdain crossed Yang Yi's eyes as he coldly declared, "God, a creature that is neither human, ghost, nor demon dares to claim divinity." With that, he spoke no further, raising his substantial fist and delivering a devastating blow that obliterated Han Shulao's head. Han Shulao was not even worthy of being considered a mere step into the realm of the Ming god. He lacked the qualification to compel Yang Yi to draw his sword. With the head gone, Han Shulao was of course no more, and Yang Yi discreetly completed his collection of spoils. Following this, a blaze erupted beneath his feet, incinerating Han Shulao's remains into ashes. Witnessing this, Zhao Taiyuan, Gu Qinghe, Wu Wanbang, Luo Mingzhu, Lu Ding, and Gao Yuyao, all of whom were ninth-rank true persons, stood utterly dumbfounded. They could scarcely believe their eyes. The terror of Han Shulao was something they had personally witnessed and experienced. This was a being at the brink of the Ming god realm. Even in unison, they had been unable to inflict serious injury upon him. How could such a fearsome figure be so effortlessly dispatched by a single individual? It left them incredulous, unable to accept the reality before them. Most crucially, the one who had defeated Han Shulao seemed familiar to them. Even those who had never seen his true form recognized him from portraits. Could this be the unparalleled Zhou Yi? Was he not an 8th rank? When had he become so formidable? The capacity to slay one at the threshold of the Ming god realm with a mere hand. What terrifying power this was! Ignoring the astonished gazes of those around him, Yang Yi strolled toward Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu, speaking softly, "Sisters, I apologize for my tardiness. Are you both unharmed?" Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with a unique brilliance as they regarded Yang Yi for a moment, before shaking their heads. "Junior brother, we are fine. It is merely that brother's son sustained grave injuries while protecting us." At the mention of Sun Batian, their voices took on a somber tone. Yang Yi tilted his head to glance at Sun Batian nearby, calmly stating, "There is no cause for concern. He has not suffered any irreparable damage. With some time to recuperate, he shall recover fully without affecting his foundation." After exchanging a few idle words with Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu, Yang Yi then turned his attention to Zhao Taixuan, Gu Qinghe, Gu Qingqiu, and the others, offering them a brief greeting. At that moment, Zhao Taixuan, Gu Qinghe, Gu Qingqiu, and the others, having regained their composure from their astonishment, began to realize certain truths. Gu Qinghe had been aware since their time in the Blade King Valley that Yang Yi concealed his true cultivation level. Thus, he was the first to accept the conjecture forming in his mind. With a bitter expression, Gu Qinghe inquired, "Have you taken that step forward?" Yang Yi did not conceal his intentions, gently nodding and affirming, "Indeed, I have taken that step. It was a success. Sect Master, during this journey to the Northern Realm, I have made significant gains. Shall we find a time to discuss it in detail?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Taixian immediately extended an invitation, saying, "Brother Gu, Brother Zhou, as my humble abode, the Qingxian Temple remains unbroken. Might it serve as a suitable refuge for our discussion? I also have matters to confer with you both." Zhao Taixian's goodwill was undeniable, having sheltered Li Yinluo, Xiao Chunyu, and Sun Batian for a time, and even aiding in their recovery. Given that Sun Batian was still injured, the Qingxian Temple indeed presented itself as an excellent sanctuary. Yang Yi exchanged a glance with Gu Qinghe, and they both nodded in agreement. "So be it. We shall trouble you, Taoist." However, Zhao Taixian did not limit his invitation to just Yang Yi and Gu Qinghe. He also summoned several other ninth-grade masters, including Lu Ding, Luo Mingzhu, Wu Wanbang, and Gao Yuyao, to join them at the Qingxian Temple for discussion. Yang Yi discerned that Zhao Taixian harbored some plans or ideas. Nevertheless, he chose not to voice any suspicions, but rather to let events unfold naturally. Should Zhao Taishuan's intentions prove advantageous to him, he would gladly participate. If not, he could decline at an appropriate time. Even if he chose to refuse, Zhao Taixian would have no means to compel him otherwise.